Chapter 361 I am actually. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Li Jinfu brought Liang to the competition venue at the city gate. Most of the warriors from the 5 cities came to the city gate just to see Liang's style. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. The senior next to me is Liang Chenlin, Liang's leader. Li Jinfu introduced to everyone. If you don't believe his identity, you can go on stage and try his skills. Everyone was talking about it. He is Alliance leader Liang? He looks like an ordinary man, but the aura he exudes is indeed very powerful. What sect is Alliance leader Liang from? Why have I never seen him or heard of him? Could it be that some master disguised him? The Alliance leader Liang in front of us is no different from the Alliance leader Liang 10 days ago in terms of both figure and temperament. Is there no one going up to check whether Alliance leader Liang has disguised himself? Maybe Alliance leader Liang is the governor of the Due Mansion in disguise. I heard that the governor is very skilled in martial arts, and it is not a problem for him to repel 5 martial masters alone. Open your eyes and look. The governor is still standing on the city wall staring at us. How could he be in disguise? In fact, what does it matter if he disguises himself or not? Who can be sure that Alliance leader Liang 10 days ago did not disguise himself? The most important thing now is how good his skills are, whether he has the ability to take over the position of Alliance leader, and whether the court will strongly support him. That's right. I want to have a fight with Alliance leader Liang. A warrior jumped onto the competition field. Everyone immediately recognized the other person's identity. He was Shiman Min, the master of Ziyun Temple. He had also been on the field during the Wuzun competition, but he was knocked out after just a few moves. Alliance Master Liang, please teach me. Shiman Min bowed, then quickly threw out a silver whisk to attack Alliance Master Liang. The silver hair on the whisk is made of rare mithril. Thousands of silk threads gathered together, which can be hard or soft. Usually it is as soft as hair, but if the internal force is attached to the silk thread, it will become extremely sharp, and it is not a problem to cut iron like mud. Alliance Master Liang dodged the attack and flashed past Shiman Min. At that moment, Shiman Min stopped moving, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Why didn't Master Shiman move? Just when everyone was puzzled, Shiman Min's magic weapon broke into hundreds of pieces, and the robe on his body fell like petals and hung on the ground. Leader Liang turned around and said, "Thank you." Everyone was surprised. Master Shiman lost? Leader Liang's moves were too fast. I didn't even see him make a move. How could Master Shiman lose? As expected of the leader of the martial arts world. You are so awesome. Fortunately, Leader Liang didn't cut Shiman Min's pants. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to stay. Leader Liang said to the others, "Who else wants to spar with me?" Everyone looked at each other. It wasn't that they didn't want to play, but the opponent was too strong. Leader Liang said again, "You can all join forces to deal with me. If I lose, I will immediately give up the position of leader." Hearing this, a group of high-ranking warriors looked at each other and jumped onto the field at the same time. "Leader Liang, let us meet you." There were a total of 30 people on the field. Among them, there were martial kings and martial masters. Even if Leader Liang was a martial master, it would be difficult to deal with so many people. However, Alliance leader Liang's martial arts skills far exceeded their imagination. Even 30 people combined could not withstand his 10 moves and were knocked out in just a few moves. Shiman Min frowned. Alliance leader Liang's strength should reach the level of martial saint. If so, he has violated the rules of the competition. Alliance leader Liang said, "My cultivation has been suppressed at the level of martial honored, and I have not broken through so far, so it is not considered a violation." Shiman Min, a martial honored who suppresses his cultivation, is indeed much stronger than an ordinary martial honored. Moreover, he has no evidence to prove that the other party is not a martial honored, so he can no longer say that the other party violated the rules. Alliance leader Liang asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to come up and spar with me?" No one said they wanted to spar again, but a warrior asked, "Alliance leader Liang, since you are so good at martial arts, why have we never seen you before, and have never heard of your name? May I ask which country you are from? Which sect are you from?" Alliance leader Liang hesitated. "Actually, you have heard of me, but you just don't know my name." Alliance leader Liang, please tell us your identity, so that we know who to follow in the future. That's right. I am actually. Alliance leader Liang seemed to have made a big decision and said, "I am the master of the Red Blood Hall." The scene was in an uproar. What? He is the leader of the Red Blood Hall? Is the leader of the Red Blood Hall surnamed Liang? I have never heard of the surname of the leader of the Red Blood Hall. Nor have I seen him. I only know that the leader of the Red Blood Hall is not only unfathomable in martial arts, but also has a mysterious whereabouts. No one has ever seen his true face. Isn't the Red Blood Hall a killer organization? Can an evil person take over the position of leader? In addition to killing people on the mission, the Red Blood Hall has not killed innocent people. It can't be considered a real evil sect. As long as there is money, they will kill people. What else is it if not an evil sect? Gangs fight for territory and business, and will fight or kill each other as long as it is beneficial to them. Which gang member who died is not innocent? The people who were implicated are also innocent. So should we say that these gangs are evil? The Red Blood Hall, which takes money to do things, can only be said to be both good and evil. As long as they no longer accept assassination missions in the future, everything else will be fine. The court held a martial arts conference, but it did not say that people from evil sects could not participate. If a leader can make a big evil sect change its face, it is worth it. Leader Liang said, if I become the leader, I will no longer accept assassination missions, and I will vigorously transform the Red Blood Hall into a decent sect in everyone's mouth. Everyone and the court can monitor the Red Blood Hall, as long as someone still accepts assassination missions in half a month. I will not be the leader of the martial arts world. Envoy Li stood up and said, the court will monitor the actions of Liang Wuzhu and the Red Blood Hall. Does anyone have any other objections? No one spoke again. Li Zhenfu said again, since everyone has no objection, then I officially announce that Liang is the new generation of Wuling leader, and confer him the title of first-class cavalry general, with a bounty of 1,000 taels of gold. The top 10 warriors in the Wuzuing competition will be conferred the title of second-class general, with a bounty of 500 taels of gold. The top 10 warriors in the Wuwang competition will be third-class generals, with a bounty of 300 taels of gold. The top 10 warriors in the Wuzong competition will be fourth-class generals, with a bounty of 200 taels of gold. And the top 10 warriors will be fifth-class generals, with a bounty of 100 taels of gold. Since there are spies and warriors with bad behavior in the Wuzuing competition, we will select another 10 Wuzuan to be conferred the title of second-class general. Of course, the court did not force the warriors to serve as officials. After we issue the official document, those who do not want to join the court can go to the Dewey Mansion to refuse the title and receive the bounty. Do you still have any objections? The title and bounty have nothing to do with everyone, so there is no objection. After hearing the announcement, a group of people in red standing in the crowd left the competition field with a gloomy face and entered the city gate. Chapter 362 Our Mother is Really Awesome. After entering the 5 cities, this group of red-clothed people rushed to the Red Blood Hall branch as quickly as possible, and then took out the Red Blood Hall token. When the shopkeeper saw the token, he hurried to inform Master Wei. Master Wei learned that someone from the headquarters had come, and hurried out from the backyard. When he recognized one of them, he quickly stepped forward and saluted, "Meet the Great Elder." The Great Elder said to him, "Let's talk in the backyard." "Yes. Please follow me." Great Elder. Master Wei invited them into the backyard. When the Great Elder and his companions entered the yard, and saw that the person sweeping the floor was Ying Lu, they were stunned. Master Ying. When Ying Lu saw that it was the Great Elder and the Hall Master who came, he excitedly threw away the broom and knelt on the ground. "Hall Master." "Great Elder. You have to make decisions for your subordinates." "Hall Master?" Master Wei looked at the gentleman standing in front of the Great Elder, who was about 30 years old, with a gentle expression and a smile on his lips. He didn't look like the leader of the killers at all. The Hall Master did not look at Ying Lu, but asked, "Who from our Red Blood Hall went to participate in the martial arts competition?" Without waiting for Master Wei to answer, Ying Lu immediately answered, "Yes." The Hall Master narrowed his eyes. "Who?" "Those 4 damn kids." The Hall Master and the Great Elder were slightly stunned. 4 damn kids? Are they the 4 kids who replaced your position as the Hall Master mentioned in the letter? They also participated in the martial arts competition? Did they get a ranking? You have to ask him about that. Ying Lu snorted at Master Wei. To reply to the Hall Master and the Great Elder, the 4 kids were just playing around. How could they get a ranking? Master Wei was angry and amused when he thought of this. The Great Elder asked, "Where are they?" "They are staying in the house with their mother." "Mother?" The elder was stunned. Had they found their parents? Wei Yi told the truth. They were deliberately abducted by when young, so they always knew where their parents were. But they didn't go to find them, because they were too playful. The elder frowned. Besides the 4 children, who else in the Red Blood Hall participated in the competition, and won the position of the leader of the martial arts world? Someone in the Red Blood Hall won the position of the leader of the martial arts world. Wei Yi was surprised. We have such a powerful person in the Red Blood Hall? Who is it? The elder said unhappily. If I knew who it was, would I still ask you? What's more annoying is that the new leader is. Then he said that he was the leader of the Red Blood Hall, and used the name of the leader to promise everyone that he would not accept assassination missions in the future. When did this happen? Why didn't I hear about it? Just when we entered the 5 cities. We happened to see the new leader announce his identity. The elder became more and more angry. I don't even know who the other party is, but he dared to pretend to be the leader. Wei Yi said, I will send someone to investigate this matter now. At this time, Bai Zhe came out. Master, my mother wants to see you. The master was very interested in the mother mentioned by the little kid. The person who could teach 4 children with extraordinary martial arts and dare to sit in the Red Blood Hall must not be an ordinary woman. I just want to see her too. He smiled and walked into the room where Lu used to live with the elder. They saw more than 4 children in the room. Bai Zhe and Xian Wu were sitting obediently on the chairs, while Bai Hu was standing on the armrest, holding Mu Nanjin's head and kissing her non-stop. Mom, I miss you so much. Tao Tai was sitting on Mu Nanjin's lap eating cakes, while Han Dun was standing on the other armrest and said proudly, Mom, my cultivation has improved recently, and Bai Hu will no longer be my opponent in the future. Bai Hu let go of Mu Nanjin's head and snorted, I have also improved my cultivation. You will never be able to beat me. Mu Nanjin wiped the saliva off her face with a blank expression, and made a gesture to the hall master. Sit down. Hall master, this little girl is actually the mother of 4 children. She is too young. By the way, the Red Blood Hall branch is his. How did the other party become the host? The great elder said in a deep voice, Little girl, even if you are the mother of our branch hall master, you can't be so presumptuous. Mu Nanjin frowned. It's presumptuous for me to ask you to sit down, so you can just stand. Hall master, great elder. Mu Nanjin no longer invited them to sit down. I came to you this time to discuss cooperation with you. Cooperation? The hall master raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Girl. Oh. No. Madam. Do you know what our Red Blood Hall does? Collecting money and killing people. In that case, how can we cooperate? Or do you want us to kill someone? Not killing people. I hope you can change your career and stop being a killer from now on. Change your career? This reminded the hall master of what happened at the city gate, and he narrowed his eyes suddenly. What is your relationship with the new leader? The elder glared. Is she the new leader's person? You don't need to know this, but I can guarantee that you can earn much more money than now. It depends on whether you are willing to cooperate with us. The hall master asked, What if we say we don't want to? Mu Nanjin said in a calm voice, From now on, there will be no more Red Blood Hall. Wei Yi, you are so arrogant. The elder slapped the door next to him and said, Aren't you afraid that you will never be able to walk out of this door? Without waiting for Mu Nanjin to speak, Han Dun roared at the elder, and the powerful sound wave pushed the 3 people standing at the door back several steps. How dare you threaten our mother? Although the hall master and the elder knew from the letter sent by Master Wei that the 4 children were very good at martial arts, they still couldn't suppress their shock. The children in front of them were only 2 or 3 years old at most, but they forced them back with just a roar, and their strength was terrifying. If they were allowed to grow up, within 5 years, the leader of the martial arts world would be defeated by them. Mu Nanjin patted Han Dun's back. Don't be angry. Han Dun's red eyes gradually returned to normal color, and he said aggrievedly, They bullied my mother. Palace Master. Great Elder. How did they bully me when they only said a threat? Mu Nanjin stood up and said, Think about it carefully. When you have thought it through, you can find me at the Due Mansion. Due Mansion? Wei Yi was stunned. You live in the Due Mansion? Isn't this the territory of the government? Bai Hu said proudly, My mother is a female official. Palace Master. Great Elder. Wei Yi. That is to say, their mother has the support of the court. After Mu Nanjin left, Wei Yi turned to Bai Hu and asked, Why don't you leave with your mother? Bai Hu asked him back, There is food, drink and fun here. Why do you want to leave? Wei Yi was ashamed. The elder snorted coldly. We in the Red Blood Hall can't afford to support your 5 great Buddhas. Bai Hu replied, then let our mother support your Red Blood Hall. The elder was furious. Our mother is very powerful. You will definitely not lose out if you follow her. The elder said unhappily, your mother said it was a cooperation. But she didn't say that we should be her people. Bai Hu tilted his little head and looked at him thinking, is there any difference? Bai Zhe said calmly, no. Palace Master. Elder. Master Wei. Chapter 363 Mu Girl is your concubine. Mu Nanjing returned to the Due mansion, and happened to meet Li Zhenfushi and Liang Mengzhu back. Mu Nanjing asked, is it going well? Li Zhenfushi nodded, it's going well. How about you? If Mu Nanjing hadn't provided them with the identity of the Lord of the Red Blood Hall as a cover for Liang Mengzhu, it would be difficult to give everyone an explanation. Mu Nanjing nodded lightly. There is nothing I can't do when I... Mu Nanjing. Take action. Li Zhenfushi and Mu Nanjing walked to the backyard. Liang Mengzhu, who was following behind, tore off the fake skin on his face when no one was around, revealing Wu Yuan's face. Li Zhenfushi looked back. Now we can let Senior Wu pretend to be Liang Mengzhu to deceive everyone. But what about the future? What should we do in the future? It is impossible for the Emperor to take care of the affairs of the court and the affairs of the rivers and lakes. He is too busy. The Emperor will make arrangements. Why worry about it? Li Zhenfushi. He said this just now because he wanted Mu Nanjing to let Wu Yuan pretend to be the leader of Liang. But the other party did not mean that. At this time, Lu Qian, who came out from the backyard with a middle-aged man. Mu Nanjing. We have almost finished our work here. In 5 days, we will return to the capital with the Emperor and others. If you have anything to do, do it quickly. Yes. Li Zhenfushi asked hurriedly, what about me? Didn't you say that someone will replace me and can return to the capital with you? Where is the person who replaces me? Lu Qian, who patted the middle-aged man beside him and smiled. Wen Jiushi is the person who replaces you. Wen Jiushi saluted Li Zhenfushi. Meet Li Zhenfushi. Then, he looked at Mu Nanjing and curled his lips. TSK. Isn't this my concubine? I haven't seen her for a few years. And she's still so young and beautiful. Mu Nanjing replied, I haven't seen you for a few years. But you look much older. You look like my grandfather now. Wen Jiushi touched his face. No way? Do I look that old? Concubine? Mu girl is your concubine? Li Zhenfushi was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Wen Jiushi smiled. We almost got married. Captain Lu slapped him behind in anger. If you keep talking nonsense, be careful that the governor will chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Wen Jiushi heard from Qin Chaoyan that the governor liked Mu Nanjing, and hurriedly said, I was just joking. You can't take it seriously. Mu Nanjing said, I took it seriously. Li Zhenfushi. Captain Lu. Wen Jiushi. Since you almost became my husband, I will reward you with a bottle of medicine that can improve your cultivation. Mu Nanjing took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to him. Wen Jiushi didn't dare to accept it after hearing what she said. Captain Lu took the medicine bottle for him. This medicine is a good thing. You have to make good use of it. Especially now you need to guard the 5 cities. Without a little strength, it is difficult for you to suppress the warriors of the 5 cities. If the 5 cities did not need a strong person to guard the 5 cities, he really would not want Mu Nanjing to give the elixir to Wen Jiushi. Wen Jiushi took the medicine bottle and thanked Mu Nanjing solemnly. Thank you. Mu Nanjing did not say anything more to them and returned to her own courtyard. In the next few days, she was busy buying materials. On the day before leaving, the master of the Red Blood Hall found Mu Nanjing to discuss cooperation. Tell me about our cooperation first. Mu Nanjing said, from now on, the Red Blood Hall will be responsible for helping me transport the goods to each town. I will give you 100,000 taels for 1 round trip. The hall master was surprised. 100,000 taels for 1 round trip. 200,000 taels for 2 round trips? It is indeed more profitable than being an assassin. Although they used to earn 100,000 taels for 1 mission. The higher the silver, the higher the identity or martial arts of the assassination target. Which means it is particularly difficult to kill. Sometimes, sacrificing hundreds of assassins may not complete the mission. So the loss is greater than the profit. Yes. If you need to deliver goods to towns in different directions at the same time, you need to split into 2 groups. How will you calculate the bill then? Of course, it's the round trip. which is 200,000 taels of silver. And I will be responsible for your food, drink, and defecation on the way. The palace master wondered, what kind of business are you doing that makes so much money? You'll know when you transport my materials to the capital. Of course, money is not so easy to make. If there is a problem with my goods, I will deduct your silver. In addition, transporting goods is also dangerous, and there may be casualties on the way. The palace master said, that's much safer than being an assassin. He has thought about it these days. Their strength is not as good as the government. Going against the government is undoubtedly cutting off their own retreat. Moreover, he has long wanted his brothers to change their careers and do business. But it is difficult for them to change their identities with blood on their hands. Now there is a great opportunity in front of him. Of course he wants to try. So you agree to cooperate with me? Mu Nanjing took out the book contract. Sign it, and we will be companions in the future. The palace master raised his eyebrows. You prepared the contract so quickly. Are you sure I will agree to it? Mu Nanjing asked. Do you have any other choice? The palace master wrote his name on the contract, Su Bai, and then stamped his handprint. To show my sincerity, I will pay the freight this time first. Mu Nanjing took out a silver note of 100,000 taels and gave it to him. In fact, she saw in the gossip news that the palace master was cooperating with her sincerely. So she also wanted to show her. The palace master. We will set off to return to Beijing tomorrow. You bring your people to help me transport the goods. Also, when you go back, send a message to each branch and ask them not to accept the assassination mission again. The palace master nodded and left with the silver note. The next morning, he brought the people of the Red Blood Palace to the Dewey Mansion and saw hundreds of carriages loaded with goods parked outside the Dewey Mansion. In addition, there were more than 20 luxury carriages on the road. And not only that, there were also hundreds of guards accompanying them. The palace master asked Mu Nanjing, you have so many people accompanying you back to the capital. Do you still need us to help you deliver the goods? Mu Nanjing glanced at the guards. They are only responsible for protecting the people in the car, not my goods. By the way, the people sitting in the last 3 carriages are my people. You have to protect them too, palace master. At this time, Qin Xiaoyan came out and asked, Mu girl, are your people here? Yes. Then let's go. The palace master frowned. Master Mu, where are your 5 sons? You don't plan to take them back? Didn't you forget that they are still in the Red Blood Palace branch? He originally wanted to bring the 5 children with him. But the 5 children said they didn't want to leave no matter what, and said they would wait for Mu Nanjing to pick them up in person before leaving. Mu Nanjing was silent for a moment. I really forgot about them. Palace Master. Chapter 364. She is the real treasure. In the end, Mu Nanjing did not go to pick up the 5 children. If the children went back to Beijing with him, she would subconsciously restrain them and not let them make trouble or run around. It is better to let them go back the way they came. It took many days to get to Wuqing, so it will take only so much time to go back. Since they did not do anything to harm others or themselves when they came, they are not allowed to do such things when they go back. Baihu and his team left Wuqing on the 4th day after Mu Nanjing and his team left Wuqing. Now, under the vigorous rectification of Gu Ming, although not everyone in Wuqing behaves in accordance with the rules, they dare not make trouble again and again, and many gangs have withdrawn from Wuqing, and the conflicts among warriors have also been reduced a lot. Because he did not win the position of leader, Lord Li slowly put away his thoughts and concentrated all his energy on rectifying Wuqing, making the trade in the city better and better. When Baihu and his team left Wuqing, Mu Nanjing and his team had already arrived in the Huaishan area. The emperor heard that King Yong had brought people here to suppress bandits and ordered the car to stop and rest. During this period, many merchant teams passed by their caravan, and they heard that the merchants were praising the King of Bravery. If it weren't for the King of Bravery who killed the bandits in Huaishan, no one would dare to go to Wuqi to do business from this road. That's right. Thanks to the King of Bravery. Otherwise we would have to walk twice as far as we do now to get to Wuqing. And this would have added a lot of expenses. The King of Bravery is a great benefactor to us merchants. The merchants dared to praise the King of Bravery in front of the emperor because the emperor and his men were all dressed as ordinary people. And the merchants thought that the emperor and his men were also merchants. So they didn't mind it. The ministers looked at the emperor with some concern, and were relieved to see him smiling. After all, some emperors don't like the reputation of the ministers in the court to overshadow their own prestige. You only say that the suppression of bandits is the credit of the Yongwang. But doesn't the emperor have any credit? If the emperor didn't order the Yongwang to suppress the bandits, would the Yongwang dare to lead the troops to fight at will? The ministers heard this, and quickly turned their heads to see Mu Nanjing standing next to the caravan, listening to the merchants chatting. The shrewd merchants heard her words, and quickly changed their words. The little girl is right. Although it was the Yongwang who led the troops to suppress the bandits, the real decision-maker was the emperor. If the emperor didn't sympathize with our difficult lives and worry about the people's hard life, he wouldn't have ordered the Yongwang to suppress the bandits. It is a blessing for our people to have the Ren Emperor in our Dacian country. Long live the emperor. May our king live forever. The merchants knelt in the direction of Kyoto. The emperor smiled even bigger. It's no wonder that he indulges her on weekdays and knows how to speak for me. Then, he heard Mu Nanjing say in his heart, I spoke for the old emperor in front of him. I wonder if he will make me the emperor merchant in the future for this. Emperor. Ministers. So there is a purpose. The merchants left after they had enough to eat and drink. Mu Nanjing and his friends were also preparing to set off. Suddenly, her space ring moved. She used her spiritual sense to check the situation. She saw that the compass given to her by Xingxiu Xinzuan was spinning non-stop. She pretended to reach into her sleeve to take out the compass. Wow! The compass is spinning so fast, which means there is a big treasure around. The emperor and ministers immediately pricked up their ears to eavesdrop when they heard that there was a big treasure. What big treasure? Tell me quickly. Hey, why are the needles spinning non-stop? Are there treasures all around? Let me see. Mu Nanjing used his spiritual sense to check the surrounding mountains. Wow! The mountain on the right in front is actually a big gold mine. According to my visual estimation, there are at least millions of taels of gold in it. And this is my lowest estimate. If we say more, it is not a problem to reach tens of millions of taels of gold. Oh my god! I am rich. I am rich. I will find someone to secretly dig up all the gold mines when I go back. I will become the richest man in Dacian country. And raising a son will not be a problem. Emperor. Ministers. Oh my god. There are tens of millions of taels of gold buried under their feet. If they have this wealth, the national strength will be greatly improved to a higher level. The emperor quickly came back to his senses and coughed lightly. Left Prime Minister. I remember before I went to Wuching, the Minister of Works told me that an official in the Ministry of Works found a large gold mine in the Huaishan area. Left Prime Minister quickly followed up. This old minister also remembers this matter. At that time, the emperor specially sent more people to investigate the gold mine in order to verify this matter. I believe there will be good news when I return to the capital. The emperor said jokingly, I see that there are beautiful mountains and rivers here. Maybe the gold mine is nearby. Left Prime Minister smiled and said, thanks to the emperor's good words. Maybe the big gold mine is here. Ah? No way. No way. No way. The big gold mine has been named and owned? The big gold mine I just discovered is gone? It would be better if I didn't discover it. I was happy for nothing. It's really a pity to miss a big gold mine like this. The emperor and ministers turned their heads away and laughed secretly. Fuck. I don't believe that such a big country like Dacian has only one gold mine. If I can't dig this one, I'll dig the next one. Look! The compass is spinning so fast. There must be another mine nearby. Mu Nanjing used his divine power to look far away. Wow! There is a jade mine 50 miles away. And the quality of the jade is the best of the best. It will definitely make a lot of money if it is sold. The emperor laughed and said, if there is really a big gold mine here, then there may be other mines nearby. After returning, let the Ministry of Works send people to look for it carefully. 100 miles around must be carefully checked. This is the best opportunity to strengthen Dacian. Yes. Humph. Nowadays, the backward technology can't be found just by looking. Mu Nanjing thought about it and felt that this was wrong. It seems that this can't be said. If a big gold mine buried deep can be found, then a jade mine can be found at any time. The ability of mortals cannot be underestimated. Woo! I missed a gold mine and a jade mine. My flesh hurts. No, not only my flesh, but my tendons and bones hurt. My whole body hurts. Poochie. Li Zhenfushi couldn't help laughing. Mu Nanjing and the emperor looked at him. Lu Qianhu secretly glared at him. What are you laughing at? Li Zhenfushi hurriedly said, I am happy for the emperor and for our Dacian country. I hope that a large iron mine will appear near the gold mine, which will greatly enhance the military strength of Dacian country. Then why should we fear other countries? Lu Qianhu smiled and said, our emperor is blessed with great fortune. Maybe he will find iron mines on the next journey. Iron mines? I am not interested in iron mines. If we can find iron mines on the way back, we will find a way to tell the old emperor. After all, I don't want Dacian country to decline. The emperor smiled happily. Thank you for your good words. Li Zhenfu finally understood why the emperor was so indulgent to Mu Nanjing. Because she was the real treasure in the eyes of the emperor. And no gold or silver mine was better than Mu Nanjing. Chapter 365. She is a cultivator. On the following journey, Mu Nanjing not only discovered 8 large iron mines, but also 10 large silver mines, 5 large gold mines, and 20 large jade mines. The reason why each mine has so many minerals should be related to the veins and spiritual energy of the cultivation world. Although Gu Ming placed the mortal world in the place with the weakest spiritual energy in the cultivation world, it once belonged to the land of the cultivation world. The mountains, rivers and land have been nourished by spiritual energy for many years, and there are naturally many minerals. Now that so many minerals have been found along the way, if Mu Nanjing travels all over the Dacian kingdom, there are countless mines and mineral lands waiting for them to dig. The emperor was in a good mood. When he returned to Liqing, he waved his hand and invited the people accompanying him to have dinner at the big restaurant. One big restaurant could not accommodate so many of them, so he booked several other big restaurants. That move was so generous. In addition, the emperor decided to leave 3 silver mines, 1 gold mine and 5 jade mines to Mu Nanjing as private mines. After all, she discovered the mine, so we can't leave her with none of it. Otherwise she will become suspicious. And it's even possible that we won't be able to find out anything about the mine from her in the future, which would be a loss. When there was still more than 100 miles to the capital, Mu Nanjing actually found a small spiritual mine. Although it was less than 1/5 of Gongbo's spiritual mine, it was enough for the military officers and soldiers in Beijing to practice. The emperor and the ministers didn't know what a spiritual vein was, and they couldn't ask Mu Nanjing in person. So they had to hold it all the way back to the palace to ask the national teacher. Spiritual vein? Feng Xinan was surprised that the emperor would mention the word spiritual vein. Why did the emperor mention spiritual vein? Where did the emperor hear it from? When we came back from Wuqing, Mu Nanjing found a spiritual vein. She said in her heart that the spiritual vein could be used for military officers to practice and quickly improve their cultivation. She didn't say how fast it was, nor did she say what the spiritual vein was. Feng Xinan thought for a moment before deciding to tell the emperor. Spiritual veins are spiritual minds. People can achieve twice the result with half the effort by practicing in them. The speed of practice is related to one's aptitude. If a person has very good aptitude, then 1 day of practice on the spiritual vein is equivalent to 1 month or 2 months of practice on weekdays. If a person has average aptitude, 1 day of practice on the spiritual vein is equivalent to 2 or 3 days on weekdays. In addition, the medicinal effects of herbs growing near the spiritual veins are several times better than other herbs. The emperor's eyes lit up. That is to say, our high-ranking military officers can practice on the spiritual veins for 1 year, which is equivalent to several years or even decades. And they can be promoted from the king of martial arts to the martial honor or martial saint, or even become the god of martial arts. Feng Xinan nodded. This requires very good aptitude to be able to be promoted from the king of martial arts to the martial saint or god of martial arts within 1 year. The emperor was very excited. As long as our Dacian country has a god of martial arts, it will be comparable to the middle-ranking countries. The family also has the strength to fight. Feng Xinan asked him, are there any very qualified military officers in Dacian? Ah? The emperor's smile faded and frowned. This question stumped him for a moment. If there are no qualified military officers, you can look for them among the warriors. I believe you can always find a qualified person. By the way, isn't Mu Nanjing's kung fu very good? If she practices, she will definitely become a martial god. Feng Xinan shook his head. She is not a warrior, and she doesn't need to practice anymore. She is not a warrior. Then what is she? She is a cultivator like me. Feng Xinan sighed. The situation today is different from the past. The mortal world is no longer the mortal world of the past. Cultivators can no longer interfere too much in the affairs of the mortal world as before. For example, when 2 countries are at war, cultivators cannot kill people wantonly on the battlefield. nor can they interfere too much to help others turn the situation around. Ah! The emperor was a little anxious. If Dacian Kingdom loses the battle, can't you and Mu Nanjing help Dacian Kingdom? No. It would be against the will of heaven. Feng Xinan thought for a while and said, at least I can't. Mu Nanjing is hard to say. She is a special case. Otherwise, she would not help Dacian Kingdom find the spiritual vein. The emperor was happy to hear that Mu Nanjing could help him, but soon put away his smile and fell into deep thought. They can't always rely on Mu Nanjing. Otherwise Dacian Kingdom will perish because of Mu Nanjing's departure. No matter how strong others are, they are not as strong as themselves. That is the real strength of Dacian Kingdom. Feng Xinan saw him thinking and quietly left the hall. Soon after he walked out of the palace, he realized that someone was following him. He stopped and said in a low voice, "Come out." Then, a group of masked men jumped out from the dark and pointed swords at him. Feng Xinan raised his sleeves and waved them, and an invisible force swept them all away. I don't want to kill people. Go back and tell your General Dong and General Bai not to waste their time sending people to assassinate me. You won't succeed. Recently, the other party has been trying to kill him in various ways, either poisoning him or disguising himself as a guard to assassinate him. But none of them succeeded. The masked man knew he couldn't kill him, so he got up and left quickly. Feng Xinan sighed secretly. This Mu Nanjing always likes to cause trouble for me. Mu Nanjing, who was unloading the goods, suddenly sneezed, and she frowned and rubbed her nose. Sudden sneeze. Gu Ming must be thinking about me. Wu Yuan, Xu Xiao, Yang Bo, Lu Qian, Su Cheng, who helped unload the goods. The Madam of Yuxinuan looked at the people of Chixuidian curiously as they unloaded one item after another. Miss, these are, Mu Nanjing said, these are the materials for making rouge. Rouge? The Madam of Yuxinuan asked in surprise. Will we make rouge and sell it in the future? Yes. The Madam of Yuxinuan hesitated to speak. Mu Nanjing said, just speak frankly. Miss, you should have heard of Yinxiang Pavilion. Right? It is a century-old brand. The rouge sold in Yinxiang Pavilion is the best in the whole Dacian Kingdom. All the wives and daughters of rich people will use the rouge of Yangxianglu. We can't take away their business. If there are no wives and daughters buying our rouge, it will be difficult for our rouge shop to continue. The Madam of Yuxinuan was very worried that Mu Nanjing would lose money. You don't need to worry. I will find a way to make our rouge popular throughout the Dacian Kingdom, and also make it popular in other countries. The Madam of Eastern Courtyard was puzzled. Other countries? I will explain this to you later. Let everyone have a good rest after the goods are moved. From tomorrow, everyone will be busy. Everyone is happy to be busy. If they are idle any longer, they will worry that Mu Nanjing will not want them. After unloading the goods, Mu Nanjing was trying to announce to everyone, from today on, Eastern Courtyard will be renamed Suyanfang, responsible for making rouge. Chunfeng Pavilion will be renamed Zuifeng, responsible for brewing wine. And Zaya Kinglo will be renamed Tangshanfu, which is similar to a restaurant. But we only sell soup, not rice. Yes. The people in the brothel are very yearning for the future life, so their voices are full of excitement. Excitement and happiness. Mu Nanjing told everyone to rest, then walked to the well in the backyard, threw a pill into the well before leaving. Chapter 366, Suyanfang. Everyone was very enthusiastic. They got up before dawn and prepared materials with the craftsmen to make rouge and wine. When they were free at noon, they quickly found someone to customize the plaque. From beginning to end, Mu Nanjing didn't need to worry about anything. She only needed to take a walk around the workshop every day and leave. After the rouge was successfully made, Mu Nanjing went to the palace to meet the Queen Mother on the day when the concubines and the younger generation paid their respects to the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother saw Mu Nanjing entering the palace with a box and asked with a smile, Mu girl, are you bringing good things to me again? Everyone looked at Mu Nanjing when they heard about good things. Mu Nanjing nodded. Princess Xueyu came over with her son in her arms. Mu Nanjing. What's in your box? Open it and let me see. Mu Nanjing didn't keep it a secret. It's rouge. Rouge? Princess Xueyu handed the child to the maid next to her and asked, Is it the rouge you brought back from Wucheng? Rouge made in my workshop. Your workshop? Princess Xueyu was surprised. You opened a workshop? Well, I will not only sell rouge in the future, but also wine and tonic soup. You are welcome to visit my Suyanfang, Zuifeng and Tangshanfu often in the future. Mu Nanjing opened the box and gave a box of rouge to the queen mother, queen, concubines, and princesses. Due to the short time, the box for rouge was rough, and some concubines and princesses looked down on Mu Nanjing's things. The queen mother was smart and saw Mu Nanjing's intention at a glance. She smiled and said, "The rouge made by Mu girl must be the best rouge." Princess Xueyu smiled and said, "Mu Nanjing's gifts have never disappointed us. Of course, the rouge I make can protect the skin and nourish the face. I guarantee that all the concubines and princesses cannot do without it." Hee. When the concubines and princesses heard what Princess Xueyu said, they couldn't help but think of the jade face pill that Mu Nanjing gave Princess Xueyu a few years ago. Suddenly, everyone looked at the rouge differently, and even couldn't wait to go back to their own palaces to try out the effect of the rouge. The imperial concubine was the first to find an excuse to leave, and the others also left one after another. After leaving Yongshou Palace, everyone wished they could grow a pair of wings and fly back to their own palaces. After the imperial concubine returned to her palace, she hurriedly said to her maid, "Quick, put the rouge on my face." "Yes." The maid opened the rouge box, and a faint fragrance spread from the box to the surroundings. "Your Highness, the rouge smells so good." The imperial concubine also thought it smelled very good. "It is indeed fragrant, and it is a fragrance that I have never smelled before, and it is also a color that I have never seen before. It is really very special." The head maid first removed the imperial concubine's makeup, and then applied the rouge on her face. "Your Highness, how do you feel?" The imperial concubine looked at herself in the bronze mirror again and again. "I don't feel anything. Could it be that I didn't use enough rouge? It's already a lot. If I use more, it won't look good. Speaking of which, this box of pink rouge is particularly suitable for Your Highness. After using it, Your Highness looks particularly young. It just makes me look younger. But it doesn't really make me younger." The imperial concubine couldn't be happy. Whenever she thought of the queen's younger appearance, she was almost jealous to the point of going crazy. The most annoying thing is that the emperor has also become younger, and he has no interest in these old women. Now he runs to the queen's palace every day. The concubines were also unable to face the young emperor. Not only were they inferior, they also did not want to face the emperor with their old faces. The maid comforted her, "Madam, let's wait a little longer. Maybe it will work in a few hours." The imperial concubine could only wait patiently. But there was no change at night. She lay down on the bed, with a disappointed look on her face, and gradually fell asleep in the middle of the night. At the hour of Mao the next day, she opened her sleepy eyes, as she was used to getting up early. The maids hurriedly helped her wash and change clothes. When she sat in front of the dressing table, the maid looked at her and exclaimed in surprise. The imperial concubine asked listlessly, "Why are you so surprised?" The maid happily replied, "To answer your question, I found that your skin has become smoother, and your crow's feet have become less." "Really?" The imperial concubine looked at the mirror half-doubtingly, and then she showed great joy on her face. "Is my vision not blurry? Not only have my crow's feet become less, but my skin has also become much tenderer." The maid smiled. "No. No." The imperial concubine said happily and anxiously, "Quick, put rouge on my face again." "Yes." Not only did the imperial concubine become younger, but other concubines in the palace also became younger. But some concubines were impatient and smashed their rouge boxes when they could not become younger immediately. Now their rouge has been treated as garbage. They regretted it very much and wanted to slap themselves a few times. And the eunuchs and maids in their palace searched through all the garbage in the palace, but could not find the discarded rouge boxes. "You useless bunch. You can't even find a rouge box." Su Gairen's angry curses were heard in Liren Palace. The maids and eunuchs knelt on the ground and dared not speak. The rouge box was disposed of yesterday, and the eunuchs in charge of collecting garbage had already burned all the garbage yesterday. The head maid said cautiously, "My queen, don't be angry. Although the rouge box sent by Lord Mu is gone, we can still buy rouge from Lord Mu's shop." Su Gairen's eyes lit up. "Yes. Why didn't I think of buying rouge in the shop?" "Liu, you are still the smartest. Then the matter of buying rouge is left to you." "Yes. But the maids can't leave the palace immediately after they leave the palace. Not to mention that Su Gairen is just a noble lady, and she has no right to let the maids leave the palace. Therefore, Liu needs to report to the general manager and wait for the general manager's consent before leaving the palace." But Su Gairen was very anxious. So Lia had to ask the eunuch in charge of purchasing to help buy rouge. However, Su Yanfeng had just opened, and the eunuch in charge of purchasing had never heard of the store of Su Yanfeng. He searched around the street and didn't find Su Yanfeng. The madam in charge of Su Yanfeng, now known as shopkeeper Qi, waited in the shop. 3 days passed, but no customer came to buy rouge. Even if they went to the street to solicit people, no woman or girl was willing to enter Su Yanfeng. It's not that the rouge in Su Yanfeng is bad, nor that the decoration of Su Yanfeng is bad, nor that the service attitude of Su Yanfeng is bad, but that the predecessor of Su Yanfeng was a brothel, and the rouge sellers were all prostitutes, and no one wanted to have anything to do with them. This made shopkeeper Qi very anxious. She reported this matter to Mu Nanjing, but the other party was not anxious at all, and told them to wait patiently for a few more days. Shopkeeper Qi had to return to Su Yanfeng and wait for another 6 days. Finally, they welcomed the first customer on the 10th day of their opening. The other party walked in and asked carefully, "Excuse me, is this Su Yanfeng selling rouge?" Chapter 367. Men are indeed visual animals. Shopkeeper Qi was slightly startled when he saw that the person who came in was a middle-aged man. And then he showed a big friendly smile. "Yes, we are Su Yanfeng selling rouge and powder. I wonder if you want lip rouge, facial rouge, or hand rouge?" The middle-aged man said, "Facial rouge." Shopkeeper Qi quickly took out more than 10 kinds of facial rouge, and then introduced him to the best facial rouge, our facial rouge. The middle-aged man's attention was all on the facial rouge. The moment she was about to open the bottle cap, he immediately said excitedly, "This is the smell. This is the smell. Thank God. I finally found it." Shopkeeper Qi was puzzled. "Have you used our rouge?" "I haven't used it, but our master has used it." The middle-aged man picked up the facial rouge and smelled it again and again. "It is definitely it." Shopkeeper Qi secretly looked at the middle-aged man. The other party had a shrill voice, rouge on his face, and liked to curl his fingers like a girl. His expression and behavior were exactly the same as the eunuchs in the palace. She understood that the man in front of her should be the eunuch in the palace, and the master he was talking about was the empress in the palace. It must be that Miss Mu brought the rouge in the store into the palace for the empresses to use. The empresses thought it was useful, and sent the eunuch to purchase it. No wonder Miss Mu was so calm. It turned out that she had expected that the empresses in the palace would come to buy the rouge. Shopkeeper Qi asked with a smile, "I wonder if your master is satisfied with our rouge?" "Satisfied? Very satisfied. In order to make sure that he did not buy the wrong goods." The middle-aged man asked again, "Is this the store of Master Mu Nanjinmu?" "Yes. It is the store opened by our Miss Mu. She usually has to deal with official business, and only comes to the store in her spare time." The middle-aged man was completely relieved, pointing to the facial cream on the table and asked, "How much are these facial creams?" Shopkeeper Qi first introduced him to the most expensive facial cream. Miss Mu named the facial cream in my hand Shengyan. Whether it is the bottle or the rouge, the effect is the best. It can not only be used for makeup, but also has the effect of skin care and beauty. Long-term use can make the skin of the person who wears rouge as smooth and white as a little girl. The middle-aged man has seen the effect of the ladies after using rouge, so he knows that shopkeeper Qi did not lie to him. "Just tell me the price." 100 taels of gold. After Qi, the shopkeeper, said the price, she was in a state of anxiety, worried that the other party would turn around and leave because it was too expensive. After all, even she, the seller, felt that Mu Nanjing's price was too high, and people who were not particularly rich could not afford it. 100 taels of gold? The middle-aged man raised his voice slightly. A small bottle of rouge was so expensive. The best rouge in Yinxiang Pavilion was only 100 taels of silver, and Su Yanfeng was 10 times that. However, the effect of Su Yanfeng rouge was indeed very good. Although the rouge in Yinxiang Pavilion was much cheaper, it would not make the ladies younger, and it was much cheaper than the Yuyandan worth 10,000 taels of gold. The ladies would definitely be willing to pay 100 taels of gold for the rouge. Shopkeeper Qi said with a stiff face, "Yes." Miss Mu had instructed that customers were not allowed to bargain. The middle-aged man asked, "How many bottles of Xingyan do you have in total?" "There are only 10 bottles left now. The rest of the rouge was taken into the palace by Mu Nanjing to give away." "Only 10 bottles?" The middle-aged man frowned. There were more than 400 ladies in the palace, and 10 bottles were not enough. Shopkeeper Qi knew from his tone that he wanted more, and quickly introduced him to the second and third facial creams. The facial cream next to it is called Xingxuang. Although it cannot be used for makeup, the other effects are the same as the Xingyan in your hand. And the price is relatively cheaper. It only sells for 90 taels of gold. The same effect? Are you sure? As long as the ladies can get younger. It doesn't matter whether they can put on makeup or not. I guarantee with my daughter's reputation that it is absolutely the same. If it is not the same, you can ask our daughter for an explanation. After all, he is doing business. And he has just opened a business. There is no need to ruin his reputation. The middle-aged man said, introduce other facial creams. After Xingxuang is Xianyan. Xianyan can be used for makeup. But the effect of protecting and nourishing the skin is slightly worse. But it only costs 80 taels of gold. The middle-aged man was more and more satisfied after hearing the introduction. Although the effect was a little worse, the price was still acceptable. After all, not every concubine in the palace is very rich. Especially the concubines of low rank, who don't have much monthly salary and rewards. So it's good enough to buy a few bottles of dozens of taels of gold facial cream. The middle-aged man said, I want all of Xingyan. 100 bottles of Xingxuang. 100 bottles of Xianyan. And 10 bottles of the others. Shopkeeper Chi said happily, Sir, please wait a moment. I'll find a box to pack the facial cream. She really didn't expect to make thousands of taels of gold in her first business. But the capital cost was less than 5,000 taels, which was really a huge profit. If so many facial creams can be sold every day, Su Yunfang will not worry about making money. Before the middle-aged man left, Manager Chi introduced him to lip cream, hand cream, and body fat that will be on the shelves soon. After all, the middle-aged man is a servant and cannot make decisions for his masters. He can only tell the ladies about lip cream, hand cream and body fat, and then they decide whether to buy them. In the next few days, princesses and county ladies sent people to buy facial cream. If facial cream is gone, their people will grab lip cream and hand cream. In just 5 days, all kinds of rouge and powder in the store were sold out. After that, the wives and young ladies of the official family also sent people to buy rouge and powder. Unfortunately, all kinds of rouge are still being made, so they can only wait patiently for a few days. In the days that follow, the girls and craftsmen in the store are working all night to make them. When Su Yunfang was making rouge, a strange phenomenon occurred in the palace. The emperor found that there were suddenly more concubines visiting the imperial garden, and each concubine was dressed up and pretended to meet him by chance. It seemed that he had returned to the year when he ascended the throne. In order to get his attention, the concubines also used all means to attract his attention. The emperor said to eunuch Yuan, Is it because my eyes are blurry? Or I haven't seen the concubines for too long? Why do I feel that they have become younger? Look at their white hair and wrinkles. They are not using the same disguise as I did when I went to Wucheng. Eunuch Yuan couldn't help laughing, Your Majesty. You don't know that recently the ladies in the palace have used the rouge from Lord Mu's shop to become younger. He told the emperor what happened recently. That bad girl didn't tell me first when she had good things. The emperor looked at the beautiful concubines one by one, and his heart was surging. He turned to eunuch Yuan and said, It's time to turn over the cards tonight. Eunuch Yuan smiled and said, Yes. Men are indeed visual animals. When they see the concubine getting younger, the little dragon under them is ready to move. When the emperor heard Mu Nanjin's voice, all his charming thoughts disappeared without a trace. He turned around and saw Princess Xueyu leading Mu Nanjin to Yongshou Palace. He was so angry that he said, I take back what I said just now. I won't turn over the cards tonight. Eunuch Yuan. Chapter 368. Under the leadership of the wives of officials and young ladies, more and more people patronized Su Yunfang. Whether they were young ladies from wealthy families or girls from ordinary families, they all flocked to Su Yunfang. Shopkeeper Chi was too busy to handle it alone, so he had to ask the girls working in the backyard to help. In order not to embarrass the young ladies from wealthy families, the girls in Su Yunfang dressed themselves very simply and behaved dignifiedly. It was hard to tell that they were girls from brothels. Nowadays, Su Yunfang's business is booming, and Tang Xinfu's business is not much worse. It is luckier than Su Yunfang, and many people came to patronize it on the opening day. Although most of these people were former prostitutes, they were surprised after drinking the soup. Originally, they came in out of curiosity, and flirted with the former prostitutes, and never thought about how delicious the soup here was. When they tasted the soup, they immediately threw the purpose of coming in behind their heads, and drank it in big gulps. Tangshan soup is not only delicious, but also can eliminate fatigue, refresh the mind, make the body light, and make the whole body feel indescribably comfortable. This is just the feeling on the first day of drinking the soup. On the second day, the pain and internal injuries that had been left in the body were relieved a lot. In particular, some elderly people can clearly feel that their bodies have become healthy and they are no longer slow in walking. At first, everyone did not think that it was because of drinking Tangshan tonic soup. It was not until the pain in the body recurred that they went to drink the soup again that they knew that Tangshan tonic soup had a healing effect. Then, through word of mouth, everyone knew that Tangshan tonic soup could heal injuries and ran to drink the soup, confirming that it was really effective. More and more people went to Tangshan to drink the soup. Nowadays, Tangshan is full every day, and the reservations for dining in are lined up for a month. If you can't eat in the restaurant, you can buy at home, which also does not affect the efficacy. With the precedence of Tangshan and Sianfang, Zuifang, which is opened by the same owner, is very lively when it opens. Everyone waited in Zuifang early in the morning. When the madam in charge of Zuifang, that is, Tong, came out, everyone said in unison, "Boss, open the door quickly." Tong smiled and said, "I know everyone is anxious, but there are some things that need to be said in advance." Someone was anxious. "Say it quickly if you have anything to say." Tong came to the plaque on the right side of the gate. "Please look here." Then, the waiter of Zuifang pulled down the red cloth next to the gate, revealing the words on the plaque, which read, "There is a martial saint inside." Then, the waiter of Zuifang opened the red cloth on the plaque on the left side of the gate, and someone read, "Martial artists should respect themselves." Tong, the shopkeeper, smiled and said, "Everyone knows that our Zuifang sells wine, so everyone comes in to drink. But wine can make people drunk, and once drunk, they will either make mistakes or cause trouble. If there are troublemakers, don't blame us for kicking you out." Martial saint? Everyone was surprised. Zuifang has a martial saint. Is it true? Tong, the shopkeeper, smiled slightly. "You can try it, and you will know if it is true." Someone said, "The shopkeeper looks fearless and doesn't look fake." Tong, the shopkeeper, made a gesture of invitation. "Welcome everyone to Zuifang." Everyone rushed into Zuifang, fearing that there would be no seats. After entering Zuifang, the first thing they did was to grab seats. In the end, those who had no seats could only stand at the door and watch. Shopkeeper Tong introduced, "At present, we only have 3 kinds of wine in our store. The first kind of wine is called Wujio, which can improve martial artists' cultivation. The second kind of wine is called Shengjiu, which can treat internal injuries. The third kind of wine is called Shinxian wine, which can open up everyone's meridians. So even ordinary people who can't practice martial arts can practice martial arts from now on." Practice martial arts? Everyone's eyes lit up. Most of the people present were ordinary people. When they heard that they could practice martial arts, they were eager to do so. Even if they were past the age of practicing martial arts, they still yearned for it. Someone asked, "We are all past the age of martial arts. What is the use of drinking immortal wine?" Tong, the shopkeeper, smiled. "It can strengthen your body and make your body stronger than before. For example, you will be stronger and stronger than before. In short, all aspects of your body will be improved. Then bring me a jar of immortal wine." Immortal wine, injury wine and martial wine are divided into 3 grades. The first grade wine has the best effect, but it costs 100 taels of gold per jar. The second grade wine has a poor effect, so a jar of wine only costs 100 taels of silver. The third grade wine is the most common. It takes a long time to drink it to see the effect. Each jar of wine costs 1 tael of silver, and you need to pay the silver before you can get the wine. I wonder how many grades of immortal wine the guest wants. Everyone widened their eyes. 100 taels of gold for the first grade wine. This is too expensive. Many people said they couldn't afford it. So some people asked for 100 taels of second grade wine and 1 tael of third grade wine. And only a few people ordered first grade wine. But it also made Zuifang earn a lot of money. The Red Blood Hall Master Subai, who had been observing secretly, finally understood why Mu Nanjing was so confident to pay him 100,000 taels for the escort fee. Because a round trip can make her earn millions of taels of silver. Or even more. So 100,000 taels is just a small amount in her eyes. Subai looked at the elder beside him. "You can rest assured now. No need to worry about Moon Nanjing cheating us. The elder asked curiously, how did Moon Nanjing make rouge help people restore youth and wine? Before he finished speaking, Su Bai interrupted him, Elder, we should not ask if we should not ask. We will do our job well. And I believe Moon Nanjing will not treat us unfairly. From the fact that she gave him 100,000 taels of silver readily. She is definitely a generous person. Yes. The elder was very excited when he thought of 100,000 taels of silver for every trip. I wonder when Moon Nanjing will send us to escort her goods. Su Bai guessed, when Zuifang, Su Yunfang and Tang Shenfu become famous and open branches in other towns. We will be busy. Now our task is to rest well and improve our strength during free time. Otherwise it will not be easy to protect the goods. Once Zuifang, Su Yunfang and Tang Shenfu become famous, many people will have the idea of taking advantage of the goods. And it will not be so easy for them to come all the way. The elder nodded. I will tell them now. The 3 stores officially opened. And Moon Nanjing could finally put down one of her worries. She also had another worry, which was the mine. She had to find someone to do this. However, she had too few people available now. Xu Xiao had helped her take care of Zuifang. And Lei Dianjue only stayed with her, and could not do anything. Wu Yuan could not be sent out to mine for a long time. After thinking about it, she just couldn't find a candidate. Just when she was frowning, Guan Lu came. Chapter 369 Money is coming. Guan Lu is here. And with him are his wife, children and Jiang Xian. They are waiting for Moon Nanjing at Mu's house. When they see her coming back, they stand up with joy. Miss, you are back. Moon Nanjing's eyes light up when she sees them. It's just the right time to send a pillow. Guan Lu, Jiang Xian. Moon Nanjing asked them, why are you here? Guan Lu said happily, I came out of retreat and heard that you were back. So I hurried to bring my wife and son to see you. Miss, this is my wife Ranyu. And my son Guang Tinghan. Ranyu held her 1-year-old son and bowed to Moon Nanjing. Hello, Mississippi. Moon Nanjing nodded. His wife is pretty and dignified. And his son is fair and cute. Guan Lu is so lucky. Jiang Xian couldn't help laughing. Girl, do you know what Guan Liu named his son when he was born? Guan Liu blushed immediately. Master, can you please not mention this? Moon Nanjing looked at them curiously. Jiang Xian said with a smile. He named his son Guangqi. He said that 6 is older than 7. And it is right for me to suppress my son. Ran Yu couldn't help laughing. Guang Tinghan saw the adults laughing and laughed along. Guan Liu said embarrassedly, my father is Guang Wu. I am Guan Liu. And it is not wrong for my son to be called Guangqi. Moon Nanjing's eyes flashed with a smile. Then who named your son now? Guan Liu looked at Jiang Xian. It was the master who named him. It was a cold winter night when Tinghan was born. There was a howling wind outside. My master and I were outside the house, anxiously listening to Ran Yu giving birth in the house, and listening to the cold snow wind blowing. Therefore, the master named the child Tinghan, and his nickname was Chi-Chi. Tinghan is nice. Moon Nanjing took out a golden bracelet from the space ring and put it on the child's hand. Then, the big bracelet shrank to the same size as the child's wrist. This is a gift for the child. Jiang Xian saw that it was a spiritual weapon, and quickly patted Guang Lu's shoulder. Thank you, young lady. The magic weapon of the spiritual weapon has developed a trace of self-awareness, and it can actively protect the owner when the owner is unconscious or does not know how to use it. Therefore, it is very suitable for children. Thank you, young lady. Guan Lu and Ran Yu hurriedly thanked. Moon Nanjing saw that Ran Yu had cultivated to the 3rd level of qi refining, and took out a few bottles of elixir for her. I don't have a magic weapon suitable for the qi refining period, so I will use a few bottles of elixir as a gift. Thank you, young lady. Ran Yu accepted it generously. Moon Nanjing invited them to sit down. What are your plans after coming to the capital? Guan Lu Dao. We came to the capital just to see the young lady, and we may settle down in the capital with the young lady later. I came here to find the young lady for something. Jiang Xian said frankly, I have now reached the great perfection of the fusion body, and I want to ask the young lady if there is a safe way to advance to the Mahayana stage. Yes, Moon Nanjing said, but before that, I hope you will stay in the mortal world to help me, and you can advance to the Mahayana stage after Ling Shi and Zhu Mo come out of retreat to the mortal world. I am your man, so you can tell me what you want. I found gold and silver mines, and I need a lot of people to mine them. And you just need to help me supervise them. Jiang Xian frowned. Young lady. The court does not allow private mining. If we are discovered by the court, what should we do? The mines I am interested in are all in the deep mountains. It is generally difficult to find people mining. And with you here, the court is even less likely to discover your existence. If you are discovered by accident, take your people and abandon the mine and leave. Jiang Xian nodded and asked, Miss, let me ask you one more question. As a cultivator, why do you need so many yellow and white things? Mu Nanjing sighed in his heart. Tao Tai is coming. Jiang Xian. Guang Lu was surprised. Tao Tai is coming. With his appetite, he can eat the Dacian kingdom to death. Yes. So I need a lot of silver to buy rice from other countries to feed him. If there is no silver to buy food, he will steal food everywhere. Guang Lu smacked his lips. How much silver does it take to feed him? I don't know. I can only work hard to make money. At this time, the laughter of children came from outside. Mom, we are back. Guang Lu and others looked outside the house and saw 5 children jumping from the roof into the yard. Mu Nanjing said in a low voice, You are back so fast. It has been 2 months since I came back from witching. And these 5 little brats have just come back. I don't know where they ran off to. Han unhurriedly explained, Mother, let's take Tao Tai to Jiuguang country to find food. Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows. Jiuguang country? Baihu said, We left Wucheng on the 4th day after Mother left Wucheng. But Tao Tai was hungry before flying out of Huaishan. We wanted to go back to Wucheng to feed him before coming back. But Bai Zhe was worried that Tao Tai would eat up all the food in Wucheng like before. So he suggested going to Jiuguang country to find food. Since we are in Jiuguang country, of course we have to eat a lot. So I ate in every town. Tao Tai patted his belly and said, Now my stomach is so full that I don't need to eat for a month. Is this saving me a month's food money? You can go without eating for a month? Jiang Xian was curious. You must have eaten a lot to go without eating for a month. How much food did you eat? Tao Tai didn't know how much he had eaten. Now the whole Jiuguang kingdom is short of food. Even the emperor is hungry. Hee. Jiang Xian. Mu Nanjing. Does this count as Jiuguang kingdom losing the war before the war even started? Guang Liu took his son from Ran Yu's arms, walked to Bai Zhe, and smiled flatteringly. Master Bai Zhe, can I ask you to touch my child's head? Okay. Bai Zhe fell in love with his child at first sight, and gently touched his child's head. In order not to use too much force, he took his hand back in a breath. Thank you, Master Bai Zhe. Thank you, Master Bai Zhe. Guang Liu happily kissed his son's face. After the maid Jinju cleaned up the room, he took Ran Yu and his son to the room to rest. Ran Yu asked curiously, Why did you ask Master Bai Zhe to touch your son's head in the hall just now? Guang Lu explained, Bai Zhe is the smartest divine beast. With his blessing, our son will become smarter. Ran Yu was surprised. Really? Of course it's true. Look, the child's eyes are clearer than before. Guang Lu had seen many times that after Bai Zhe touched the head of Gong Bo's children became very smart. Not only did they speak early, but they could also read and write at the age of 1. In the days to come, Gong Bo's family will have many talents, and countless geniuses will be born. Ren Yu stared at the child's eyes, and saw that there was indeed less ignorance and more intelligence in his eyes. This is too magical. We are so lucky to have the opportunity to meet Bai Zhe. Ren Yu didn't know how to thank Bai Zhe, so he could only express his gratitude in person again the next morning. And Jiang Xian took the silver given by Mu Nanjing to the vicinity of the mine to recruit miners. Mu Nanjing completed his second wish, and was so happy that he hummed a song in his heart and walked into the Due mansion with brisk steps. Money is coming. Money is coming. Money is coming. Hee. Jinui. Chapter 370. Money comes. Money comes. Money comes. Money comes from all directions. Come, 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 come. The happy voice reaches Gu Ming's academy directly. Gu Ming. What a little money grubber. The 1,000 households coming out of the governor's academy couldn't help laughing. Qin Chaoyan said with a smile, It seems that the little girl has made a lot of money recently. Captain Lu snorted. She got a big gold mine and a big silver mine. How can she not be happy? I mean, her shop made a lot of money. Didn't you say before that she often invited you to Xia Qingla for dinner? Then you can also ask her to invite you to Tangshanfu for soup, or to Zuifang for wine. If you go there more often, maybe you can be promoted to Wuzuan level within a year. She needs to take the initiative to bring it up. It's embarrassing for me to bring it up. But talking about this matter, I can't help but want to nag her for a few words. Captain Lu returned to Qianhu Wenshu Academy, and saw Mu Nanjing and Lei Yinjue standing in the yard waiting for him to assign tasks. He smiled and said, I would like to congratulate Senior Lei first. Congratulations to Senior Lei for being promoted to the 8th rank Jinhui. You can go to the warehouse to get the 8th rank robes later. And congratulations to Mu Nanjing. You are now a 7th rank Jinhui. Mu Nanjing frowned. I was promoted too. Lei Yinjue frowned. Why was she promoted too? The two of them said it almost at the same time. Lu Qianhu explained, Mu Nanjing conquered the Qian gang and helped the court reduce the burden. So she was promoted to the 7th rank general flag. If she didn't want to be promoted, the emperor would have wanted to directly promote her to a 1st rank official. After all, she discovered a large number of mines and mineral veins that greatly increased the national strength of Dacian kingdom. It was just that the promotion was not enough to express her contribution. However, the emperor learned the location of the mine from her heart, not from her own mouth. So he could only promote her to a more formal level. Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows. Is this worth a promotion? Very worth it. Senior Lei. Don't you think so? Captain Lu looked at Lei Yinjue meaningfully. Lei Yinjue understood what he meant and hummed lightly. Senior Lei. I still have something to say to Mu Nanjing. You go and get her official uniform. Okay. After Lei Yinjue left, Captain Lu's face immediately fell. Mu Nanjing. The things in your store are too expensive. I can't even afford a box of Saint Yin Rouge with my annual salary. And the wine is the same. We can only afford 1 or 2 bottles of 3-grade wine at most. Can't the things in your store be cheaper? Although the price of the soup in Tangshanfu is low, the people can afford it. But the effect does not last long. And it needs to be drunk frequently to slowly recuperate. Mu Nanjing said, in a while, Suyunfang will have new products on the shelves. Each box of facial cream only costs 20 copper coins. Anyone who is not too poor can afford it. Lu Qianhu said with a bitter face, it is cheap. But it can't make people regain their youth. I bought rouge to make my wife happy, and want her to regain her youthful appearance. Mu Nanjing lowered his voice and said, it can also protect the skin and nourish the face. But the speed is slower. It will take about half a year to see the effect. Can you and your wife wait? You can see the effect in half a year? Lu Qianhu calculated in his mind. His wife uses a box of rouge every month, which means 6 boxes in half a year. A total of 120 copper coins. Less than 1 or 2 taels of silver, which is too cheap. Yes, but the effect will not be very obvious. You need to wait for another half a year to slowly regain your youth. By then, you can buy dozens of bottles and keep them at home for future use. If it really works, why bother buying Xingyan, which is worth 100 gold coins? Xingyan can make people beautiful and younger immediately. Rich people who are not short of money will buy it. Lu Qianhu still has doubts. If everyone can afford your rouge, then there will be no old people in this world. When selling cheap rouge, we will not tell them that cheap rouge can also restore youth. We will only tell them that it can delay aging and let them buy other facial creams to match. Moreover, facial creams will be out of stock. By then, people who have used facial creams will age again because they have no facial creams. In this way, everyone can't leave my Suyunfang. Hee. Lu Qianhu. This is to monopolize all people who buy facial creams. Mu Nanjing asked them, no mission today? Ah? Yes. Captain Lu coughed lightly. The governor said that from today on, you will be on duty at the Ministry of Justice. Ministry of Justice? Mu Nanjing thought she had misheard. Why do you want me to go to the Ministry of Justice? The governor just said that he wanted to go to you for training. Training? What's there to train? Then I don't know. Why don't you ask the governor yourself? Captain Lu handed her the identity token of the Ministry of Justice. Oh! Mu Nanjing went to find Gu Ming. But the other party kept talking to the governor's deputy governor. She waited for a cup of tea. And when she saw that the governor's deputy governor had not come out, she had to leave. Gu Ming saw her leave, secretly relieved, and said to the governor's deputy governor, you can go. The governor said with a smile, I didn't expect you would be afraid of her one day. Gu Ming. He was not afraid of her. But he couldn't explain why he wanted her to go to the Ministry of Justice. If he didn't give a legitimate reason, she would definitely be suspicious. 2/4 of an hour later, Mu Nanjing had arrived at the gate of the Ministry of Justice with the thunder hammer. She took out her identity token, and the guards at the gate immediately let her in. Mu Nanjing entered the Ministry of Justice and looked around. The Ministry of Justice is so quiet. The officials who were walking in the courtyard and the corridor stopped and looked at the gate. Suddenly, as if they had seen a ghost, they hurriedly pulled up their official robes and ran to the office. "She's coming. She's coming." The official who was working in the room was puzzled. "Who's coming?" "Mu Nanjing is coming. Mu Nanjing is coming." The officials in the room changed their faces. "She's coming? Why is she here? What is she doing in the Ministry of Justice?" "Arresting someone." "If it's just arresting someone, it's fine. I'm afraid something bad will happen here." She's coming in." Everyone quickly kept silent, and then pretended to be busy and lowered their heads to look at the documents. No one dared to look up at her, for fear that if they met her eyes, their secrets would be exposed. Mu Nanjing asked, "Where is the Minister of Justice?" When everyone heard that they were looking for the Minister of Justice, they quickly pointed to the opposite room and said, "He's in the opposite room." Mu Nanjing turned and walked towards the opposite room. After she left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and some people wiped the sweat from their foreheads. I was scared to death. The Thunder Hammer, who had not left yet, saw how scared they were, and couldn't help but bend the corners of his mouth upwards. "It's just knowing their secrets. Is there any need to be so scared that your face turns pale as if you saw a ghost?" At this time, in the opposite room, the Minister of Justice saw Mu Nanjing coming and immediately smiled widely, as friendly as he could be. "Master Mu, I have been waiting for you for a long time." He waved to Mu Nanjing to come over. Mu Nanjing walked to the desk. The Minister of Justice stood up with a smile, then pointed to his seat and said, "Master Mu, please sit down." Chapter 371 Show Off. Mu Nanjing looked at his seat, with a flash of doubt in his eyes. "I sit?" The Minister of Justice smiled and said, "Yes, you sit." The Minister of Justice actually wants me to sit in his seat. Is he crazy because he can't give birth to a son? The Minister of Justice was speechless. Seeing that she didn't move, he said, "Didn't the governor tell you the purpose of coming here?" Mu Nanjing said, "He just told me to come here for experience." "In that case, then sit down." The Minister of Justice patted his chair. "Come over quickly for experience." Although Mu Nanjing was puzzled, she still sat on the chair. The Minister of Justice piled all the official documents in front of her. "Your mission here is to review the official documents." "You want me to review the official documents?" Mu Nanjing looked up at him. "Have you got the Emperor's approval?" The Emperor not only agreed to this matter, but also issued an imperial edict. The Minister of Justice took out the imperial edict and placed it in front of her. Mu Nanjing opened the imperial edict and read it. "I know every word, but I can't understand it when they are put together. Why did the old Emperor ask me to review the official documents on behalf of the Minister of Justice? Is he just bored? Well, it's possible that he has been holding himself back. After all, the concubines are getting younger and more beautiful. But he just doesn't like them. TSK. He is quite patient." Cough, cough, cough. The Minister of Justice was choked by his own saliva. Mu Nanjing put away the imperial edict and looked at him. The Minister of Justice quickly drank a sip of tea and said, "Lord Mu, you'd better take the time to read it. After all, there are still many official documents waiting for your review." Mu Nanjing asked, "How much is a lot?" "They are all waiting for you. Look, more documents have been delivered." The Minister of Justice raised his chin at the more than 20 boxes in front of him, and then looked at the door. Mu Nanjing looked at the door, and saw the guards carrying dozens of boxes into the room. The huge Shangshu room was squeezed to only one aisle. She frowned. "Are these all I want to see?" The Minister of Justice nodded. Mu Nanjing said, "I can review the documents, but I have to say it in advance. I don't understand the affairs of the court. Don't blame me for making random corrections." The Minister of Justice smiled. "The main task of our Ministry of Justice is to review criminal cases across the country. After you review them, the Ministry of Justice will review them with the Dali Temple and the Censorate. It is impossible to make a decision immediately because of your review. Therefore, as long as you review them carefully, no one will blame you for not fulfilling your responsibilities." They are not worried that Mu Nanjing will mess up at all. After all, every case in the Ministry of Justice is related to the lives of some people. With Mu Nanjing's cold outward and warm-hearted personality, she must be very cautious. As expected, Mu Nanjing read and reviewed the case files very seriously, and her speed was very fast. After an hour, she finished reading all the case files in a box. At her speed, she could finish reading all the case files, whether they were current or old, within 2 months. Mu Nanjing put down her pen and rubbed her eyes, but saw the Minister of Justice drinking tea and eating cakes leisurely. Mu Nanjing was depressed. "You are very free?" The Minister of Justice smiled and said, "With you helping me review the case files, I am of course more free. It is rare for me to have free time." Hee. "It's really rare for me to have free time." The Minister of Justice pointed to his head and said, "Look at my black hair. Now there are only a few white hairs left. You can see how busy I was before." Mu Nanjing said calmly, "Drink the soup from Tang Shenfu every day. I guarantee that you will have a full head of black hair in a year." "Really?" The Minister of Justice widened his eyes in surprise. Mu Nanjing continued, "It can also guarantee that you will give birth to a son. I'm already old. I don't expect to have another son. The Minister of Justice has already taken this matter lightly. And in the future, it will be enough to pick a boy from his daughter's children to give him his surname." Mu Nanjing said again, "It can also cure moles and warts. The so-called moles and warts are hemorrhoids." You? The Minister of Justice blushed and asked, pretending to be ignorant, "How do you know I have?" Mu Nanjing said, "It can also cure excessive farts and constipation." "Humph. You dare to come and relax when I am the busiest? Then I will tell you all the diseases that you are ashamed to say, and see if you dare to take a break in front of me." Minister of Justice, "This little girl is not to be messed with. Really not to be messed with. I am going to do other things. I won't chat with you anymore." The Minister of Justice got up and walked out of the house. Seeing that the passing officials were all laughing with their mouths covered, he said unhappily, "Are you very idle? Do you want me to assign you more tasks?" "Sir, we are very busy. Too busy. We will go to handle official business now, and we won't disturb you." The officials left quickly. The Minister of Justice snorted, walked out of the Ministry of Justice, and got on his carriage. When he passed the Ministry of Personnel, his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Stop." The driver stopped the car immediately. The Minister of Justice got off the car with a smile and walked towards the Ministry of Personnel. The guards at the gate knew the Minister of Justice and did not stop him from entering. The Minister of Justice came to the door of the Minister of Personnel's room and called out, "Mr. Minister of Personnel, you are still busy with official business." The Minister of Personnel, who was about to take a break, saw the Minister of Justice coming and hurriedly stood up and greeted, "Oh, it's Mr. Shen. How come you have time to come here? Come on. Please come in. I came here to visit you when I have nothing to do. I hope I didn't disturb you from your official business?" At the invitation of the Minister of Personnel, the Minister of Justice sat down in the guest seat. "You have nothing to do?" The Minister of Personnel thought he had heard it wrong. "Have you reviewed all your cases? And have you finished reading the old cases?" The Minister of Justice smiled but said nothing. "No way." The Minister of Personnel couldn't believe that the case files that took 10 years to process were actually read by the Minister of Punishment. Moreover, there were various new case files sent from all over the place, and the Minister of Punishment was simply too busy. "You don't understand this." The Minister of Punishment smiled and drank tea. "The Emperor is considerate of my old age, so he sent someone to help me deal with the case files." "Who did the Emperor send to help you deal with the case files?" The Minister of Personnel was jealous. "I am also old. Why doesn't the Emperor send someone to help me deal with my official duties?" "Because the affairs of the Ministry of Punishment are most suitable for her. The Emperor will send her to help." "Who did the Emperor send to help you?" The Minister of Personnel asked tentatively. "It can't be the Prince?" "But if the Prince wants to study, he should come to the Ministry of Personnel to study. How could he go to the Ministry of Punishment?" "Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us who it is." The Minister of Punishment drank another sip of tea before saying, "It's Mu Nanjing." "Mu Nanjing." The Minister of Personnel looked at him in disbelief. "The Emperor sent Mu Nanjing to help you handle official business? You are willing to let her come? Aren't you afraid that she will dig into your past? If she can help me handle all the case files in a short period of time, I won't complain about letting her dig into my past." The Minister of Personnel, "You don't know how fast Mu Nanjing handles the case files. It took me half a year to finish reading the case files, but she finished reading them in 1.5 hours. It only took 1.5 hours. The Minister of Justice was very excited when talking about this matter. "In less than 2 months, our Ministry of Justice will have nothing to do. So fast? The Minister of Personnel remembered that Mu Nanjin's ability could indeed do it. What to do? He suddenly envied the Minister of Justice. The Minister of Justice achieved his goal. After drinking a cup of tea, he said, I won't disturb you from your official business. I also have to go to the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Revenue. He also had to show off in the other 4 ministries. Minister of Personnel. The next morning, the Minister of Personnel, the Minister of Works, the Minister of Rights, the Minister of War, and the Minister of Revenue all appeared in the imperial study at the same time. Chapter 372, Becoming Popular. The Emperor saw the 5 ministers coming together and wondered, 5 adults are here to see you at the same time. Do you have something important to report? The Minister of Personnel was the first to cry with a wronged look, Your Majesty. I am suffering. The other ministers followed suit and cried, Your Majesty. I am suffering too. What are you doing? Why are you crying? The Emperor was frightened by their actions, and quickly stood up and asked, What happened? Did someone bully you? But you are all second-rank officials. Who can bully you? It can't be the prince or the princess. Tell me. Who is it? The Minister of Personnel saw that the Emperor was really angry, and quickly said, No. 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 No one bullied us. Your Majesty. Don't think too much. Yes. Yes. No one bullied people. The other ministers followed suit. The Emperor was puzzled, since no one bullies you. What are you doing? The Minister of Personnel said, We are envious. We envy the Minister of Punishment. Envy of the Minister of Punishment? The Emperor was even more puzzled. You are both second-rank officials. What is there to envy? Envy that he gave birth to 10 daughters? The 5 ministers were ashamed. Also, if you are envious, why do you say you are suffering? The Minister of Personnel told the truth. We envy the Emperor for sending a capable person to help the Minister of Punishment handle official affairs, while we have no capable person to help us, and can only complain about suffering. The Emperor finally understood what they meant and laughed. So you envy someone to help the Minister of Punishment handle official affairs. This matter is easy to handle. When the imperial examination is held, more talents will be recruited, and then you will have a lot more free time. Since the annexation of the 5 kingdoms, there have indeed been many more court affairs. If he had not had the help of the Crown Prince to handle state affairs, he would have had no way to get away to the 5 cities to participate in the martial arts competition. Therefore, when the 5 ministers complained, he could understand their hard work very well. The Minister of Personnel quickly said, Your Majesty. This is not what we meant. The Emperor was puzzled. Don't you want more people to help you? Why don't you mean this again? We want more people to help us. But this person must be someone we designate. The Emperor raised his eyebrows. Do you already have a candidate? Yes. Who? The Emperor was very curious about who could catch the eyes of the 5 ministers. The 5 ministers looked at each other. The Emperor was even more curious. Who is it that makes you so embarrassed to talk about it? Your Majesty. This person is. The Minister of Personnel said embarrassedly, Mu Nanjin. Mu Nanjin? The Emperor looked at him in surprise. The person you want is Mu Nanjin? The Minister of Personnel nodded. Yes. That's her. The Emperor was puzzled. Aren't you worried that she will reveal my secrets? Why do you want her? This old minister thought about it all night last night. In addition to accidentally revealing people's private secrets, Mu Nanjin is actually a rare talent. The Emperor was embarrassed. Are you sure you are praising Mu Nanjin? The Minister of Personnel said affirmatively, Yes. The Emperor. In fact, he also knew that Mu Nanjin was a talent. But he was surprised that the officials, who had always avoided her, actually wanted her help. He asked, What can Mu Nanjin do in the Ministry of Personnel? In reply to the Emperor, the Ministry of Personnel is in charge of official transfers, inspections, appointments and dismissals, assessments, examinations, promotions and demotions, honors and conferring, etc. If nothing else, just the inspection can save our Ministry of Personnel a lot of trouble. In this way, since we can find better talents to serve the Emperor, we can also get rid of some parasites. Your Majesty, don't you think so? The Emperor nodded. It is indeed a good idea. The Ministry of Personnel can save a lot of manpower and financial resources by eliminating the inspection step, and can also save assessments and examinations. The extra manpower can help share other things. The Minister of Personnel became more and more excited. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Personnel really needs Mu Nanjin. Emperor. Then, The Minister of Revenue said, Your Majesty. The Ministry of Revenue also needs Mu Nanjing. The Emperor was speechless. The person the Minister of Revenue wants is also Mu Nanjing? The Ministry of Revenue nodded. The Emperor looked at the other three ministers. What about you? You don't want Mu Nanjing too, do you? The three ministers nodded together. Emperor. I never thought that Mu Nanjing would be so popular before. The Minister of Revenue said unhappily, How can your Ministry of Rights, Ministry of War and Ministry of Works use Mu Nanjing? You don't have to join in the fun. The Minister of Rights retorted, Why is the Ministry of Rights useless? Do you still remember how Mu Nanjing received the Great Zhou Kingdom, the Great David Kingdom, the Great Qin Kingdom, and the Great Liao Kingdom? With her around, envoys from other countries dared not cause trouble. Now there are no envoys from other countries visiting. So your Ministry of Rights should not make trouble. Who said there are no envoys visiting? In a few days, the 9 Moon Kingdom and the 9 Regions Kingdom will send envoys to visit our Great Qian Kingdom. If you don't believe it, you can ask the Emperor. The other 4 ministers looked at the Emperor. The Emperor nodded, Indeed. The Minister of Personnel said, Why didn't this old minister hear about this? I also received the news yesterday. And then sent someone to inform the Minister of Rights. The Minister of Personnel looked at the Minister of Works. Where is the Minister of Works? Why do you want Mu Nanjing? The Minister of Works said, You also know that Mu Nanjing knows a lot of things. Some things are not necessarily about people, but also about things. If she can tell us where the dam is problems, we can find someone to repair it in time. And the people can be spared from the disaster, and will not suffer from the water disaster. The same is true for the land. The Minister of Personnel stopped talking. The Minister of Revenue looked at the Minister of War. What about you? What do you want Mu Nanjing to do? The Minister of War said, She can do too many things, such as helping us select military officers. Now that medium-sized countries are eyeing us, we need her to help select a large number of military officers to guard the border. Also, she can inform other countries in advance of their surprise attacks on us, so we can prepare in advance. I won't say much about other things. She must be useful. The other 4 ministers stopped talking. The Emperor. I really didn't expect Mu Nanjing to be so useful. The Minister of Personnel said, Since all 6 ministries need Mu Nanjing, please arrange Mu Nanjing's schedule reasonably. The Emperor sighed. I want to arrange her duties reasonably. But do you think she will listen to my arrangements every time? Can you control her? The ministers looked at each other. This. Also, she may poke your little secrets every day. Are you sure you can bear it? Are you sure your subordinates will not fight or turn against their colleagues because of her pokes on private matters? You also know that her actions are unintentional, and you can't stop her from thinking too much. The Ministers. Chapter 373 An Old Problem. The 5 ministers left the palace dejectedly. Before getting on the car, the Minister of Revenue asked the Minister of Personnel with an unwilling look, Are we just going to let it go? Before the Minister of Personnel said anything, the Minister of Rights said, I can't just let it go. The reception of the envoys still depends on Mu Nanjing. The other ministers also said that they couldn't give up because of a small setback. The Minister of Personnel suggested, Let's go to the Ministry of Justice to see the situation and make a decision. What do you think? Okay. The other 4 ministers nodded in agreement. After 2 cups of tea, 5 carriages stopped at the gate of the Ministry of Justice. The Minister of Personnel got off the car and immediately said to the guards at the gate, No need to inform. We will go in and find the Minister of Justice. Yes. The 5 ministers immediately felt that the atmosphere of the Ministry of Justice was different from before when they entered the Ministry of Justice. The officials of the Ministry of Justice in the past ran past them in a hurry, as if they had wind under their feet. Even when they saw several ministers coming, they hurriedly bowed and left. The officials of the Ministry of Justice today are very leisurely. Some of them stand in front of the flowers and count the petals, while others sit in the pavilion and drink tea and chat, as if this is a leisure tea house, not the Ministry of Justice. The 5 ministers looked at each other, then quietly came to the window of the study of the Minister of Justice and secretly looked through the window gap. Mu Nanjing sat in the seat of the Minister of Justice and wrote furiously, and his thoughts kept coming out, doing 2 things at the same time to the extreme. Are the officials of the Ministry of Justice so idle that they have time to drink tea and chat? Seeing them laughing so happily in harmony, I, a busy man, really feel unhappy. I really want to rush to the left and right assistant ministers and tell them. Ahem. The Minister of Justice suddenly coughed twice to interrupt Mu Nanjing's thoughts. Mu Nanjing looked at the Minister of Justice, and after confirming that he was fine, he continued to think left and right. Ahem. The Minister of Justice coughed a few more times to interrupt Mu Nanjing's thoughts. Mu Nanjing looked up at him. The Minister of Justice picked up the teacup and drank a sip of tea very leisurely. Mu Nanjing continued to work. Right and left Assistant Minister. Ahem. Mu Nanjing frowned. If you feel unwell, go see a doctor. The Minister of Justice put down the teacup and waved his hand. It's an old problem. Nothing serious. Are your old problems moles? Farts and constipation? When did you cough? The Minister of Justice. Suddenly, there was a puff outside, and laughter came. The Minister of Justice and Mu Nanjing turned to look outside the gate, only to see the other 5 ministers coming in. The Minister of Justice looked surprised. 5 gentlemen. Why are you here? The Minister of Personnel smiled and said, we just happened to be free, so we agreed to come and see you. The Minister of Justice stood up to greet them. My study is full of case files, and I really can't spare the space to entertain you, so I can only ask you to sit in the corridor outside. We just came to see. You don't need to entertain us. You sit. You sit. The Minister of Justice. I always feel that the visitor is not friendly. Before leaving, the Minister of Personnel held the Minister of Justice's shoulder to prevent him from getting up. The Minister of Revenue touched the box beside him and said, are they all filled with case files? The Minister of Justice replied, yes. After reviewing the case files in his hand, Mu Nanjing put down his pen and saluted to the adults. Hello, everyone. The Minister of Right smiled kindly. Mu girl. We are all family. You don't have to be so polite to us. Just sit back and do your work. Don't worry about us. We will take a look at it casually. The Minister of Works pointed to the box and said, will Mu girl read all the case files in the box? The Minister of Justice felt that answering this question would cause trouble for himself, so he simply kept silent. The Minister of War said to Mu Nanjing, you have worked hard. Girl Mu. It is indeed tiring to work in the Ministry of Justice. There are endless case files to read every day. It is better for our Ministry of War. We don't have to read too many case files that are too much of a headache. Nor do we have to spend too much brainpower. We are only responsible for selecting military officers or visiting places such as the Weapon Bureau on weekdays. Only when there is a war. Our Ministry of War will be busy. The Minister of Revenue snorted. It's as if the Ministry of War doesn't have to work. I don't know who is often exhausted like a dog. The Minister of War sank. Minister of Revenue. Please be careful with your words. The Minister of Revenue didn't take him seriously and turned to look at the other side. The Minister of Right smiled and said, speaking of relaxation, it is still our Ministry of Rights. Girl Mu has experienced it herself. Every day, she accompanies envoys to play around, or eats and drinks with envoys. Do you think this is very relaxing? Mu Nanjing thought of the past and nodded. It is indeed easier than reading case files. As for eating, drinking and having fun, the Minister of Rights said happily, look, Mu Yata thinks our rights department is relaxed. The other 5 ministers. The Minister of Work sneered. Easy? Which of the 6 ministries is easy? If you make a mistake, you will lose your head. The Minister of Rights dared not speak again. The Minister of Punishments stood up and said, my lords, you are not here just to see whose official duties are easier, right? The Minister of Personnel smiled. We heard you say that Mu Yatu is helping you review the case files, so we came to see. Speaking of which, Mu Yatu has not been to our personnel department, right? You are welcome to visit our personnel department anytime. The Minister of Works smiled and said, we welcome you in our Ministry of Works as well. The Minister of War also rushed to say, we welcome you in our Ministry of War as well. It's best to go there tomorrow. The Minister of Punishments finally understood. These old guys are trying to snatch people from him. He said unhappily, Mu girl has to deal with the case files and won't go anywhere. The Minister of Revenue snorted. Mu girl is free to go wherever she wants. Do you want to lock Mu girl up in the Ministry of Justice? The Minister of War echoed. The Minister of Revenue is right. The Minister of Justice. He regretted it. He regretted showing off to other ministers. Now they are all running to snatch him away. These ministers have always avoided me, but suddenly they are so enthusiastic about me. There is something wrong. Definitely something wrong. Let me see what they want to do. The 5 ministers were nervous. Hey, why didn't they mention the reason why they came to the Ministry of Justice? Am I overthinking? The 5 ministers breathed a sigh of relief. The Minister of Personnel said again, we have things to do, so we won't bother you. The Minister of Punishment said unhappily, "No thanks." When the Minister of Personnel and his companions were far away, the Minister of Punishment said to Mu Nanjing, "They are just a bunch of bad old men. Don't bother them." Mu Nanjing didn't answer him, but thought in his heart, "You old man. You leave all the work to me. Isn't that bad?" Humph. The Minister of Punishment was ashamed. He said he would ignore the Minister of Personnel and his companions, but that didn't mean others wouldn't come after him. The next morning, the carriage of the Minister of Personnel stopped at the gate of the Mu Mansion. Chapter 374. The Cunning and Bad Old Man. Mu Nanjing came out of the Mu Mansion and saw the Minister of Personnel standing beside the carriage and greeting her, "Good morning, Mu girl." She raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Why is the Minister of Personnel here? Let's get in the carriage and talk." The Minister of Personnel lifted the curtain to let her see the furnishings inside. "I have prepared breakfast. Let's talk while walking." Mu Nanjing saw all kinds of exquisite food in the carriage, and the fragrant porridge made her sit in the carriage involuntarily. But she didn't start eating right away. She looked at the Minister of Personnel and said, "You are being nice to me for no reason." The Minister of Personnel served her a bowl of porridge and said sincerely, "I really just want to take you to the Ministry of Personnel. I have no bad intentions." Mu Nanjing drank a mouthful of porridge and asked, "Why do you want me to go to the Ministry of Personnel?" "It's because the Emperor ordered you to help the Minister of Justice review the case files, but did not order other people to come to our Ministry of Personnel to help me work. I feel unbalanced and want you to go to the Ministry of Personnel to annoy the Minister of Justice." This bad old man. Mu Nanjing thought this reason was ridiculous and didn't quite believe what he said. The Minister of Personnel knew she wouldn't believe him. So he said, "You don't know how bad the Minister of Justice is. On the first day, you went to the Ministry of Justice. He went to the other 5 ministries to show off that he had someone to help him with his work. I was so angry that I dragged you to the Ministry of Personnel to make the Minister of Justice anxious." Mu Nanjing. "Did you really bring me to the Ministry of Personnel for this childish reason? I've already treated you to breakfast. You must do me this favor." Mu Nanjing thought for a moment and said, "How about I spit it out and give it back to you?" The Minister of Personnel said angrily, "You are going to spit it out and give it back to me? Isn't it disgusting? If I give it back to you, I won't feel disgusted." The Minister of Personnel said, "I don't want you to give it back. I just want your help. You can go to the Ministry of Personnel for an hour and then go back. It's not impossible. Just to make the Minister of Justice anxious. And see if he dares to be so leisurely in front of me." The Minister of Personnel heard this and took the opportunity to say, "If you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent." Then, he said to the coachman, "Old Wu, hurry up." "Yes, sir." Old Wu speeded up the horse. 2/4 of an hour later, the carriage stopped outside the Ministry of Personnel. The Right Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who was walking back and forth outside the door, saw Mu Nanjing and the Minister of Personnel coming, and hurried into the Ministry of Personnel and said to other officials, "Mu Nanjing, they are here. Everyone get ready." The officials of the Ministry of Personnel quickly sat back in their seats. When Mu Nanjing entered the courtyard, the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel stood at the door of the Secretarial Office and asked loudly, "Has the case of Zhao Anming, the County Magistrate of Fu County, been investigated clearly?" The official in the room replied, "It seems not. If it is, then it is. If it is not, then it is not." "What do you mean by it seems not? Who did you send to investigate the County Magistrate of Fu County? 3 months have passed, and no one has investigated Zhao Anming, the County Magistrate of Fu County? If we don't know his official rank and his ability, it is difficult to decide whether to transfer him. Hurry up and find the documents for investigating Zhao Anming, the County Magistrate of Fu County." Zhao Anming, the County Magistrate of Fu County. Zhao Anming. Don't make a mistake. When Mu Nanjing entered the courtyard, he heard the name of Zhao Anming, the County Magistrate of Fu County. Is the Ministry of Personnel so unreliable? They don't even know whether they have investigated Zhao Anming? The official in the clerk's office asked. "Is it Zhao Anming, the Magistrate of Fu County?" The Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel said, "Yes, it is Zhao Anming, the Magistrate of Fu County." "Wait a minute. I'll look for it." Mu Nanjing listened to them shouting, and his mind was full of Zhao Anming, the Magistrate of Fu County. This Zhao Anming is capable, but too honest. Although he is popular with the people, he does not understand the ways of the world and is not liked by his superiors. It is difficult for him to be promoted unless someone helps him behind the scenes. But he is a poor boy from the countryside, and no senior official is willing to help him. As her voice fell, the official in the clerk's office shouted, "Got it! Got it! Found it! Okay! Give me his documents quickly! Okay!" The right assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel left with a document. Then, the left vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel ran out of his office and asked the officials, "Where is the document of Nieshan? The prefect of Chengdu Prefecture? Have you sent someone to investigate?" "Who? Tell me again." "Nieshan. The prefect of Chengdu Prefecture." "Nieshan. The prefect of Chengdu Prefecture. I am so anxious. I can't find his document. Did you not give it to me?" "I did investigate. But I think the things in the document are different from the rumors. So I didn't give it to you. Since they are different, why don't you investigate a few more times? Chengdu Prefecture is too far away. It would be a waste of money to send someone to investigate again. He is on the list of promotions. How can you promote him if you don't know his situation? You should tell me how he is different from the rumors." The document says that he loves the people like his own children, puts the people's affairs first in everything, and says that he is honest and humble. Bullshit. Nieshan is a bully who likes to squeeze the people's money. He will swallow up most of the government's funding. Such a hateful person is still on the list of promotions. There must be something fishy. The superior who put him on the list of promotions must also have problems. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel said, "Okay. Don't say anything. Just give me the documents." For the next hour, Mu Nanjing listened to the officials asking about the results of the investigation of a certain official in a certain city. The Minister of Personnel sighed, "There are too many things recently. So everyone is busy." "Okay. It's been an hour. I won't keep you. Otherwise the Minister of Justice will rush over with a knife to ask for me." Mu Nanjing. "Just let me go like this." "Really ask me to go for a walk?" Mu Nanjing was sent to the gate in a daze, and sat on the carriage of the Minister of Personnel. Then, the officials of the Ministry of Personnel came out. "Lord Mu, I'm sorry for not welcoming you well today. Welcome to come again next time." "Lord Mu, please come more often." "Lord Mu, why don't you stay a few more hours before leaving?" "Lord Mu, see you next time." The warm farewell made Mu Nanjing even more confused. "I didn't talk to them, but they came to see me off so warmly. Are all the officials in the Ministry of Personnel so hospitable?" Everyone suppressed their laughter and continued, "Lord Mu, remember to come again." Mu Nanjing nodded subconsciously, and returned to the Ministry of Justice without understanding the situation. The Minister of Justice, who had been waiting for her to go on duty, asked anxiously, "Girl Mu, why did you come at this time? Did something happen?" Mu Nanjing said, "Nothing. It's better not to tell him about going to the Ministry of Personnel. If he knew that I was eating and drinking there, he would probably be angry to death." The Minister of Punishment was so angry that his teeth were about to break. He cursed the Minister of Personnel in his heart, a cunning and evil old man. The next day, the Minister of Revenue also came to the Mu mansion. Mu Nanjing, who had just left the house, said, "Chapter 375 What's going on?" In the next few days, not only the Minister of Revenue came, but also the Minister of War and the Minister of Works appeared outside the Mu mansion on the third and fourth days, as if they had agreed. Their reason was the same as the Minister of Personnel. That is, they wanted to annoy the Minister of Justice, and then took Mu Nanjing to stay in their department for an hour before sending her back. Mu Nanjing was treated to delicious food and drinks, so she was happy to accompany the ministers. When she thought she would meet the Minister of Rights on the fifth day, the Minister of Rights did not come to see her until the early morning of a month later. The Minister of Rights and Lu Qianhu appeared at the Mu mansion at the same time, and they were accompanied by officials of all sizes, adding up to at least 1,000 people. Such a big show of power made Mu Nanjing a little confused. Before she could figure out what was going on, the Minister of Rights opened the imperial edict in his hand. Mu Nanjing, accept the edict. Mu Nanjing, what's going on again? Will they send me to the Ministry of Rights again? Kneel down quickly. Captain Lu came over and pulled Mu Nanjing to kneel down. By the will of heaven, the Emperor proclaims, Mu Nanjing, the 7th rank General Flag, is naturally intelligent, has made many extraordinary achievements, has outstanding talents, is both virtuous and talented, and has an honest and upright conduct. He is a role model for the time being. I have admired him for a long time. And I specially confer Mu Nanjing the title of the first-rank Right Governor-General, enjoying the first-rank salary and granting him the official uniform of the Governor-General. He should be determined to meet my expectations. Mu Nanjing was speechless when he heard a lot of compliments. The Emperor must have taken the wrong medicine to praise me so much. Captain Lu, I hereby order. Thank you, Lord. Captain Lu held Mu Nanjing's head and kowtowed. Wait, what official position did the old Emperor give me? Mu Nanjing's attention was focused on the Emperor's words praising her, so she didn't hear the official rank clearly. Captain Lu quickly pulled Mu Nanjing up and stuffed her into the carriage, helped Lord Mu change into official uniform. Yes. 2 palace maids climbed into the carriage neatly, opened the box beside it, and took out a bright red flying fish robe. At the same time, the carriage set off. Mu Nanjing saw the flying fish robe embroidered with white flying fish, and doubt flashed in her eyes. Isn't this the flying fish robe worn by the Governor-General? Yes. The palace maid said to Mu Nanhuan, Lord Mu, we need to help you take off your official uniform. Sorry for the rudeness. They helped Mu Nanjing untie the dark green flying fish robe and put on the red flying fish robe. Mu Nanjing asked as he watched them change into Feiyu costumes, Am I now the deputy governor? One of the maids corrected her. It's the right deputy governor. Who is the left deputy governor? Is it the original deputy governor? Yes. Mu Nanjing was sweating. Why was I suddenly promoted to the right deputy governor? The 2 maids replied, I don't know. Mu Nanjing had to ask Captain Lu outside. Captain Lu, what's going on? Captain Lu rode his horse to the carriage and whispered, This has to do with the visit of the envoys from the 9 Moon Kingdom and the 9 Domains Kingdom. Although they sent a letter to Dakian Kingdom early in the morning to indicate that they would come to Dakian Kingdom as guests, they did not tell us when they would set off and when they would arrive at the border of Dakian Kingdom. Then, just an hour ago, the Emperor suddenly received a message from the 2 countries saying that their envoys had arrived in a small town 50 miles outside the city. Do you know what this means? It means that the warriors of their country are stronger than those of Dakian. But they came to the capital of Dakian quietly, without being discovered by the border soldiers of Dakian. If a fight breaks out, Dakian will have no chance of winning. So it can be regarded as a demonstration to us. Mu Nanjing doesn't care about this. What does this have to do with my promotion? The September Kingdom is ruled by a woman, and most of their officials are also female officials. It is said that among the envoys who visited this time, there is a female official with the rank of Martial Saint. The Emperor doesn't want Dakian to lose face in front of them, so he wants you to meet them. But you were only a 7th rank official before. If you fight with them, they will think that we are using a small official to humiliate them. In order not to make the relationship between the 2 countries stiff, the Emperor decided to promote you to receive them. Mu Nanjing. But this is too sudden. Suddenly promoted from the 7th rank to the 1st rank. This is a jump of several levels. Are there no objections from the ministers? Will my original position be restored after the envoys leave? Lu Qian, who couldn't help laughing. This depends on the Emperor. I can't make the decision. However, I can assure you that the official duties of the Jinui will still be handled by the Zhududu Tongji, and your tasks will be arranged separately. Oh! The high-profile moment has arrived, and we can't miss the opportunity. Hee. Officials. The Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights came to the Minister of Rights and whispered, I always feel a little uneasy. She won't make any trouble. Right? The Minister of Rights was very calm. No matter what she makes, she won't die. The Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights nodded in agreement. The Emperor was reluctant to kill Mu Nanjing, and even if he wanted to, he didn't have the ability to do so. Then, the Minister of Rights said, at worst, we can drag the Great Qian Kingdom to be buried together. Right's right, Vice Minister. How do you say this so lightly? Half an hour later, the Ministry of Rights and the Jinui arrived at the city gate. The Yunzhen Fushi and Guanzhen Fushi of the Right Court of the Due Mansion had been waiting outside the city gate for a long time. When Mu Nanjing got off the carriage, she saw the 2 of them standing together. Yunilu never thought that I would be a higher official than her one day. Hee. Hearing the voice, Yunilu and Guanzhen Fushi looked at Mu Nanjing. Guanzhen Fushi whispered, Did you offend her? Yunilu rolled her eyes secretly. She must think that I still admire the governor. So she is hostile to me. She also admires the governor? Yunilu hadn't seen Mu Nanjing for a while, so she said uncertainly, she probably doesn't like the governor. Guanzhen Fushi was puzzled. She doesn't like the governor and is hostile to you. She is a person who is hard to figure out. Even if you can hear her inner thoughts, you don't know what she really thinks. Guanzin Fushi had never met Mu Nanjing, and didn't know what kind of person Mu Nanjing was. By the way, the emperor didn't make her the right governor's co-governor because she has special abilities? Maybe. At this time, they heard Mu Nanjing's voice again. Yunilu and Guanzin Fushi are standing so close. They can't be. The centurions and 1,000 households behind Yunilu looked at Yunilu and the others. Oh! It turns out that Guanzin Fushi likes Yunilu. Hey! Yunilu actually also. Mu Nanjing. Yunilu interrupted Mu Nanjing's thoughts in a deep voice. Mu Nanjing said calmly, Yunzin Fushi. Please call me Lord Mu. Yunilu glared at her unhappily. Yes. Lord Mu. They are coming. Mu Nanjing noticed that a large group of people were coming towards them, and turned to look outside the city. The people who heard Mu Nanjing's thoughts also looked outside the city. Chapter 376. One is more arrogant than the other. Before the morning hour, the sun was rising, and the warm sunlight shone on the faces of the officials. Everyone squinted their eyes, and saw a black shadow swaying in the air, as if a black bird was flying lightly in the sky. As the black shadow got closer and closer, the officials finally saw clearly that the big bird was actually a team of people. Each of them was very good at light work. They stepped on the leaves and flew up like a dragonfly skimming the water. Under the sunlight, it seemed as if they saw immortals descending to the earth. The officials of Dakian Kingdom were stunned. Yunilu murmured, what a great light work. It would be fine if the people in the team flying towards them came empty-handed. But they were carrying a large sedan chair on their shoulders. In addition, the entire team had no horses, and no other livestock to help carry various bags. They relied on people carrying dozens of large sedan chairs to fly all the way. Whether it was internal strength or perseverance, it was very admirable. The Minister of Rights recognized the other party as the envoy of Jiao Yuguang from his white and gold official uniform. He led the people of the Ministry of Rights to greet him. Welcome all the envoys to come. May I ask if the person in the sedan chair is the eldest princess of Jiao Kingdom? The female official standing in front of the sedan chair asked. Are you officials of Daqian Kingdom? Yes. We are officials of the Ministry of Rights. We are responsible for summoning the envoys. Our Jinui are responsible for your safety. TSK. A contemptuous voice came from a sedan chair, as if mocking that sending Jinui to protect them, who are more skilled than Jinui, is a joke. As if she didn't hear this voice, the female official said again, our eldest princess came from afar, but Daqian Kingdom only sent a small official to receive us. Is this your way of entertaining guests? The Minister of Rights said quickly, it happened suddenly, and we didn't have time to make more preparations. Please forgive the princess. Of course, it's not just our officials who are receiving us this time. There are also our crown prince and several princes. They are already waiting for the princess in the state residence. The female official's face improved after hearing this. Then, a deep male voice interrupted. Officials of Dakian, you said that your crown prince and princes are already waiting for the princess of Jiao. I dare to ask if they are waiting for the crown prince of Jiao? The Minister of Rights and his men looked in the direction of the voice, and a team of more than 1,000 people descended from the sky, and they all came using Qigong like Jiao. The Minister of Rights stepped forward and saluted. Welcome to the envoys of Jiao. The crown prince standing in the sedan waved his hand. No need to say polite words. Take us to your state residence to rest. TSK. One is more arrogant than the other. The momentum of the great Qian Kingdom was completely suppressed. We can't go on like this. We will be looked down upon. Minister of Rights. You have to stand up straight. It's useless to say it in my heart. The Minister of Rights can't hear it. And he is a hunchback to begin with. No matter how hard he tries, he can't straighten it up. So don't count on him. This is all his own fault. He kept bending over and bending to people in the first half of his life. So, people have to stand up straight. Otherwise they will have a hunchback. Minister of Rights. Other officials tried their best to hold back their laughter by pursing their lips. The Minister of Rights made a gesture of invitation to the envoys of the two countries. Crown Prince. Princess. Please come in. The officials of Dakian State got on the carriage and went ahead, while the Jinui led the way to escort the envoys of the two countries. The curtain of the sedan chair of the Princess of Jiao Estate was quietly lifted up a crack, and when the female officials and the Jinui were seen, the curtain was lowered. On the way to the state residence, the people gathered around, curious about the identities of the envoys of Joyu Estate and Joyu State. Who are the people escorted by the Jinui? The foreign king? I have never seen their robes. Nor have I heard of any foreign king whose guards are all female generals. And I have never heard of any foreign king whose guards are wearing white armor. Their hairstyle is so unique. Not like the people of Dakian State. Is there any other country besides Dakian State? The soldiers of Joyu State heard what the people said and snorted. A group of people who have never seen the world. More and more people gathered around. But fortunately, the people walking on the road were all court officials. So they did not dare to act rashly. When they approached the state residence, the people slowly dispersed. The crown prince and princess of Dakian had been waiting for a long time. They waited until the crown prince of Joyu and the eldest princess of Joyu had got off the sedan chair before they went to greet them. The future crown princes of the three countries gathered together, and officials from each country compared them privately. The crown prince of Joyu was rough and heroic, with a casual look, but his eyes could not hide the fierceness. The eldest princess of Joyu had a beautiful and stern face, a heroic aura, and a taller figure than every girl present, almost close to the crown prince of Joyu. Although she was a woman, her aura was not inferior to the crown princes of the two countries. But the crown prince of Dakian was the most surprising to Joyu and Joyua. As the crown prince of a newly merged country, he was not humble or timid in front of the crown princes of the other two countries. Instead, he made people feel that he was a powerful opponent that could not be underestimated. The prince of Dakian made a gesture of invitation. Prince, princess, please come in. We have prepared meals and comfortable sleeping quarters for you. I hope you will be satisfied. The princess of Joyua and the prince of Joyu followed the prince of Dakian to the lobby of the palace. The chief eunuch received instructions and immediately called for breakfast. Then, a series of exquisite breakfasts were placed in front of the envoys of the two countries. They saw that the food on the table was the famous specialties of their country, and they raised their eyebrows in surprise. The princess of Joyua showed a faint smile on her stern face. Prince of Dakian, you are really thoughtful. The prince of Dakian said, you have traveled a long way to Dakian, so we must entertain you with our heart, and hope that it will suit your taste. Can you stop talking nonsense and start eating quickly? Mu Nanjin, who had been silent all the way, really couldn't stand their politeness. Officials of Dakian. The prince smiled slightly. Princess. Prince, please eat. Without waiting for the princess and the prince of Joyu to start eating, Mu Nanjin quickly picked up the spoon and drank a mouthful of porridge. I still remember that year. I could only watch the Minister of Rights and the envoys eat outside. I didn't expect that a few years later I could also sit here to eat. Hee hee. Mu Nanjin was arranged to the right hand of the Prince of Dakian, so her every move was watched. The envoys of the two countries saw that she started eating faster than anyone else present, and they couldn't help but look at her a few more times. The fourth princess sitting next to the princess said, I have heard that women from Dakian can also serve as officials in the court. But I didn't expect that Dakian would be so tolerant of female officials, and would not punish them if they broke the rules. Chapter 377, She is a token of immunity from death. The envoys, who had only glanced at Mu Nanjin a few times, looked at Mu Nanjin openly after hearing the words of the fourth princess. Huh? Why are you all looking at me? Could it be that I am the one who broke the rules? The officials of Dakian Kingdom rolled their eyes secretly. I mean you. If you just eat a little slower, people won't say you are not. Now, someone has caught you and made a fuss. The Prince of Dakian pretended not to know who the fourth princess was talking about. I wonder who is the one who broke the rules in the fourth princess's mouth. The fourth princess sneered. She is sitting on the prince's right hand. I don't believe the prince can't see it. The eldest princess said in a deep voice, Fourth sister, don't be unreasonable. The fourth princess turned her head away unhappily and snorted. The eldest princess said to the Prince of Dakian, My fourth sister is young. Please don't blame me. The Prince of Dakian smiled. No problem. Alas, there are so many rules for eating. Just don't eat. Just eat the rules. Mu Nanjin slowly took out a silk and wiped her mouth, and bowed to the prince. Prince, the food is non-toxic. Everyone can eat it with peace of mind. I like my wit 10,000 times. Hee. Dakian official. This excuse is really good. The envoys of the two countries looked at each other. So she was testing poison? The eldest princess raised her eyebrows unexpectedly. Prince, is the female official next to you responsible for testing poison? Without waiting for the prince to answer, the fourth princess said angrily, Bullshit. She only eats what's on her plate. What kind of poison is she testing? How does she know that the poisoner didn't put the poison on our plate? The eldest princess glared at the fourth princess coldly. For sister, if you continue to act unreasonably, you will be the one who breaks the rules. The fourth princess did not dare to get angry with the eldest princess, and glared at Moon Nanjing angrily. Moon Nanjing said calmly, if the fourth princess is worried about the food on your table, you can exchange it with me. I don't want to eat your saliva. The prince of Jiuyu Kingdom picked up the chopsticks, and ate a bite of food and said, it's just a meal together. You keep mentioning this rule and that rule. Aren't you annoyed? If you like to talk about rules so much, you might as well copy the rules and don't eat. The fourth princess suppressed her anger and said, I don't believe that you people in Jiuyu Kingdom don't follow the rules. The prince of Jiuyu Kingdom sneered, rules must be followed. But they will not be followed on other people's territory. Let me ask you, do you understand the rules of Dakian Kingdom? What if the rule of Dakian Kingdom is that the ministers start to eat first? Then where do you start with your rules? The fourth princess. Oh! The character of the prince of Jiuyu Kingdom is very much to my liking. I have decided that I will do business in Jiuyu Kingdom in the future, and then use the money I earn to buy food from other countries to feed my son. Hee. Officials of Dakian, you are here to entertain the envoys, not to choose where to do business. The prince of Dakian picked up the wine glass and said, friendship comes first. Rules come second. We should not hurt the harmony for a little rule. In order to welcome the envoys of the two countries to Dakian, I will drink first as a sign of respect. This statement can be regarded as a way to stop everyone from talking about what happened just now. The envoys of the two countries picked up their wine glasses and toasted each other. Moon Nanjing also took a sip of wine. Huh? She looked at the wine glass in confusion. Why is my wine tea wrong? Captain Liu, who was patrolling outside the door, couldn't help laughing. He was not afraid that she would get drunk and talk nonsense. So when serving the dishes, he asked the chief eunuch to replace Moon Nanjing's wine with tea. After dinner, the Minister of Rites invited the envoys of the two countries to rest. The three princes of Dakian came to the crown prince to express their dissatisfaction. The eldest prince asked, Royal brother, Moon Nanjing broke the rules when eating. Why didn't you punish her? Wouldn't everyone learn from her and make mistakes in the future? The second prince chuckled, Moon Nanjing is a girl, so the crown prince is reluctant to punish her. The third prince frowned and said, this is a woman's kindness. If the emperor knew about this, how would the emperor explain it? The crown prince glanced at the three princes who wanted to pick on him, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Three royal brothers. It's not me who is reluctant to punish her, but the emperor. The emperor is reluctant to punish her. The three princes expressed disbelief. The prince said again, if you don't believe it, you can go back and tell your father about this matter and ask him how to deal with her. Don't think about it. Moon Nanjing can jump from a 7th rank official to a 1st rank official overnight. It goes without saying that Moon Nanjing is highly valued by the emperor. Even if he can't hear the inner voice, he knows that Moon Nanjing has an unshakable position in the emperor's heart. The prince didn't say much to them, and left the state residence and returned to his own east palace. The three princes looked at each other. The second prince said, I think the prince is reluctant to punish Moon Nanjing, so he uses father to pressure us. The third prince looked at him. Do you mean that the emperor likes Moon Nanjing? If it weren't for the prince's help to speak well in front of father, how could a powerless girl like her be promoted from the 7th rank to the 1st rank? Even if she is good at martial arts and has a way to make people younger, father can't let her be promoted to several ranks. The 3rd rank is the limit. But she is now from the 1st rank. Don't you think there is something fishy? The eldest prince nodded. Second brother is right. We should tell our father about this matter, and let him know how ridiculous the people promoted by the crown prince are. Isn't this bad? The third prince didn't want to do this. The second prince said, the crown prince asked us to tell our father. What's wrong with that? The third prince. The three princes returned to the palace and told the emperor what Moon Nanjing had done. After hearing this, the emperor couldn't help but smile. It's rare that she didn't make a big trouble today. The three princes were stunned. And the second prince asked, Father, won't you punish her? The emperor asked him back, why punish her? The eldest prince said anxiously, Father, Moon Nanjing almost lost the face of Dakian Kingdom. Are you just going to let it go? The second prince followed, yes. Father, you can't indulge her just because Moon Nanjing is the prince's person. You don't know what she will do in the future. The prince's person? The emperor finally understood the real intention of his 3 sons to come to the imperial study to see him. These sons were talking about Mu Nanjing on the surface. But in fact they wanted to use Mu Nanjing to let him scold the prince. The emperor sighed in his heart. He has already appointed the prince. But there are still princes who are obsessed with the throne. This throne is destined to make it impossible for all the princes to live in harmony. The emperor stood up suddenly and said sternly, "You have made a mistake about one thing. Mu Nanjing is not the prince's person, but a senior official of Dacian. Dacian cannot do without her. Even if she provokes a war between the 2 countries, I will not touch her at all." The 3 princes looked at the emperor in disbelief. They were really surprised that the emperor valued Mu Nanhuan so much. The second prince stammered, "Father, didn't you promote her to the 1st rank because she is the prince's person?" The emperor angrily slammed the table. "Am I such a ridiculous person?" The 3 princes knelt down in fear. "Father, calm down." The emperor snorted. The second prince was still confused. And he was really anxious. So he bit the bullet and asked, "Father, I want to know why you promoted her to the 1st rank. Aren't you afraid that the officials will complain?" After thinking about it, he could only think that the emperor was unwilling to punish Mu Nanjing because she had a way to make people younger. "You don't need to know this matter. You just need to know Mu Nanjing." The emperor said word by word, "She herself is a token of immunity from death. No one can let her die, let alone punish her." The 3 princes. Chapter 378. Isn't this outrageous? The next day, Mu Nanjing came to the state residence early in the morning to have a delicious breakfast with the princes. After the meal, the Minister of Rites arranged for the envoys of the 2 countries to come to the palace to meet the emperor. Mu Nanjing came to the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites, Mr. Zhou, and asked, "Why didn't your Ministry of Rites arrange for the envoys of the 2 countries to visit the Wanshan Garden? A few years ago, I left before I finished visiting it. This time I wanted to visit it, but the Ministry of Rites didn't arrange it. Are they deliberately going against me?" Mr. Zhou was embarrassed. He lowered his voice and whispered, "Among the 5 countries, our Dacian kingdom was the most powerful. Putting the meeting with the emperor at the end is to show our national prestige." "What national prestige? It's obvious that they want to put on airs." Lord Zhou coughed uncomfortably. "This time is different. Our Dacian kingdom is the weakest among all countries. We naturally put the meeting with the emperor first to show our respect for the envoys of the 2 countries. As for the Wanshan Garden, we will not go. The envoys of the 2 countries are from medium-sized countries. They have all kinds of animals they want in their countries. Why would they want to see animals in our Wanshan Garden? If we really go, we will not only fail to show our strength, but also be looked down upon by the envoys of the 2 countries. We should not humiliate ourselves." Mu Nanjing asked, "Does Dacian Kingdom have anything to deter the envoys of the 2 countries? Your question is very hurtful." Lord Zhou sighed, "But it really doesn't. This time, Dacian Kingdom will be laughed at." "Who said there is no?" Lord Zhou was stunned. "Is there? What is it?" They racked their brains, but couldn't think of anything that would be pleasing to the envoys of the 2 countries. Mu Nanjing put her hand on his shoulder and pulled him aside to whisper something. Lord Zhou's eyes became brighter and brighter. Okay. But after being happy, he was embarrassed again. "I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to discuss it. Just say it was me who said it, and they will definitely agree." "Okay. I'll go ask." Lord Zhou walked towards the Minister of Rites with a happy face. Hee hee. The officials of Dacian Kingdom heard Mu Nanjing's laughter one after another, and they couldn't help but secretly glance at her. Hee hee. Captain Lu couldn't help but walk to Mu Nanjing and said, "What did you say to Lord Zhou just now?" Mu Nanjing said lightly, "Nothing." Hee. If there was nothing. Captain Lu pointed at her eyes. "Why would your eyes smile so happily?" They were almost brainwashed by her laughter. "No way. My eyes are smiling? I don't show any emotion. How can my eyes smile?" Lu Qianhu was lying. With a swish, Mu Nanjing drew out the knife from her waist. Lu Qianhu was startled by her. "Why did you draw the knife?" Mu Nanjing didn't answer him, but looked at the reflection in the knife and put it back. "My eyes are not smiling. Or have I smiled before?" Lu Qianhu. When approaching the palace, the sound of drums came from the direction of the palace gate, followed by the sound of welcoming music, which shows that the emperor attaches great importance to the 2 countries' delegations. In addition, The red carpet was laid from the palace gate to the outside of the Taijin palace. And the palace guards also lined up to welcome them, making the two countries' delegations feel the enthusiasm of Dakian. Mu Nanjing really didn't like the polite scene. So he stood at the door of Taijin Hall, and didn't go in with the people from the Ministry of Rites. Lu Qian who came over and asked, "Why are you standing at the door?" Mu Nanjing said honestly, "I'm not interested in their conversation." "Does it require you to be interested?" Lu Qian who said unhappily, "Is it appropriate for you, a first-rank official, to stand at the door?" Mu Nanjing. Lu Qian who lowered his voice, "Why don't you go in quickly?" "Oh!" Mu Nanjing walked into the hall, and suddenly thought of a question. A first-rank official. Actually listen to the words of a fifth-rank official. Isn't this inappropriate?" Lu Qian who was really amused and angry. Mu Nanjing walked towards the Minister of Rites and his group. After seeing that the people around the Minister of Rites were all wearing civil officials' uniforms, she felt that the civil officials team was not suitable for her. So she turned around and walked to the end of the military officer team. The general at the end of the line whispered, "Lord Mu, you are a higher official than me, so you should be in front of me." Mu Nanjing walked in front of him. And the general in front of her said again, "Lord Mu, you are now a first-rank official, so you should be in the front." She had no choice but to walk to the front and stand in front of a group of officials wearing purple court robes. Her bright red flying fish robe was very conspicuous, and the envoys of the two countries saw her at a glance. The fourth princess whispered, "Isn't she just a small official in charge of testing poison? Why can she enter the hall and be in front of the officials?" The envoy standing next to her whispered back to her, "Yesterday, I secretly observed that although the attitude of the officials of Dakian State towards the female officials was not very respectful, they were not angry when the female official spoke coldly to them. I guess her official position is not low, and she can stand in front of the officials. She may be a high-ranking official of the first or second rank." The fourth princess was surprised. A high-ranking official of the first or second rank. She thought that Mu Nanjing was able to sit in the position of the crown prince's assistant because she helped the crown prince test poison. But she never thought that the other party's official rank was so high. You see, she has a sword on her waist, and she is allowed to bring the sword into the palace. It can be seen that she is not only of high rank, but also a respected military officer. To be a military officer of the first or second rank, her martial arts must be high. But the strange thing is that she looks like a weak little girl, who at most knows some kung fu. The fourth princess asked, "Can you see her martial arts?" The envoy shook his head, "I can't tell. Or maybe I guessed wrong." The fourth princess said disdainfully, "Even if she is the most powerful warrior in the entire Dakian kingdom, she is definitely not a. Compared with our military officers, we are a medium-sized country, and Dakian is just a small country that has just been merged. It is difficult for their warriors to surpass us." The envoy thought about it, and it made sense. The fourth princess is right. "Do you know what to do?" The fourth princess glanced at Mu Nanjing, and the envoy understood, "I know." The two of them finished their private conversation, and the envoy in front turned and said, "Fourth princess, follow up quickly." The fourth princess was puzzled. Where to? They were just busy chatting privately, and did not notice the conversation between the emperor and the eldest princess. "The emperor of Dakian invited us to attend a banquet in the imperial garden." "Oh!" The fourth princess followed their footsteps, and saw Mu Nanjing following behind the emperor on the left, and the eldest princess and the prince of Jiuyu Kingdom on the right of the emperor. And the prince of Dakian actually fell behind Mu Nanjing, which made her more curious about Mu Nanjing's identity. Mu Nanjing was absent-minded, and did not notice that someone was looking at her. Chapter 379. Coming? What is coming? What is coming? Can you explain it more clearly? The ministers who heard Mu Nanjing's thoughts looked around with their peripheral vision, but did not see anything coming, but heard the envoy in front of them exclaim, "Gods! Gods have come down to earth." The ministers of Dakian looked in the direction pointed by the envoy, and a group of people in white robes flew over their heads. The ministers rubbed their eyes, and confirmed that the group of people in the sky were actually flying in the air without any external force, and even stopped in the air in front of them. This scene not only shocked the envoys of the two countries, but also the emperor and the ministers of Dakian were surprised. It was not until the emperor and the envoys hurriedly chased to the place where the banquet was held that the people in the sky descended from the sky and performed a salute to the emperor, "Your Majesty." The emperor and the ministers of Dakian saw the beautiful faces like exiled immortals, and were surprised again. "National Master! National Master!" The national master is here. The ministers of Dacian were extremely happy. The envoys were even more shocked. The group of immortals in front of them were actually the national masters of Dacian. The national masters of Dacian were too good-looking. If they were said to be immortals, they would believe it. And is the national master of Dacian so powerful? He can even fly. It's okay that their previous national masters didn't look as good as the national masters of Dacian. And they couldn't fly. Compared with the national masters of Dacian, their national masters were like quacks who were here to fool people. Little did they know that the previous national masters had suppressed their cultivation and were probably maintained at the realm of chi refining stage, which was no match for the national masters in the crossing tribulation stage. Wow! He is indeed my child's father. After not seeing him for a few months, he looks better than before. Ministers of Dacian Kingdom. Feng Sinan and Jia Enran and others. The emperor said happily, National Master, why are you here? The envoys of the two countries looked at the emperor. They originally thought that the national master was called by the emperor to help support the scene. But seeing his surprised expression, it didn't seem fake. It should be that the national master really came by himself. Feng Sinan said, my junior sisters and junior brothers have been in Dacian Kingdom for many months. But they have never stepped out of Dingxing Tower. I heard that the emperor was holding a banquet. So I brought them here to see it. I wonder if it is convenient for you. Convenient? Of course it is convenient. The emperor is not stupid. He knows that Feng Sinan is here to save his face. And someone must have called the national master. Otherwise, he would not come to join in the fun. Let alone bring his senior sisters and junior brothers to see them. The emperor forgot about the envoys, and invited the national master and others to the banquet. Old emperor, if you know better, you can arrange the child's father and mother together. Emperor and Feng Sinan. Ministers of Dacian. At this time, the queen and concubines who had been waiting for a long time came out to greet them. After the queen saluted the emperor, she invited Feng Sinan and his junior brothers and sisters to sit down. If the national teacher was someone else, the two countries' envoys would definitely be dissatisfied. After all, they were guests, and the emperor and his envoys should greet them first. However, they once had a national teacher and knew how important the national teacher was to the country. Even if they offended the envoys, they had to greet the national teacher first. Therefore, they were not unhappy that the emperor let the national teacher sit down first. The queen turned around and asked Mu Nanjing to sit next to Feng Sinan. Lord Mu, now you are the only female official here, so I will arrange for you to sit with the national teacher. Do you mind? No problem. Mu Nanjing sat down next to Feng Sinan. As expected, women understand women best. Hee. The queen suppressed her smile and asked Feng Sinan, what about you? The national master? You don't mind either, do you? Feng Sinan said, no problem. It's better not to ask if he minds until he sits down. However, it can be seen that in the queen's heart, Mu Nanjing is much more important than him. The national master. The queen smiled and returned to the emperor. What she didn't expect was that her action just now made the envoys more curious about Mu Nanjing's identity. The emperor invited the envoys to take a seat, and then a group of dancers dressed in fancy clothes came on stage. As the music sounded, the envoys of Jiuyu Kingdom took the opportunity to whisper to the prince of Jiuyu Kingdom, the national masters of various countries have left. Why is the national master of Dacian Kingdom still in Dacian Kingdom? When they heard that the national master of Dacian Kingdom was still in Dacian Kingdom before, they thought it was a false news released by Dacian Kingdom to deceive them. But now they saw it with their own eyes, and it turned out to be true. The prince of Jiuyu Kingdom replied, I also want to know about this matter. How about you help me ask? If he knew what was going on, he would have announced it to the world long ago. Why is it his turn to ask him here? Envoy. He is not stupid enough to ask the national teacher this question in person. He is not stupid. And neither are the others. Although the envoys of Jiuyu Kingdom were also very curious, they could only hold back and not ask. During this period, they could not help but look at Feng Sinan. The fourth princess whispered to the eldest princess, Big sister, the national teacher of Dacian Kingdom is as beautiful as an immortal. The eldest princess knew that her sister always liked good-looking men. So she glanced at her and warned, just think about it in your heart. Don't say it out loud. And such people can only be viewed from a distance and not blasphemed. I know. I just don't understand why the queen let Mu Nanjing sit next to the imperial master. Who is Mu Nanjing? Why do the people of Dacian treat her with courtesy? The princess didn't say anything. But it didn't mean she wasn't curious. But now was not the time to ask. So she could only find a chance to have someone check. When the banquet was halfway through, the Minister of Rites stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the fine wines prepared by me for the two countries' envoys have arrived outside the courtyard. Should I ask them to bring the wine in?" The Emperor nodded, yes. The Minister of Rites clapped his hands. Not long after, hundreds of guards came in with 4 jars of wine each, and each table was given 2 jars of wine. Then they opened one of the jars of wine and poured it for everyone. The envoys picked up the wine curiously and smelled it. But they didn't smell the strong aroma of wine, which was far worse than the wine in their country. I really don't know why it is called fine wine. Is it because the taste of Dacian Kingdom is different from theirs? The Minister of Rites smiled and said, "Please taste our fine wine." Envoys, I guarantee that you will have an endless aftertaste and want to drink a second cup after drinking one. Then I will drink first as a toast. The Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom raised his glass and said, "Your Majesty, I will drink first as a toast." Then he drank it in one gulp. When the wine entered his mouth, he didn't think it was delicious. But when the wine flowed into his throat, a strange wine aroma immediately spread in his mouth. What surprised him most was that after the wine entered his stomach, he inexplicably felt that his cultivation level had increased. Is this an illusion? The Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom couldn't help but open his eyes wide. The eldest princess saw the shock in his eyes and asked, "Prince, how is this wine?" Chapter 380 Discussion. The Crown Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom did not answer her, but asked the guard to pour him a glass of wine and drank it all. When he was sure that the wine could improve his cultivation, he smiled and said, "Good wine. Really good wine. The best wine I have ever drunk." This trip really surprised him. Not only did he see the ability of the national teacher of Dacian Kingdom to fly in the clouds, but he also drank the wine that could quickly improve his cultivation. It was much better than the sword and knight pearls they presented to the Emperor of Dacian Kingdom. If the people of his Jiuyu Kingdom can keep drinking the wine in front of them, within 5 years, Jiuyu Kingdom will definitely have a martial god. He was excited just thinking about it. But it also frightened him. Similarly, if Dacian Kingdom drinks for a long time, it can also produce a martial god in a few years, and even become the strongest country among the medium-sized countries, squeezing into the position of a high-level country. The Emperor chuckled, "If you think it tastes good, drink 2 more cups." "I will not only drink 2 cups, but I will drink until I am drunk. I wonder if your country has so much wine for me to drink." The Minister of Rites smiled and said, "As much as you can give me." "Ha. Okay." The Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom drank 2 more cups of wine. The envoys of Jiuyu Kingdom looked at each other. The wine was not very fragrant, but their prince praised the wine so much. It was too much of a face for Dacian Kingdom. In the eyes of the envoys of Jiuyu Kingdom, the Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom seemed to be flattering the Emperor of Dacian Kingdom. There was a hint of mockery in their eyes. And then they raised their glasses and took a sip of the wine. Then, the envoys of the 2 countries widened their eyes. This, even the first, second and third princes of Dacian Kingdom looked unbelievable. The wine of their Dacian Kingdom can actually improve cultivation. Why didn't they know this as princes? The Emperor never told them about wine. Suddenly, they remembered the Zuifang opened by Mu Nanjing. They had heard that the wine in Zuifang could improve their cultivation, but they thought it was nonsense at that time. They thought it was a boast made by Mu Nanjing to sell the wine. So they didn't investigate it. Even if they wanted to drink it, it was difficult to buy it. Even as princes, they had to queue up. So they had never tasted the wine in Zuifang. The 4th princess on the opposite side looked at the eldest princess in shock. "Big sister, this wine can improve your cultivation." The eldest princess also noticed it, and was very surprised that the Emperor of Dacian Kingdom would use such good wine to entertain them. If it were them, they would definitely be reluctant to give the wine that improves their cultivation to people from other countries to increase their strength. It can be seen that the Emperor of Dacian Kingdom is a generous person. Little did they know that the Emperor didn't know what wine the Minister of Rites had prepared. After drinking it, and noticing the improvement in cultivation, they realized that it was the martial wine of Zuifang. After they drank a few glasses of wine, the guards replaced the 2 countries' envoys with injury wine and immortal wine. The envoys who had been seriously injured disappeared after drinking the injury wine, and the envoys with blocked tendons and veins opened up their whole body tendons and veins after drinking the immortal wine. At this time, their inner shock could no longer be expressed in words. in order not to let Dakian think that they were people who had never seen the world. They could only drink in silence. The emperor saw that the two countries' envoys no longer had the arrogance before, and a big smile appeared on his lips. Mu Nanjin's wine really made him proud. Oh, no. It should be said that it made Dakian proud. When the banquet was coming to an end, the emperor took the initiative to propose. I heard that the people of the two countries like to make friends through martial arts. I wonder if the envoys of the two countries are willing to have a discussion with our officials. This surprised the two delegations. They thought that their two countries were stronger than Dakian, and Dakian would avoid the competition. Unexpectedly, the other party not only did not avoid it, but also brought it up. This made them very curious about where Dakian's confidence came from. Could it be that after drinking Wujiu and Shengxianjiu, their strength was greatly improved, which gave them the courage to propose a competition? The two delegations did not refuse. Nor could they refuse. Otherwise they would be ridiculed. We have this intention. The Prince of Jiuyu agreed readily. I wonder where the emperor wants to compete. To the martial arts arena. The emperor got up and led everyone to the martial arts arena. The eunuchs and palace maids prepared tables, chairs, fruits, and cakes early in the morning. The emperor invited everyone to take a seat. The Prince of Jiuyu asked, May I ask the emperor, who will go on stage first? Without waiting for the emperor to reply, an envoy of Jiuyu stood up and said, I wonder if I can let this humble official go on stage first. Everyone looked at the envoy. The envoy who stood up was a middle-aged woman over 40 years old. She stood straight and looked serious. Even though she didn't move, she looked like a formidable master. The eldest princess of Jiuyu Kingdom slightly tilted her head to look at the envoy, and then looked at the fourth princess. The fourth princess lowered her head to drink tea with a guilty conscience. The eldest princess didn't say anything. The crown prince of Jiuyu Kingdom looked at the envoy and smiled. I remember you are the first-rank guard of the Empress of Jiuyu Kingdom, Lord Sheng Linning. Sheng Linning bowed and said, It's you. I heard that you are already a martial saint, and a martial saint who has reached the 5th rank or above. There are even rumors that you are already a 9th-rank martial saint. As long as you practice for a few more years, you can reach the realm of martial god. Isn't it a bit of a bully for you, a person of such a high level, to come out and spar with others? When the officials of Dakian heard that Sheng Linming was a 9th-grade martial saint, they all took a breath. As expected of a warrior from a medium-sized country, her strength is really terrifying. Can anyone in their country beat her? No. No. Let alone winning. As long as they can draw, they will be happy. Sheng Linming asked him back, Prince, do you mean that there is no warrior in Dakian who is my opponent? The Prince of Jiuyu quickly denied. That's not what I mean. Please don't distort my words. I never think that the warriors of Dakian are inferior to you. Just say that a few months ago, the governor of Dakian defeated several generals of Jiuguang Kingdom by himself. With his strength, I am afraid he is on par with you. Could it be that Lord Sheng wants to challenge him? No. Since it is not, then I hope you can give the juniors a chance to compete with each other, and don't steal the limelight from them. Sheng Linming said, Please rest assured, Prince, I will not steal the limelight from you. I am just interested in the female officials of Dakian Kingdom and want to compete with them. You also know that our Jiuyu Kingdom has women officials. Seeing that there are also female officials in other countries, it is inevitable that I am excited and can't help wanting to compete with them. Apart from that, I don't have any other intentions. The Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom did not believe her words at all, and no one else believed it. However, it was in line with the wishes of Dakian Kingdom. The Emperor asked with a smile, I don't know who Lord Sheng wants to compete with. If there is no candidate, Before he finished speaking, Sheng Linming pointed at Mu Nanjing and said, I want to compete with this lord. In a flash, everyone looked at Mu Nanjing. Chapter 381 This is a big deal. Mu Nanjing, who was absent-minded when the Crown Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom and Sheng Linming were bickering, suddenly realized that someone was looking at her. She came back to her senses and asked Feng Xinan beside her, What's wrong? Feng Xinan said, Sir Sheng Linming, the envoy of Jiuyu Kingdom, wants to compete with you. Finally someone is here to trouble me. If they don't trouble me again, my body will be stiff. The officials of Dakian Kingdom also knew that she was very bored, because Mu Nanjing was absent-minded just now. She kept talking. She kept comparing Feng Xinan with the governor, comparing whose eyes were prettier, whose mouth was prettier, whose hair was thicker. and finally whose Adam's apple was higher. The officials of Dacian Kingdom went from speechless to numb. Mu Nanjing perked up and asked, "Now?" Feng Xinan hummed. "Then should I make a low-key appearance? Or a high-profile appearance? If I appear in a low-key manner, I won't be able to show my prestige as a first-rank official. But if I appear in a high-profile manner, I'm afraid I'll scare the other party." Sigh. Life is so difficult. Officials of Dacian Kingdom. Isn't it just an appearance? Is it so entangled? Shang Linming drew her sword and threw it. Then used her light skills to step lightly on the sword and flew to the center of the martial arts field. At the moment of landing, she stepped on the tip of the sword, and the sword rushed down and inserted into the soil. Then, she landed lightly on the upright hilt. Good. The envoys of Jiu Yueguan applauded. When everyone's attention was on Shang Linming, the eldest princess lowered her voice and asked the fourth princess, "What do you want Lord Shang to do?" The fourth princess looked at her innocently. "Big sister, Lord Shang wanted to spar himself. Why did you ask me instead?" The eldest princess frowned. "Don't think that I don't know that Lord Shang asked you to spar with others. With your petty personality, it must be Mu Nanjing who made you lose face. And you want Lord Shang to vent your anger for you." The eldest princess actually guessed it right. But the fourth princess didn't dare admit it. "I said I didn't send Lord Shang to the battlefield. Please don't frame me, big sister." The eldest princess knew she wouldn't admit it, so she didn't bother to say more. "This is just the first time. If it happens again, I will immediately find someone to send you back to the Kingdom of September." The fourth princess didn't dare to speak again. Lord Zhou, the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, shouted to Mu Nanjing without any courtesy, "Lord Mu, even if it's just a competition, you have to do your best to compete with the other party. Don't embarrass our Dacian Kingdom." Lu Qian, Yang Bo, and Su Cheng were also very excited. "Girl, you can definitely beat the other party," Captain Lu said calmly. "Don't make trouble and ruin the relationship between the two countries." Lu Qian said angrily, "Lord Lu." The envoys of the September Kingdom cheered for Lord Shang. "Why can't we cheer for the girl?" Captain Lu said unhappily. "They only said one word when they cheered." "Look at what you said." Lu Qian. Mu Nanjing nodded to Lord Zhou. "It seems that we can't keep a low profile." Then, Mu Nanjing's figure flashed, and when everyone blinked, he stood in front of Shang Linming. Everyone was surprised, but Shang Linming was shocked. With her realm, she didn't even see how the little girl came to the field. Mu Nanjing bowed to the other party. "Senior, please teach me," Shang Linming said. "Before we compete, I would like to ask you what rank you hold." "First rank." Mu Nanjing thought for a moment and added, "Second rank." "What about you?" "First rank." "Old Emperor. Did you hear that? He is a first rank." "A first rank. But you gave me a second rank." "I don't know what the old Emperor is thinking. He has already appointed me as a first rank official. But he also gave me a second rank official. I will be inferior to others." "Emperor. Dacian official. You were not happy when I promoted you before. And now you are inferior to others. You must feel uncomfortable, right?" Shang Linming said, "You are a first-rank official at such a young age. You must have some outstanding qualities." Mu Nanjing nodded. "Yes. I have many outstanding qualities." Everyone. "Uh-huh." The Prince of Jiuyu laughed. "This little girl is really interesting. I like her." Mu Nanjing looked at him. "I like you too. Let's talk after the banquet." Everyone. The Prince of Jiuyu was stunned, and laughed again. "Okay. Okay. I will wait for you. I want to see you. What do you want to talk to me about?" Shang Linming said, "Lord Mu, I don't want others to say that I am bullying the weak. I can let you make the first move." Mu Nanjing said, "I don't like to bully the old, but I like to bully the many. Call your people up, and we will learn together." The fourth princess snorted. "She is so arrogant." Shang Linming narrowed her eyes. "Lord Mu, it is a good thing that you are confident. But it is easy to suffer losses if you are too confident." Mu Nanjing thought seriously. "But I have never suffered losses." Wu Yuan, who was watching, couldn't help but think of the evil cultivators in the cultivation world, and chuckled. "I have never suffered losses. Only others suffered losses." Mu Nanjing's serious look made people feel that she was not joking, and the way she appeared made Shang Linming really unable to underestimate her. Shang Linming said to the envoys of the Jiuyue Kingdom, "Bai Ling, come out." Bai Ling sneered. "To deal with a little girl? You still asked us to fight together with you. It's too shameful." she said disdainfully, but still obediently came to the martial arts arena, and then said to Mu Nanjing, Master Mu, today I will let you taste the taste of being at a disadvantage. Wang Xushi, who came out with her, said, little girl who doesn't know the height of the world. If you get seriously injured later, don't blame us for hitting too hard. Master Zhou of Dacian Kingdom counted the people from Jiuyue Kingdom. Count, 1, 2, 3, 10. There are 10 people in total. Can Mu Nanjing handle it? The Prince of Jiuyue Kingdom said, you are all old predecessors of the martial saint level. Are you really going to attack together? If you win, it will be unfair. But if you lose, it will be very embarrassing. After hearing his words, Lord Zhou became more nervous and anxious. It's just 10 martial saints. 10 martial saints? Mu Nanjing will fight 10 martial saints alone? This is a big deal. The officials of Dacian Kingdom were all sweating for Mu Nanjing. The queen asked the emperor, Your Majesty, will Mu Nanjing be okay? The emperor was also very worried. But when he thought of Feng Xinan saying that Mu Nanjing was a cultivator, he felt relieved. Don't worry. She will be okay. In the martial arts arena, Sheng Linming said indifferently, if we lose to the little girl, we will be too happy to be happy. Because she has proved to everyone that women's kung fu is not inferior to men. The crown prince of Jiuyue Kingdom, Mu Nanjing, threw the knife at her waist out of the arena, and then borrowed a spear from the guards. Can we start? Sheng Linming said to Bailing and the others, since she doesn't want to bully the old, we shouldn't be polite to her. After that, the 10 envoys of Jiuyue Kingdom rushed towards Mu Nanjing. Chapter 382, Only with strength can one be so confident. The speed of the envoys was fast and fierce. Although the swords in their hands were different, the internal force they used was equally fierce. Even the martial saints of Jiuyue Kingdom wanted to retreat after seeing it. However, Mu Nanjing still looked calm, without any intention of escaping, and attached spiritual power to the spear, turning it into the hardest weapon in the mortal world, and then quickly turned the spear to form a solid round shield. When Sheng Linming and the others formed a circle and chopped down, he raised the round shield to block their attacks. Sheng Linming and the others were slightly startled. Although the weapons in their hands were not magical weapons, they could also squeeze into the top 100 of the Jiuyue Kingdom's weapon list. But they could not cut through an ordinary to extraordinary spear. That's fine. 10 martial saints did not force a little girl back when using internal force to attack, which shows that their strength is above them. The martial saints of Jiuyue Kingdom were in disbelief. I can't take the attack of 10 of them by myself. But the little girl blocked it steadily. The crown prince of Jiuyue Kingdom was also shocked. No wonder she is so confident. She is so confident because she has the strength. On the viewing platform of Dacian Kingdom, Lord Zhou, who covered his eyes and dared not look, did not hear the screams for a long time, and hurriedly asked his colleagues around him, Is Lord Mu okay? She was not knocked away. Right. His colleagues pulled down his hand directly, just in time to see Mu Nanjing turn the spear back and beat back all 10 envoys. Good. Lord Zhou couldn't help but shout. He knew that Mu Nanjing's martial arts were not bad, but he didn't expect that she could block 10 martial saints by herself. Jiayin, who was also watching the match, said to Feng Xinan next to him, I don't know what the envoys from the Jiuyue Kingdom were thinking. There are so many military officers from the Dacian Kingdom who look like masters, but they didn't choose them to compete with, but chose a little girl. Did they think she was easy to bully and deliberately picked her to compete? Feng Xinan drank tea without saying a word. Jia Yin sneered, but they never dreamed that they would pick a being that was 1,000,000 times more powerful than the god of war. After repelling the 10 envoys, Mu Nanjing quickly raised his spear and swept it across, and a spiritual power turned into a scimitar and rushed towards the 10 envoys. Sheng Linming and the others could not see the spiritual power, but they could vaguely feel that something was flying towards them, and hurriedly raised their swords to resist. Then, a powerful force hit the sword, and they were once again knocked back 2 feet away. Clang! The 10 weapons broke into 2 pieces. Before they had time to feel heartbroken, they saw Mu Nanjing rushing towards them with his spear raised high and slapping the ground in front of their feet. Bang! With a loud bang, the ground shook violently, and a terrible energy knocked all the 10 envoys away, and they fell to the ground and rolled several times in embarrassment. The envoys of the 2 countries were dumbfounded. 10 martial saints could not beat a little girl, which means that the other party has reached the realm of the god of war. What shocked them even more was the opponent's age. She was only 18 years old, but her strength was so terrifying. In time, she might break through the god of war and rush into a realm that no one had ever explored. On the field, Bai Ling, who refused to admit defeat, quickly got up and rushed forward again with the broken sword, but was stopped by Shun Linming. Shun Linming clasped his fist to Mu Nanjing and said, "We lost." Bai Ling was unwilling to say, "Sir Shun." Shun Linming lowered his voice and said, "You know very well that we can't beat her. Going up again will only humiliate yourself and make yourself lose more ugly. It's better to stop now and save some face for yourself." Bai Ling, Wang Xuxi and other envoys clasped their fists and said, "We admit defeat." Mu Nanjing said, "Thank you." With a clang, the wine glass in the fourth princess's hand fell to the ground, and she murmured in disbelief, "She lost? Lord Sheng actually lost? How could she lose?" In her heart, Shun Linming is a godlike existence, and no one can defeat her. The eldest princess said in a calm voice, "Are you happy?" She brought the martial saint to Dacian Kingdom to protect their safety, not for a martial arts competition. Even if she wanted to compete with others, she would only send warriors below the martial saint to compete with others. I never thought that 10 martial saints would lose to a little girl, and they lost completely, which was really embarrassing. The fourth princess lowered her head in guilt and said nothing. The eldest princess said to the emperor, "I didn't expect that Dacian Kingdom is full of talents, and we were convinced of our defeat." The emperor smiled, "Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mu. Good job." If the envoys of the two countries were not present, the officials of Dacian Kingdom really wanted to jump up and cheer. Shun Linming and the others returned to the seats of the delegation and said apologetically, "Princess, we have embarrassed you and the Nine Moon Kingdom." The princess did not blame them. "Don't blame you. After all, no one thought that Dacian Kingdom actually had a martial artist at the level of martial god. Besides, our loss also means that Jiuyu Kingdom is lost. Jiuyu Kingdom dare not laugh at us, so we are not too embarrassed." As she said, no one in Jiuyu Kingdom dared to laugh at Jiuyu Kingdom unless someone in them could beat Mu Nanjing. The envoy of Jiuyu Kingdom said to the prince of Jiuyu Kingdom, "Prince, there is a reason why Dacian Kingdom can merge the 5 countries in a short period of time." The prince of Jiuyu Kingdom said, "Dacian Kingdom is not an easy target to bully. Fortunately, we do not intend to be their enemy." Mu Nanjing asked the envoys of the two countries, "Is there anyone who wants to compete with me?" The envoys of the two countries looked at each other, and no one was willing to go on the field. And if they went on the field, they would lose. So why bother going on the field? Seeing that no one was willing to compete with her, Mu Nanjing returned to her seat bored. The emperor was very pleased and said to the queen, "Mu Nanjing has made me proud. I will reward her well." The queen suppressed her laughter and reminded him, "Your Majesty, the envoys are still here. It is better to restrain the smile on your face." "You are right." Ahem. The emperor cleared his throat. "Princess. Prince, let's compete according to the level of martial arts. What do you think?" The princess and the prince of Jiuyu nodded. In the next competition, the military officers of Dacian Kingdom all ended up losing. But the envoys of Jiuyu Kingdom and Jiuyu Kingdom were not happy. As long as they thought of Mu Nanjing defeating 10 martial saints by himself, they felt heavy in their hearts. In addition, they felt that Dacian Kingdom had not shown its full strength to compete with them. If Shun Linming had not accidentally chosen Mu Nanjing as an opponent, they might never know that Dacian Kingdom still had such a powerful warrior. So Dacian Kingdom might still be hiding its strength. After the competition, the emperor ordered the crown prince and the minister of rights to send the two countries' envoys back to the state residence. While the crown prince was greeting the envoys, Lord Zhou said to the minister of rights, "Sir, I still remember that when we received the envoys a few years ago." Mu Nanjing's voice immediately revealed the ill intentions of the other 4 countries. But this time, why didn't Mu Nanjing reveal the purpose of the envoy's visit? The minister of rights also felt strange. Yes. Why is she so calm this time? By the way, where is she? I don't know. No matter what, let's send the envoys back first. The crown prince of Dacian Kingdom and the minister of rights escorted the crown prince and the eldest princess of Jiuyu Kingdom to sit in the carriage. The moment the crown prince of Jiuyu Kingdom lifted the curtain of the carriage, he saw Mu Nanjing sitting inside waiting for him. Chapter 383: A Profitable Business. The crown prince of Jiuyu was stunned. "Why are you here?" Mu Nanjing said, "I said before the competition that I would talk to you after the banquet." I thought you were joking. And there seems to be nothing good to talk about between you and me. Do you want to leave Dakian Kingdom and come to our Jiuyu Kingdom to be a female official? The Crown Prince of Jiuyu joked. Mu Nanjing said, no. At the right time. An envoy outside asked, Prince? Who are you talking to? The Crown Prince of Jiuyu lifted a corner of the curtain to let the people outside see Mu Nanjing sitting inside. Nothing. Let's just talk. Yes. Although the envoy was surprised and curious, he did not ask more questions. The Crown Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom lowered the curtains, sat down and asked, tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Mu Nanjing said, I want to discuss business with you. Business? The Crown Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom laughed. You want to discuss business with me? I am the Crown Prince. I don't know how to do business. You have found the wrong person. Mu Nanjing said directly, I want to sell Wujiu, Shangjiu and Shangxianjiu to Jiuyu Kingdom. The Crown Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom was startled, put away his smile, and looked at Mu Nanjing seriously. He was very dignified with a serious face, as if the Emperor of Jiuyu Kingdom was right in front of him. You said you wanted to sell Wujiu, Shangjiu and Shangxianjiu to Jiuyu Kingdom? Yes. The Crown Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom narrowed his eyes. Are you kidding me? Mu Nanjing asked calmly. Do you think I am a joker? No. The Crown Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom has never seen her smile since he met her. It can be said that he is more serious than anyone else. I just think you are joking because you can't make the decision. Mu Nanjing asked him back. Why can't I decide on the wine brewed in my workshop? The Prince of Jiuyu was shocked. Is this your wine? Yes. The Prince of Jiuyu suddenly laughed. Just now during the competition. You said you have many outstanding qualities, and I thought you were joking. Now I think you really have many outstanding qualities. Then I will ask you again. Does the Emperor of Dakian agree to let you sell wine to Jiuyu? The Emperor of Dakian should not be stupid enough to send wine to other countries to help them improve their strength. Mu Nanjing frowned. You don't need to consider the Emperor's thoughts. Just tell me whether you want to do this business with me. Emperor? The Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom heard someone call himself the Emperor for the first time, and couldn't help but smile again. It's a great thing. How could I disagree? You tell me your thoughts first, and then I will make a decision. After all, we are not in the same country, so I will not send the best first-class wine to your country to help you quickly grow your strength. So I only sell third-class wine. The Prince of Jiuyu asked, what grade of wine did we drink today? You drank the first grade of wine, and the effect of the third grade of wine will be much worse. But if you drink a bowl of wine every day, it will be much faster than practicing by yourself. The Prince of Jiuyu can understand why she can't sell good wine. How much silver does the third grade of wine cost? It sells for 1 tael of silver in Dakian country, and it sells for 10 taels of silver in Jiuyu country. Ordinary warriors can afford to drink wine. I will give you 8 and 2 of the silver. I only have 2. So little? The Prince of Jiuyu was dissatisfied. Mu Nanjing said coldly, little? You don't have to pay for the capital, the freight, or the loss on the way. You just need to give me a pass and send someone to protect the safety of the store. And you can get silver. Such a good thing is not enough? The Crown Prince of Jiuyu. It is indeed a good thing to make a lot of money. You have drunk my wine. You should know how good it is. Once the people of Jiuyu taste the benefits, the money will roll in. It will not be a problem for you to make 200,000 taels a month. The Crown Prince of Jiuyu raised his eyebrows. 200,000 taels is already a huge income. There is one thing I don't understand. Since the wine is brewed in your workshop, why don't you brew it directly in Jiuyu? Why do you have to transport it from a long way to Jiuyu? Do you know that the road is bumpy, and the wine jars are easy to get drunk? And the loss is very large. Some things you don't have. So they need to be transported from Dakian. The Crown Prince of Jiuyu was tactful, and didn't ask more questions. After we sign the contract, I will give you a pass token. When he arrived at the state residence, he got off the carriage. When he turned back to look at Mu Nanjing, the other party was no longer in the carriage. This little girl's kung fu is really amazing. At this time, the envoy Lord Yin came over and asked, Prince. Her words may not be credible. The conversation in the carriage, just now, was neither loud nor soft. Walking next to the carriage, you can clearly hear their conversation. The Crown Prince of Jiuyu asked, Are you worried? Lord Yin did not believe Mu Nanjing. Prince, aren't you afraid that she will poison the wine? It will be bad for us warriors. The Crown Prince of Jiuyu laughed. There are many ways for her to poison. There is no need to bother to come and do business with me. Lord Yan thought for a while and said, "Then is it possible that she is the second prince's person? Will she join hands with the second prince to deal with you?" The crown prince of Jiuyu nodded. "It is possible. But why do you think she wants to join hands with the second prince to deal with me? She is not a prince. She does not need to inherit the throne. And she does not need anyone to support her to ascend the throne. Let's assume that she really wants to inherit the throne. She only needs to win over me. Why should she join hands with the second brother to deal with me, and then seize her own throne? Isn't this a waste of her financial and human resources?" Lord Yan thought about it. "If you really worry about poisoning, you can find someone to test the wine before selling it." The Prince of Jiuyu looked at the princess who was walking in front. If I didn't agree to cooperate with her just now, she would definitely turn around and look for the princess. Are you willing to let this great thing go to someone else? The princess noticed that someone was looking at her, and turned to meet the eyes of the Prince of Jiuyu. The Prince of Jiuyu smiled at her. The princess also smiled back at him. When she returned to their courtyard, she said, "Mu Nanjing has already talked to the Prince of Jiuyu." Sheng Linming was surprised. "Hasn't the Crown Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom been with us all the time? How did Mu Nanjing talk to him? When the officials of Dakian Kingdom sent us away from the palace, I noticed that Mu Nanjing was not in the escort team. I guess he hid in the carriage of the Crown Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom early in the morning." The eldest princess frowned. "I don't know what Mu Nanjing talked about with the Crown Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom." Sheng Linming guessed. Could it be that Mu Nanjing fell in love with the Crown Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom and took the initiative to chat with him? The women of Dakian Kingdom are very conservative and abide by women's etiquette. It is impossible for them to get married. Moreover, Mu Nanjing has a national teacher who is as beautiful as a fairy. How could he be interested in the Crown Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom? Sheng Linming thought so too. At this time, a palace maid came in with a tray covered with red cloth. "Princess, Master Mu Nanjing sent someone to send a gift." Chapter 384. Long time no see. A gift from Lord Mu? The princess and Sheng Linming were slightly stunned, looked at each other, and said, "What gift is it?" The maid said, "I don't know. Put it on the table." "Yes." The maid put the tray on the table and left. Sheng Linming was puzzled. Why did this Mu Nanjing give the princess a gift? The princess ordered, "Open the red cloth first." "Yes." Sheng Linming was afraid that Mu Nanjing would hurt them. So she carefully opened the red cloth, and an exquisite round box appeared in their sight. "This is," the princess said again. "You will know what it is when you open the box." Sheng Linming carefully unscrewed the lid of the box again, and there was a transparent ointment inside, which exuded a faint fragrance. "Princess, be careful. It's poisonous. Hold your breath quickly." She quickly covered her mouth and nose. The princess was not nervous at all. She walked to the tray and picked up the note on the tray. It said, "This box of facial cream is called Holy Cream. Please give it to Lord Shun or other martial saints. You will see the effect tomorrow morning." The princess raised her eyebrows. Sheng Linming was puzzled. "Why do you specify it for us?" The princess was also puzzled. After thinking for a while, she said, "You should find someone to test whether it is poisonous. If it is not poisonous, you can do as she says." "Yes." Sheng Linming went to find the imperial physician and applied it to the right side of her face after confirming that it was not poisonous. The princess asked, "What do you feel?" Sheng Linming felt it carefully. No feeling. "Princess, what is her intention?" The princess said, "I don't know. But my intuition tells me that it is related to her finding the Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom. We can only wait patiently and know the result tomorrow morning. It can only be like this." The next morning, Sheng Linming opened her eyes and immediately took the bronze mirror beside her to look at it. At first, she didn't find anything unusual, but she looked for a long time before she realized what was wrong. She hurriedly picked up a piece of silk to cover the right side of her face and rushed to the eldest princess's bedroom. "Princess, Princess, look at my face." The eldest princess guessed from her excited tone that the facial cream Mu Nanjing gave her yesterday was a good thing. Sheng Linming put down the silk in her hand. "Princess, look at the difference." The eldest princess used her left face for comparison. The right face was smooth and tender. The wrinkles at the corners of the eyes disappeared, and even the nasolabial folds disappeared. The eldest princess showed a look of surprise. "Your right face has become younger." "Yes, it has become younger. The facial cream Mu Nanjing gave is too magical." Sheng Linming smiled and touched her left face and said, "I now have a young face on one half and a woman's face on the other half. It's very weird when put together. I should have applied it all over my face earlier. Now she regrets it very much. The princess said. Put the cream on your left cheek again. Yes. Shum Lineng was very happy, and no longer as cautious as yesterday. The princess said to her maid, when Lord Mu comes later, please invite her to my bedroom. Yes. It was almost noon, and Mu Nanjing rushed to the state residence for breakfast again. After breakfast, the princess's maid invited Mu Nanjing to the princess' bedroom. I knew the princess and her friends couldn't resist this temptation. Hee. The Minister of Rights asked Lord Zhou. Temptation? What temptation? Lord Zhou didn't understand. You have to ask Captain Lu. Lu Qian, who could guess what Mu Nanjing had done with his toes. She must have sent her rouge to the princess. When the princess learns about the magical effect of rouge, she will definitely buy it from her. Or she wants to do business with the Jiuyue kingdom. Lu Qian, who has been with Mu Nanjing for a while, really knows Mu Nanjing's mind. The Minister of Rights was ashamed. Does she like making money so much? Lord Zhou said, fortunately, she only sells rouge. If she also sells wine, it will help them to become stronger. Lu Qian, who said, with her personality, she will definitely sell wine as well. Lord Zhou widened his eyes. No way. She. How could she do this? What if she increases their strength and attacks us later? Although her voice makes people feel that she is an unreliable person, she has never disappointed people in her work. Lu Qian, who believes in Mu Nanjing, she will definitely not do anything to let down the Daqian kingdom. Lord Zhou was relieved to hear Lu Qianhu's affirmation. The Minister of Rights approached Lu Qianhu and whispered, Lu Qianhu, ask Mu Nanjing about the purpose of the two countries' visit. Okay. Lu Qianhu also wanted to know the purpose of the two countries' visit. About half an hour later, Mu Nanjing left the princess's palace. Money comes. Money comes. Money comes from all directions. Hee. Officials of Daqian Kingdom. Lu Qianhu coughed lightly. Mu Nanjing. Come with me. Mu Nanjing followed him to an empty grocery room. What's the matter? Lu Qianhu said, nothing. Just want to ask why the princess wants to see you. Mu Nanjing said honestly, oh, I negotiated a big deal with her. Lu Qianhu pretended to be surprised and said, apart from this, there is nothing else? Nothing. Didn't she tell you the purpose of coming to Daqian this time? Purpose? She didn't. Mu Nanjing wanted to say no, but seeing Lu Qianhu was anxious, he changed his words. They came to Daqian to see the strength of Daqian, and then consider whether to form an alliance with Daqian. The same is true for Jiuyu. Alliance? Lu Qianhu was surprised. Are they really here to form an alliance? Judging from their attitude, they don't seem to be forming an alliance. They are just testing whether Daqian is worth forming an alliance with them. Of course, they won't be too friendly. But don't worry. Judging from the fact that they are willing to do business with me, they are likely to be willing to form an alliance with Daqian. If they don't form an alliance with us, I won't do business with them. Captain Lu said happily, it would be great if they are really willing to form an alliance with us. The Great Qian Kingdom will no longer be fighting alone. Mu Nanjing said, the matter of alliance cannot be spread randomly. Of course, we will wait for them to bring it up themselves. Captain Lu did not say much to Mu Nanjing, and immediately told the Minister of Rights and the Emperor about this matter. Mu Nanjing still had to prepare the contract, so he did not stay in the state residence, and then asked someone to prepare the contract. After the contract was ready, it was taken to the Crown Prince and Princess of Jiuyu Kingdom to stamp and sign, for the long-term development of the three parties. She also prepared a large cart of wine and facial cream for them as a gift to celebrate the successful cooperation and give it to Jiuyu Kingdom and Jiuyue Kingdom. She was busy until nightfall before returning to the Mu Mansion. When Su Bo saw her coming back, he hurried over to ask, Miss, have you eaten yet? Yes. Mu Nanjing handed him the cream in his hand. This is the cream in my shop. You can apply it on your face before going to bed every day. Okay. Su Bo took the cream with a smile and went to the backyard. Mu Nanjing walked to the hall and saw two tall figures standing inside. Then, they turned around and smiled at her. Young Master Gongbua. Long time no see. Chapter 385. It's hard to refuse a generous favor. Black Qing Wang? Gong Xioro? Why are you here? Mu Nanjing was surprised that they appeared in the Mu Mansion, and even more surprised that they walked together. After all, Black Qing Wang had assassinated Gong Xiorong a few years ago. Gong Xiorong snorted. Didn't you say that you would come back to me after you were done? In the end, I came to see you myself. The first thing I did when I returned to the mortal world was to see you. But you were no longer in the ancient country of Dongnao. And the emperor had changed to someone else. And then, at this point, Mu Nanjing stopped talking. Gong Xiaorong asked, what happened later? Later, I went to Prime Minister Wu's mansion and stole Prime Minister Wu's precious tea leaves. He. Gong Xiaorong. Hey Qing Wang. Mu Nanjing said, after returning to Daqian. You two should tell me how you came to Daqian? Gong Xiaorong sat down and said, I am now a cultivator. The road ahead is long and full of dangers. I don't know how long I can live. But my mother and grandmother are still mortals. Their lifespan is not long. Even if there are elixirs to increase their lifespan is limited. My grandfather and I decided to stay in the mortal world to accompany them for a while. And then decide to leave when my mother and grandmother's lifespan is over. Mu Nanjing asked, your mother and grandmother can't practice? I tested them. They don't have spiritual roots and can't practice. But they have thought it through. After taking the longevity pill, they can live hundreds of years longer than others. They are also very satisfied. In that case, why did you come to Daqian? I have been in Bayon ancient country for 2 months. And he? Gong Xiaorong raised his chin to He Qing Wang. He happened to be coming to Daqian and followed me. Mu Nanjing was even more curious. How did you get together? He Qing Wang turned his face away, looking like he didn't want to talk about it. Gong Xiaorong laughed. It's a bit funny to talk about this. And it started 2 months ago. When we came to the mortal world together, my grandfather mistook him for a god, and treated him with respect and enthusiasm. He repeatedly explained that he was not a god. But my grandfather just didn't believe it, and even invited him to the ancient country of Bayon. He Qing Wang exhaled lightly. It's hard to refuse such a kind hospitality. In the end, he couldn't stand my grandfather's warm hospitality, and told me about the assassination attempt on me a few years ago. My grandfather turned against him on the spot and fought with him. In the end, he was seriously injured by my grandfather, and rested in bed for more than a month before he recovered. Then I suggested to come to you. Although Gong Xiaorong was also angry that He Qing Wang had assassinated him. He forgave him when he saw that he was beaten so badly by his grandfather, and he didn't suffer any injuries that year. Mu Nanjing was speechless. Why did Wu Yuan come to the mortal world in the first place? He Qing Wang said, I came here because I heard a call. Who is calling you? It was the Emperor of Heaven who borrowed my body before. This time he will not leave Daqian so soon. Mu Nanjing. Gong Xiaorong said, Mu Nanjing. I have no place to stay in Daqian. You must take me in during my stay in Daqian. I wonder if you welcome me. I can see 2 more handsome men every day. Of course I welcome them. Mu Nanjing said, I'll let Jinju clean up the room. Gong Xiaorong said again, by the way, how are the 3 brothels I gave you? Are they still as lively as before? Mu Nanjing nodded. It's more lively than before. I'll take you around tomorrow. Okay. Gong Xiaorong missed the days in the brothel very much. I wonder if they still remember me as their boss. I definitely remember. Such a beautiful man. I must remember him even if I die. Gong Xiaorong was so handsome. He Qing Wang. Mu Nanjing sent a message to Wu Yuan, asking him to replace her to go to the state residence tomorrow to protect everyone's safety. The next morning, He Qing Wang went to the palace to meet the emperor. After breakfast, Mu Nanjing also took Gong Xiaorong away from the Mu mansion. They didn't ride horses, but used qigong to fly all the way there. Gong Xiaorong followed Mu Nanjing and asked in confusion, Where are we going? Mu Nanjing said, To see the brothel you left for me. Going there so early? Gong Xiaorong was surprised. Won't it disturb their rest? They have already got up to work at this time. Gong Xiaorong frowned slightly. You let them receive guests during the day? Mu Nanjing nodded. They work 12 hours a day. Otherwise they are too busy. Can their bodies bear it? They work in turns, and it doesn't affect their rest. Gong Xiaorong smiled. I didn't expect that you were better at running a brothel than me. Mu Nanjing looked at him, and said nothing. There will be something more unexpected happening later. Gong Xiaorong became more curious. After half a cup of tea, they came to the street of Tangshanfu. Gong Xiaorong observed the surrounding environment. I remember this is the direction to Shaoqing Tower. Hey, there is a long line in front. What are they doing? Mu Nanjing said, Go and see. The direction of the queue was exactly the direction of Shaoqing Tower. Gong Xiaorong asked the middle-aged man in the queue curiously, Uncle, What are you doing? The middle-aged man looked at him. Young master. Are you from another place? Gong Xiaorong smiled slightly. Yes. The middle-aged man pointed to the front and said, We are queuing up to drink soup now. Drink soup? Gong Xiaorong didn't expect this answer. The soup of soup? Yes. The soup of Tangshan Mansion is magical. It can not only nourish the body, but also help cure diseases. So everyone is queuing up to buy soup. So magical? Gong Xiaorong thanked the middle-aged man and walked towards Tangshan Mansion. When he arrived at the gate of Tangshan Mansion, he was stunned. He looked around again, and after confirming again and again, he asked Mu Nanjing who followed him, Isn't this Xia Qingla? Did I remember it wrong? Mu Nanjing said, This used to be Xia Qingla. But after I came back, it was changed to Tangshan Mansion. I only drink soup and don't do other things. Gong Xiaorong. At this time, the waiter of Tangshan Mansion came out and shouted, Everyone line up. Don't squeeze. Gong Xiaorong looked at the tall and strong waiter, and suddenly widened his eyes. Isn't he? He? Sisui? Before he left, Sisui ranked only below him. At that time, Sisui was handsome, tall and thin, like a sickly beautiful man, which made many guests feel sorry for him. But now his face is like a big pancake, so fat that he dare not recognize him. Mu Nanjing nodded, Yes. It's Sisui. Gong Xiaorong said with heartache, How come the young man I carefully trained has become a strong young man? Mu Nanjing was also very sad. Since Xia Qingla became Tangshan Fu, all the thin young men have become strong men. If you drink nourishing soup every day, it would be strange if you were not strong. I should have changed Xia Qingla into Zuifeng earlier. It's too late to regret now. There are no more beautiful men to look at. Gong Xiaorong. Mu Nanjing invited him. Let's go in. Okay. Gong Xiaorong walked inside, but was pushed back to his original position. He looked up and saw that the other party was looking at him with shocked eyes. Chapter 386. Do you still want me to feed you? We know each other? Gong Xiaorong asked tentatively. The other party quickly retracted his gaze and coughed lightly. Sorry. I recognized the wrong person. Mu Nanjing, who was following Gong Xiaorong, saw that it was Sheng Linming and asked in confusion, Sir Sheng, why are you here? Sheng Linming explained, My master wanted to go out to visit the capital, so I brought her out. Sir Mu, why are you here too? Mu Nanjing said, I brought my friend to drink soup. Do you want to come in together? If possible. Of course I want to go in. But do you have a reserved seat? If not, you can't. I am the owner of Tangshan Mansion. Sheng Linming was stunned for a moment, and said happily, You are the owner of Tangshan Mansion? That's great. Lord Mu. Wait a minute. I will go and invite my master to come. By the way, the Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom is also here. Mu Nanjing didn't mind, then come together. Okay. Sheng Linming turned around, and suddenly, she thought of something, and turned around again and asked, Lord Mu, the friend you are talking about is? Mu Nanjing looked at Gong Xiaorong. Sheng Linming's pupils shrank slightly. Wait a minute. I'll go back and tell the princess. She hurried back to the princess. Princess, Tangshan Mansion is the shop of Master Mu Nanjing. She invites us to come in together. The princess nodded, turned to ask the Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom, Prince, do you want to come in together? The Prince of Jiuyu Kingdom smiled and said, How can we miss the shop opened by Master Mu? That? Sheng Linming hesitated. The princess saw that she had something to say. What's wrong? Sheng Linming glanced at the Crown Prince of Jiuyu. The Crown Prince of Jiuyu knew that she wanted him to avoid her, but he didn't do what she wanted. He pretended not to look at her and continued to stand there. Linming was furious. The princess said, If it's not confidential, you can tell me. Sheng Linming walked to her side and said in a low voice, There is another friend who came with Lord Mu. That friend was the last emperor of the ancient Dongzhou Kingdom, Gong Xiaorong. She said this to remind the princess and others not to offend this person. The princess was slightly stunned. The emperor of the ancient country was not someone they could offend. Even if he had abdicated, he had to be treated with courtesy. The Crown Prince of Jiuyu, who had been eavesdropping, asked, Sir Sheng, are you sure? Sheng Linming said, That man has a stunning appearance. Even a glance can leave a deep impression in your mind. I can guarantee that I am definitely not wrong. The princess wondered, How do you know he is the previous emperor? Have you seen him? I had the honor of meeting him at the coronation ceremony of the new emperor of Dongyao ancient country. The people praised him as a wise ruler and a good emperor. Unfortunately, after his beloved concubine died of illness, he no longer cared about government affairs and abdicated. The crown prince of Jiuyu said, "So he is just a prince now?" Sheng Linming said again, "Yes. But he has another identity. That is, the son of the queen of Beihan ancient country. The crown prince of Jiuyu. The princess. He is the most beloved child of the queen of Beihan ancient country. The queen once visited Dongyao ancient country in person for him, just to let everyone know that Gong Shirong is her most beloved child. For him, the queen can take risks, no matter which country or dynasty. The emperor would not leave his own land to visit other countries. This is equivalent to seeking death or giving others the opportunity to assassinate him. It can be seen that the empress of the ancient country of Beihan really loves Gong Shirong." "I understand." The eldest princess turned to the fourth princess and warned her sternly, "Don't talk later. If you want to talk, go back to me." The fourth princess also knew that Gong Shirong must not be offended, so she nodded quickly. The eldest princess said, "Let's go quickly. Don't let them wait for a long time." "Okay." The prince and princess of Jiuyu Kingdom came to the gate of Tangshan Mansion with their people. Mu Nanjing greeted, "Prince, Princess, please come in." The prince and princess of Jiuyu Kingdom nodded. And while Gong Shirong was not paying attention, everyone quickly glanced at him. The envoys of the two countries were amazed. It was indeed stunning, and the appearance was comparable to that of the national teacher. When shopkeeper Yi saw Mu Nanjing coming, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over to receive him. "Miss, you are here?" Mu Nanjing asked. "I brought people to drink soup. Is there any seat available?" "Yes. Even if there is no seat available, there must be one." Shopkeeper Yi said, "Miss, there are so many of you. Can you sit in the back hall of the courtyard?" "Yes." Gong Shirong saw that shopkeeper Yi did not see him, so he had to ask himself, "Mother Yi, do you still remember me?" Shopkeeper Yi looked at Gong Shirong and said in surprise, "Old boss. Old boss, you are back?" Gong Shirong smiled slightly. "Come back to see." Shopkeeper Yi asked cautiously, "You are not going to take back all 3 brothels, are you?" Gong Shirong laughed. "Even if I want to take them back, I can't take them back. Look at this place. Does it look like the old Xiaqingla? Look at you again. Can you go back to the way you used to receive customers?" "No." Shopkeeper Yi couldn't help but smile as he looked at the young men who had become strong men. "To be honest, it's really thanks to the old boss that he gave the 3 brothels to the girl that we can live an ordinary life today." "Old boss, I'm not saying you're bad. It's just that the girl is better. Gong Shirong is really a very good boss compared to others. He never forces them to receive customers. If they don't receive customers, he will also support them. But if they don't receive customers, they only have half a tael of silver per month, and it is impossible to redeem themselves. Now they have 100 taels of silver per month, which is more than the salary of an official. At the end of the year, they will also have dividends, according to the income of Tang Shenfu. Each of them has at least 20,000 taels of silver. In a few years, they can also be rich people." Gong Shirong nodded. "It can be seen that Mu Nanjing has done better than me." Arriving at the lobby in the backyard, shopkeeper Yi arranged for them to sit down. Mu Nanjing introduced each other's identities to Gong Shirong and them. When the crown prince and the princess of Jiuyu heard Gong Shirong's name, they further confirmed that he was the emperor of Dongyao ancient kingdom. Unfortunately, they could only pretend that they didn't know his identity. Mu Nanjing asked shopkeeper Yi to prepare fruit cakes and also told her to prepare lunch. Shopkeeper Yi acted quickly. He first asked someone to bring the soup, and then sent someone to buy fruit cakes. Gong Shirong and the princess drank the soup and immediately felt different all over. Even the fatigue left from the journey was completely eliminated. "It tastes good," the crown prince of Jiuyu said while drinking. "Although I know that there are some things that cannot be asked, I still can't help but ask. Lord Mu, what ingredients did you put in the soup?" Gong Shirong turned to look at Mu Nanjing. It can't be. He wanted to talk about the things in the world of cultivation. Mu Nanjing nodded. At the right time, the waiter in the store came in with fruit cakes. Gong Shirong picked up a tangerine, peeled it, and placed it in front of Mu Nanjing, jokingly saying, "Do you still want me to feed you?" At that moment, the atmosphere in the room became very quiet. Chapter 387. They still have a father? This reminded Mu Nanjing of the time when she was in the ancient country of Dongao. When Gong Xiaorong hid in the room to serve her, it was indescribably comfortable. I want to eat lotus cake. The handsome man took the initiative to serve me. Of course I want to. Hee. Gong Xiaorong said, you really do it. He didn't feed her, but put a piece of lotus cake on her plate. After all, there were other people present, and feeding her in public was both rude and frivolous, and it was not good for Mu Nanjing's reputation. Mu Nanjing also knew this and didn't say much. She only picked up the lotus cake after greeting the princess. After lunch, they left Tangshan Mansion together. Mu Nanjing also wanted to take Gong Xiaorong to visit Xiyinfeng and Zuifeng, so she didn't go with the princess. After they walked away, the eldest princess said, Lord Mu and Master Xiaorong are more than just friends. Although Master Xiaorong and Mu Nanjing did not behave intimately just now, the way Master Xiaorong looked at Mu Nanjing was clearly looking at his beloved woman. Sheng Linming guessed, Lord Mu may have been from the ancient country of Dongzhou. The crown prince of Jiuyu said, people in this palace once asked someone about Lord Mu. She grew up in Daqian. Sheng Linming. The fourth princess sneered, I thought Master Xiaorong was a lovelorn man, and he only had his beloved concubine in his heart for his whole life. It has been such a long time since he had an ambiguous relationship with other women. It seems that his lovelorn appearance is just for the world to see. The eldest princess glanced at her coldly. If you can't speak, shut up. The fourth princess pouted unhappily. Can't I tell the truth? And they are all far away. They can't hear what we say at all. The princess didn't want to waste time talking to her. Master Bai, send the fourth princess back to the state residence. Yes. Bai Ling walked out. The fourth princess said anxiously, I want to continue to visit the capital. I won't go back. Bai Ling didn't bother to be polite with her. She directly grabbed her collar and jumped onto the roof, then used Qigong to leave. The princess said to the prince of Jiuyu, I'm sorry to make you laugh. If her mother hadn't asked her to take the fourth princess to see the world, she would never have taken the fourth princess out. The prince of Jiuyu had seen too many stupid and willful girls like the fourth princess, and he was no longer surprised. Do you want to continue to visit? Of course. The purpose of the princess's coming out was to see if Daqian had any new things or clever crafts worth taking back for the country to learn, or to buy a large amount of goods to sell back to the country. However, after an afternoon of shopping, she didn't see anything new, and other crafts were far behind them. They had expected this result, so they were not disappointed. And they did not gain nothing. The things in Xiao Mu Nanjin's 3 shops were enough for the 3 countries to establish a trade channel. I believe that as long as they bring things back, they will surely cause everyone to buy crazily and never fade. It was close to the hour of Yu when the crown prince and the princess of Jiuyu returned to the state residence. When they returned to their own courtyards, they could no longer hold back and hurried back to their rooms to write letters to the emperor far away. Sheng Linming saw the word alliance written by the princess at the end of the letter, and was surprised. Princess, we haven't gone to the barracks of Daqian to check their strength. Isn't it too hasty to decide to form an alliance so quickly? And we have only been in the capital of Daqian for 3 days. I think it's not too late to wait another half a month before deciding to form an alliance. The princess asked her, do you think we still need to go to the barracks? Of course. We can learn from this whether the Daqian kingdom's military strength is strong and whether they can stand up to us when we are in trouble. The princess shook her head. Even if their military strength is not strong now, as long as they have the wine brewed by Mu Nanjing, it will only take about 2 years for them to surpass us. The Daqian kingdom also wants to form an alliance with us, so it will sell us wine and facial cream. Maybe Mu Nanjing can open the Tangshanfu to the Jiuyue kingdom, as long as we have wine and soup. In a few years, we will also be able to fight against advanced countries, and we don't have to worry about them attacking us at any time. What's more? Sheng Linming asked, what's more? Besides, Mu Nanjing and Gong Xiaorong know each other. If we are in trouble in the future, we can also ask Mu Nanjing to ask Gong Xiaorong for help. Sheng Linming frowned. Will Gong Xiaorong help us? Will he be so stupid as to mobilize the country's army for a woman to help someone who has nothing to do with him? We don't need him to really send troops to fight, as long as the soldiers of the ancient country release the news of attacking the higher country. Do you think the higher country will still be in the mood to deal with us? Sheng Linming smiled. I guess the higher country will be scared to death. Yes. The princess smiled slightly and handed the letter to her. Pass the letter to the mother emperor. Yes. At night, The two eagles flew out of the state residence to different directions. At the same time, Mu Nanjing and Gong Xiaorong returned to the Mu mansion. As soon as they entered the mansion, they heard a child calling, "Mother." Gong Xiaorong frowned in surprise. "Mu Nanjing, are you a mother?" Mu Nanjing asked him, "Didn't you hear your grandfather talk about me? I didn't hide the fact that the divine beasts and fierce beasts called me mother. Not to mention that I sent the fierce beasts to the evil sect. There is no reason for the leader of the Wanjian sect not to know about this." "My grandfather?" Gong Xiaorong thought carefully about what his grandfather said. "Do you mean that these children are transformed by divine beasts and fierce beasts?" Mu Nanjing nodded. Hanan pulled Mu Nanjing's sleeve and said, "Mother, the real father is here." Gong Xiaorong frowned even more. "They have a father?" Mu Nanjing asked. "Which father?" Gong Xiaorong. "There are so many fathers?" "Duda father." "Duda father?" Gong Xiaorong thought this name was both cute and weird. Mu Nanjing walked into the hall and asked Gu Ming, who was sitting in the hall, "Why are you here?" Gong Xiaorong felt a sense of crisis the moment he saw Gu Ming. Gu Ming glanced at Gong Xiaorong behind her and said calmly, "Of course, I want to see you and the child." "Yes." Mu Nanjing asked Gong Xiaorong to sit down. At this time, Su Bo came in with a kettle and poured a cup of hot tea for Gong Xiaorong and Mu Nanjing with a smile. "Master Xiaorong. Miss, please have some tea." Gong Xiaorong smiled at him. "Thank you." Su Bo. "You're welcome." Su Bo's smile was so kind, as if he saw his own child with a smile in his eyes. "Master Xiaorong. Drink slowly. Be careful of the heat." "Okay." Gong Xiaorong took a sip. Su Bo turned and walked in front of Gu Ming, suddenly put away his smile, and put the teapot heavily on the table. Bang. Su Bo said, "Pour it yourself." Mu Nanjing. Gong Xiaorong. Gu Ming. Chapter 388 Bad Intentions. Mu Nanjing asked, "Uncle Su, what are you doing?" Uncle Su turned around and said to Mu Nanjing, "To be honest, young lady, I am very angry. I am angry that the governor did not fulfill his fatherly responsibilities. The young masters have been in the capital for several months, but this is the first time they have come to see the children. He is not worthy of being a father at all. He has not been seen worried for several months when the children have been missing. What kind of father is he? When the children were missing, he didn't know how anxious he was. But Mu Nanjing was not at home, so he could only ask Gu Ming for help. But he didn't see the person, and only sent someone to say that the child was safe. Since it was safe, he should have taken a look. But not only did he not see the child, he also heard that the governor was on a business trip. He was so angry that he almost fainted on the spot. The children were missing, and the governor still had the mind to go on a business trip. So, how could he not be angry? Mu Nanjing. I really don't know how to explain this. Gong Xiaorong curled his lips. The governor is indeed unworthy of being a father. How about Mu Nanjing? You find another father for the children? Gu Ming glared at him coldly. It is not the turn of an outsider to take care of our family affairs. Su Bo thought he was talking about him. He said excitedly, "It is indeed not my turn to take care of it. But I am heartbroken. Heartbroken that the children's father is in the capital. But I can't even see him for several months." Gu Ming said, "Su Bo, I'm not talking about you." Su Bo, humph. Gu Ming. Su Bo turned and walked out of the hall, and said to the children playing in the yard, "5 young masters, I will play with you." Bai Hu and Han Dun asked, "Su Bo, do you want to fight with us?" 2 young masters. Good children should not fight. If they fight, they are not good children. Su Bo touched their heads. But we like to fight. Han Un punched Bai Hu in the face. Bai Hu quickly dodged and kicked Han Dun. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Su Bo tried to persuade them, but they just played for fun and had to let them go. He turned to Bai Zhe, who was sitting on the stone steps, and asked, "Young Master Zhe, what do you want to play?" Bai Zhe propped up his chin and looked up at the sky. "I'm thinking." Su Bo asked curiously, "What are you thinking about? There are obviously no gods in the sky. Why is there thunder and rain? And why is there the sun, moon and stars?" Su Bo, this. Kids nowadays like to think about unanswerable questions. He coughed lightly. "Master, how do you know there are no gods in the sky?" Bai Zhe said, "I just know it." Su Bo really couldn't answer his question. So he turned to look at Tao Tai. "Master Tao Tai, what about you? What do you want to play?" Tao Tai said happily, "I want to play who eats the most." Su Bo knew that his appetite was bigger than that of an adult. So he asked with a smile, Master Tao Tai, are you hungry? Tao Tai thought seriously, I want to eat whether I'm hungry or not. Okay. I'll get you food now. Su Bo walked a few steps towards the backyard. Then quickly turned back and asked Xuanwu, Master Xuanwu, what about you? What do you want to play? Xuanwu looked at him without saying a word. Su Bo touched his head distressfully, I'd better get you something to eat. Xuanwu. Su Bo walked into the backyard and said sadly, Master Xuanwu is so pitiful. He can't speak at such a young age. He is such a pitiful child. He couldn't be blamed for thinking so. Since Xuanwu came, he had never heard Xuanwu say a word. Nor had he seen other children talk to Xuanwu. So he thought Xuanwu was a mute. But after he walked away, Xuanwu slowly said, I don't want to eat. Tao Tai said, if you don't eat, I will eat. Xuanwu slowly turned his head to look at him. Then walked to Bai Zai and sat down to look at the sky with him. These children are so cute. Gong Xiaorong put down the cup, stood up and walked in front of him, and said to Mu Nanjing, Mu Nanjing, you don't mind if I recognize the children as my adopted sons? Gu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Mu Nanjing certainly didn't mind. Why should I mind if there are more fathers who love them? Gong Xiaorong smiled at her. The beautiful man is charming when he smiles. And you can never get tired of looking at him. He. Gong Xiaorong's smile became even bigger. Gu Ming glanced at him coldly and coughed lightly. Mu Nanjing turned around and looked at Gu Ming. In fact, Gu Ming looks very good when he smiles. But it's a pity that he just doesn't like to smile. TSK. He has a pretty face for nothing. Gu Qiu. Gong Xiaorong squatted down and asked Bai Zai and Xuanwu, two little guys, can I be your godfather? Bai Zai asked, I want the moon in the sky. Can you pick it for me? You can be my godfather if you pick it for me. The moon in the sky? Gong Xiaorong thought for a while and said, yes. Bai Zai raised his eyebrows. Gong Xiaorong turned back to the hall, picked up the teapot and tray on the table and walked out of the hall. He put the tray in front of Bai Zai, poured hot water into the tray, and saw the moon reflected in the water, and smiled and said, this is the moon I gave you. Bai Zai nodded, not stupid. You can be my godfather. Gong Xiaorong said happily, then call me godfather. Godfather. Hey. Gong Xiaorong smiled and rubbed his little head. Tao Tai ran over, godfather. I want to eat. Gong Xiaorong asked, you want to eat? Anything? Yeah. Gong Xiaorong thought about it, and took out two big boxes from the space ring given to him by his grandfather. This is the fruit cloud cake and glutinous dumplings from the ancient country of Beihan. The taste is very good. You try it. This was originally intended to be given to Mu Nanjing, but there was no chance to take it out. Tao Tai smelled the smell. It smells good. He picked up a piece of cake in his left and right hands and stuffed it into his mouth. Gong Xiaorong called the other children. You eat together. Okay. Thank you, godfather. Bai Hu and Han Dun stopped fighting and came to him. Gong Xiaorong took out a plate of fruit cloud cake and a plate of glutinous rice dumplings and brought them to the hall. Try them quickly. Mu Nanjing picked up a piece of cake and said to Gu Ming, try them too. Yes. Gu Ming gave Mu Nanjing face and casually ate a glutinous rice dumpling. I also brought a gift. Taotia's eyes lit up when he heard this. Daddy. Is there anything to eat? Yes. Gu Ming waved his sleeves lightly, and a mountain of items appeared in front of everyone. He stood up and picked up a blue hollow box and handed it to Gong Xiaorong. You are now in the qi refining stage. Even if your spiritual roots are good, you have to wait for a year to build your foundation. But this immortal marrow pill can help you form a pill immediately, or even rush straight to the nascent soul stage. You want to give me such a precious pill? Gong Xiaorong was surprised and felt that he couldn't be so kind. Well, I'll give it to you. Gong Xiaorong asked again, will there be any other side effects? No. If you don't believe it, you can ask Mu Nanjing. Gu Ming put the box in his hand. Gong Xiaorong. I don't know why, but I feel that the other party has bad intentions. Chapter 389. What a good plan. Mu Nanjing took the blue box and opened it. The immortal marrow pill is a good thing. It can not only improve your cultivation instantly, but also cleanse your marrow and strengthen your bones. If you are lucky, it can help your spiritual roots to advance. For example, if you have two spiritual roots, you can turn them into one spiritual root. And a single spiritual root can be turned into a mutant spiritual root, etc. And there are no side effects. This is a pill that only immortals can refine. How did you get it? The rest of the words were asked to Gu Ming. He said, there are many good things left in Jiali's body. You picked up a lot of treasures. Mu Nanjing turned to Gong Xiaorong and said, the immortal marrow pill is very suitable for you. You don't need to. It takes hundreds or thousands of years to cultivate to the golden core stage or the nascent soul stage. However, after you have fully advanced to the realm, you still need to consolidate it. Gong Xiaorong asked, how can I consolidate it? It means to meditate and cultivate to stabilize the realm in seclusion, which may take a few years or more than 20 years. You should thank Gu Ming very much. Not everyone is so generous to give out the immortal marrow pill to someone they don't know. Okay. Gong Xiaorong took the box and bowed to Gu Ming. Thank you for giving me such a precious immortal marrow pill. If you need it in the future, please let me know. Gu Ming nodded. Mu Nanjing took the children aside to open the gifts. Every time they opened a box or bottle, the children exclaimed in surprise. Even Mu Nanjing couldn't help but sigh. Are these all the good things left by Jiali? Gu Ming replied, yes. Gong Xiaorong took advantage of Mu Nanjing and the others' attention on the gifts and moved to Gu Ming's side, whispering, the governor is really scheming. The immortal marrow pill is indeed a good thing, but it takes time to consolidate the realm. In this way, he has no time to get along with Mu Nanjing, and Gu Ming has time to cultivate feelings with Mu Nanjing. Secondly, Mu Nanjing has a better impression of Gu Ming. Thank you. Gu Ming responded to him. Gong Xiaorong, although your intentions are not pure, I have not lost anything, so I still want to thank you. Gu Ming raised his eyebrows. But don't be too proud too soon. I can see that Mu Nanjing has no feelings for you at present, and may not like you when I consolidate my realm. Gu Ming said calmly, that's better than having another man by her side competing with me for her. That's true. But aren't you worried that I won't leave immediately after taking the pill, and will take the immortal marrow pill after I win Mu Nanjing's heart? Gu Ming looked at him very confidently. You can't wait. Why can't I wait? When a man's cultivation is lower than a woman's, he will feel inferior, and feel that he is not worthy of the other person. Especially when there is a man with the same or stronger cultivation as her. You will have no face to stay with her. Gong Xiaorong snorted, men really understand men. You're flattering me. I won't let you get what you want. I'll stay here for a while. And then I'll stay with Mu Nanjing to make you feel uncomfortable. Gu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. When you have a treasure, it's best to swallow it immediately. Otherwise it's not worth it if you lose it. Gong Xiaorong sneered, as expected of a governor. You're really insidious. How can I say I'm insidious when I'm trying to find opportunities for myself? At most, I'm just possessive. If you were me, maybe your methods would be more insidious than mine. Gong Xiaorong didn't deny, okay. I admit it. But I just came here, and I have to stay for at least 10 days or half a month before I leave. Isn't that too much? Gu Ming. Or do you think I have the ability to capture Mu Nanjing's heart in such a short time? Gu Ming sneered. If you had this ability, you would have gotten it when we were in the same room in the ancient Dongyao kingdom. Gong Xiaorong raised his eyebrows. Since you knew we were in the same room, why didn't you stop it? Gu Ming was silent. Gong Xiaorong looked at his sullen face. You didn't like Mu Nanjing at that time, did you? Gu Ming agreed with him. TSK. No wonder you were so scheming. You turned out to be a latecomer. Gong Xiaorong didn't say much to him. Walked to the children, squatted down and said, little guys, Godfather will help you open the gifts. Tao Tai suddenly raised his head and looked at him. Gong Xiaorong asked, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Tao Tai said, when I heard you say Godfather, I thought of something. What is it? I remembered that I have a son. Everyone. Gong Xiaorong couldn't help but be indifferent. You are so young. Where did you get a son? Can you give birth to a child? I really have a son. Tao Tai stood up angrily. It's an adopted son. It turns out to be an adopted son. Bai Hu was curious. Where did you get your adopted son? Tao Tai raised his chin proudly. The adopted son I recognized in Wucheng. But I forgot to say goodbye to him when I left. I wonder if he misses me as his godfather. Hunan asked, what is the name of your adopted son? His name is? Tao Tai pondered. His name is. What was it? I forgot. Every time I saw him, I called him son. Everyone. Hunan asked again, then do you remember where he lives? He should not live in Wucheng now. He may come to the capital. Tao Tai heard from the elders of the demon cult when he was looking for Xu Xiao that his adopted son was a Jinui and would return to the capital after a while. Han Dun's eyes lit up. Come to the capital? Then we... Before he finished speaking, Su Bo came with food. Master Tao Tai. Master Xuanwu. The food is here. Xuanwu. He didn't want to eat. Tao Tai said excitedly, there's food. He rushed to Su Bo and ate up the food in a few bites. Su Bo said anxiously, Master Xuanwu hasn't eaten yet. Why did you eat all his share? He said he didn't want to eat. Su Bo asked Xuanwu distressedly, really? Xuanwu didn't say anything and continued to open the gift with his head down. Su Bo asked in surprise, who sent these gifts? Han Dun said, my father sent them. Su Bo looked at Gu Ming and snorted, no matter how many gifts you give, they can't make up for the company you give your children. Gu Ming nodded, Su Bo is right. So I decided to move in and live with the children. Mu Nanjing. Gong Xiaorong. It seems pretty good to go out and come in with the handsome governor every day in the future. He. Gong Xiaorong rolled his eyes. How shameless. Really? Su Bo said happily, I'll go clean up the room now. He ran out a few steps, but thought it was wrong. So he turned back. I think it's not right. Now everyone doesn't know that you and the girl are married. It will be bad for the girl's reputation if you move in and live with her for a long time. It's better to wait until you explain your affairs to everyone before moving in with a legitimate reason. Gu Ming nodded in agreement. Su Bo is right. I will slowly explain our affairs to everyone. Gong Xiaorong walked to Mu Nanjing and whispered, do you really let him live in as your husband? Mu Nanjing said, it's probably difficult. Gong Xiaorong raised his eyebrows. Why? The children have another biological father. Gong Xiaorong asked curiously, who? National Master. Gong Xiaorong chuckled, National Master. Okay. National Master is not as easy to deal with as him. Gu Ming. Chapter 390 Son. I'm here. Finally. Gu Ming left the Mu mansion. Everyone went back to their rooms to rest. At the Mao hour of the next day, Mu Nanjing got up to go on duty. Shortly after she left, Han Dun quickly got up and patted Tao Tai beside him. Tao Tai opened his sleepy eyes and asked, what's wrong? Han Dun said excitedly, let's go find your adopted son. When Tao Tai heard that they were going to find Xu Xiao, his eyes lit up. Okay. Let's go find him now. By the way, call Bai Zai and the others. Han Dun wondered. Why call Bai Zai and the others? I told my son that I would introduce all the uncles, aunts and uncles to him, so that he will have many uncles, aunts and uncles to rely on in the future. Han Dun nodded in agreement. It will be more impressive if we have more people. Let's go find Bai Zai. He picked up Tao Tai and walked to the next door, and then picked up Bai Zai, Baihu and Xuanwu who were still asleep and left the Mu mansion. Bai Zai instantly woke up, looked at the ground under his feet, and said speechlessly, where are you going so early in the morning? Tao Tai said excitedly, to find my son. Bai Zai was puzzled. Why do you take us with you? I want to introduce you uncles to my son, and you will be his backers in the future. Bai Zai. Baihu patted Tao Tai's shoulder. Don't worry. I will never let anyone bully him with me. Tao Tai was moved and said, you are really a good uncle. Baihu grinned. Bai Zai sighed. Elders have to give gifts to the younger generation. Are you ready? Baihu's face fell immediately. No. Han Dun said anxiously. I don't have a gift either. What should I do? Bai Zai said, you can use the gift from Gu Ming as a gift. Everyone's eyes lit up. Okay. Bai Zai asked again, where does your nephew live? Tao Tai shook his head. I don't know. Bai Zai didn't know what to say. He took a deep breath. You should remember his smell. Right? Tao Tai is very sensitive to smells. Can smell smells thousands of miles away, and can distinguish various smells from many smells, including human smells. Yes. Tao Tai's eyes lit up. Yes. I remember his smell. He sniffed the air and smelled a familiar smell. He happily pointed to the Mu mansion. He's there. Han Dun carried them and turned to fly back to the gate of the Mu mansion. Isn't this my mother's home? Tao Tai sniffed again and pointed to the next door to the Mu mansion and said, over there. Han Dun asked, are you sure? Sure. Han Dun carried them to the next door and came to the door of the room that Tao Tai pointed to. He asked with voice transmission, is it here? Tao Tai sniffed again, yes. He happily pushed open the door. Son. I'm here. Xu Xiao, who was about to get up, quickly took off the robe beside him and put it on. Walked out of the bedroom. and used his spiritual power to light the candle in the room. Seeing that the person who came in was Tao Tai, he was surprised and said, Tao Tai, why are you here? When he left Wuching, he tried to find Tao Tai, but he couldn't find him and had to return to the capital. After returning to the capital, he would think of the little guy who called him son from time to time, and thought he would never see him again in his life. But he didn't expect that the other party would come to find him. Son, I missed you, so I came to see you. Tao Tai waved at him. Come and meet your uncles. Xu Xiao didn't react for a moment. Uncle? What uncle? Then, Tao Tai walked in with 4 children. Bai Hu and Han Dun greeted Xu Xiao happily. Hello, nephew. Xu Xiao looked at the 5 children, who were less than 3 years old, and suddenly his head was full of black lines. He didn't know whether to correct their address. Tao Tai introduced Xu Xiao in turn. Son, this is your Uncle Bai Zai, Uncle Han Dun, Uncle Bai Hu and Uncle Xian Wu. Call them uncle quickly. They have a gift for you. Bai Hu and Han Dun looked at Xu Ranyao with bright and expectant eyes. Tao Tai urged, call them quickly. They have something good for you. Xu Xiao could see that if he didn't call them, Tao Tai would cry to him. So he sighed slightly. Hello, 4 uncles. Tao Tai said happily, Bai Zai, Bai Hu, Han Dun, Xian Wu. He is my son. Call. What's his name? Xu Xiao introduced himself. My name is Xu Xiao. Yes, his name is Xu Xiao. Tao Tai happily threw himself into Xu Xiao's arms. Son, there will be more people to protect you in the future. Xu Xiao was embarrassed. Bai Zai took out a gift. This is my gift. Tao Tai patted Xu Xiao on the chest and said, it's a good thing. Thank Uncle Bai Zai quickly. Xu Xiao was almost speechless. He took the gift and said, thank you Uncle Bai Zai. Alas, just think of it as playing house with the children. Wait. The kids in front of me look so familiar. You? Xu Xiao looked at Bai Zai and the others seriously. Aren't you the kid who told me that someone kidnapped children? Bai Zai also recognized him. Well, have all the abducted children been rescued? They have been rescued. Most of the children have been sent back home. Some children are being raised in the Due mansion, and will be sent back when their families are found. Xu Xiao smiled. I didn't expect that we are so destined. By the way, if Tao Tai could have described Bai Zai and his friends well, he would have helped him find his brothers long ago. Nephew, this is my meeting gift. Han Dun stuffed the gift box into his hands, patted his chest and said, Nephew, your uncle is very powerful. If someone bullies you in the future, just tell me, and I will help you vent your anger. Me too. Bai Hu stuffed the gift into Xu Xiao's hands. Don't forget to find me. Xu Xiao thought they were really cute. Put the gift on the table on the side, and then rubbed their hair. Thank you, uncles. Han Nun and Bai Hu chuckled. Xu Xiao looked at Xuanwu. Bai Zai took out another gift from his space ring and gave it to him. Your uncle Xuanwu is slow to react, so I'm giving you a gift on his behalf. Slow to react? Xu Xiao didn't quite understand what he meant. Tao Tai said, when you talk to Xuanwu, he will wait for a cup of tea or an incense stick before replying to you. And the same goes for doing things. Xu Xiao, none of these kids is normal. Tao Tai took out a space ring and put it in his hand. Son, this is a gift from your father to you. Ring? Xu Xiao didn't know why he wanted to give him a ring. This is a space ring. Except for living things. Other items can be put in it. Tao Tai demonstrated to him. First put the gifts given by Bai Zai and others into the ring, and then took the things out. Son, you drip blood on the ring to let the ring recognize you as the master, and the ring will belong to you in the future. If others want to take the things in the ring, they must break the blood contract first. Xu Xiao did as he said and dripped blood on the ring. After the contract was signed, Bai Zai said, you can now open the gift I gave you. Chapter 391. Your gift? Xu Xiao remembered that Bai Zai's gift to him was a blue hollow box. He took out the box from his space ring and asked, is this it? Bai Zai nodded. Are you sure you want me to open it now? Yes. Xu Xiao opened the box, and inside was a white pill that was shining with colorful light. This is... Huh? Tao Tai leaned forward and took a look. Isn't this the immortal marrow pill? The pill in the box is exactly the same as the one that Gu Ming gave Gong Xiaorong last night. Bai Zai hummed, it's the immortal marrow pill. I saw the immortal marrow pill when I opened the gift last night, and I kept it for myself thinking that it might be useful in the future. But I didn't expect to use it so soon. Xu Xiao was curious. What is the immortal marrow pill? Tao Tai told him the benefits that Mu Nanjing mentioned. Xu Xiao was surprised. Can it make me advance to the golden core stage or the nascent soul stage instantly? Is there really such a powerful pill? The pills made by immortals are of course powerful for immortal cultivators. Immortal pills? Xu Xiao was even more surprised. Where did you get the immortal pills? Eat them quickly, and you will become more powerful. Tao Tai took the pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Wait. Xu Xiao put the pill back into the box. Tao Tai didn't understand. Why don't you eat it? Don't you want to become stronger? I do. Of course. But I have things to do now. And I can't retreat for the time being. I still need to seek the opinion of someone before deciding whether to advance to a higher level. Who? Who do you want to seek consent from? He is also a person who has done me a favor. As for eating the immortal marrow pill, let's talk about it in 2 days. Tao Tai nodded, since he is your benefactor. He is also your father's benefactor. Xu Xiao was ashamed. Since you don't want to eat the immortal marrow pill, I will take you to see my mother. Your grandmother. She. Tao Tai pointed outside. And suddenly, he remembered that Mu Nanjing was not at home. She is on duty now. Xu Xiao's mouth twitched wildly. I will also be on duty later. Let's talk about it when I come back in the evening. Tao Tai knew that he had to be on duty on time. So he didn't embarrass him. Well, I will come to see you in the evening. Well, have you eaten breakfast? Do you want to ask the servants to prepare breakfast for you? Tao Tai was about to say yes. But Bai Zhe said first, no. Tao Tai pouted unhappily. Why not? There are already a lot of breakfasts prepared at home. So there is no need to trouble my nephew to prepare breakfast. Bai Zhe pulled Tao Tai away. Tao Tai hurriedly called out, son, I'll come to see you in the evening. Eldest nephew. At this moment, he didn't know how to describe his feelings. He was happy that Tao Tai cared about him so much. But every time he heard him call him son, he couldn't help laughing and crying. Now he felt a headache when he thought that the other party was going to take him to see his mother. I really don't know what excuse to find to refuse Tao Tai. But not going all the time is not a solution. And if he wants to go, he must prepare gifts. But the other party's mother may not be interested in mortal things, and may think that he kidnapped her son. At the same time, Mu Nanjing, who had already arrived at the state residence, suddenly sneezed. Is it Gu Ming who is thinking about me again? The officials of Dakian State couldn't help but look at him. Captain Lu came over and asked, Mu Nanjing, where did you go yesterday? Mu Nanjing rubbed his nose. Bring a friend to the street for a walk. It's strange. This is the first time I heard you say you have a friend. Who is it? Tell me. Lu Qian, who has been with her for such a long time. And this is the first time he heard her say she has a friend. Gong Xiorong. Gong Xioro? Lu Qian, who thought for a while. This name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Mu Nanjing did not explain much. Gong Xiorong. Gong Xiorong. Gong Xiorong. Lu Qian, who suddenly remembered who Gong Xiorong was. And his eyes widened. Isn't Gong Xiorong the one who gave you the brothel? I remember he is still the prince of the ancient Dongzhao kingdom. He came to Dakian kingdom again? What is he doing here? He doesn't want to attack Dakian kingdom. Right? Lu Qian, who has a big imagination. Captain Lu. What do you mean by brain hole? Mu Nanjing said, a few years ago. He was indeed a prince. And later he became the emperor of the ancient country of Dongzhao. Emperor? Emperor? Captain Lu couldn't help but raise his voice. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he quickly lowered his voice and asked, is he the emperor now? Not now. Captain Lu glared at her. You are kidding me. Right? Why should I kid you? Mu Nanjing glanced at him. He was indeed the emperor for a while, and then he stopped being the emperor. Now he is just the prince of the ancient country of Dongao, and the prince of the ancient country of Beihan. He came to Dakian just to see me. Captain Lu said, it shows that he knows how to be grateful. You saved his life. And he not only gave you 3 brothels, but also ran back to see you from afar. It seems that you have a good relationship. This is good. When medium-sized or high-level countries attack them in the future, Gong Xiorong may lead troops to help them, so they will not be isolated and helpless. Not only did we get along well, I was also his noble lady in the palace. Alas, I really missed the days when he served me in the room. Cough, cough, cough. Not only Lu Qianhu, but other officials around him were choked by their own saliva. Mu Nanjing frowned. Why are you coughing so hard all of a sudden? Lu Qianhu's face turned red from coughing. He waved his hand to show that he was fine. After a while, he recovered his breath. Does the governor know that he is here? Why did he mention Gu Ming out of the blue? I know. They met last night. What happened? Lu Qianhu asked again. Didn't they fight? No. Actually not. This surprised Lu Qianhu. Could it be that because Gong Shirong is a prince, and a prince of an ancient country, they didn't fight? Mu Nanjing asked. Do you hope they can fight? Well, of course not. At this time, the Minister of Rites came over and said, the Crown Prince and the Princess of Jiuyu said they would rest in the state residence for the next 2 days, and would not go out for a walk. And they told us not to stay here to entertain them. In that case, Lu Qianhu said to Mu Nanjing, you can go back to accompany your friend. Maybe one day, he will be needed to help Dakian Kingdom. Mu Nanjing probably understood what he meant and replied, after all, distant water cannot save nearby fire. Lu Qianhu. Mu Nanjing walked towards the main hall. Lu Qianhu asked, aren't you going back? I'll go back after I have breakfast. Lu Qianhu was ashamed. Is the Mu mansion so short of food? Yes. Lu Qianhu thought it was not nice for her to eat breakfast alone in the main hall. So he took the Minister of Rites and the others into the main hall to eat together. Mu Nanjing did not go home immediately after breakfast, but went to 3 stores to check the account books. When she saw the full pages of numbers, she was overwhelmed and wanted to catch the entire Ministry of Revenue to do the accounting for her. In the end, she gave up and had to hire someone to do the accounting. And she returned to the Mu mansion in the evening. As soon as she entered the door, Tao Tai pounced on her. Mother, you are back. Chapter 392, is this relationship so complicated? Mu Nanjing picked up Tao Tai and asked, why are you so happy? Tao Tai said happily, Mother, I found my son. Mu Nanjing. I'll take you to see him. Tao Tai jumped out of Mu Nanjing's arms, and took her hand, and ran to the next yard. Bai Zhe said, it is not polite for the elder to see the younger. You should call your nephew to pay respects to Mother. Okay. Tao Tai took Mu Nanjing back to the hall. Mother, sit here and wait for me to come back. I'll be back soon. Mu Nanjing watched him climb over the next yard, and then asked Bai Zhe, did he really find his son? Bai Zhe nodded. Mu Nanjing. He really recognized a godson. I want to see who can catch Tao Ya's eye. At the same time, Tao Tai came to the next yard and met Xu Xiao, who was about to return to his room. Son. Xu Xiao's mouth twitched. Can you call Xiao? Tao Tai took his hand. Son. My mother is back. Xu Xiao. It seems that it will never be possible to correct him. Son. I will take you to see my mother. Tao Tai took Xu Xiao and left. Wait. Xu Xiao stopped and held him. But the other party was stronger than him, and he was dragged away by Tao Tai. Tao Tai. Wait a minute. Let me prepare something. Tao Tai tilted his head with a puzzled look on his face. What are you going to prepare? Xu Xia exhaled. Of course I will change my clothes and prepare a gift. Otherwise, it will be too rude and your mother will be unhappy. Tao Tai nodded quickly when he heard that his mother would be unhappy. Then you should prepare something quickly. Xu Xia took him back to his room and found a new set of robes. Does your mother have anything she likes? Tao Tai shook his head. I don't know. Xu Xia asked again. Then tell me what kind of person your mother is. Tao Tai thought seriously. My mother has a cold face every day. Doesn't like to laugh, but laughs often. Xu Xia was speechless. Cold face. Doesn't like to laugh, but laughs often. Your description is really funny. Anything else? She is serious, but very funny. Stop. Xu Xia took a deep breath. Tell me, do you have 2 mothers? Otherwise, how can a person have a cold face? Don't like to laugh, and laugh often. Be serious, but very funny. Whose personality is so contradictory? Could it be that he usually has 2 faces? Serious when facing others, and likes to laugh when facing his own people? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. And such a person was not easy to get along with. I only have 1 mother. Tao Tai saw that he was still tying his belt. Hurry up. Mother is still waiting for us. If she has kept waiting for a long time, she will be unhappy. Xu Xia thought that the other party was difficult to get along with, so he changed his clothes faster. What is your mother's surname? Gonghua. Is your father here? No. Xu Xia was relieved. He didn't want to see the national teacher now. Then should I call her the wife of the national teacher, the wife of Gonghua, or the wife of Feng? Tao Tai thought for a while, Everyone likes to call her the young master of Gongbwa. Young master? Xu Xiao was stunned. Is your mother the young master of a sect? Yes. She is the young master of Gongbwa's family. Gongbwa's family? Xu Xiao had never heard of a family with the surname Gongbwa in Dakian. Your mother's family is not in the world of cultivation. Right? Yes. Xu Ranyao couldn't help but touch the ring. He didn't know if the things he bought would be pleasing to the other party. The important thing was that Taotia's mother didn't think that he was deceiving her son to teach him how to cultivate immortality. Taotai asked, Son, are you okay? Okay. Xu Xia followed Taotai out of the room. Taotai took him over the wall next door to the courtyard of the Mu Mansion, and then ran into the hall. Xu Xia was stunned. Isn't this the Mu Mansion? He looked left and right, and confirmed again and again that this was Mu Nanjin's residence. Mother! Mother! I brought my son to see you. Xu Xiao. Then, he heard a familiar voice. Please let him in. Isn't this Mu Nanjin's voice? Could Mu Nanjin be Taotia's mother? But he had never heard that she had a son. That's not right. Isn't Taotia's mother's surname Gongbwa? Shouldn't it be Mu Nanjin? Or is there someone else in the hall? Taotai ran out of the hall and waved to Xu Xiao, who was standing there. Son, come in quickly. Xu Xiao. Taotai saw that he didn't move, so he had to run over and pull him into the hall. Mom, this is my son. When Xu Xiao and Mu Nanjin met eyes, they were stunned for a moment. Xu Xiao? Mu Nanjin looked outside the hall and made sure that no one else came in before saying, Are you Taotia's son? Xu Xiao also looked around the hall and confirmed that there was only Mu Nanjin in the hall, and frowned. Are you Taotia's mother? Taotai said happily, Yes. She is my mother. Son, come and meet your grandmother. Mu Nanjin. Xu Xia touched his forehead. This relationship was really too much to bear. Mu Nanjin. Why haven't I heard that you have a son? I can't tell everyone that I have a son. And I don't have a chance to tell you. Besides, it's not a big deal that I have a son. It doesn't matter whether I tell you or not. Mu Nanjin said, But you? It's really surprising that you are my son's son. TSK. Xu Xiao actually has the quirk of recognizing a little kid as his father. Oh! Xu Xiao is my grandson from now on. So my generation is 2 generations higher than his. Alas, I can no longer blaspheme Xu Xiao with my eyes. After all, blaspheming your own grandson is a thing worse than pigs and dogs. Xu Xiao was very upset, since you and the Imperial Master are married and have a child. Why are you still entangled with the governor? Mu Nanjin frowned. Who said that I and the Imperial Master are married? Xu Xia asked. Isn't the child's father the Imperial Master? Their father is still the governor. Xu Xia. Is this relationship so complicated? Mu Nanjin said, I'll tell you what's going on later. Taotai pulled his sleeve. Son, you should pay your respects to your grandmother. Xu Xia was embarrassed. Taotai. Your mother and I are friends, not grandparents. Mu Nanjin. You should also tell him about our situation. Taotai is an innocent and lovely child. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have embarked on the path of cultivation. Xu Xia really couldn't bear to hurt him. Taotai didn't understand. You are my son. Why can't you be my grandson with my mother? Xu Xia looked at Mu Nanjin and signaled her to explain with his eyes. Mu Nanjin asked, Is it Taotai who taught you to cultivate immortality? Xu Xia nodded, Yes. It was him. Mu Nanjin took out a box from the space ring. This is a gift from your grandmother. Xu Xia. Chapter 393 Young Master Crab. Taotai pulled Xu Xia's sleeve and said, The gifts my mother gave me are all good things. You should thank your grandmother. Xu Xia would rather not have a gift than call Mu Nanjin grandma. Mu Nanjin saw his thoughts. The box contains a magic weapon for the Qi training period. It is not a top-grade magic weapon for the cultivation world, but it is a magic weapon in the mortal world. As long as you call me grandma, this magic weapon will be yours. This was originally a magic weapon prepared for Guanglu's wife, but I didn't expect that there would be another grandson in the Qi training period tonight, so I can only give it to Xu Xiao as a meeting gift. I will refine it again for Guanglu's wife later. Fortunately, the requirements of cultivators in the Qi training period for magic weapons are not high. Otherwise the magic weapon in my hand would not be suitable for Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao. This magic weapon is really too tempting. It made him want to change his words and call her grandma. Taotai said, Mother, Bai Zai gave your grandson a fairy marrow pill. It won't be long before he is no longer in the Qi training stage. And the magic weapon you gave him will soon be useless. Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows. Are you seeking benefits for your son in the future? Xu Xia. Can you care about my feelings for a while? Please don't say grandson on the left and son on the right. Okay. Tao Tai nodded. Please help your grandson prepare a set of magic equipment in the future. Mu Nanjing said to Xu Xiu. He cares about you more than his mother. It's really disgusting. It's sad that the son forgets his mother after having a child. Xu Xia. Tao Tai said, as a matter of course. Mother has a high level of cultivation. So I don't need to worry about her. My son has a low level of cultivation and has no magic weapon on him. So I have to worry about him. Tao Tai has become much more sensible after having a son. Mu Nanjing could see that Tao Tai really wanted to recognize Xu Xiu as his son. So he asked Xu Xiu, when do you plan to take the immortal marrow pill? Without waiting for Xu Xiu to answer. Tao Tai said he would ask his benefactor before deciding when to take the immortal marrow pill. Benefactor? Who? Xu Xiu said, I'm talking about you. You are short of manpower now. If I take the immortal marrow pill and practice in seclusion, can you handle your work? Mu Nanjing frowned. We are indeed short of manpower now. You can wait until my business stabilizes before taking the immortal marrow pill. Xu Xiu was not in a hurry to advance to a higher realm and nodded. Mu Nanjing raised his right index finger slightly, and the teapot on the table flew up, and then poured out 6 cups of water. You can serve us tea now. Serve tea? Xu Xiu was puzzled. The younger generation serves tea to the elders. Xu Xiu was speechless. Are you serious? This will only benefit you and not harm you. Especially when you go to the world of cultivation. There will be thousands of uncles, aunts and uncles protecting you. You will know how good it is to be a crab master. Crab master? Xu Xiu was puzzled. What is a crab master? Mu Nanjing said in a calm voice. Crab master can walk sideways. Xu Xiu. Mu Nanjing said to Bai Zai and others outside. Bai Zai. Come in. Bai Zai and Bai Hu walked in and sat on the chairs on both sides. Mu Nanjing looked at Xu Xiu and said, do you want face or do you want to be a crab master? You choose. Any smart person knows that face is not as important as backing. Xu Xiu didn't think much about it and picked up the teacup on the table. Grandma. Please have tea. As long as he regards grandma as a title, he will not feel awkward or uncomfortable. Moreover, he and Mu Nanjing are almost the same age, and no one would think that they are grandparents even if he calls her grandma. Tao Tai and his friends are children, and no one would think that they are his adopted father and uncle. Yeah. Mu Nanjing drank the tea and handed him the gift. Thank you, Grandma. Oh, the more you call her, the smoother it is. Xu Xiu's mouth twitched. Then, he picked up the other 5 cups of tea and offered them to Tao Tai and his friends. After drinking the tea, Tao Tai jumped into Xu Xiu's arms excitedly. Son. Xu Xiu teased, in theory. It should be the father who hugs the son. But I always hug you. But you never hug me. Is that so? Tao Tai looked at Bai Zai. Bai Zai nodded. Tao Tai jumped off Xu Xiu. Son. I'll hold you. He stretched out his hands to hold Xu Xiu. But with his height, he could only hold Xu Xiu's thighs. Xu Xiu couldn't help laughing and said, Can you hold me? Mu Nanjing drank a sip of tea without saying a word. I can hold you. But I can't hold you in my arms. Tao Tai was quite disappointed. Xu Xiu couldn't help laughing, rubbed his head and said, Now you admit that you are small? I'm not small. Tao Tai didn't know what he was thinking about. His eyes lit up. I know how to hold you. Xu Xiu asked, How to hold me? Suddenly, the cute Tao Tai turned into a huge monster with a big head and a small body. It was shaped like a sheep with a human face. Its eyes were under its armpits. It had tiger teeth and human claws, sharp teeth like saws, and a slightly curved and hooked mouth. The eyes were squeezed to the armpits by the big mouth. Xu Xia saw a person turned into a monster for the first time, and his eyes were wide open. You, son. Tao Tai happily hugged Xu Xiu, stretched out his big tongue to lick his face, and then left a face full of saliva. Xu Xiu was completely stunned. Mu Nanjing asked Bai Zai, Doesn't Tao Tai's saliva corrode everything? Bai Zai said, This is like a skill. When you want to use it, the saliva has a corrosive effect. If you don't want to use it, his saliva is the same as usual, and Tao Tai can control it freely. Oh! Suddenly, A loud shout came from outside the hall, "Monster!" Mu Nanjing and others looked outside the house, only to see Su Bo rolled his eyes and fainted. Before he fell to the ground, Mu Nanjing teleported to Su Bo, caught his body, and then fed him a pill to prevent him from getting sick. She sent Su Bo back to his room, and then returned to the hall and said to Tao Tai, "In the mortal world, you are not allowed to change back to your original form at will." Oh! Tao Tai kissed Xu Xiu several times before letting him go, then changed back to human form and jumped back into Xu Xiu's arms. At this time, Xu Xiu was already scared silly. Mu Nanjing stood up and said to Tao Tai, "I'm going back to my room to rest. You should explain your identity to your son yourself." Tao Tai nodded. Bai Zhe and the others also left the hall. Tao Tai used the cleaning technique to clean the saliva on Xu Xiu's face. "Son, come back to your senses." Xu Xiu still looked at him stupidly. After all, it was the first time he saw a person turn into a monster, and the other party looked very ugly, so it was hard for him to accept it. Tao Tai was very worried. "Son, are you okay?" He gently patted Xu Xiu's face. After a long while, Xu Xiu finally came to his senses. What happened to you just now?" Chapter 394 I am not a human. That was my true form. Tao Tai said excitedly, "Isn't my true form very majestic and domineering? It's a pity that the hall is too small and it's in the capital. Otherwise I can become bigger. Bigger than a mountain." True form? Xu Xiu didn't quite understand what true form meant. "I am not a human. I am a fierce beast." Tao Tai told him their identities. After listening to it, Xu Xiu couldn't recover for a long time. He never thought that the little thing in front of him was a big fierce beast. So, in the future, I will really have many uncles and aunts who are fierce beasts or mythical beasts. Among them are Aunt Phoenix, Uncle Golden Dragon, and other mythical beasts living in myths. Xu Xiu thought it was ridiculous, but Tao Tai didn't seem to be lying to him. No wonder Mu Nanjing said that there are only benefits and no disadvantages to recognizing Tao Tai as his godfather. With so many fierce beasts and mythical beasts covering him, it would be strange if he didn't walk sideways. "Yeah." Tao Tai nodded. "Sorry," Xu Xiu said. Tao Tai looked puzzled. Xu Xiu rubbed his little head. "When you described Mu Nanjing just now, I thought you had two mothers. In fact, your description at that time was really good. She really has a very contradictory personality. By the way, I still have a gift for my grandmother. I'm going to find her. You can go and play with your uncle and others." Okay. Tao Tai went to find Hun Dun and others, and Xu Xiu came to Mu Nanjing's yard with familiarity. Mu Nanjing didn't close the door. She heard Xu Xiu's footsteps and said, "Come in." Xu Xiu took out a large rectangular box from the space ring and put it on the table. "Grandmother, this is a gift from your juniors. TSK. This grandmother is so reluctant. It's really hard for him." Mu Nanjing opened the box and saw a set of 100 flowers jewelry made of gold, including earrings, headdresses, necklaces, rings, bracelets, etc. It can only be said that all the accessories on the body are gathered here. Although they don't have the aura of magic weapons, they are exquisite and elegant. Each accessory is ingenious, but people can tell at a glance that they are a set of accessories. Wearing them all on the body shows elegance and luxury. She likes it very much. This set of jewelry is really beautiful. It must have cost a lot of silver. Right? Xu Xiu didn't hide it from her, and he couldn't hide it from her, and said bluntly, "It cost 1,000,000 taels of silver." Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows. "You are really willing to spend money. Tao Tai treats me well, so the gift for his mother can't be shabby. But it's a pity that no matter how good the things are, they can't compare to the things in the world of cultivation." Xu Xiu felt very regretful. "Your heart is the best thing." Mu Nanjing closed the box and put it in the space ring, with the craftsmanship of Dacian Kingdom. "It is impossible to make such good jewelry. Where did you buy this set of jewelry?" Xu Xiu's eyes flashed with embarrassment. "I bought it from Qi Lao, the seven-handed monster. She is proficient in refining jewelry. After coming to the capital, she has been studying and making this set of jewelry. It was not until the day before yesterday that all the finished products were completed. It was originally intended to be handed over to you for you to deal with, but I bought it in advance. Now the 1,000,000 taels of silver for buying the jewelry have been given to Qi Lao. When Qi Lao sees you, he will give you 1,000,000 taels." Mu Nanjing asked him, "Do you think I made a profit or a loss?" Not only did you make money, but the jewelry was returned to you. Of course you made a profit. I mean, I didn't suffer any loss by hiring the seven-handed monster. Did I? Shushia paused. I have to admit that their craftsmanship is really good. I won't talk about other things. The craftsmanship of the jewelry I gave you is amazing. Each piece of jewelry is exquisitely crafted. And there is no flaw. The small flowers on the jewelry are like real flowers, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. It is worth my 1,000,000 taels of silver. Mu Nanjing nodded. In fact, I originally planned to buy you wine from Zuifeng. But I thought that Taofia's mother must be a cultivator, so she would not be interested in something you made casually. Finally, I decided to buy a gift from the seven-handed monster. By the way, the seven-handed monster said he wanted to see you. After returning from Wuching, Mu Nanjing arranged them in the next courtyard and never saw them. If they need anything, they will tell Shushia and Wu Yuan, and the two of them will prepare the items they need for them. Mu Nanjing said, I will go to see them tomorrow. The next morning after the sun rose, she came to the next courtyard. The seven-handed monster, who had just finished breakfast, was delighted to see her coming. The five elders said, Little girl, you finally came to see us. We thought you had forgotten me. To them, Mu Nanjing was really a good boss. He not only fulfilled his promise to them, but also gave them enough freedom, and never asked them for anything. The most important thing was that no matter what kind of items they wanted, they could find them. And they never blamed them for wasting precious materials. They just did what they liked every day. If Wu Yuan and Shu Xiao hadn't lived in the same house, they would have almost forgotten that they had a boss. Mu Nanjing asked with concern, Are you used to living here? The seven-handed monster smiled and said, We are used to it. Especially, they didn't have much requirements for food and accommodation. And Mu Nanjing arranged everything for them without worrying about anything. Mu Nanjing said, If you are not satisfied with anything, just tell Wu Yuan. He will make everyone satisfied. Satisfied? Very satisfied. Wu Yuan took good care of us. He almost picked the stars in the sky for us. The seven-handed monsters were not joking. No matter what they wanted, even if it was the only herb left in the world, Wu Yuan could find it for them. They didn't want to leave after living here. Otherwise no one would find them any materials they wanted in the future. The leader of the seven-handed monsters called Mu Nanjing to the yard where they worked. Little girl, come and see the finished products we made. You don't need to see mine. The seventh elder took off the purse from his waist and handed it to Mu Nanjing. The jewelry I made was bought by Xiao Shu. This is the silver note he gave me. I already know this. The jewelry he bought is also with me. The seventh elder was very surprised by Shu Xia's behavior, but he didn't ask. Mu Nanjing came to the room where they worked, which was filled with various fine products, including swords, exquisite ceramics, and brightly colored cloth. The second elder introduced her to the cloth he dyed. Mu girl, this is the cloth I woven and dyed. Come and see. Mu Nanjing picked up one of the cloths to check. The delicate cloth was as light as morning mist and as soft as clouds, making people feel extremely comfortable. Moreover, the color was bright. A bright pink color that Dakian had never seen before. If it was sold in a shop, it would surely attract noble ladies to fight for it. And even Mu Nanjing himself liked it very much. Chapter 395. The easiest person to cheat is him. In addition to bright pink, the cloth also has silver pink, gold pink, blue pink and purple pink. A total of 5 different pinks, each of which is very noble, and especially dyed for young nobles. Mu Nanjing feels that the quality of the cloth can almost catch up with the quality of modern high-end cloth. Mu Nanjing asked, Second elder, how do you plan to sell your cloth? The second elder said, 100,000 taels per piece of cloth. Not much. Mu Nanjing said, with your craftsmanship, it is not a problem to sell it for 200,000 taels. She said this because the materials used by the second elder are extremely precious. If Wu Yuan was not a cultivator, people in the mortal world really couldn't get the silk thread of the heavenly silkworm demon. The second elder smiled. You dare to bid more than me. But is there anyone willing to buy it? Dakian Kingdom is the smallest country among all countries. 100,000 taels per piece of cloth is already a sky-high price for rich people. If no one wants it in Dakian, then sell it to other countries. People who know the goods will buy it. Mu Nanjing was not worried about not being able to sell it. The second elder said no more. After all, he was Mu Nanjing's man, and the materials were all found by her people. He was only responsible for the craftsmanship. And the things he made were worth selling for so much money. The third elder came to Mu Nanjing. Mu girl, I heard that you were selling rouge recently. So Lao Wu and I made wooden boxes and ceramic bottles. Come and have a look. He took Mu Nanjing to a pile of bottles and jars. The wooden box was carved by me. And the ceramic bottle was made by Lao Wu. Both can be used to store your facial cream. Whether it is a wooden box or a ceramic bottle, each one is so exquisite that it is hard to put it down. And each box and bottle has a different shape. Some are figures. Some are flowers and plants. And some are animals. They are vivid and lifelike. She said calmly, it seems that the price of my rouge will increase. At least each bottle or box will be sold for 5,000 gold. The third and fifth elders couldn't help laughing. Mu Nanjing looked at the long sword on the knife rack beside him. A black snake was attached to the scabbard. And the snake's mouth was the mouth of the scabbard. When the long sword came out, cold light shone everywhere. The eldest said, this is the long sword I made. Named Frost Cool Sword. Anyone injured by it will be cold, and the wound will be difficult to recover. It can be sold for 500,000 taels of silver. Mu Nanjing nodded, yes. It can be sold for 1,000,000 taels of silver. The eldest. He just said 500,000 taels. Right? He coughed lightly. It's all thanks to Xiao Wu for finding such a good iron ore. Otherwise such a good sword can't be made. Xiao Wu. Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows. It's Wu Yuan. Mu Nanjing, he's older than you. Ah? The seven-handed monster was startled. Little Wu is older than us. Mu Nanjing didn't explain. Besides these things, what else do you make? The fourth elder took out a bottle and gave it to Mu Nanjing. I made poison that can knock down the god of war. But it only lasts for 10 breaths. Mu Nanjing asked, what about the martial saint? Half a cup of tea to a cup of tea. Enough. Mu Nanjing put away the poison. The sixth elder took out a recipe and gave it to Mu Nanjing. I heard that you opened a soup shop and researched 10 kinds of soup. The second elder on the side suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, I also studied the color of rouge. If you need me, I can go to the rouge shop to help with the color matching. Okay. Mu Nanjing bowed to everyone and said, thank you for your hard work. Seniors. Not hard. Not hard. The seven-handed monster smiled and waved his hands. The eldest said, you don't know how free we are here? We work when we want to work and rest when we don't want to work. It's not like working for others at all. The second elder said, it's really easy to work here. We don't want to leave. I don't know if Mu Yada can support us for a lifetime. Mu Nanjing said, of course. She chatted with the seven-handed monster for a while before leaving with the things they made. Then she took the frost sword, poison and cloth to the palace to meet the emperor. The emperor just came back to the imperial study after the court session. Seeing Mu Nanjing there, he was surprised and said, Mu Nanjing, aren't you here to protect the envoys? Why are you here? Is there something wrong? Mu Nanjing drew out the frost sword. Frost sword. 2,000,000 taels. I'll sell it to you. Emperor. Eunuch Yuan. Commander Ming. Eunuch Yuan coughed lightly. Master Mu. Are you here to sell swords? Not only swords, but also cloth and poison. Mu Nanjing patted the 5 pieces of cloth on the table. 200,000 taels for each piece of cloth. 500,000 taels for a bottle of poison. The emperor was speechless. You want me to pay 3.5 million taels for just this little thing? Mu Nanjing nodded. The emperor frowned. Are you short of money recently? He was being scammed for money. Mu Nanjing put the sword back into the scabbard. This sword was made by a master from the ancient country. If you are injured by the sword, the cold air will enter your body, and it will be difficult to recover. It can be ranked in the top 10 of the ancient country's weapons. She handed the sword to Eunuch Yuan and asked him to scratch the ground a few times, without using his internal force. Eunuch Yuan easily scratched the ground, and the ground was still emitting cold air. Commander Meng exclaimed, it is indeed a good weapon. The emperor nodded, I bought it. Mu Nanjing's things will definitely not be bad. Hee. Earn an extra 1.5 million taels. Emperor. The old emperor's money is really easy to make. Everyone. The emperor rubbed his eyebrows. Don't take the other things. You can go back. Mu Nanjing asked, but don't you want the poison that can poison the god of war? The poison that can poison the god of war? The emperor and others looked at Mu Nanjing in surprise. Can it really poison the god of war? Mu Nanjing nodded. It can only make the god of war immobile for 10 breaths. If it is against the god of war, The time can be extended to half a cup of tea or a cup of tea. The emperor narrowed his eyes. Although a small bottle of medicine costs 500,000 taels of silver, he can ask the imperial physician to study the composition of the poison and then develop more poisons or antidotes. In the future, he will not have to be afraid of facing the god of war and the god of war of other countries. Okay, I'll buy it. Hee. Another 500,000 taels of silver came into the account. Mu Nanjing drew out Commander Ming's sword and chopped at the cloth, and stabbed it dozens of times, and then showed the cloth to them. The emperor saw that the cloth was not damaged at all, and said excitedly, "Are these cloths invulnerable to swords and guns?" "Yes." If the old emperor knew that the first person I thought of selling it to was him, he would be very happy. And he is the easiest person to cheat in the entire Dacian kingdom. Who made him afraid of death? Hee. The emperor's mouth twitched, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I bought it. I bought it all." He ordered Eunuch Yuan to get the silver bills. Not long after Eunuch Yuan left, a general hurried into the imperial study. "Your humble servant sees the emperor." The emperor saw that he looked anxious and asked, "What's the urgent matter?" The general said, "A pigeon message came from the border." Chapter 396. Very happy. When the emperor heard that it was something about the border, he immediately became very serious. "What's the news? Is there a war?" "Yes, there is a war, but it is not our Dacian kingdom." The general put the decree from the border in front of the emperor. "It is the 9 Saints' kingdom and the 9 Lights' kingdom that are fighting." The war broke out suddenly without any signs. It's strange to say that according to the news we have obtained, the 9 Saints' kingdom and the 9 Lights' kingdom have already formed an alliance. But why did they fight? Is it a deliberate show for other countries to see, so that other countries can relax their vigilance? The emperor took the letter and read it quickly, then put it away. He looked at Mu Nanjing and said, "It's really strange. I wonder if there is any news from the Jinui." Mu Nanjing, as the right governor, "Have you received any news from the border?" Mu Nanjing said, "No. I have been in the Jinui for so long, but no news has ever reached me. Is it because my official rank is too low to know state secrets? If you don't deserve to know, then don't know. At most, you can read the gossip news to know everything. Even more than the Jinui. It's like the sudden fight between Jioshan Kingdom and Jiuguang Kingdom. Dacian Kingdom would never have thought that they fought because Zuanyang Kingdom used the fake seal I gave to pass false news to the two countries, thereby provoking misunderstandings between Jioshan Kingdom, Jiuguang Kingdom, Zunbi Kingdom and Zunling Kingdom, and then let them fight." Hee. Emperor, General, Commander Ming. The emperor heard Qin Chaoyan say that Mu Nanjing had contact with the general of Zuanyang, but he did not expect that Mu Nanjing and the general of Zuanyang had already planned it. The emperor coughed lightly. "Since you don't know, then you can go to the state residence to continue protecting the two countries' envoys after taking the silver note." "Oh, the 9 Saints and the 9 Lights have fought, and the envoys of the two countries must be unable to sit still and want to return to their own countries." Sure enough, when Mu Nanjing got the silver note and left the palace and came to the state residence, he saw the envoys of the two countries packing their luggage. Wu Yuan, who was sent by Mu Nanjing to protect the envoys, came to Mu Nanjing and said, "I don't know what happened to the envoys of the two countries, but they suddenly asked to leave Dacian. Now they are packing their luggage and preparing to leave early tomorrow morning." Mu Nanjing said, "They should have also received the news that the 9 Saints and the 9 Lights have fought." "I see." Wu Yuan thought for a while and said, "The envoys of the two countries will meet the emperor to discuss the alliance later." Mu Nanjing, "I just came out of the palace, and now I have to go back to the palace. I should not have come out if I had known." While the delegations were preparing, she asked Wu Yuan, "By the way, the 7-handed monsters are all mortals. No matter how good their tools are, they can't refine or cut the materials of the cultivation world. Did you replace their work tools?" Wu Yuan was very helpless. The materials they specified are very rare, and many materials have even become extinct in the mortal world. I can only use the materials of the cultivation world to replace them. But the things of the cultivation world cannot be forged by mortal tools. I had to use the ore of the cultivation world to make the same tools, and then secretly replace their tools. Did the 7-handed monster suspect it? Except that their tools were more powerful than before, and iron forging was easier than before. They did not find anything wrong. Even if they find out, they will pretend to be deaf and dumb. After all, the tools I made for them are much better than what they used to have. Their previous tools were only used for work. But the tools I gave them now can be used as magic weapons in the mortal world. Mu Nanjing asked, "You found the ore yourself to forge the tools?" Wu Yuan said honestly, "They are all made from waste or that I can't use. As for the top quality ore, I can't bear to use it. But it is enough for them to deal with the materials I found." Speaking of which, the two elders did not know that the cloth he made was invulnerable to swords and guns. Alas, I suddenly feel that it is a bit of a loss to sell each piece of cloth for only 200,000 taels of silver. After all, this is something that cannot be bought with money in the mortal world. If there is a next time, I will definitely make a big profit from the emperor to make up for my loss this time. The officials of Dacian Kingdom around. About 2 cups of tea later, the two countries' envoys appeared in the sight of Dacian officials in their best clothes. When they got on the carriage, the eldest princess invited Mu Nanjing, "Lord Mu, are you willing to go with me?" "Okay." Mu Nan got on her carriage. The eldest princess did not waste words, and said bluntly, "Lord Mu, we originally planned to stay in Dacian Kingdom for another month before leaving. But we received the news that Jiuguang Kingdom and Jiuxing Kingdom had declared war. The sudden war between the two allies made us helpless. We are worried that there is a trick here, and have to set off to return to the country tomorrow to share the worries of my mother emperor. After we leave, it may be difficult to see each other again. So I want to ask Lord Mu if he is willing to open Tangshan Mansion to Jiuyue Kingdom?" Then, the voice of the prince of Jiuyu Kingdom came from outside. "There is also Jiuyu Kingdom. This palace also sincerely invites Lord Mu to do business in our Jiuyu Kingdom." Mu Nanjing said, "I am very happy to make money." The princess asked again, "Lord Mu, I wonder if Suyunfang and Zuifang can be opened in Jiuyue Kingdom as soon as possible." Then, the voice of the prince of Jiuyu Kingdom came again. "This palace also hopes that Suyunfang and Zuifang can be opened in Jiuyu Kingdom as soon as possible." The princess. Mu Nanjing nodded, "Of course. I will send someone to go with you tomorrow with the materials. And make rouge, wine and soup after arriving in your country. As for the storing guards, you will arrange them." The princess and the prince of Jiuyu Kingdom said in unison, "No problem." After arriving at the palace, the two countries' envoys and the emperor formally discussed the alliance. Since all 3 countries had the intention to form an alliance, the alliance went very smoothly. That night, the emperor also held a farewell banquet, which ended at 10 p.m. After returning to the Mu Mansion, Mu Nanjing contacted Subai, the hall master of the Red Blood Hall, and asked them to send 2 teams to escort the materials to the Jiuyue Kingdom and the Jiuyu Kingdom respectively. After returning to the Mu Mansion, he called Guang Lu, Xu Xia, and Lei Ginchue to the hall and ordered, "Tomorrow, Xu Xia will go to Jiuyue Kingdom with the Jiuyue Kingdom team, and you will return to Dacian Kingdom after the 3 stores are stabilized." Xu Xia also wanted to visit other countries, and nodded without hesitation, "Okay." Mu Nanjing looked at Guang Lu, "Guang Lu, you will temporarily take over Xu Xia's work tomorrow." Guang Lu was puzzled, "Miss, don't you need me to go to Jiuyu country to help?" Mu Nanjing shook his head, "You have a wife and children. It is not suitable for you to travel long distances. Nor is it suitable for you to be separated from your family. You should stay in the capital and help me." Guang Lu was surprised that she was so thoughtful. "Yes." Mu Nanjing looked at Lei Ginchue, "I have something to say to Senior Lei. Guang Lu and Xu Xia will go down first." "Yes." Guang Lu and Xu Xia left the hall. Mu Nanjing asked Lei Ginchue, "Why haven't you been with me recently?" Chapter 397, Holding It Back. Lei Ginchue folded his arms and said, "I have been in the mortal world for almost half a year. I should know some of what I should and shouldn't know." Mu Nanjing deliberately asked him, "What should I know, and what shouldn't I know? I know I am a man and you are a girl. There are differences between men and women. You can't get too close. Otherwise people will gossip, and it will be bad for your reputation." Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows. "When you were in the fairy world, there should have been differences between men and women. Didn't you understand it then? I was always with Lei Shen. Lei Shen was close to Dian Mu and rarely interacted with other fairies. And my original body is a divine weapon. The gods regard people who transform into humans as artifact spirits, not as people, and will not talk to us about the affairs of fairies. Then how do you know about the differences between men and women now? Did you understand it yourself? Or did someone tell you?" "Xu Xia told me." When Guming asked him to look at Xu Xia, Xu Xia told him. From that time on, He rarely followed Mu Nanjing. Mu Nanjing asked again, if you don't follow me, how can you find the reincarnations of the immortals? Have you been secretly following me with your spiritual sense? Thunderhammer shook his head. No. Xu Xiu said that everyone has their own privacy and cannot secretly monitor you. Therefore, I will go and see you after you have been to a place or met someone. If I confirm that the other person is the reincarnation of an immortal, I will remember it in my heart. Then how many people have you confirmed that they are the reincarnation of immortals now? Among the people you know, most are immortals, but their immortal level is too low. After reincarnation, the aura on their bodies is almost gone. If you don't identify them in depth, it is really difficult to confirm that they are also immortals. For example, Lu Qianhu. I didn't know that he was also an immortal at the beginning, but after a period of identification, I confirmed that he was a small immortal at the level of a heavenly soldier. Mu Nanjing was surprised. Lu Qianhu is also a fairy. Lei Dianchui nodded slightly. Yes. Not only Lu Qianhu, but also his son Lu Qian, Yang Bo, Su Cheng, Deng Xingqiao, Qin Chaoyan, etc., are all fairies, but their levels are different. Mu Nanjing. Could it be that all the civil and military officials are fairies? In fact, it is useless to know that the other party is a fairy now. In the end, the other party must die before returning to his position. So why bother to know whether they are fairies? You can't protect them all the time. Right? Lei Dianchui also had this idea. So he didn't insist on looking for fairies recently. You kept me here, not just to ask me this one thing. Mu Nanjing said, I want you to help me go to Jiuyu country, like Xu Xiao, and come back after the 3 stores are stable. Thunderhammer frowned. It's just a matter of throwing a pill into the well. Why do you need someone to watch it all the time? If you really want to make money, just sell some spiritual herbs from the cultivation world, and you can make endless money. Mu Nanhuan asked him back, after the people in the fairy world go down to the world, will they sell fairy herbs to get silver from the mortal world, and then buy items from the mortal world? No. Items from the fairy world cannot flow into the mortal world at will. Then you still want me to sell items from the cultivation world? Thunderhammer. People always have to find something to do. Otherwise, what's the difference between them and useless people? Mu Nanjing just moved her mouth to command everyone to do it. She was still very happy. Lei Dianchui thought her words made sense, since it's a rare opportunity to come to the human world. I'll go around. The next morning, Mu Nanjing followed the escort team to send the 2 countries' envoys and her people out of the capital. After bidding farewell to Mu Nanjing and his men, the princess and the crown prince of Jiuyu used qigong to fly to the border. Mu Nanjing's men could only chase them on horseback. Mu Nanjing and the people from the Ministry of Rites turned their horses back to the city after they lost sight of the team. Then, everyone saw Eunuch Yuan riding a horse towards them. My lords, the emperor has summoned you to the palace. The people from the Ministry of Rites did not dare to delay and rushed to the palace as quickly as possible after hearing the emperor's edict. Eunuch Yuan said again, the emperor and the ministers have been waiting in the Taijin palace for a long time. The Minister of Rites looked at the sun in the sky. It's past the hour of Chun now. Aren't you leaving the court yet? Eunuch Yuan smiled and said, not yet. The Minister of Rites saw that he was smiling and knew that something good was going to happen. When they entered the Taijin palace, Eunuch Yuan immediately trotted back to the emperor and shouted, Mu Nanjing, come forward and listen to the title. In a flash, everyone's eyes fell on Mu Nanjing. Listen to the title? Still title? The Lord Zhou standing behind her quietly pushed her. Lord Mu, why don't you go and receive the order? Mu Nanjing came to the emperor's throne with sweat all over his head and knelt down. Alas, people really can't get used to something. For example, kneeling. I will kneel to the emperor subconsciously when I see him. And this is because I get used to it after kneeling for a long time. Officials. The emperor coughed lightly. Mu Nanjing. The visit of the 2 countries' delegations this time can be successfully concluded thanks to your single-handed help to Dacian Kingdom to win supreme glory. From now on, Jiuyu Kingdom and Jiuyu Kingdom will no longer dare to look down on our Dacian Kingdom. And Dacian Kingdom will also have 2 more allies for this. Before, the Minister of Rites had explained to him that it was Mu Nanjing who helped the national teacher bring his junior brothers and sisters to the banquet. And it was also Mu Nanjing's idea to make the Shangjiu Wujiu and Shangxianjiu appear at the banquet, which made Dacian Kingdom shine at the banquet. Mu Nanjing said, Your Majesty, You are too kind. Praise is empty. Rewards are real. I don't want anything. Just give me 1,000,000 taels of gold. Officials. She thought 1,000,000 taels of gold was just a bucket of water. And she could just give her a bucket. I have decided to confer you the title of Duke of Jinghua. Grant you a duke's mansion. And reward you with 10,000 taels of gold. Mu Nanjing. I can accept the mansion in gold. But forget about the Duke of Jinghua. Now that the envoys have left. Who will see this high position? Besides, I don't want to come to court every morning. Well, I think I've thought too much. With the old thinking of the officials, they will definitely not agree to a woman being a duke. There is no need for the old emperor to argue with the ministers over this matter. Mu Nanjing didn't say what was in her mind. Just waiting for the ministers to stand up and oppose. So she wouldn't waste her breath. But she waited and waited, but there was no objection from the ministers. Huh? Why don't the ministers object? Could it be that the old emperor poisoned them and made them mute? Where are the censors who usually talk the most? Where did they go? Come out quickly. Didn't they attend the court today? They are here. But why don't they stand up to oppose? Are they constipated? And what happened to the right and left prime ministers, who usually submit the most memorials? Why are they so quiet today? There is a problem. There is a problem. These officials must be holding it in. Officials. Chapter 398, Who dares to say she is poor? The emperor saw that Mu Nanjing was still silent. And he spoke again. Mu Nanjing. You are still not thanking me because you think your position is too low? Then I will promote you again. Mu Nanjing heard him mention the word promotion and quickly stood up and said, Your Majesty. The emperor knew that she wanted to refuse the promotion. And quickly winked at the left prime minister. The left prime minister understood. Stepped out quickly. And shouted louder than Mu Nanjing's voice, Your Majesty. Oh! Finally someone stood up to oppose. Mu Nanjing stopped talking and waited for the left prime minister to continue. The left prime minister said, Your Majesty. I think the reward of 10,000 taels of gold is too little. Yes. 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 This hits the nail on the head. Really good left prime minister. Understands me. Understands me too much. As expected of a man with tracheitis. He is considerate of women. All officials tried their best to hold back their laughter. The corner of the left prime minister's mouth twitched. And he continued, After all, the duke's mansion needs to be renovated. And servants, guards, etc. need to be hired. So there will be a lot of expenses here. And 10,000 taels of gold is not enough. The emperor nodded. Then how much gold should be awarded according to the left prime minister's suggestion? 3. Before the left prime minister finished speaking, the ears of all the officials exploded. 3,000,000 taels of gold. Emperor. Officials. Now the treasury has 30,000,000 taels of silver. But not 3,000,000 taels of gold. Only when the gold mines are dug out can we afford her large amount of gold. The left prime minister continued, 30,000 taels of gold. Only 30,000 taels of gold. That's too little. Not much different from 10,000 taels of gold. The right prime minister walked out and said, Your Majesty. This old minister has something to say. The emperor said, You say? I think 30,000 taels of gold is still too little. After Lord Mu is promoted to the Duke of Jinghua. In addition to what the left prime minister said, Lord Mu will have to find someone to make all kinds of luxurious dresses and jewelry that suit her status. In addition, she will have to help the servants make uniform clothes. And buy carriages and horses, etc. All of which cost money. Otherwise she will be laughed at as the poorest duke. How can our great contributor become a joke to others? Your Majesty. Am I right? Emperor. Poor? Mu Nanjing will be poor? Now she is the richest in the entire Dacian kingdom. Who dares to say she is poor? The right prime minister said, Well. Applause. The emperor was full of black lines. Then how much do you think the right prime minister should reward? The right prime minister said, A reward of 100,000 taels of gold. 100,000 taels of gold is still barely acceptable. Other ministers immediately agreed. Lord Mu is a great contributor and should be rewarded with the highest etiquette. The emperor said straightforwardly, just as the right prime minister said, Reward him with 100,000 taels of gold. The minister of rights winked at Lord Zhou. A flash of confusion flashed in Lord Zhou's eyes. And he silently asked, What's wrong? The minister of rights said unhappily, You are familiar with Lord Mu. Why don't you quickly drag her to thank you together? Why don't they have someone as smart as Lu Qianhu in their ministry of rights? Lord Zhou quickly stepped forward, grabbed Mu Nanjing's sleeve and knelt down. Thank you for your grace. Long live the Emperor. Mu Nanjing also said, Thank you, Your Majesty. 100,000 taels is 100,000 taels. It's better than nothing. The Emperor was afraid that she would regret it. So he quickly stood up, dismissed the court. Eunuch Yuan also shouted, Dismiss the court. All officials bid farewell, farewell, Your Majesty. When the Emperor walked out of the Taijin Palace, all officials gathered in front of Mu Nanjing. Congratulations to the Duke of Jinghua. Congratulations to the Duke of Jinghua. The Duke of Jinghua is now the highest female official and a role model for women. Duke of Jinghua, remember to invite us when you hold a banquet. Mu Nanjing was a little stunned. That, didn't I just accept a reward of 100,000 taels? How did I become the Duke of Jinghua? May I ask which link went wrong? By the way, why didn't the officials object and came to congratulate me one by one? Duke Jinghua, I have important matters to attend to, so I won't chat with you. Remember to hold a banquet and treat me to a drink. Duke Jinghua, I also have to go back to the ministry to work. I'll congratulate you here first and have a few more drinks at the banquet. One by one, they dispersed as if they were being hunted down. And finally only Mu Nanjing was left in Taijin Palace. Mu Nanjing looked at the empty hall and murmured, They dispersed too quickly. Officials who had already run out of the hall and were in the square whispered, It is estimated that throughout history, Mu Nanjing, still called Mu Nanjing. Well, I mean that the Duke of Jinghua was the first official who was deceived and pushed to the position. That's right. Who doesn't want to be promoted? She has more money than official position, and would rather have money than official position. If she can sell the official position, she will definitely sell it to others. She came out of the hall. Everyone hurry up. Officials quickened their pace and left. Mu Nanjing looked at the officials, who were running away, and raised his eyebrows. She turned and walked towards the imperial study, but was stopped by a eunuch, Duke Jinghua. Mu Nanjing asked, What's the matter? I am Eunuch Li, who works under Eunuch Yuan. I am ordered by the Emperor to take you to a place. Eunuch Li made a gesture of invitation. Where? Eunuch Li smiled mysteriously. Keep it secret for now. Mu Nanjing. Eunuch Li took Mu Nanjing out of the palace and sat in a very gorgeous carriage. After driving out of the imperial city and entering the inner city, it probably drove for another cup of tea before stopping. Eunuch Li, who was sitting outside, lifted the curtain and said with a smile, Duke Jinghua, we are here. Mu Nanjing walked out of the car and saw the majestic mansion at a glance, and the plaque hanging at the gate read Duke's Mansion. Eunuch Li said, Duke Jinghua, this is the Duke's Mansion that the Emperor has given you. Then, the servant standing in line at the gate said in unison, Welcome back, Duke. Mu Nanjing couldn't help asking, Is it okay that I don't want to be the Duke of Jinghua? Eunuch Li said seriously, Once the Emperor has spoken, he will not take it back. Duke, please don't make the Emperor embarrassed. By the way, the Emperor has said that you can do whatever you want in the future as before, as long as you don't damage the prestige of the country and don't betray the great Qian kingdom. Everything else is up to you. Mu Nanjing was surprised. Really? Then she doesn't have to go to court if she doesn't want to. And she doesn't have to work if she doesn't want to? How can the Emperor's words be false? Eunuch Li envied Mu Nanjing very much. In the great Qian kingdom, no one except the Empress Dowager can enjoy this honor. Mu Nanjing suddenly liked the title of Duke Jinghua. Seeing her frown relax, Eunuch Li smiled and made a gesture of invitation. Duke, please come in. Mu Nanjing walked into the Duke's mansion. Didn't you say that the Duke's mansion has not been renovated? The mansion in front of him was like a newly built building, so new that it couldn't be newer. Eunuch Li smiled and said, We have only cleaned it, and it has not been renovated. The Duke can move in at any time. Duke, look! He raised his hand and pointed forward. In the courtyard, a group of people were waiting for Mu Nanjing. Chapter 399 let him become a hairless prince. Mu Nanjing saw Bai Zhe, Bai Hu, Tao Tai, Xian Wu, Han Dun, Su Bo, Jin Ju, Gong Xiaorong, Ran Yu, and Shi Jin all came. Mother! The 5 children happily ran to Mu Nanjing. Mother, you are off duty. Mu Nanjing rubbed their heads. Why are you here too? Bai Zhe said, The Emperor sent someone to pick us up. He said, we will live here in the future. Su Bo and Jin Ju came over excitedly. Congratulations, young lady. Congratulations on becoming the Duke of Jinghua. This time we must celebrate it with great fanfare. Although Mu Nanjing had been promoted before, his official rank was not too high, and he was promoted too quickly. Mu Nanjing had already invited others to dinner and drinks outside, so he did not hold a big banquet in the mansion. Ren Yu smiled at Shi Jin. We are lucky. Otherwise, with their status, how could they be qualified to stand in the Duke's mansion? Mu Nanjing also wanted to have some fun, pick a day, and hold a big banquet. I'll pick a good day now. Su Bo left happily. Jinju asked, Miss, all the furniture and supplies here are new. Should we move in right away? Or should we move in later? Since we are here, we won't leave. Mu Nanjing has already planned that everyone in Mu Mansion will move to the Duke's mansion. Yang Bo, Su Chung, Wu Yuan and Xu Xia will move to Mu Mansion. And the mansion bought by Haiten will be left to the seven-handed monster, giving the seven-handed monster more room to play. Okay. While it's still early, I'll go back to the mansion to collect our clothes and valuables. Ran Yu and Shijin said, Jinju, we'll go back with you. Mu Nanjing said to them, Ran Yu, Shijin, you move in together. Ran Yu was surprised. We move in and live with you? It's more lively with more people. Shijin was not polite to Mu Nanjing. Thank you, young lady. After they left, Uniquely came to Mu Nanjing, Duke. The servants and guards here are all selected for you by the Emperor and the Prince. They are absolutely loyal to you and have no second thoughts. Even the Emperor and the Prince cannot order them around. You can use them with confidence. By the way, the carriage outside is a reward from the Emperor. And the guards' horses and weapons are also prepared for you. So you don't need to worry about these things. Mu Nanjing's eyes flashed with surprise. Are all ready? Then the 100,000 taels of gold all went into my pocket? Yes. Uniquely smiled and said, you are an important minister of our Dakian country. The Emperor takes care of your affairs personally, without asking others to do it. Then thank the Emperor for me when you go back. Mu Nanjing took out 2 ingots of gold and stuffed them into Eunuch Li's hands. My lord, you are polite. Eunuch Li didn't dare to take her gold, and quickly stuffed the gold back into Mu Nanjing's hands. All the officials thought that Mu Nanjing only cared about money. But who among the officials was as generous as she was? My lord, tomorrow morning, Wu Shangyi from the palace's clothing bureau will bring people to the Duke's mansion to tailor clothes for you. I have something else to do, so I won't stay here any longer. Before leaving, I congratulate you again. My lord. Eunuch Li bid farewell to Mu Nanjing. Mu Nanjing rubbed Bai Zai's bangs. You 5 go pick a courtyard to live in. Okay. The 5 children ran to the backyard happily. Gong Shirong walked up to Mu Nanjing and asked, you like being an official so much? Then do you want to be a female official in the ancient country of Beihan? I guarantee that you can become a prince of a different surname when you go there. Mu Nanjing shook his head. I don't want to be an official. I like the people here. If I really want to be an official, I might as well stay in Gongwa's family. Gongwa's family is the king of the cultivation world. If I inherit Gongwa's family, it is equivalent to being an emperor, which is more majestic than any official position. Gong Shirong frowned. You like the people here? Who do you like? There are many people I like. The emperor, the queen mother, the princess, Qin Chaoyun, Lu Qianhu, etc. Not only people, but also the atmosphere here. When you have been cultivating for a long time in the future, you will find that being an ordinary person is not bad. Gong Shirong. The like he said means admiration, not the like between relatives and friends. Mu Nanjing patted his shoulder. You also go pick a courtyard you like. I will leave soon. It doesn't matter where I live. It doesn't matter where I live? Mu Nanjing asked him, if I let you live in the woodshed, will you still feel the same? Gong Shirong couldn't help but said, since you want me to choose, then I will choose the courtyard where the owner lives. Only the courtyard where the owner lives can satisfy me. Tonight you can perform a striptease, and I will let you live in the master's room. If you don't mind my leg hair, I will be happy to perform a striptease for you. Mu Nanjing narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous look shot out of his eyes. Do you believe that I can punch you back to the ancient country of Beihan? Ha. Gong Shirong found it funny to see her dislike his leg hair. If you let me see your leg hair again, I will make sure that your legs will never grow hair again. I will research a bottle of hair-free cream later, and apply it on Gong Shirong's body when he falls asleep, so that he will become a hairless young man. Gong Shirong was afraid that she would really do it, so he didn't dare to joke with her again. At night, Gu Ming came to the Duke's mansion and celebrated for Mu Nanjing with the people who used to live in the Mu Mansion, and the people who lived in the compound next to the Mu Mansion. The next day after the excitement, Mu Nanjing got up at the hour of Mao, as usual, to go to the Due Mansion for duty. The Jinyu of the Due Mansion took turns to congratulate Mu Nanjing. When Captain Lu saw Mu Nanjing coming, he joked, "Duke, why are you here? Are you here for inspection? We are all fine here. Why don't you go to the governor's office to take a look?" Mu Nanjing asked calmly, "Do I have a mission?" Captain Lu was speechless. "I am a 5th rank captain. How can I have the power to assign you a mission? You should go to the governor." Mu Nanjing turned and left the captain's office. Captain Zheng sighed. "I used to think that with with the ability of the Duke, it would not be a problem to sit in the position of the Governor General. But I didn't expect that she would not only be promoted to the Governor General, but also become the Duke of Jinghua in just half a month. This is the speed of promotion and title increase. No one can compare with her." Other captains said, "She became a duke at such a young age. How can we old men feel? We can only be captains for the rest of our lives." Captain Lu said, "Don't envy Mu Nanjing. She was able to be promoted so quickly. If you have her ability, you can also be promoted to the position of governor. We can only envy now." When everyone envied Mu Nanjing, she had arrived at the gate of the governor's compound. Then, someone called her, "Mu Nanjing." Chapter 400. The wishful thinking failed. Mu Nanjing turned around and saw Tang Jingrui, who was wearing a light blue flying fish robe, approaching her. Tang Jingrui saw that she was wearing a red flying fish robe and quickly bowed. This subordinate greets the governor and the deputy governor. When Mu Nanjing returned to Kyoto, he knew it, but he had to send his grandparents and parents back to his hometown the next day, so he didn't have time to greet her. After that, he took care of the official business in his hometown, which delayed his return to the capital until now. But he didn't expect that he was only a few months late to meet Mu Nanjing, and the other party was already a governor and deputy governor, and his official rank was several levels higher than his. Mu Nanjing said lightly, Tang Jingrui, you must have never thought that the little girl who chased you at the beginning not only became an official, but also had a higher official rank than you. If I knew that I am not only a governor and deputy governor now, but also a duke, I don't know if I would regret it," and hit my chest. He. Tang Jingrui's pupils shrank slightly, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. "She became a duke? It's no use regretting. This girl doesn't like you." However, Tang Jingrui is not a person who likes to cling to others. Otherwise, he would have married the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. The real power-hungry people are his grandparents, who want their grandson to climb up the social ladder. But they didn't expect that their grandson is arrogant and disdains to rely on his in-laws to gain wealth and honor, and only wants to rely on his own strength to gain everyone's recognition. TSK. The wishful thinking finally fell through. It's a pity that the people of the Tang family left the capital too early, and didn't see me become the Duke of Jinghua with their own eyes. However, I can wear the official uniform of the Duke of Jinghua to visit their hometown. He. Tang Jingrui. Alas, just think about it. After all, the Tang family is the one that is hurt the most between us and them. Mu Nanjing asked, "You are going to see the governor too? Then let's go in together." Tang Jingrui replied politely, "Yes." Mu Nanjing glanced at him. "You should treat me the same way in the future. Don't be too reserved. It's fine if people who are not familiar with me are respectful to me, but it would be boring if people I know were also like this." "Yes." Tang Jingrui was not used to following the rules in front of her. The two walked into the governor's courtyard. The left governor's co-chief, who was explaining things to the Jinui, saw Mu Nanjing coming and immediately put down his work and came to Mu Nanjing. Smiling and bowing, "Your subordinate greets the Duke." Mu Nanjing said, "No need to bow. In the future, there is no need to be so polite unless it is an important occasion. The left governor's co-chief has to bow to me. So what about the governor who is only half a rank higher than the left governor's co-chief? Will he also bow to me? I am looking forward to him bowing to me." He. Jinui. The governor in the office. The left governor's co-chief smiled and asked, "Is the Duke here to see the governor?" "He is in the room." "Oh." Mu Nanjing walked into Gu Ming's office. The left governor's co-chief, who was still outside the office, said to Tang Jingrui, "You are back." Tang Jingrui bowed to him. "Your work these days will be taken over by Lord Ding. You can go and hand it over to him yourself." The left governor general had a lot of things to do, so he didn't chat with him. Gu Ming in the office looked at Mu Nanjing, who came in, and asked, "Why are you here?" Mu Nanjing saw him still sitting on the chair and frowned. "You won't bow to me?" Gu Ming replied, "Didn't you just tell Zhudu Tongji that in the future there is no need to bow to you unless it is an important occasion?" Mu Nanjing, really shooting himself in the foot. Gu Ming put down his pen and asked, "Have you had breakfast? If not, there is a breakfast on the table." Mu Nanjing looked at the food box on the coffee table. "Prepared for me?" "Yes." Mu Nanjing opened the food box and smelled the fragrant smell. "How did you know I would come?" "I prepare an extra breakfast every day." Mu Nanjing was surprised. Gu Ming got up and sat next to her and scooped her a bowl of white porridge, and then put a piece of oily pancake on her plate. "I bought the pancakes at a famous pancake shop. I thought they tasted good, so I bought 2 pancakes for you to try." Mu Nanjing ate a pancake, drank some porridge, and said, "Gu Ming, do you really like me?" "Yes. I practice the ruthless way, and I will never be able to fall in love with you or anyone else. Do you want to like me too? I like you not because you can fall in love with others, but because of your other advantages." And Gu Ming picked up another piece of dessert and put it in her bowl. The ruthless way is not really ruthless, but it puts away all emotions and feelings so that you can concentrate more on cultivation, so that your cultivation can improve faster. When your cultivation reaches the highest level, it is like your current cultivation has reached the peak, and the ruthless way is dispensable to you. In the end, it depends on whether you are willing to fall in love. In order to truly understand the ruthless way, he once went to the cultivation world to investigate. Many cultivators who practiced the ruthless way had their power dissipated due to falling in love, which led to their inner demons and made them unable to improve their realms, or even became possessed by demons or disabled. There are also some who fell in love when they reached the stage of crossing the tribulation, which led to failure in their ascension. These all show that the ruthless way can fall in love, but emotions will shake their hearts and the state of mind of cultivation, leading to failure in cultivation. Over time, everyone believes that the ruthless way cannot fall in love, and they are used to not letting themselves fall in love. Of course, it is best not to fall in love when practicing the ruthless way. At least it is best not to fall in love before reaching the realm of Mu Nanjing. Otherwise it is easy to fail. Mu Nanjing, Gu Ming asked, "You don't believe me?" "Of course not." Mu Nanjing was silent for a moment and said, "In fact, I have also speculated this. Let's not talk about whether you fall in love or not. Judging from the fact that I often laugh so happily in my heart without any discomfort, I think the so-called ruthless way is bullshit. Well, it seems that this cannot be said. It should be said that my cultivation level is too high, so it doesn't matter if I fall in love. All in all, I can only blame myself for being too powerful. The ruthless way can no longer affect me. Hee. I'm awesome." Gu Ming, aren't they talking about whether the ruthless way can be emotional? Why is she praising herself in her heart? That's all. She has been used to not being emotional for so many years, so don't rush her to be emotional right away. Mu Nanjing asked, "But I have never been emotional?" "What should you do? I can't predict the future. Just like you can't be sure that you won't be emotional in the future." Mu Nanjing thought about it and didn't continue the topic. "I came to you to ask if I have a mission? You are now a duke, and only the emperor can assign you a mission. However, the emperor knows that you will come to the Dewey mansion again, so he has instructed that your future mission is to visit each government office when you are free. If you encounter something you don't like, you can kill first and report later." Gu Ming picked up the imperial sword hanging on the wall and handed it to her. Mu Nanjing asked, "Can we go anywhere?" "Yes." "Is there a place you want to go?" "Yes." "Where?" "The Imperial Clan Mansion." Gu Ming. Chapter 401 Imperial Clan Mansion. The Imperial Clan Mansion is the government office that manages the affairs of the royal clan, in addition to managing the clan roster of the 9 clans of the emperor, compiling jade books on time, recording the names, titles, birth and death dates, marriages, posthumous titles, and burials of the clan children. It also supervises the trial and punishment of the royal family's crimes, safeguards the royal interests, etc. But no one expected that after Mu Nanjing became the Duke of Zhenghua, the first place he went to was the Imperial Clan Mansion, which made everyone curious and nervous. I don't know if they are worried about Mu Nanjing, or if they think the royal family is unlucky. If she accidentally uncovers a little secret, it can cause unrest in the entire royal family. Mu Nanjing, Why do you want to go to the Imperial Clan Mansion? Lu Qian, who was taken to the Imperial Clan Mansion, almost knelt down to her. You said? Go ahead. Why take him and his people with you? They are just ordinary officials, who can't afford to offend the royal family. If they are hated, the other party may think of all kinds of ways to deal with them. Mu Nanjing said, I haven't been there, so I want to go and see. In fact, it's just a stroll. No big deal. The point is that she knows too much. It would be fine if she didn't say it, but the problem is that she can't control her voice. Captain Lu turned around. Let me go back and report it. Mu Nanjing frowned slightly. Why report it? If something happens, the governor can help us. Captain Lu is not afraid of getting into trouble himself, but afraid of implicate his family. The most important thing for the royal family is to cut the grass and root it out. Once someone angers them, it's not just as simple as taking it out on you, but also harming the innocent old and young. Mu Nanjing was speechless. I'm just going for a walk. What can go wrong? If anything goes wrong, I will protect you, and will not let the people in the Imperial Clan Palace hurt you at all. Captain Lu turned around and smiled at her. I've been waiting for you to say that. Mu Nanjing. The Imperial Clan Palace is not far from the Dewey Mansion. If you ride a fast horse, you can reach the outside of the Imperial Clan Palace in half a cup of tea. The two youngest brothers of the Emperor are in charge of the Imperial Clan Palace. One is Prince Guang, and the other is Prince Yi. As for other managers, there are many royal children, and some are ordinary officials. They are relatively idle on weekdays. What keeps them busy are marriages, funerals, and temples. So when they heard that the Duke of Jinghua came to the Imperial Clan Palace, everyone thought they had heard it wrong. Prince Guang put down the teacup in his hand and asked again, Who? Who did you say came? The guard said, it was the Duke of Jinghua, the only female official. Mu Nanjing. Prince Yi stood up quickly. Why is she here? They had only met Mu Nanjing a few times, but they had never spoken to each other, and there was no chance to contact each other. Why did she come to the royal clan mansion? On a whim? But there is no place worth her coming here. The guard said, she said she came here to take a look, and she has already entered the door. Prince Yi said anxiously, entered the door? Why did you let her in? She has the imperial sword, and anyone who wants to stop her will be killed. Prince Yi. Prince Guang. Prince Guang thought for a while, and told the guard, pass the order down. Everyone should not provoke her or talk to her, and she will leave by herself when she feels bored, so as to avoid more trouble. Prince Yi agreed with Prince Guang's approach. Although they were not familiar with Mu Nanjing, they had heard a lot about her. This person was not easy to provoke, and they could not provoke her. Yes. The guards withdrew. Prince Yi asked Prince Guang, should we go to receive her? Prince Guang said, now we should avoid her if we can. It would be best if everyone in the mansion left the royal palace from the back door, so that she could not make trouble even if she wanted to. Prince Yi frowned. We are the royal family after all. How can we see an official hiding like a mouse seeing a cat? It will only make people think that our royal family is very cowardly. How about you go to receive her? Go. As long as I am polite. She can't make trouble unreasonably? Prince Yi picked up his robe and walked out of the main hall. Prince Guang was worried and followed him. They rushed all the way from the main hall to the main gate, and found Mu Nanjing standing inside the gate staring at the big pillar. Is this a pillar made of gold and Nanmu? How much is such a thick pillar worth? It should be tens of taels of gold. Right? I glanced over and saw dozens of golden Nanmu trees in the front yard alone. It was more magnificent than any other government office. It was worthy of being the imperial family's government office. The government office that served the royal family was so magnificent. I wanted to remove the pillars and install them in my country's duke's mansion. Captain Lu saw the two princes coming and coughed lightly. Duke! The two princes are here. Mu Nanjing retracted her gaze and saw two middle-aged men walking out. They were wearing the official uniforms of the princes. She bowed and saluted. Meet the two princes. Captain Lu and the others also followed suit and saluted. Prince Yi said with a smile, Duke, how come you have time to come to the Imperial Clan Mansion? Is there something? Mu Nanjing said, the Emperor asked me to visit each government office when I have time. The Imperial Clan Mansion was the first thing I thought of, so I came here. If you are not free, you don't have to greet me. I will just take a look and leave. It's rare for the Duke to come to the Imperial Clan Mansion. No matter how busy we are, we must take time to greet the Duke. Prince Yi made a gesture of invitation. Duke, please come in. Mu Nanjing followed the two princes into the palace. However, along the way, except for the guards, no one else was seen. Why didn't I see other royal family members? Is the imperial clan mansion closed today? But why are the two princes still in the imperial clan mansion? Or is there no work in the mansion and everyone has gone home? The work in the imperial clan mansion is really leisurely. Yes, except for the royal affairs that they are responsible for registering. They have nothing to do. They are mostly idle people. By the way, isn't this the place that the royal family members are most afraid to come to? But it doesn't look scary at all. Mu Nanjing asked casually, what kind of official duties do the two princes usually do in the royal family mansion? Princey didn't want to tell her too much. So he said, we are not busy on weekdays. Just checking the family tree and royal book. The royal family is really good. They can get paid without doing anything. Does the emperor know that they are so idle? If I were the emperor, I would definitely throw these royal grandchildren and nobles into the military camp to train them, so that they would not just run away when other countries attack. Mu Nanjing glanced at the abdomen of the two princes. Look, their stomachs are fat, comparable to pregnant women in 10 months. After some time, they should be able to give birth. Captain Liu and others glanced at the stomachs of the two princes. The two princes were angry and didn't say anything. Captain Liu coughed lightly. Duke, if we are done with the tour, let's go back. Mu Nanjing said, don't worry. I still want to see the family tree and royal book. This is too much. Captain Liu was about to find a way to stop him. But he heard Princey say, Duke, please come this way. Chapter 402 High. When Princey brought Mu Nanjing to the main hall, Captain Liu kept giving the two of them eyes, signaling them not to hand over the family tree book to Mu Nanjing. Otherwise the secrets of the royal family would be uncovered. The two princes were not stupid. They had heard about Mu Nanjing's affairs long ago, so they would not hand over the family tree book to her. Moreover, they had heard from the left prime minister about how to deal with Mu Nanjing, and they would not be stupid enough to reveal the names of the royal family to Mu Nanjing. Princey poured Mu Nanjing a cup of tea. Duke, please have tea. Prince Guang picked up the white book and said, Duke, we are busy registering funeral affairs today. Please take a look. If it were not for others, they would definitely not show the book to others casually. But Mu Nanjing was different. The emperor allowed her to enter and exit every government office and allow her to manage anything. If they did not show her the book, it would be tantamount to disobeying the emperor's order. The so-called booklet is actually a folded paper, the size of a memorial, but half a foot thick. Its function is to record the funeral of each deceased royal family member. That is, the people registered in the booklet are all deceased. Even if Mu Nanjing knows a lot of things, she can't talk about the dead. After all, the dead are the most important. No matter how ignorant she is, she should respect the dead. Even if she knows some shocking secrets, as long as it is not something that angers the heavens and the people, the emperor will not pursue it. So giving her the funeral booklet is the wisest choice. What's more, Mu Nanjing took the booklet and asked, no family tree king book? Prince Guang replied, not today. The main reason is that if no one wants to enter the family tree on weekdays, we will not easily take out the king book. After all, the royal register records the birth dates of the entire royal family, to prevent people with bad intentions from using the birth dates of royal family members to do bad things. We will seal it up and take it out when a royal family member is born. Moreover, we only take it out once a year. We will take out the royal register on the day before New Year's Eve and record the birth dates of children born that year. Then seal it up and take it out again next year. Lu Qianhu secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard them say that. Without the list, Mu Nanjing couldn't think about things that would make people hate him. Mu Nanjing didn't have to see it. So she turned to the first page of the white book, which recorded the funeral of Princess Langan in Langfeng City. This person died of illness before she was 12 years old, and the princess's closest relatives had long since passed away. The local government helped her hold the funeral. The saddest thing was that only a few distant relatives came from afar to attend the funeral. And the scene was sad. She felt that there was nothing to see, so she turned to the next page. However, the back was blank. Why is there only one person's funeral? What about the others? Prince Guang said, we just received the news of Princess Langan's death today. Coincidentally, the pages of the book that once recorded the death of the girl before she got married were full. So we had to get a new book to record Princess Langan's funeral. Captain Liu quietly gave a thumbs up to Prince Guang. Great. Only a humble princess, who lived at a remote place, and had no close relatives, was registered in the White Book. It would be difficult for Mu Nanjing to expose her secrets. Not to mention that she was dead, and there was nothing to say. Mu Nanjing asked, "What about the funeral books of other people? They are all placed in Shaoan Hall for worship. We cannot take them out without the emperor's permission." Mu Nanjing glanced at him. "Do the two princes think I'm a fool? Do you think I can't see that they don't want me to touch these books? I'm confused. I'm just looking at them, not eating them. Why are they guarding me like a thief? With their attitude now, I can't see the marriage book and the title book even if I want to." Princey smiled and said, "Duke, the funeral book only records the affairs of a princess. There is nothing else to see. Why don't you put down the book and have tea and chat?" "Who said there is nothing else to see?" Mu Nanjing looked at the name of Princess Langan and said, "I can see a lot of things from the book." Princey and Prince Guang were stunned. This Princess Langan is a distant relative of theirs. If it weren't for the local government's report, they would have almost forgotten that there was such a relative in Langfeng City. If Princess Langan didn't have a little blood relationship with them, they would never have recorded her in the royal funeral book. Even they didn't know about Princess Langan, so they didn't believe that Mu Nanjing could see anything by looking at Princess Langan. Princey asked, "Duke, please allow me to ask curiously, what can you see by looking at a book? Then can you tell us what you saw?" Mu Nanjing looked at Princess Langan's name and said, "Princess Langan's grandfather, Prince De, and his grandmother were Princess Shenxi. And Princess Shenxi was the late emperor's aunt. The late emperor gave her the title of princess because she treated him like his own son. Prince Guang. If the local officials of Langfeng City hadn't reported Princess Langan's affairs, they wouldn't have known who Princess Langan was. The emperor had conferred the title of Duke of De, the grandfather of Princess Langan, on Princess Shenxi because of his love for Duke of De, and listed them in the family tree. Of course, the main reason was that Duke of De lost his father when he was a child and was raised by Princess Shenxi. So Duke of De changed his surname to Liang with Princess Shenxi and was eligible to be included in the family tree. Although they were relatives, they had only met Duke of De once, let alone his granddaughter. Captain Lu quickly glanced at the book, which only said that Princess Langan was Duke of De's granddaughter, and did not mention Princess Shenxi. It seemed that Mu Nanjing had seen the story of Duke of De from her gossip news again. Princess Shenxi's grandson, Prince Shun, has a good relationship with you. By the way, Prince Shun's grandson Liang Huanlin also works in the Imperial Clan Palace, and is currently in charge of the prison cells of the Imperial Clan Palace. Although his position is not high, his salary is more than that of a first-rank official. Prince Guang. Didn't the left Prime Minister say that as long as Mu Nanjing didn't know his name, she wouldn't be able to reveal the other party's secrets? But now you can see so many things just by looking at the funeral book of Princess Langan? And you know Liang Huanlin's salary clearly. Princey frowned. The book doesn't say anything. How do you know so many things? Did you investigate before you came? Mu Nanjing said, "Yes. I investigated. I found out that you would not show me the family tree book today. And I also checked that you would only use the funeral book today. And I also investigated whose name you would record today. Princey. They only received the news of Princess Langan's death this morning, so she couldn't have the opportunity to investigate this matter. This means that the Duke of Jingguo really has great supernatural powers, and knows a lot of information that is not known to others." Mu Nanjing asked, "I also found out some things. Do you want to hear them?" Chapter 403 You Are Still Too Young. Princey subconsciously asked, "What else do you see?" Then, Prince Guang twisted his waist hard from behind. "Ah!" Princey screamed. Prince Guang hurriedly supported him. "Royal brother, your waist hurts again? Did you forget to take medicine? I will take you downstairs to take medicine now." "Duke, I'm sorry. My royal brother is not in good health. I will take him to take medicine first. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality." Before Princey could react, he was taken out of the main hall. Mu Nanjing calmly drank a cup of tea. "Humph! You want to fight me? You are still too young." Captain Lu. If he said that Prince, he was just too curious. If he hadn't asked Mu Nanjing what she saw in the book just now, he wouldn't have involved so many people. Although she didn't reveal any secrets in person, she was unpredictable. On the other side, Princey was dragged to the backyard by Prince Guang. He suppressed his anger and said, "Brother, why did you twist my waist?" Prince Guang said angrily, I am trying to stop you from doing bad things. Princey was puzzled. How did I do bad things? Prince Guang said angrily. If I continue to ask about the situation just now, she might tell some secrets that cannot be known to others. Princey paused slightly, rubbed his waist and said, even if I don't ask, her inner voice will be revealed. It's different. If she thinks it in her heart, everyone can pretend not to know. But if she says it out, it's a done deal. Prince Guang glared at him. Fortunately, I didn't leave just now. Otherwise this matter would be out of control by you. What should we do next? Don't greet her anymore? Prince Guang thought for a while and said, it's impossible for us to leave. And it's impossible for us to greet her again. Let's hide and wait and see what happens. As you say. In the main hall, Mu Nanjing waited for a cup of tea, but still didn't see the two princes come back. He stood up and said, it's impossible for the two princes to come back. Let's walk around by ourselves. Do you still want to visit the Imperial Clan Mansion? Captain Lu looked outside the house. There is no one else outside except the guards. Why don't we go to another place? Who said there is no one else? Where? Captain Lu looked around and didn't see anyone else. Just follow me. Mu Nanjing led Captain Lu and the others out of the main hall and came to the middle courtyard. The main hall in the middle courtyard is where everyone works and stores various books. Of course, there is still no one else in the middle courtyard except the guards. And the atmosphere is so quiet that only the sound of wind blowing leaves can be heard. Captain Lu glanced at the study room. The furnishings in the room were very neat. So neat that it didn't look like a workplace. No one is here either. Everyone is in the backyard. Mu Nanjing did not stay in the middle yard, but went straight to the backyard. Prince Guang, who had been hiding in the dark and watching, quickly sent someone to stop her. Duke. A 7th rank official stopped Mu Nanjing. Duke, the room where we store the books is over here. Please follow me. I am not interested in the books now. Mu Nan saw a guard sneaking into the backyard, and he said to Captain Lu, stop him. Don't let him tip off. Yes. Captain Lu resigned himself to his fate and chased after him. Then he tore off the leaves next to him and threw them at the guard, hitting his acupoints. The guard was unable to move, and he shouted anxiously, Gua. However, he was mute after shouting only one word. Then, Lu Qianhu heard someone shouting in the backyard, buy it and leave it. Buy it and leave it. Lu Qianhu raised his eyebrows. Is someone gambling? Mu Nanjing patted the imperial sword on her waist to the official who stopped her. If you stop me again, I will let it serve you. The official's face turned pale, and he dared not say anything. Prince E, who was hiding in the dark, said anxiously, brother, what should we do? Prince Guang sighed. She has already shown her sword, and we can't stop her even if we go out. In that case, let her go in. At most, the younger generation will be fined for half a year for neglecting official duties, which is better than being accused of obstructing official duties and being demoted. If a conflict arises, it will be even more troublesome. She will directly chop us with the sword. Princey said angrily, she dares? Prince Guang asked him back, what is there that she dare not do? Has she offended civil and military officials and royal relatives? Don't forget that she has imprisoned a lot of people. Prince E. Mu Nanjing went deep into the backyard, and the guards guarding outside the backyard immediately stopped Mu Nanjing and his men. Before the guard shouted to stop him, he was pressed to the ground by Lu Qianhu and his men. Mu Nanjing pushed open the gate and walked into the yard. She saw a large group of young people divided into 3 groups, each forming a circle to gamble. Some were gambling on dice, some were fighting cocks, and some were gambling on stones. Everyone was so engrossed in gambling that they didn't notice anyone coming in. She walked into the group of people gambling on stones, took out 2 ingots of gold, and put them on the single side. Gold was not a rare commodity for the princes and nobles, so they didn't notice that there was an extra person around them. The staker shouted loudly, buy and leave. Buy and leave. The bettors also shouted, odd. Odd. It's an odd number. Even. Double. Double. It's an even number. This time it's definitely an even number. The staker pulled the stones to count odd and even. And finally it was an odd number. The even bettor said to Presley, why is it an odd number again? I'm so angry. Come again. Come again. The staker shared the silver won by the odd bettors with them. Mu Nanjing earned 200 taels of silver. And then she put 2 ingots of gold on the even side. and then won another 200 taels. After a few rounds, someone found that which side the 2 ingots of gold were placed on would win. Everyone became smart and followed the owner of the gold to place bets. Mu Nanjing saw that everyone followed her to buy. She felt it was meaningless and slipped away to the side to gamble with dice. Hey, where's the person who put 2 gold bars before? The people who were betting on stones just now were busy betting and didn't pay attention to who was betting. When they saw that there were no 2 gold bars on the gambling table, they thought about looking for the owner of the gold. But they didn't see who the owner of the gold was. Mu Nanjing has divine sense, and she can see at a glance whether the dice cup is big or small. She only put 2 gold bars each time as before, and she could win 200 to 300 taels of money each time. After everyone followed her to bet, she went to cockfighting. The chickens used for cockfighting are strong and fierce. When 2 chickens fight, the bettors can't wait to rush up to fight the other chicken instead of the chicken. Mu Nanjing bets casually. Anyway, no matter which chicken she buys to win, she can use her magic power to wish that chicken to win the game. There is no doubt that she is destined to be the final winner. How long has it been? How long has it been? And I won 3,000 taels of silver. It's really easy to make money. Hee hee. Then, the small courtyard became quiet. Chapter 404. Teach everyone to be good people. Mu Nanjing was puzzled when she saw the atmosphere become quiet. Hey, why is it quiet? Did something happen? Everyone in the yard looked around in horror. And when they saw Mu Nanjing wearing a red flying fish robe, their faces suddenly changed. It's the Duke. The Duke is here. Meet the Duke. The young people in the yard saluted Mu Nanjing. Although they were royal nobles, they did not inherit the title. Even if they had an official position, their rank was not as high as Mu Nanjing. They could not use their elders to pressure others, so they could only salute obediently. Besides, the emperor gave her a lot of power, and they would not be stupid enough to bump into her. It turned out that they found me coming. Mu Nanjing said, just pretend I don't exist and continue to play. No one dared to gamble in front of her. No more. No more. We only have fun occasionally. Not often. Sir, please sit down. Someone quickly brought a chair out of the house and placed it behind Mu Nanjing, while others served tea and fruitcakes. I didn't know you were coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Please don't blame me. Mu Nanjing said, no blame. I had a lot of fun myself. Blaming you is the same as blaming myself? The most important thing is that I also made 3,000 silver coins. Hee hee. Everyone was ashamed. Someone asked cautiously, I don't know why you came to the royal family mansion? Mu Nanjing sat down, took the teacup and drank a sip of tea and said, if I say I just came here to take a look, you won't believe me. Everyone. I really don't believe it. Alas, I really just came here to take a look around and see how the royal family mansion is different from other government offices. After all, this is a place that the royal family members are afraid of. So I came here to see how majestic it is. The result really disappointed me. This place is not much different from a casino hidden in an alley. Everyone. Mu Nanjing said, since everyone thinks I came here for a purpose, I would be sorry if I don't cause some trouble. Everyone hurriedly said, we believe in the Duke. Mu Nanjing, it's too late. Everyone. Today I will teach you to be good people. Mu Nanjing said, is Liang Yimin here? No one responded. Everyone quietly looked in a certain direction. Is he not here? It doesn't matter if he is not here. Tell him that the rent of his land is too expensive. The farmers who rent his land can't afford it. From next month, the rent of his land must be reduced by half. Also, if others don't want to rent his land, they can't force them. Liang Yimin, who was hiding in the crowd, finally couldn't help but come out and said, Duke, are you interfering too much? You have to manage other people's rent collection. If you have nothing to do, you can lead troops to fight and conquer other medium-sized countries. Mu Nanjing glanced at him indifferently. The emperor appointed me as the Duke of Jinghua in the hope that I can stabilize the country. But if you want the country to be stable, the country must be peaceful, and the people must be safe. The country is still peaceful now, but most people are not living well, especially those who are oppressed by the imperial power and official power, who are like living in dire straits. Do you think I should care? What does it have to do with me whether they live well or not? Do I have to control their eating, drinking, defecating and urinating? It's because they won't be reincarnated into a humble family. Who can I blame? Mu Nanjing nodded. That makes sense. Liang Yibin snorted, with a little pride in his eyes. Mu Nanjing said, when I go to the palace to meet the emperor, I will tell the emperor what you said. If the emperor removes your royal status and confiscates all your land, then you can only blame yourself for not caring about the people. Not anyone else. Everyone. Liang Yibin was furious. Mu Nanjing, you are just a Duke of Xinghua. You have no power to manage our royal family's affairs. Mu Nanjing slapped the imperial sword from time to time. When you are removed from the royal family, you will know whether I have the power or not. You. Liang Yibin was so angry that he wanted to curse, but was stopped by the royal relatives around him. The other party lowered his voice and whispered, just say less. If she really goes to the emperor to complain, the emperor who cares about the people may really confiscate your land and remove your royal name. Then it will be more trouble than it is worth. Liang Yibin was a little scared when he heard him say that. He suppressed his anger and turned his head away. After I go back, I will sort out the land rent issue, and will no longer force farmers to rent my land. I hope to get good news next month. Mu Nanjing said again, is Liang Xingzhen here? Liang Xingzhen walked out quickly. I'm here. Every time you buy goods from the people, you don't give them money on the grounds of credit. When you leave here, settle all the accounts. Yes. Liang Xingzhen agreed very readily. I'll go settle the accounts now. He ran out of the yard and saw the Jinui standing outside the door. He was shocked. He saluted Lu Qianhu and others and left in a hurry. Captain Lu sighed. Mu Nanjing just said a few words and frightened me so much that I even forgot that my official rank was higher than mine. It's really funny that a high-ranking official bows to a lower-ranking official. In the courtyard, Mu Nanjing called out again, Liang Zusai. Liang Zusai felt that he had done nothing wrong, and walked out with a swagger. Duke, except for my love of gambling, I have never done anything to hurt the people. You sold your wife's dowry and deducted the monthly salary of your servants for gambling. Isn't this considered hurting the people? Liang Zusai's face sank. Duke, you won't even take care of my family affairs. Right? I don't take care of your family affairs. I take care of the people. Aren't your servants and your wife the people? Liang Zusai. Small gambling is good for your mood. Big gambling is harmful to your health. And 9 out of 10 gamblings will result in losses. It's hard to get you to quit gambling. So I decided to throw you to the military camp for some training. Liang Zusai said anxiously. I am a third-rank official and the legitimate son of Prince Qi. You are not qualified to arrange my place. Mu Nanjing ignored him. Come here. Captain Lu walked in with people. Duke, send Liang Zusai to the military camp outside the city. Do not let him out without my order. Yes. Captain Lu ordered 2 centurions to escort Liang Zusai. Liang Zusai shouted anxiously, let me go. I am the son of Prince Qi. If you dare to do this to me, I will ask my father to report to the emperor and confiscate your house. The 2 centurions ignored his shouting and dragged people out of the yard. Cousin, save me. Come and save me. Liang Zusai asked his cousin for help. But his cousin was shrinking in the corner and dared not show up. Mu Nanjing returned her gaze to the group of second-generation rich kids, and they shrank their necks. After that, everyone was taught by Mu Nanjing to be a good person. With the previous examples, no one dared to disobey her. Finally, Mu Nanjing stood up and said, next, let's continue gambling. I will win all the money on them before letting them go. Everyone. Chapter 405, Really Timid. Mu Nanjing saw that no one moved, and frowned. Don't you like gambling? Now I'll give you a chance. If you can beat me once, I won't interfere with you in anything. And I will even cover for you if something goes wrong. How about it? Really? Everyone was tempted. Someone asked if I do something like confiscating my property, will you cover for me? Yes. Even if I kill the king, I will cover for you. Everyone waved their hands hurriedly. No. 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 Even if we have 10,000 courages, we dare not do such a rebellious thing. This little girl is too bold. She even dares to say the words of killing the king. Mu Nanjing said in a calm voice, I am just assuming. Don't say assumptions. We dare not even think about it. Duke, please don't hurt us. Really timid. Everyone. This is a matter of losing your head. No matter how brave you are, you dare not say the word killing the king. Mu Nanjing, let's get back to the point. Are you going to gamble or not? Everyone said in unison, bet. Such a good thing will definitely not be missed. Mu Nanjing said again, if you lose, Not only must you give me money, but you must also listen to me from now on. Everyone looked at each other. Someone whispered, there are so many of us. If each of us gambles with her 10 times, there will always be one person who can beat her once. Others nodded. Someone asked Mu Nanjing how to gamble. Whatever you want. You have the final say. No matter how you gamble, you will lose until you doubt me. Liang Yibin said in a deep voice. She is so arrogant. Teach her a lesson. Everyone nodded. Liang Yibin said to Mu Nanjing, you have high internal strength. So you can win the bet on size or stone by hearing or eyesight. Only in cockfighting. You have no chance to win us by internal strength. Mu Nanjing said, I can also secretly tamper with your chickens to make them lose to me. So, all of us have to stay in the house. And leave the guards outside to watch the 2 chickens fight. And then they will tell us the result. So that we can't cheat. Mu Nanjing asked, what if your guards help you cheat? With your hearing, you will definitely be able to hear if the guards have secretly tampered with the chickens. Without further ado, let's choose the chickens. And then everyone has to stay in the house. Mu Nanjing picked a chicken at random, and went in to wait for the result. Liang Yibin and his men were very selective. Lu Qianhu, who had not left, looked at them sympathetically. No matter how they chose, even if they chose the Chicken King, they would lose to Mu Nanjing. As expected, no matter how Liang Yibin and the others chose, they still lost to Mu Nanjing in the end. Not only did they lose all their silver, but they also lost all their valuables to Mu Nanjing. Everyone was dumbfounded. How is it possible? There are so many of us, but we didn't beat her once. What went wrong? Why are the chickens she chose so good? Did she secretly drug the chickens? Except for the first time when she picked the chickens. We helped her pick the chickens afterwards. She didn't have the chance to drug the chickens at all. Speaking of drugging, they were the ones who drugged the chickens. But they couldn't beat her chickens even after drugging them. They were really angry. Mu Nanjing found a piece of cloth to wrap up the silver bills. Silver and various accessories she won. Do you have anything else to bet with me? Everyone searched their pockets, but couldn't find anything valuable. Since no one has anything valuable, then according to the previous agreement, you all have to listen to me. Do you have any objections? Everyone looked at each other, and shook their heads. Mu Nanjing looked at the sky outside. It's past noon now. Let's go eat. Someone laughed at himself. I lost all my money to you. How can I have money to eat? If I want to eat, I can only go back to my house to eat. Mu Nanjing said, I will invite you to the largest restaurant for dinner. Really? Everyone's eyes lit up. Then we won't be polite. We will order the most expensive dishes to eat. I'll treat you. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, the money was won from you. So I don't feel bad about spending it. Everyone. This is so heartbreaking. Everyone left the backyard and came to the main hall to invite Prince Guang and Prince Yi to have dinner together. Of course, the 2 princes had already eaten. And they were elders. With them around, the younger generations would feel restrained and their fun would be ruined. So it would be better not to go. When Mu Nanjing heard that the 2 princes were not going to eat, he returned to the main hall and said, Prince Guang, Prince Yi, I said before that I saw something. Do you still want to listen? Prince Yi learned his lesson. No. No. Go eat quickly. Don't starve yourself. Really not? Prince Yi affirmed yes. I don't want to listen. Oh. Mu Nanjing turned and left the main hall. I just wanted to tell them that I saw that their health was not good. But I didn't expect them to be so reluctant to talk to me. Well, anyway, I won't die. It doesn't matter whether I say it or not. At most, I will spend the rest of my life in bed. By the way, how did I offend them? Why didn't they welcome me as soon as I entered the door? Prince Guang, Prince Yi, since she could see that they were not in good health, she should have just said it directly, but let them think that she wanted to expose their secrets. Prince Yi turned to look at Prince Guang. What on earth did Mu Nanjing come to the Imperial Clan Mansion for? Prince Guang said unhappily, I also want to know. In addition to them, Captain Lu also wanted to know this. Mu Nanjing, what on earth do you want to do in the Imperial Clan Mansion? He thought Mu Nanjing was going to cause trouble. But when he got there, it looked like he was looking for trouble. And in the end, it seemed that he didn't find much trouble. Mu Nanjing said, didn't I say it? I just wanted to go shopping. But I didn't expect to be so unwelcome. If the 2 princes hadn't been on guard against me like a thief, I wouldn't have picked on them. Officials of the Imperial Clan Mansion. A sudden visit. No matter who it is. Will be on guard. Lu Qianhu frowned. Do you really just want to go for a stroll? Mu Nanjing frowned. It's fine if they suspect me. But why do you suspect me too? I never said from the beginning to the end that I wanted to cause trouble for the people in the royal clan palace. Right? Why did Lu Qianhu think the wrong thing? I don't want to suspect you either. But you took so many of us with you. It's hard for me not to suspect you. He has hundreds of people under his command in Beijing, all of whom were taken with him. How could he not think too much? As the Duke of Jinghua, how can I show my status by going alone? Only by taking more people with me can I have momentum. Lu Qianhu was ashamed. Because of this, everyone misunderstood and thought she was going to cause trouble. It's not the two princes' fault for not treating her well. The news of Mu Nanjing going to the Imperial Clan Mansion spread quickly and reached the Emperor's ears that afternoon. The Emperor was curious. What did Mu Nanjing do at the Imperial Clan Mansion? Eunuch Yuan thought for a while and said, she went to recruit people to be her subordinates. The Emperor laughed angrily. She knows how to choose places to recruit people. And she only chooses royal relatives as her subordinates. With a group of princes and nobles helping her, everything will go smoothly in the future. Mu Nanjing, who didn't know that she had recruited a group of subordinates, paid the bill at the restaurant and went back to the Duke's mansion to tailor her clothes. 5 days later, all the civil and military officials in the court received Mu Nanjing's invitation. Chapter 406 Good News. After all the invitations were sent out, the news that Mu Nanjing became the Duke of Jinghua also spread. Not only the capital and the towns near the capital, but also He County, far away in the south of the Yangtze River, received the news. Mr. Kong hurriedly led people to the Tang family mansion. And the head of the Tang family was Tang Wenzong, who retired and returned to his hometown a few months ago. Now Tang Wenzong and Jiang Zhenru bought a mansion in He County with their parents and eldest son's family and settled down. Their life was stable. The only thing that made Tang Wenzong feel a headache was that his parents always wanted to return to Beijing to be officials. But now they could never go back. When Mr. Kong arrived at the Tang family, he was taken to the hall and saw a young man and woman sitting in the main seat. He was stunned for a moment. The young man and woman stood up and greeted with a smile. County Magistrate Kong. Please sit down quickly. County Magistrate Kong was puzzled. Excuse me. Who are you? We are. Before the young man and woman finished their words, Tang Wenzong, who had heard the news, interrupted them. County Magistrate Kong. They are my distant relatives, who came to our Tang family because of their family's disaster. He walked up to the young man and woman and said kindly, you go down first. I will greet County Magistrate Kong. We won't go down. The young man and woman got angry. Tang Wenzong suddenly felt powerless and turned to County Magistrate Kong and said, you two are still young and don't know the etiquette. Please forgive me. County Magistrate Kong. Still young? County Magistrate Kong saw that the young man and woman were definitely over 18 years old, and they came to seek refuge. But they didn't know the etiquette. If it were him, he would have driven them out long ago. Only Tang Wenzong would have such a good temper. Not only was he not angry, but he also treated them politely. However, none of this was his business. County Magistrate Kong smiled and said, it's okay. It's okay. I'm here to tell you good news this time. Good news? Tang Wenzong was puzzled. What's the good news? The young man and woman asked excitedly, is Jingrui promoted again? County Magistrate Kong waved his hand quickly. No. No. At this time, Jiang Zhenru came in with tea and fruit cakes. The servant filled a glass of water for County Magistrate Kong. County Magistrate Kong, please have some tea. County Magistrate Kong hurriedly said, thank you, Madam Tang. Jiang Zhenru asked politely, just now I heard County Magistrate Kong say that I came to tell you good news. I don't know what the good news is. County Magistrate Kong took a sip of tea and said excitedly, it's your niece. Niece? Jiang Zhenru and Tang Wenzong looked at each other. Which niece? It's Mu Nanjing, Mu Lord. Oh. No. She shouldn't be called Mu Lord. Now everyone calls her Zhenguagong. Shen. Zhenguagong? Tang Wenzong and Jiang Zhenru stared in disbelief. Mr. Kong. Are you sure? Mu Nanjing became the Duke of Jinghua? How could I be wrong? The capital sent a message and specifically asked me to tell you. After all, the Duke of Jinghua grew up in the Tang family and is your closest relative. So I have to tell you about the good news. although the journey is too long to return to the capital to attend the celebration banquet for the Duke of Jinghua. I have ordered a table of wine and food in the big restaurant in the county to celebrate for her." Tang Wenzong and Jiang Jinru were so shocked that they could not speak for a long time. They could never have imagined that the little girl who was timid and crybaby and liked to chase their son would be named the Duke of Jinghua. What an honor that was. And even their Tang family was also blessed. "What is the Duke of Jinghua? What rank is that?" the two young men and women asked curiously. "What rank is that? That's not calculated by rank." County Magistrate Kong laughed. "Duke of Jinghua is a title. The first rank of Duke." Seeing that the young men and women still didn't understand, he explained again. "Let's put it this way. The rank of the Duke of Jinghua is only slightly lower than that of the Prince and the County King. The left Prime Minister, the right Prime Minister, and all the civil and military officials of the dynasty must salute the Duke of Jinghua when they see her. And the Emperor has also issued an order that the position of the Duke of Jinghua can be inherited." The young man and woman finally understood what the Duke of Jinghua was, and their mouths and eyes were wide open. "This? Such a high rank? How did she get so high?" "Our grandson." Tang Wenzong quickly came to his senses and interrupted them. "Maodian, Xinha must not be rude to County Magistrate Kong." Maodian and Xinha had a lot to say, but it was difficult to ask, which really made them feel suffocated. Tang Wenzong said to County Magistrate Kong, "Thank you for telling us this." County Magistrate Kong smiled and said, "Mr. Tang, you are too polite. I will pick you up for dinner in a few days. Now I have official business to attend to, so I will not stay here." Tang Wenzong tried to persuade him. "County Magistrate Kong, please have lunch here before you go back. Now I am really busy with official business and must go back to deal with it. Please forgive me." "Well, when County Magistrate Kong is free, I will invite you to our house for a gathering." "Okay. I will definitely come to your house next time." Tang Wenzong made a gesture of invitation. "I will see County Magistrate Kong out." "How can I do that?" "No need to see you off. No need to see you off." County Magistrate Kong declined. But Tang Wenzong still insisted on seeing him off to the door, and personally watched County Magistrate Kong get on the carriage. Then, the person who had been following them also jumped onto the carriage, and sat next to the driver. When Tang Wenzong saw the other person, his expression paused slightly. "Mr. Kong, go slowly." Jiang Jinru watched Mr. Kong's carriage leave, and turned back when she could no longer see the carriage, only to see her husband in a daze. "Husband? What are you thinking about?" "Just now." Tang Wenzong pointed to the direction where the carriage left. It was the person sitting next to the driver. Jiang Jinru was puzzled. "What's wrong with that person? Is there any problem? I just think he looks familiar." Jiang Jinru couldn't help laughing. "That person is Mr. Kong's man. And Mr. Kong has met us many times. Isn't it normal for you to think he looks familiar? I mean, I seem to have seen him in the capital." Jiang Jinru was slightly stunned. "The capital? Are you sure?" Tang Wenzong really couldn't think of who the other person was. Maybe the other person just looked similar. "We have left. Jing, you are no longer an official in the officialdom. Even if the other party is from the capital, it has nothing to do with us." Tang Wenzong nodded. "That's right. Except for my son. The officials and friends in the capital who used to come here would not come to see me. People are gone and tea is cold. Okay. Don't think about the past. Let's go back to the house." Tang Wenzong was overwhelmed when he heard about going back to the house. "I don't want to go back now." Jiang Jinru thought of the two people in the hall and frowned. "Hearing you say that, I don't want to go back either." Tang Wenzong. At the same time, the carriage that had not gone far suddenly stopped. The person sitting in County Magistrate Kong's carriage jumped off and said, "Thank you, County Magistrate Kong. When I return, I will report this to the governor. The governor will definitely find an opportunity to promote County Magistrate Kong." County Magistrate Kong hurried out to thank him. "Thank the governor for me." The other party nodded, jumped up to the roof and flew to the Tang family. Then hid in the dark and watched Tang Wenzong and Jiang Jinru walk into the hall. And then, there was a shocked cry from the house. Chapter 407, Stop Daydreaming. Mu Nanjing became the Duke of Gua. Mu Nanjing actually became the Duke of Gua. Su Xinha excitedly shook Jiang Jinru's arm. Tang Maodian also said to Tang Wenzong very excitedly, "I really didn't expect that dead girl." "Tang Maodian." Tang Wenzong interrupted him sternly. "From now on, you must not be so rude to the Duke of Jinghua. Otherwise no one can guarantee the safety of the Tang family." Tang Maodian nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. You can't call her a dead girl anymore. Call her the Duke of Gua from now on. Tang Wenzong said to the servants in the house. You and the servants outside all retreat to the backyard. And you are not allowed to come out without our permission. Yes. The servants in the house left the hall and took the servants in the front yard to the backyard. Tang Wenzong exhaled and said, I always thought that Mu Nanjing would be promoted to the first rank. But I didn't expect that she would become a duke. Jiang Zhenru was surprised. You are so optimistic about her? Tang Wenzong shook his head. It's not that I am optimistic about her. But the emperor is particularly optimistic about her. The emperor has long intended to promote her. But she didn't want to. And then she left the capital. So the promotion was stopped. Now Mu Nanjing has become a garrison duke in less than a year since she came back. This is something that no one can do. Jiang Zhenru was very curious. What is the emperor optimistic about Mu Nanjing? Is it high martial arts? It's just one of the reasons. The other reason cannot be said. Tang Maodian smiled happily. It's a good thing that the emperor is optimistic about Mu Nanjing. In the future, Mu Nanjing may be promoted to a prince. And we are the prince's relatives. Tang Wenzong. Jiang Zhenru. Let's pack up and return to Beijing now. Su Xinhe pulled Jiang Zhenru out. Jiang Zhenru hurriedly stopped. Mother-in-law. Why are we going back to Beijing? Yes. The Su Xinhe in front of her was the former old lady Tang. She and old man Tang have regained their youthful appearance since they took the elixir given by Mu Qini. Now the two live in the Tang family as distant relatives of Tang Wenzong and call each other cousins. As for the former identity of old man Tang and old lady Tang, when they returned to Yi County, they buried them in the soil on the grounds of being seriously ill. Now Tang Maodian and Su Xinhe have completely new identities. However, when no one is around, Jiang Zhenru and Tang Wenzong still call them father and mother. This is why Tang Wenzong did not get angry even though he was so rude in front of County Magistrate Kong. Su Xinhe said, as a matter of course we will go back to Beijing to celebrate Mu Nanjing. Jiang Zhenru disagreed. We are too far away from Beijing. Not to mention the fatigue of the journey. Even if we rush back, the celebration banquet will have passed. We are all relatives. Just set up another table. Jiang Zhenru was really speechless. Do we have to have a meal and then go back to Yi County? The cost of their round trip is enough for them to have several tables of food here. Why bother? It is better to use the money to buy a gift and send it over. Go back to Yi County? Su Xinhe was puzzled. Why go back to Yi County? We will never go back to Yi County in the future. Not going back to Yi County. Jiang Zhenru frowned. Do you want to live in Beijing forever? They returned to Yi County to cover up the identities of Su Xinhe and Tang Maodian. Otherwise they would not be in a hurry to leave Kyoto. Mu Nanjing is already the Duke of Zhenghua. As her relatives, we should go back to Beijing to enjoy the good life with her. We can make friends with more princes and nobles to pave the way for our grandsons in the future. It would be best if Jingrui could marry a princess. Of course, it would be even better if Jingrui could marry her. Tang Wenzong knew that his parents would have such thoughts. He suddenly frowned and said, Mother, Mu Nanjing's surname is Mu, not Tang. No matter how lucky she is, it has nothing to do with us. Others will at most give us 3 points of courtesy. The emperor will not marry the princess to Jingrui for Mu Nanjing's sake. You can forget about it if you say it. But don't say it in front of others. And don't think about it in the future, so as not to bring disaster to the Tang family and Jingrui. Jiang Zhenru pulled down Su Xinhe's hand and said helplessly, Father-in-law and mother-in-law, let's not talk about anything else. Just talk about your attitude towards Mu Nanjing in the past. Since she entered the Tang family, have you ever given her a good face? Not to mention the old man and the old lady Tang. She and Tang Wenzong were also sarcastic when they learned that Mu Nanjing loved Tang Jingrui. How could they have the face to take advantage of Mu Nanjing? Mu Nanjing did not announce to the public that she had drawn a clear line with the Tang family. She had already spared the Tang family for the sake of past affection. Su Xinhe, Tang Maodian, Tang Wenzong. Besides, we broke up with Mu Qini, and we have no blood relationship with Mu Nanjing. What kind of happiness can we enjoy with her when we go back? We are lucky that she didn't come to mess with us. Jiang Zhenru begged, father-in-law and mother-in-law, please don't go back to the capital to provoke Mu Nanjing. Otherwise, if she is unhappy, the Tang family and Jingrui will be finished, and even the Jiang family will be implicated. When Su Xinhe and Tang Maodian thought about the future of the Tang family, their legs softened and they almost sat on the ground. They quickly held onto the chairs beside them to steady themselves. Jiang Zhenru supported Su Xinhe, father-in-law and mother-in-law. We will send you back to your room. And forget about what happened today. Don't think about it anymore. Tang Wenzong also helped Tang Maodian up and sent him back to the backyard room. Su Xinhe and Tang Maodian sat on the chairs blankly. Tang Wenzong and Jiang Zhenru left immediately after sending them back to their rooms, so as to prevent Su Xinhe and others from making trouble again and going to the capital to enjoy life with Mu Nanjing. Shortly after they left, Tang Maodian sighed, I regret it. I really regret it. I regret not treating Mu Nanjing well. Su Xinhe also sighed, if I had known she was so ambitious, I would have worshipped her as my ancestor. Tang Maodian beat his chest with great regret. We should have raised her as our own granddaughter. And now she can be taken to the Duke's mansion as her grandparents to enjoy the blessings. At that time, I don't know how many court officials flattered us. And we would have received endless gifts. That's right. The top pearl was right in front of us, but she was covered in dust. She was really blind. Su Xinhe regretted it so much that she slammed the table hard, wishing she could hit her head against her head, and then go back to the time when she took Mu Nanjing to her side to take care of her. At this time, the servants came in with food. Young master. Young lady. It's time for lunch. What food? How can I still be in the mood to eat? Tang Maodian swept the food on the table away angrily. Su Xinhe also stood up angrily and yelled, Get out. All of you get out. The servants quickly cleaned up and left. When they returned to the kitchen, they could no longer hold back and said, What the hell? But the poor fellows who came to seek refuge thought they were the masters of the Tang family. They had a worse temper than the masters. Only the masters could stand them. If it were me, I would have driven them out with a broom. Others also couldn't stand Su Xinhe and Tang Maodian, and they all started to yell at them. The people who were hiding in the dark and peeking left quietly when they saw this. Chapter 408. It's really stupid. The people sent by Gu Ming to Yi County returned to the capital as fast as they could and told Gu Ming about the matter. Gu Ming didn't react much after hearing it. The Governor-General asked, Governor, what are you doing? Gu Ming said calmly, Mu Nanjing wants the Tang family to know that she was named the Duke of Jinghua. So I will pass the news to Yi County on her behalf. Mu Nanjing saw Tang Jingrui's feelings that day. Not only Tang Jingrui heard it, but also the people in the Governor's Academy. The Governor-General couldn't help laughing. They must regret it to death. Let them regret it slowly. The Governor's people have already told County Magistrate Kong to mention the Duke of Jinghua to the Tang family from time to time. He also asked him to pretend to have something to ask the Tang family to ask for the Duke of Jinghua's help. It would be embarrassing for the Tang family to refuse. But they couldn't ask Mu Nanjing. The Governor's deputy knew that the Governor would not let the Tang family have an easy time, and smiled. The people you are targeting are really unlucky. Gu Ming raised his eyelids and glanced at him. Who is unlucky? The Governor's deputy said quickly, except Mu Nanjing. Gu Ming looked at the sky outside, stood up and said, Prepare to go to the Duke's mansion. Today is the celebration banquet for the Duke of Jinghua. And as colleagues, they cannot be late. Gu Ming went back to the room to change out of his official uniform, and went to the Duke's mansion with the Jinhui, who received Mu Nanjing's invitation. At this time, many guests had come to the mansion. They all wore luxurious robes, expensive jade pendants, and rings on their thumbs. Everyone's clothes and accessories were more noble than the other. They did not chat idly when they came to the Duke's mansion, but helped entertain the guests. The 4th and 5th rank officials, who came later, were stunned to see that the people who greeted them were all princes and nobles. They even thought they had walked into the wrong mansion, and quickly looked up at the plaque to make sure they were not in the wrong place. Master Zhu, you are here. Please come in. Liang Yibin walked to the front of the Hanlin Academy lecturer. The Hanlin Academy lecturer was flattered. Prince Liang. You are? Liang Yibin smiled and said, The housekeeper of the Duke of Jinghua is not familiar with you, so we will help entertain you. Su Bo stepped forward and saluted. Hello, Master Zhu. He secretly glanced at the Hanlin Academy lecturer several times, trying to remember his appearance and identity in his mind. Liang Yibin said, He is Su Bo, the steward of the Duke of Jinghua. The lecturer of the Hanlin Academy nodded to Su Bo. Housekeeper Su. Su Bo quickly made a gesture to invite him. Master Zhu, please come in. Liang Yibin said to Su Bo, I will take Master Zhu in. Su Bo said, Thank you, my lord. Liang Yibin led the lecturer of the Hanlin Academy into the mansion. Su Bo looked at their backs, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If it had happened a few years ago, he could never imagine that he would have such a day to come into contact with so many high-ranking officials and royal family members, and talk so much to them. Su Bo, we are here. Su Bo came back to his senses and saw Princess Xueyu getting off the carriage with the princess and the county lady. He hurried forward to greet them. This old servant greets Princess Xueyu. Princess Xueyu asked, "Where is Mu Nanjing?" "She is in the hall. You don't need to call me. I will go in by myself." Princess Xueyu led other princesses and county ladies into the mansion and met Liang Yibin, who had returned. "Xueyu, you are here. I will take you in. I know this place better than you do. I can find Mu Nanjing myself. You can go and greet the others." Princess Xueyu walked towards the hall and heard Mu Nanjing's voice before she entered the door. "Wow! Lord Zhu actually gave me a jade plaque. Although the jade is not big, it is worth a lot of money. For the upright Lord Zhu, it cost him a lot of money. Compared to the gift from Prince Xian, it is much more precious. It's not that the things given by Prince Xian are not valuable, but he is too casual. He thought he was not familiar with me, so he asked the servants to pick the cheapest item in the warehouse as a gift. It's too careless. TSK. I am the Duke of Jinghua, but the other party didn't know to curry favor with me. If there is something in the future, I might be able to help. Well, since this person doesn't want to have too much contact with me, I will have less contact with him in the future." When Prince Guang heard Mu Nanjing's inner voice, he glared at Prince Xian, who was bowing his head with a look of disappointment. I don't know what to say to you. You are so stupid." Prince Xian was not convinced and raised his head and asked, "Why am I stupid? You know she knows a lot of things. But you still pick a gift so casually to give her a chance to find fault with you. Tell me if you are stupid or not." Look at Lord Zhu again. He guessed that Mu Nanjing would reveal the gifts everyone gave in her inner voice, so he carefully prepared them to give Mu Nanjing a good impression. Prince Xian looked at Lord Zhu, who was smiling, and said, "I will have no intersection with her in the future. So why give such an expensive gift? It doesn't have to be expensive, but it must be thoughtful." Prince Guang didn't want to say anything to him, and angrily shook his sleeves and said, "When you cry and beg her in the future, don't blame others for not helping you." John Junwang. The princes and nobles of the imperial clan are still the best. I scolded them, but they didn't care about it when I won all their money. They even carefully selected gifts for me. Not bad. Not bad. They are all good kids. The officials of the imperial clan couldn't help laughing. They treated her sincerely because Mu Nanjing also treated them sincerely. Although she won their money that day, she invited them to a big restaurant for dinner. On the way, she also asked someone to send the first-grade martial wine and the first-grade fairy wine, and invited everyone to drink a bowl of stewed soup. After the meal, she gave everyone 10 boxes of holy cream that can be used by both men and women and 3 jars of first-grade wine. When they took the facial cream and wine back home, the elders were overjoyed and praised them. After that, they counted carefully and found that the things she gave were much more valuable than the things she won. Therefore, they couldn't care about the previous things with her, and even felt that this person could be made friends with. Of course, they didn't change their opinion of her just because she invited them to dinner and gave them gifts, but also because of her inner voice. Although she looked cold, her inner voice was very interesting and funny, making people happy to hear it. Although there were embarrassing moments, they ignored them. The most important thing was that she could truly reveal that she had no purpose in making friends with them. They felt comfortable making friends with people who had no secrets, and they didn't have to guess and feel very tired. Mu Nanjing. I'm here. Princess Xueyu walked into the hall and handed the gift in her hand to Mu Nanjing. This is a gift for you. I picked it out after careful selection. It's thoughtful, isn't it? Mu Nanjing nodded. Since I knew I became the Duke of Jinghua, I started to choose a gift. It wasn't until yesterday that I picked out a satisfactory gift. Of course, it was thoughtful. The princess is so good to me. Hee hee. Princess Xueyu couldn't help but smile when she heard her giggle. At this time, someone outside shouted, "The governor is here. The national teacher is here." Chapter 409, This guy is itching for a fight. The governor and the imperial master are here. The people chatting in the courtyard looked at the gate, and 2 tall and handsome figures walked into the duke's mansion with the same steps. Everyone whispered, "The immortal appearance of the imperial master is still so stunning." What is surprising is the real appearance of the governor, which is not much inferior to that of the imperial master. Yes. The two of them together are like gods coming down to earth to congratulate the Duke of Jinghua. The Duke of Jinghua is so proud that he not only invited the governor, but also the imperial master. If it were someone else, they would definitely not be able to invite two big Buddhas. The governor and the Duke of Jinghua are colleagues and should come to congratulate. As for the imperial master, I heard that he is the father of the Duke of Jinghua's child. So it is even more appropriate for the child's father to come to celebrate. Isn't the governor the biological father? The imperial master. The Lord is the biological father. Right. He and the Duke of Jinghua both acknowledged it in front of the emperor. And the child also calls the Lord of the imperial master daddy. The Duke of Jinghua also acknowledged that the governor is the father of the child. This, after hearing the discussion of the ministers, Subo couldn't help but ask, who is the father of the child? The Duke of Jinghua clearly said that the governor is the father of the child. And the child also called him the biological father. So how come there is another lord of the imperial master? Is it because there is a lord of the imperial master between the girl and the governor, that the governor did not move in with the girl? The officials around looked at Subo and said almost at the same time, you are the Duke of Jinghua's man. Shouldn't you know better than us? Subo. No. He didn't know at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known today that the children had two fathers. When the officials saw Gu Ming and Feng Xinan coming, they all stepped forward to greet them. Greetings to the governor. Greetings to the state master. Gu Ming and Feng Xinan nodded. Wow. Two handsome men are here. They are really pleasing to the eyes when walking together. Gu Ming and Feng Xinan glanced at each other out of the corner of their eyes. Feng Xinan said, it's really surprising that the governor who rarely attends banquets is here. Gu Ming said calmly, I work with Mu Nanjing, and I have joined forces with her to fight against the enemy. I am also the father of the children. Isn't it appropriate for me to come to celebrate for her? On the contrary, it is the national teacher who is surprising. I didn't expect that he would like to attend the banquet of mortals. Cultivators are originally cultivated from mortals. So what's strange about mortals attending mortal banquets? If you really want to talk about not being immortal, the governor is not immortal. Jiayin, who was walking behind them, interrupted them. Isn't it just attending an ordinary banquet? Why do you say it's like a small banquet that is not worth your coming? Feng Xinan and Gu Ming said in unison, we don't mean that. Jiayin turned around and asked the woman behind him, senior sister, am I wrong? Yunlu couldn't help laughing, senior brother bickering with others. It's really rare. In the past, Feng Xinan would ignore the other party. Feng Xinan said to Yunlu, senior sisters and brothers, now that the master is gone, you should just call me junior brother. He was raised by Yunlu, but he was asked to call her senior brother, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Yunlu said indifferently, it's just a title. There is no difference between senior brother and junior brother. Feng Xinan called her disapprovingly, senior sister. I know. I'll call you junior brother from now on. Jiayin immediately called out several times happily, junior brother, junior brother, junior brother, little junior brother. Feng Xinan. He felt that it was more appropriate for Jiayin to call him senior brother. Jiayin looks better with long hair. Yunlu, Feng Xinan, and Gu Ming glanced at him. Jiayin, why did you mention him out of the blue? Jiayin smiled so happily. He must have communicated with his senior sister. Yunlu and Jiayin looked at each other, and then quickly looked away. Oh, you're shy just by looking at each other. Jiayin, Yunlu, Feng Xinan. If there were only a few people in the yard, it would be fine. But with so many officials watching, it would be hard not to be shy. Master, Imperial Master. Suddenly, an excited voice came from the door of the backyard. Feng Xinan looked in the direction of the voice, and a handsome man walked towards him quickly. You are. He felt that the other person looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. The other person smiled and said, Gong Xiurong. I met you once when I was being hunted by Tian Yuan a few years ago. Feng Xinan naturally remembered that Tian Yuan was hunting them down. And Gong Xiurong's name was even more familiar to him. Wasn't it him who gave Mu Nanjing the 3 brothels? He gave them to her. If he hadn't given them the brothels, he wouldn't have to guard them for Mu Nanjing later. Feng Xinan said, Gong Xiurong. I have heard of your name for a long time. Gong Xiurong raised his eyebrows in surprise. Do you recognize me? I have heard from the Jinui that you are the prince of the ancient country of Dongao. Jiayin added, junior brother. He is also the grandson of the leader of the Wanjin sect. Feng Xinan was slightly surprised. It doesn't matter who I am. Gong Xiaorong smiled even bigger and brighter. What matters is that the children miss you. Children? Feng Xinan didn't understand who the children he was talking about were. Gong Xiaorong shouted towards the backyard. Tao Tai. Han Dun. Bai Hu. Xian Wu. Bai Zai. Your national teacher daddy is here, and brought you delicious food. Feng Xinan. Gu Ming narrowed his eyes at Gong Xiaorong. This guy is itching for a fight. Gong Xiaorong met Gu Ming's eyes, and smiled even deeper. He didn't know whether Han Dun, Bai Hu, Xian Wu and Bai Zai would come out. But Tao Tai would definitely come out. Sure enough, Tao Tai ran out of the backyard excitedly. Daddy is here? Where is Daddy? Gong Xiaorong pointed at Feng Xinan and said, Your daddy is here. Daddy? Tao Tai saw Feng Xinan and jumped on him happily. Feng Xinan hugged Tao Tai subconsciously, then looked at Gong Xiaorong, not quite understanding his behavior. Then, Han Dun, Bai Hu, Xian Wu and Bai Zai also came out. They saw Gu Ming was also there, and they didn't know who to call Daddy for a moment. Tao Tai asked Feng Xinan, Daddy, where is the food? Feng Xinan is a cultivator, so it is impossible for him to bring food. Gong Xiaorong said, We will take your daddy to find your mother. And there will be food when we find your mother. Okay. Tao Tai slid off Feng Xinan like a loach, pulled Feng Xinan's hand and dragged him to the hall. Dad, let's go find mother. Feng Xinan. Yes, let's go find mother. Gong Xiaorong pushed Han Dun, Bai Hu, Xian Wu and Bai Zai's backs. Han Dun, Bai Hu and Xian Wu followed Tao Tai and the others to the hall without knowing why. Bai Zai looked at Gong Xiaorong with a smirk on his face, sighed, stopped and looked at Gu Ming, and held out his hand to him. Dad, let's go find Mom. This is his biological son. Gu Ming raised his lips slightly. Okay. Chapter 410, I'll leave Mu Nanjing in your care. Mother! Mother! The fathers are here. Tao Tai took Feng Xinan's hand and walked into the hall. Bai Zai, who was pulling Gu Ming in, said, Mother, the fathers are here. Princess Xueyu lowered her voice and asked quietly, Who is the father of the children? Mu Nanjing said, It's not important. What's important is that the fathers of the children are all pleasing to the eye, and all the troubles will disappear when you see them. Everyone. Princess Xueyu saw so many people crowded into the hall, so she had to take the other princesses and county ladies away. National Master, please take a seat. Gong Xiaorong half pushed and half led Feng Xinan to sit next to Mu Nanjing. This is against the rules. Seeing that the seat belonged to the owner, Feng Xinan quickly stood up, but was pushed back by Gong Xiaorong. Whether it is in accordance with the rules or not is up to Mu Nanjing. If she has no opinion, why should you care? Besides, you are the highest-ranking official among all the civil and military officials. Even the princes and the emperors have to give you 3 points of courtesy. So what is wrong with you sitting here? Gong Xiaorong smiled at Mu Nanjing. Mu Nanjing. Am I right? Mu Nanjing nodded. Gong Xiaorong said to Tao Tai, Tao Tai, why don't you quickly bring a cup of tea for your father? Okay. Tao Tai took the teacup handed by the servant and brought it to Feng Xinan. Dad, please have tea. Feng Xinan took the teacup and glanced at Gong Xiaorong while drinking tea. He always felt that this person was calculating something. But he had only met Gong Xiaorong twice, and there was no reason for the other party to do so. Gong Xiaorong picked up the cakes on the table to appease Tao Tai, and then said to Han Dun and the others, Bai Hu, you haven't seen your father for a long time. Why don't you give him a cup of tea? Han Dun, Bai Hu, Xian Wu and Bai Zai took the teacup and offered tea to Feng Xinan. Dad, have some tea. Feng Xinan. This scene is really a loving father and filial son. After he drank the tea, Bai Zai picked up another cup of tea for Gu Ming. Dad, have some tea. The other 4 children followed Bai Zai's lead. Seeing him offer tea to Gu Ming, they also offered tea to Gu Ming. Gong Xiaorong sighed in his heart. This Bai Zai is really too smart. He knows that Gu Ming is not easy to offend, so he always sides with him. Gong Xiaorong said to Feng Xinan, Master Imperial Master, I will be leaving in a few days. Feng Xinan asked, Didn't you just arrive? Are you leaving again? I have something to go back for. Gong Xiaorong patted his shoulder. I'll leave Mu Nanjing in your care. Gu Ming. Feng Xinan. Did he make a mistake? Mu Nanjing needs his care? Xiao Xiaorong is so thoughtful. Before leaving, He didn't forget to find a handsome man to take care of me. Gu Ming. Feng Xinan. Gong Xiaorong said again. Don't look at her cold and stern face on weekdays. But she is a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. And she is very eager to make friends with others. But now with her current status, either no one dares to make friends with her, or no one is sincere to make friends with her. And in the end, she has no close friends. Therefore, I hope you can come to Jinghua Mansion more often. Chat with her. Or spend time with the children. Feng Xinan felt that there was nothing wrong with what he said, and nodded. Gong Xiaorong said no more. Sat next to Gu Ming and smiled at him. Gu Ming glanced at him lightly. After everyone presented their gifts and left the hall, he sent a message to Gong Xiaorong. Gong Xiaorong. What do you want to do? Gong Xiaorong waited for Feng Xinan and Jia Yin to walk away. Then turned around to look at Gu Ming. Of course, I don't want you to be too happy. And I also want to let you know that even if I leave, there are still other people who will compete with you for Mu Nanjing. So when I come out of seclusion, she may still not belong to anyone. Gu Ming plotted against him. And he could also plot against him. Even if the other party could possibly get Mu Nanjing's heart, he would not let this path go smoothly. Gu Ming frowned. At this time, someone outside the mansion shouted, "The prince is here." All officials hurried to the gate. The prince walked into the mansion with a group of princes. All officials saluted, "Meet the prince." Meet the princes. The black locust guarding behind the prince saw Gong Xiaorong standing behind the crowd waving at him, motioning him to go to the backyard. He said a few words to the guards next to him. And after everyone saluted, he quietly came to the backyard. Gong Xiaorong ran out from behind the gate of the courtyard. Black Locust. Send me back to the ancient country of Beihan. Black Locust raised his eyebrows in surprise. You are going back to the ancient country of Beihan now? Yes. Hurry up. Take me back. Black Locust frowned. You don't want to wait for the celebration banquet to end before leaving? No. If it ends, I will be dead. Black Locust sank. Someone wants to kill you. Yes. Who? The governor. Gong Xiaorong was very sure that after the banquet, Gu Ming would come to trouble him. Although he would not kill him, he would definitely find a way to torture him, and make it impossible for Mu Nanjing to find out who did it. Black Locust was speechless. How did you provoke him? I will tell you this matter in detail on the way. Take me away now. Black Locust took out his flying sword. If he really wants to kill you, he will not let you go even if you run to the ends of the earth. Gong Xiaorong was very sure, as long as I leave, he will not chase me. Gu Ming will not really kill him. After he leaves, Gu Ming will only think he is a coward with disdain. Black Locust retracted his flying sword. We will teleport faster. And I can still get back before the banquet. Just leave immediately. You can send me back in any way you want. Black Locust grabbed Gong Xiaorong's arm and teleported away after making sure there was no one around. He was very fast, and it took him about a cup of tea to return to the palace of the ancient Beihan kingdom. Tian Yuan, help me say a few words to Mu Nanjing. You say. After Gong Xiaorong finished speaking, Black Locust used teleportation again to leave. Grandfather. Grandfather. Gong Xiaorong rushed to the palace of the leader of the Wanjian sect. The queen of Beihan and the master of Wanjian sect in the palace were very surprised to see him come back. Didn't you say you would come back in a year or two? How come you're back in less than 2 months? Could it be that you've won the heart of young Master Gonghua? There are too many outstanding men around her, and those men can crush me to death with just one finger. I can't compare to them, so I can only come back and practice hard, hoping to surpass them one day. Gong Xiaorong took out the immortal marrow pill. Grandfather, what do you think this is? The master of Wanjian sect took the immortal marrow pill and looked at it, and was shocked. This is the immortal marrow pill. How do you have it? Where did you get such a top-level pill? It was given to me by someone who loves young Master Gonghua in order to make me leave him. The master of Wanjian sect was ashamed. The person who loves young Master Gonghua is too good to you, giving you such a rare pill. Do you know that only one immortal marrow pill can become the treasure of a big sect? Gong Xiaorong snorted. He gave it to me with bad intentions. Anyway, it's a good thing. I will use it to the maximum. It would be best if you can reach the spiritualization stage or the void refining stage when you perform the skill. Gong Xiaorong asked, isn't it only possible to reach the nascent soul stage? If you just take it alone, maybe you can only reach the nascent soul stage. But it's hard to say if you can take it with other pills. Gong Xiaorong said excitedly, then I'll leave it to you. Grandfather, There's no need to thank each other. But you may have to retreat for 20 to 30 years. Retreat for such a long time? Gong Xiaorong thought of Gu Ming, who had a higher cultivation level, and gritted his teeth and said, 20 to 30 years is 20 to 30 years. Suddenly, with a plop, he knelt down in front of the Queen Mother of the ancient Beihan Kingdom. Mother Queen, I am unfilial, and I can't accompany you for the next few decades. The Empress smiled slightly. It's okay. After you come out, we still have hundreds of years to spend together. Thank you, Mother Empress. Gong Xiaorong excitedly pulled the leader of the Wanjian sect away. Chapter 411. All men have leg hair. Black Dragonfly returned to the Jinghua mansion of Daqian State, and while delivering a gift to Mu Nanjing, he also told her the news that Gong Xiaorong had left. Gong Xiaorong has left? Mu Nanjing was very surprised. Didn't he say he would leave in a few days? Not only was she surprised, but even Gu Ming, who wanted to trouble him afterwards, was also surprised. But he soon understood the meaning behind it. Gong Xiaorong said he would leave in a few days to deceive him, so that he would relax his stare at him, and Gong Xiaorong could take the opportunity to escape. After all, neither he nor anyone else thought that Gong Xiaorong would leave before Mu Nanjing's celebration banquet. Humph! As expected of a man who had been an emperor, he was quite scheming. He suddenly had something to do, and asked me to send him away. He Qinhuang thought for a moment and said, by the way, he asked me to bring you a few words. Mu Nanjing asked. What words? He said congratulations on becoming the Duke of Jinghua. He felt very sorry that he could not leave Daqian Kingdom after your celebration banquet was over. He would definitely celebrate for you after he came out of retreat. He also said that you are a good girl, and there will be many outstanding men around you pursuing you. I hope you will open your eyes to choose your partner, and don't be fooled by some stinky men. Gu Ming. This stinky man refers to him. If you must choose a man as your partner one day, you must choose a man who is better than him. If the other party is not as good to you as him, then it doesn't matter. Of course, if possible, he still hopes that you can wait for him to come out of retreat to find you. Mu Nanjing. What does Gong Xiaorong mean by this? He wants me to wait for him to come out of retreat to be my partner? By the way, is Gong Xiaorong good to me? Yeah. It was indeed very comfortable for him to serve me at the beginning. And it was even more rare for him, who was of noble status, to put down his status and serve me. When choosing a man, you should choose someone who does not put on airs. Just like Gong Xiaorong. In the end, he said. Black Qinhuang paused. Mu Nanjing was very curious. What did you say? Black Qinhuang coughed lightly. All men in the world have leg hair. Mu Nanjing. Fuck. I'm going to go. Gong Xiaorong. Do you have to be so cruel? You left a message after everyone left. Do you believe that I will rush to the ancient country of Beihan and pluck out all the hair on your body right now? Gu Ming saw that Mu Nanjing's face was very ugly, and asked, what's wrong with this? No problem. Mu Nanjing replied weakly. Then, she glanced at Gu Ming's legs, then at He Qinhuang's feet, and then at Feng Xinan's calves. Finally, she couldn't help but stroke her forehead. It would be strange if there was no problem. Oh my God! I can't look at these handsome men anymore. Whenever I think of their leg hair, I want to sharpen my knife and chop them. What should I do? He Qinhuang, Feng Xinan, Gu Ming. How about making a few bottles of hair-killing cream and giving them to them? Or sneaking into their rooms in the middle of the night to help them shave their leg hair? But, the image of their leg hair has been deeply imprinted in my mind. No matter how hard I try, I can't stop thinking about their leg hair. Gong Xiaorong, you are too cruel. Everyone. Isn't it normal for everyone to have leg hair? Is it so hard for her to accept? Gu Ming looked down at his legs. Did he have to shave his leg hair? At this time, Su Bo walked in and asked, Duke, the guests are all here. Should we let everyone take their seats? Mu Nanjing looked at him with a bad mood. Are they all here? Except the Emperor and the Queen Mother. Everyone else is here. Su Bo never thought that the Emperor and the Queen Mother would come. After all, how could the Emperor and the Emperor's mother of their Daqian Kingdom easily leave the palace to celebrate for the officials? The Emperor and the Queen Mother didn't come? It shouldn't be. Even if they didn't come, they should have sent someone to say it, or send someone to send a gift. Yes. Mu Nanjing checked the news and gossip. Who said they didn't come? They are in the Duke's mansion now. It's just that they disguise themselves as others, and hid in the crowd so that the officials can have fun. The officials who heard the voice hurriedly looked around. But there were familiar faces around them. Even if there were officials who didn't know them, they didn't know if the other party was the emperor and the empress dowager in disguise. After all, they didn't know every official. An official whispered, "Can you tell which one is the emperor and the empress dowager? There are so many people here. How can I tell? Do you think it's possible that the emperor and the empress dowager came with the prince? The princes who came with the prince are all princes we know. And the emperor and the empress dowager can't disguise themselves as them. Then could it be that they came with the left and right prime ministers? The emperor and his people have always been familiar with important officials, so they should come with them. It's really hard to say, in my opinion. Although the emperor and the empress dowager can change their faces, they can't change their figures, temperament and voices. As long as you recognize these 3 points, the other party must be the emperor and the empress dowager. I don't know if I'm too nervous. I'm looking at everyone around the emperor and the queen mother. Don't be nervous. And don't make any more guesses. Since the emperor and the queen mother don't want others to know who they are, we should just pretend we don't know. As long as we don't behave excessively, even if we accidentally say something offensive, the emperor and the queen mother won't blame us. As the saying goes, ignorance is not a crime. The guests who come to the duke's mansion are either officials or princes and nobles. Everyone will speak politely to each other and generally won't offend others. However, when everyone sits down, they will still subconsciously look at the people sitting with them. When everyone sits down, Subo shouts to the backyard, "Serve the food." Then, the servants in the mansion lined up like dragons, carrying wine and food. The first to be served were 3 jars of wine, each of which was branded with the words Zuifang, and the words Ipin were carved on the lid of the jar. In addition, on the other side of the 2 characters of Zuifang, there was a piece of red paper with the word Shangjiu, Wujiu and Shengxianjia written on it. Everyone was very happy to see this. It's Zuifang's first-class wine. We are in luck. Zuifang's first-class wine costs 100 taels of gold. 3 jars means 300 taels of gold. The Duke of Zhenghua invited so many officials. If there are not 100 tables, there must be 80 tables. If we count 100 tables, that's 30,000 taels of gold. 30,000 taels of gold. I can't save so much money even if I don't eat or drink. Of course, he said this only to the honest officials. If they were corrupt officials, they could earn 30,000 taels of gold in 2 years. Zheng Wagong is really generous. He spent so much money on wine alone. Seeing everyone happy, Su Bo smiled and said to the officials, "Our duke said that if there is not enough wine, you can ask for more. You can drink until you are drunk and eat until you are full." Okay. Everyone cheered happily. Chapter 412 I Won't Be Fooled. The celebration banquet started. Qian Chaoyan and Lu Qianhu, who were sitting at the same table with Mu Nanjing, stood up with their glasses and toasted Mu Nanjing. "Duke, we toast you a glass, wishing you a prosperous career, more blessings, abundant wealth, good fortune, and a step-by-step promotion." Other people in the hall also stood up to toast. "Thank you all for your kindness. Today we won't go home until we are drunk." After Mu Nanjing drank more than a dozen glasses of wine, Lu Qianhu immediately dissuaded him. "Duke, you've almost had enough. Don't drink too much." Other people at the same table quickly echoed, "Yes. Yes. Drink less. Don't drink so much." The 8th prince at the table next to him said, "Today is the duke's great day. You must drink a few more glasses." The 6th prince followed and said, "8th brother is right. How can we not drink a few more glasses on such a good day? Come on. Duke, we toast you a glass." Mu Nanjing nodded readily. Qian Chaoyan and the others wanted to stop them, but the other party was a prince, so their words were useless, and they could only watch them toasting each other. The prince took a sip of wine and said to the princes, "You better know when to stop. Otherwise you can't bear the consequences." The 6th prince was puzzled. "It's just drinking. What consequences can there be?" Qian Chaoyan took the opportunity to say, "The duke will beat people when he is drunk." The princes. "Really?" The 4th prince swallowed his saliva. "Duke, you really beat people when you are drunk? Then why don't you drink less?" With Mu Nanjing's fighting power, they would be either dead or disabled. Mu Nanjing said, "I don't know if I will beat people or not. They just said it. But it doesn't matter if you are drunk." Everyone raised their voices in unison. "How can there be no relationship?" Qian Chaoyan and others. They are afraid of their secrets being exposed. The princes. They are afraid of being beaten. Now Mu Nanjing is in great favor, and the emperor treats her as a treasure. If they are beaten, it is estimated that nothing will be done. Mu Nanjing glanced at Gu Ming. If I get drunk, you can let the governor knock me out. Can Chaoyan asked, can the governor beat you? Yes. Can Chaoyan was relieved. It's good if he can beat you. Mu Nanjing said to Gu Ming, Governor, if I get drunk and beat someone, you can knock me out. Gu Ming raised his eyebrows. Lu Qianhu smiled. If that's the case, then what are we afraid of? Mu Nanjing. Oh, no, Duke. I'll toast you again. The princess said, we'll toast you too. The civil and military officials learned that Gu Ming would knock Mu Nanjing unconscious after she got to him, and they all ran to toast Mu Nanjing. The emperor, who had disguised himself as a minor official of the 6th rank, whispered to the queen mother, who had disguised herself as a minor official's family member, it doesn't sound credible to knock out drunk Mu Nanjing. The queen mother nodded, I don't think it's credible either. Do you remember the time when Mu Nanjing was dreaming, and we heard her talking in her dream? I remember. The emperor was deeply impressed by this incident, and he almost killed concubine Fu by mistake at that time. Then she might talk about things in her dreams after getting drunk. The emperor was embarrassed, then stop her from drinking. The queen mother couldn't help laughing. Today is her big day. Don't spoil her fun. The emperor heard that the hall was having fun, and he thought he shouldn't spoil the fun. So he didn't ask anyone to remind them. More and more people came to toast, and Mu Nanjing drank one cup after another without going to the toilet. The princes admired her very much. After she drank 200 cups, Can Chaoyan and Lu Qianhu began to frequently ask Mu Nanjing, Mu girl, are you drunk? Mu Nanjing said calmly, no. Can Chaoyan said to Deng Xingqiao, I remember that last time we had dinner at Xia Qingla. She kept saying that she was not drunk. Deng Xingqiao nodded. How could she not be drunk after drinking so much? Swish. The princes at the next table quickly pulled out their chairs and retreated to the farthest place. The 8th prince asked nervously, is she drunk? The nervous and frightened look of the princes made Deng Xingqiao and Can Chaoyan cry, laughing, whether she is drunk or not. She looks sober, and it is difficult for us to judge whether she is drunk or not. Lu Qianhu said, the wine in Zuifang is not strong. Even if you drink 200 cups, it is difficult to get drunk. The 4th prince pointed at Gu Ming, General, you should knock her out before she gets drunk. Otherwise it will be difficult to deal with her when she is drunk. Lu Qianhu disagreed. After all, today is her big day. It's not good to knock her out before she makes a fuss. Right? He thought it would not be too late to knock her out after Mu Nanjing expressed her true feelings. Mu Nanjing stood up suddenly. The princess shouted in fear, she is going to hit someone. General, knock her out quickly. Gu Ming. Mu Nanjing said, I want to go to the toilet. Everyone. The 6th prince said unhappily, you can go to the toilet. Why are you standing up? They were almost scared to death. Gu Ming glanced at him and said, if you don't stand up, are we going to end this right here? The 6th prince smiled awkwardly. That's not what I meant. I just think that she is a girl. So there is no need to talk about this matter. It's embarrassing to be surrounded by men. Gu Ming frowned. She must be drunk. Otherwise, with her body as a cultivator, it is impossible for her to go to the toilet. Drunk? Captain Lu looked at Mu Nanjing. But why did she? Why didn't I hear her confess her feelings? I'm not drunk. Mu Nanjing ignored their gazes and walked towards the door. Gu Ming was worried and got up to follow. But unexpectedly, the other party walked out of the hall door and turned to the left and disappeared. He quickly released his spiritual sense to find someone. I'm drunk. I'm drunk. Hee. Emperor, Empress Dowager, Crown Prince, civil and military officials. You want to knock me out? No way. You can't catch me. Hee. She's really drunk. Captain Lu and Can Chaoyan walked out of the hall quickly. Commander-in-Chief. Where is she? In the backyard. Gu Ming jumped up and flew to the backyard using Qin Gong. You can't catch me. You can't catch me. Hey. Gu Ming is catching up. Run. Children. Someone is bullying your mother. Come and help me. Tao Thai, who was eating, raised his head and looked at Bai Zhe with Baihu. Xuanwu. And Hun Dun, should we help our mother? Bai Zhe said calmly, Dad is here. It's not our turn to intervene. Oh. Tao Tai continued to eat. Child's father. Come and save me. Feng Xinan. Why don't you come and save the child's mother? Feng Xinan. Gu Ming almost bit his teeth to pieces, and said to Mu Nanjing, who had been using teleportation to escape, come back. I won't knock you out. Mu Nanjing didn't believe him. Really? Really? Gu Ming took a deep breath. I won't attack you. And I don't have the heart to attack you. Mu Nanjing took 2 steps forward, and then quickly teleported away. I won't be fooled. Hee. Gu Ming. Next. Let alone catching Mu Nanjing. It was difficult to catch her. In the end, she hid herself. No matter how hard Gu Ming looked, he couldn't find her. Even her voice disappeared. Ken Chaoyan guessed. She should have fallen asleep somewhere. Feng Xinan murmured. It would be great if she really fell asleep. His feeling told him that Mu Nanjing was ready to do something big. Chapter 413, I finally caught you. Where is Mu Nanjing? This is what everyone wants to know. But Gu Ming searched the entire capital and used his spiritual sense to search the towns near the capital, but still couldn't find her. Finally, he came to Mu Nanjing's room and didn't see anyone. Gu Ming returned to the hall and asked Si Nanfeng, have you figured out where she went? Si Nanfeng shook his head. As long as it's about her, I can never figure it out. Gu Ming. Si Nanfeng looked at Bai Zhe, who was playing with Bai Hu and the others. Do you want to ask him? Maybe he knows. Gu Ming sat down. I asked. He said he didn't know. Maybe he knows. But he just didn't tell him. This child is very smart. What can be done and what can't be done? He knows very well in his heart. He will never do something like betraying his mother. Captain Lu said, I think Lord Qin is right. She must have fallen asleep somewhere and didn't say anything. Ken Chaoyan thought for a while and said, let's send more people to patrol the streets. If we meet her, we will bring her back. If we don't find her, she will come back the next day after she wakes up. With her ability, no one can touch her. Say so. But still worried. After all, people have no ability to resist when they are drunk. Gu Ming regretted it. If I had known earlier, I would have knocked Mu Nanjing unconscious before she got drunk. Wu Yuan was quite relieved. With the girl's ability, nothing will happen to her. Mu Nanjing is a cultivator. Even if she is drunk, mortals can't do anything to her. She has a magic weapon on her. If someone wants to do something bad to her, the magic weapon will protect her. Gu Ming was not worried about Mu Nanjing, but worried that she would do something that no one could guess. Feng Xinan saw that it was getting dark outside and said, it's getting late. Everyone go back to sleep. Ken Chaoyan and Lu Qian who looked at each other. We want to wait for her to come back. Feng Xinan stopped persuading them. The Due mansion sent out all the Jinui to look for Mu Nanjing. And the palace also sent out many guards. They didn't find her until the hour of high. So they returned home. After the hour of high, the night was getting deeper and deeper. And it was getting quieter and quieter. The officials who were waiting for news from Mu Nanjing began to fight after they couldn't get any news. And finally couldn't hold on, and laid down on the bed. Outside, the night watchman was beating the gong. And he couldn't help shivering as he walked on the dim road. Just then, a figure flashed by. The night watchman who was beating the night watch was startled. And he bravely shouted loudly, Who? Who is there? However, no one responded to him. The patrol team heard the night watchman's voice, and ran over quickly and asked, Why are you shouting so loudly? But what happened? The night watchman pointed to the house next to him, and said, Little. I just seemed to see a figure go in. The patrol leader asked, Can you see clearly whether the other person is a man or a woman? No. The patrol leader said to the other patrolman, Let's chase. They chased after him, and soon saw the figure the night watchman said. But the other person's speed was very fast, and his movements were very light. He went through one house after another, and left before being discovered by others. In just over an hour, the figure had visited every room in the outer city of the capital, and finally disappeared in the inner city. The civil and military officials in the inner city were sleeping soundly. But they felt something brushing against them, like a breeze blowing on their bodies. They felt a little itchy, but turned over and fell asleep. The emperor and princes in the imperial city were also like this. Nearing the hour of Yin, Mu Nanjing came back. Feng Xinan and Gu Ming and others were relieved to see her come back. Gu Ming asked with concern, Where have you been? Mu Nanjing said nothing, turned around and went back to her room. Lu Qian who pointed at her, She is. Gu Ming frowned slightly. She may not be sober yet. Ken Chaoyan said, It's good that she is back. We can rest assured. It's almost dawn. Everyone go back to rest. Everyone dispersed. Gu Ming asked Su Bo to prepare sobering soup before leaving. Half a cup of tea later, Shinju walked into Mu Nanjin's room with the sobering soup. But unexpectedly the room was empty. She hurried to find Su Bo. Su Bo, the girl is missing again. Su Bo said anxiously. Missing again? Where did she go? Quick! Send someone to inform the governor and the national teacher. At the same time, Feng Xinan returned to the room of Dingxing Pavilion. He waved his sleeves, and the candlelight lit up. Then, he saw a person standing in the corner from the corner of his eye. Who? Feng Xinan raised his sword and pointed, and a wind blade sharper than a sword shot out from the finger and slashed at the other party. The man raised his palm in front of him to form a barrier to block the blade wind, and then melted his wind blade. He looked carefully and saw that the person coming was Mu Nanjin. And he was stunned. Mu Nanjin? Didn't you go back to the Duke's mansion? Mu Nanjin said in a light voice. I missed you. So I came to find you. Feng Xinan. Miss him? Mu Nanjin walked in front of Feng Xinan. Feng Xinan always felt that she came to him for no good reason. You. Just as he said a word, Mu Nanjin exhaled towards him, and a breath of fragrance came out of her mouth. Even though Feng Xinan was prepared, he didn't expect her to do this. He didn't hold his breath and accidentally inhaled the fragrance. You. Then, he felt dizzy and had no strength in his body, and fell forward. Mu Nanjin quickly caught his body. I finally caught you. Feng Xinan couldn't hold on any longer after hearing this and fainted completely. Mu Nanjin picked him up and put him on the bed. Not long after, she left Dingxing Pavilion and came to the Dudu Wenyuan in Duwei Mansion. The lights were still on in the Dudu's room, and Gu Ming was sitting at the table reading official documents. Suddenly, someone appeared at the table. He was shocked that the other party could appear in front of him without him noticing, and his strength was probably above his. Gu Ming quickly raised his head and saw Mu Nanjin holding a yellow box, which was his previous body, standing in front of him. Gu Ming was stunned. Mu Nanjin. Mu Nanjin leaned forward and whispered, I have something to tell you in private. Gu Ming was curious. What? Put your ear over here. Gu Ming had no doubts. He stretched the left half of his face towards Mu Nanjin. You say. Mu Nanjin took advantage of his inattention and raised the yellow box to hit his head at the fastest speed. Gu Ming didn't expect her to hit him, and he was knocked unconscious by his own body. Sure enough, only your body can deal with you. Mu Nanjin picked up Gu Ming and put him on the bed, then took off his outer robe. After about a cup of tea, a voice came from outside. Governor, someone from the Duke's mansion came to report that the Duke has disappeared again. Mu Nanjin walked out of the room expressionlessly. The Jinui outside suddenly widened their eyes. Gua. The Duke. The governor is resting. Don't disturb him. Mu Nanjin said this and left. Jinui. The next morning, screams echoed throughout the city. Chapter 414, How dare you shave my leg hair? Ah! At the same time, the emperor stood up and prepared to go to court. The guards guarding the palace gate came to report, Your Majesty. There is an urgent matter to report. Eunuch Yuan, who was helping the emperor wash and change clothes, asked, What is it? The guard said, All the civil and military officials have asked for leave. Leave? The emperor was puzzled. Did you say why you asked for leave? They all said they were sick. Sick leave? The emperor frowned and looked at Eunuch Yuan. Did you say what illness you had? No. Eunuch Yuan guessed. Could it be that everyone stayed up late to wait for the news from the Duke, causing their bodies to be unable to bear it and get sick? If only the civil officials asked for leave, it would make sense. But even the military officials, who stayed up late all year round, got sick, which is unreasonable. The emperor said to Eunuch Yuan, Go visit them for me. Yes. The emperor thought for a while and said, Take the imperial doctors with you. Yes. Half an hour later, Eunuch Yuan left the palace with 2 imperial doctors. What surprised him was that there were fewer people on the road today than usual. And among these people, there were more girls and women. And the other men covered the upper part of their necks with their sleeves like thieves. Although Eunuch Yuan was puzzled, he did not stop his horse to ask more questions. When he arrived at the Zhuxiangfu, he saw that the 6 guards guarding the gate of the Zhuxiangfu wrapped their heads with cloth of various colors, and there was no hair on their temples, which looked like bald monks wrapped in cloth, which was very strange. The guards saw that it was Eunuch Yuan who came and hurried to report. The left prime minister, who originally did not want to see guests, learned that Eunuch Yuan was sent by the emperor to visit him. So he had to go out to receive him. Eunuch Yuan saw that the left prime minister also had a cloth wrapped around his head. And what shocked him even more was that the left prime minister's beard was gone. Left prime minister, did you shave your beard? The left prime minister mentioned this matter with a concealed anger. I didn't shave my beard. Then your beard. It was shaved off by the thieves. And the left prime minister pulled off his turban in anger. The thieves shaved my hair too. This. Eunuch Yuan pointed at his head in surprise. And then pointed at the servants, who were also wearing turbans. Will their hair also be shaved? The left prime minister suppressed his anger and said, for some reason last night, everyone in the left prime minister's mansion became bald overnight. No. It should be said that all the hair on their bodies was shaved. All the hair on their bodies was shaved. Eunuch Yuan subconsciously looked down at his crotch. The left prime minister quickly clamped his legs together, except here. Eunuch Yuan quickly retracted his gaze and asked, do you know who did it? The left prime minister blushed and cursed. If I knew who it was, I would have arrested him and given him 100 lashes. Eunuch Yuan, the imperial physician who came with him, said, Eunuch Yuan, it's more important to check the pulse of the left prime minister. Yes. Eunuch Yuan remembered the purpose of this. Left prime minister, where are you feeling uncomfortable? Please tell the imperial physician. The left prime minister exhaled. I'm not feeling uncomfortable anywhere. Eunuch Yuan said again, but why did you take sick leave today and not go to court? I am not asking for sick leave because I have no hair or beard and am ashamed to see people. The left prime minister pointed to his bald head. Look at my appearance. How can I go to court and meet people? This. Eunuch Yuan hesitated and asked, are you going to wait until your hair and beard grow out before going to court? It will take at least a year to grow a beard and hair. And you can't stay at home for more than a year and not go to court. Right? The left prime minister also knew that it was impossible to do so. So he sat down. Go back and tell the emperor to let me wait for a few days. And I will go to court after accepting this matter. Before that, I will just work at home. Eunuch Yuan said, since the left prime minister is fine, I will take my leave and go to the right prime minister's residence to see the right prime minister. The left prime minister was stunned. Go to see the right prime minister? What's wrong with the right prime minister? The right prime minister also took sick leave and did not go to court today. The right prime minister did not go to court either? Is he sick? I don't know. I have to take the imperial physician to see the situation. The left prime minister was worried about the right prime minister. Then you should go and see him quickly. Don't delay. I will take my leave. Eunuch Yuan took 2 imperial physicians and left the left prime minister's residence and came to the right prime minister's residence. He was stunned to see that the guards of the right prime minister's residence also wrapped their heads with cloth towels. He asked, you didn't get your head shaved too? The guards looked at each other and replied, to answer your question, we did get our head shaved. Eunuch Yuan asked again, wasn't the right prime minister also got his head shaved? Not only did the right prime minister get his head shaved, but his beard was also shaved. It should be said that all the hair on his body was shaved. After hearing what he said, Eunuch Yuan probably guessed that the reason why the right prime minister took sick leave was the same as that of the left prime minister. However, he still wanted to go in and take a look. As expected, after seeing the right prime minister, his words were similar to those of the left prime minister. Eunuch Yuan finally left with a relieved heart when he saw that the right prime minister was not really ill. Then, he went to see the 6 ministers. The situation of the 6 ministers was the same as that of the left and right prime ministers. After that, Eunuch Yuan went around the residences of other officials and returned to the palace to report after confirming that all officials were not really ill. The emperor was stunned when he learned the reason. You said that they took leave and did not come to court because their hair was shaved all over their bodies? Eunuch Yuan added, there is one place that was not shaved. The emperor coughed lightly. Don't explain that. Eunuch Yuan. The emperor asked again, so many officials didn't catch the thief? They all said that they didn't catch the thief. And they didn't even see the thief's appearance. It must be more than one thief who could shave the hair of all the civil and military officials and their servants overnight. Eunuch Yuan thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, not only the officials are in trouble, but also the people's hair has been shaved off. And only men are targeted. The emperor frowned. I thought someone was targeting officials, but I didn't expect that the people were also targeted. This matter must be investigated strictly to see who did it. Yes. Then, the emperor sighed, let the officials have a good rest for a few days, and come to court when they are calm. Yes. Eunuch Yuan left. Then, Eunuch Sun, who was in charge of cleaning the emperor's bedroom, came over and whispered, Eunuch Yuan, I found many tiny hairs when I was cleaning the emperor's dragon bed. It was about the emperor. They didn't dare to tell the emperor directly, and could only wait for Eunuch Yuan to come back to deal with it. Eunuch Yuan frowned. Fine hairs? What fine hairs? Eunuch Sun opened the silk in his hand, and there were many short and black hairs in it. It looks like leg hair. I don't know if it's the emperor's or someone else's. If it's someone else's, it's fine. But if it's the emperor's leg hair, it's too much. They were worried that the emperor was ill. Eunuch Yuan took the silk and returned to the palace. Not long after, the emperor's furious voice came from the palace. How dare you? You shaved my leg hair. Chapter 4:15, Don't worry about it. Commander Gu heard the emperor's roar and rushed to the imperial study with his guards. The emperor lifted up his dragon robe and underwear and looked at his legs, which were smoother than teacups. His face was darker than the bottom of a pot. There are many masters in the inner court of the palace, but no one was found to have sneaked in. Fortunately, the other party only shaved my leg hair. If they wanted to kill me, wouldn't I have died long ago? Your Majesty, please forgive me. Commander Gu and the guards knelt down quickly. I will immediately check who did it. The emperor frowned. First go to the East Palace to see if the prince has been handed leg hair by the thief. If the thief can shave the prince's leg hair under the eyes of Senior Tian Yuan, it means that the thief is not an ordinary person. No matter how hard you try, you can't find out who the other party is. Yes. Commander Gu came to the East Palace with his guards. The atmosphere in the East Palace was very solemn. The palace maids and eunuchs in the East Palace dared not breathe. The moment Commander Gu and the guards stepped into the East Palace, they felt a force pressing on them, and they almost couldn't breathe. The prince sitting in the courtyard coughed lightly and comforted Black Locust. Although the hair on your body was shaved off, it will be restored to its original state in a few months. You don't need to be so angry and make yourself upset. The most important thing now is to find the murderer. Black Locust looked at his smooth and hairless arms and said, It won't grow anymore. Huh? The prince was confused for a moment. What can't grow? The hair can't grow. Black Locust tried to use magic power to make the hair on his body grow, but it couldn't grow. It can be seen that the shaving thief used a special method to suppress the growth of his hair. The prince was puzzled. How do you know it won't grow? Black Locust didn't explain. At this time, Commander Gu came over and saluted. Greetings, Prince. The prince asked, Commander Gu, why are you here? The emperor sent me to ask if the hair on your body is damaged. The prince stood up. My father sent you to ask. Could it be that my father was also harmed by the thieves? Prince, don't worry. The emperor is fine except for the hair on his body being shaved. So he sent me to ask you. The emperor also said that if the thieves can shave your hair under the eyes of Senior Tian Yuan, it means that the other party is not an ordinary person. I am unharmed. But Senior Tian Yuan. The prince looked at Black Locust. Black Locust stood up suddenly. I need to confirm something. If they are also affected, it means that she did it. The prince asked, Senior Tian Yuan, do you have anyone you suspect? Black Locust said nothing more, and then came to Dingxing Pavilion as quickly as possible. Jia Yin saw Black Locust coming and raised his eyebrows. Why are you here? Black Locust went straight to the point. Is your hair on your body? Jia Yin said inexplicably. If it's not here, where can it be? You'd better take a look. Jia Yin pulled his hair and said, My hair is here. Do you still need to look? I'm talking about whether your hand and leg hair has been shaved off. Jia Yin found it funny. Who in the mortal world can shave my hand and leg hair? Black Locust said, Mine was shaved off by someone. You? Jia Yin didn't believe it. Black Locust rolled up his sleeves to show him. Not only was it shaved, but it will never grow again in the future. Jia Yin looked at his bare arms and quickly rolled up his sleeves to look at his hands. But there was not even a hair left on them. He was shocked and angry. Who? Who shaved my hair? He Qinhuang had expected this to happen. Go ask the national teacher if he was also shaved. It might be Mu Nanjing who did it. Mu Nanjing? Mu Nanjing didn't like handsome men to have leg hair. And she was drunk last night. Who knows if she could really do such a thing? Jia Yin jumped up and flew to the top floor. Senior brother. He remembered that Feng Xinan asked them to change their words yesterday. And called again, Junior brother. Junior brother. Are you there? No one responded to him. Junior brother. I'm coming in. Jia Yin didn't know if Feng Xinan was in the room, and was worried that Feng Xinan might get into trouble. So he quickly opened the door, and saw Feng Xinan lying on the bed with his shirt open. Junior brother. He rushed to the bed quickly to check Feng Xinan's breath, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he was sure that he was breathing. Then shook Feng Xinan. Junior brother? Junior brother? The black locust who came in from behind said, he might have been drugged. He took out a bottle, and put it under Feng Xinan's nose. And then Feng Xinan's eyelids moved and slowly opened his eyes. Junior brother. Are you okay? Jia Yin helped Feng Xinan stand up. Feng Xinan rubbed his head and asked, what am I doing? Black Locust asked, National Master. Do you know who drugged you? Dazed, Feng Xinan suddenly remembered what happened before he was drugged. It was Mu Nanjing. Black Locust said with a dark face, it was indeed her. Mu Nanjing. Jia Yin didn't understand. Why did she drug you? Feng Xinan shook his head slightly. I don't know. She didn't say. She won't do that to you. Jia Yin's eyes moved from his face to his chest. Did she do something wrong? You can't blame him for thinking so. Mu Nanjing has been coveting Feng Xinan's beauty for a long time, so it's not surprising that he wants to force Feng Xinan. Feng Xinan lowered his head, and saw that his shirt was open and his chest was exposed. And his face suddenly turned pale. Mu Nanjing. He Qinhuang said, I should just help you shave off all the hair on your body. Shave my hair? Feng Xinan saw that the hair on his arm was indeed gone. She must have done this because she was stimulated by Gong Xiaorong's words. Black Locust said in a deep voice, if I had known that she cared so much about this matter, I would not have helped Gong Xiaorong to pass the message. Feng Xinan. Also, I don't know what Mu Nanjing did to us, but our hair can't grow anymore. No way. Jia Yin tried to use his magic power to stimulate the hair follicles on his arms. And then, his arms grew fluffy sweat hair. My arms grew. Black Locust frowned. Why can you grow them? But mine can't. National Master. Can you try it? Yes. Feng Xinan learned from Jia Yin to use magic power to stimulate the hair follicles. But his hair didn't react at all. Mine doesn't work either. Black Locust thought for a while. Maybe she is targeting a specific person. Let's go find her, and see what she says. Feng Xinan stood up and pulled his robe. And then his white clothes quickly changed to purple. Black Dragonfly Locust agreed. Let's go with Gu Ming. Feng Xinan snorted. Now he is hoping that Mu Nanjing will do something bad to him. Black Dragonfly Locust. Jia Yin joked, Junior brother. Don't you want Mu Nanjing to do this or that to you? Feng Xinan glanced at him. I am saying a few more words, because you are my junior brother. If you really have feelings for Mu Nanjing, even if you only have a little bit of feelings, then go for it quickly. Don't wait until Mu Nanjing becomes Gu Ming to beat your chest and regret. By then it will be too late. Some things are missed, and it is useless to regret. Also, it will be very painful if you can't get the person you love. This feeling is not pleasant. At the beginning, I thought that my senior sister liked you, and I was so painful that I wanted to kill you. Think about it yourself. Jia Yin patted his shoulder and walked towards the door. I don't know what he thought of, and turned back to He Qinhuang and said, what I said just now was to my junior brother. As for you, don't worry about it. He Qinhuang. Feng Xinan. Chapter 416. Wine can give you courage. When Mu Nanjing woke up, it was past noon, and the sun shone into the house from outside. She opened her eyes, and saw 5 children guarding her bed. She couldn't figure out whether she was dreaming or in reality, and just stared at the curtain in a daze. Was I dreaming? Mother, are you sober? Baihu climbed onto Mu Nanjing's chest and asked. Mu Nanjing looked at him. Am I drunk? Baihu nodded his little head. Mu Nanjing asked again, did I hit anyone? Baihu tilted his head and thought, probably not. Mu Nanjing tapped his brows lightly. Yes. Yes. No. No. Why do you say probably not? Hanan said, Mother, you ran out of the house and hid after getting drunk. Dad and the others couldn't find you, and we don't know if you hit anyone. I hid outside the house after getting drunk? Mu Nanjing thought carefully, but she only remembered that many people lined up to toast, and she had no memory of what happened afterwards. I was drunk again. Bai Zai. At this time, Jinju came in with a wash basin. Miss, the governor, the national teacher, and a young man named He want to see you. Mu Nanjing stood up and asked, why are they here? Did they say something happened? No. But Jinju hesitated and said, their faces are not very good. Did something happen? Mu Nanjing thought that they had something to do. So she dressed and washed faster, and then came to the hall. He Qinhuang stared at her coldly. Feng Xinan frowned. Gu Ming asked with a sullen face, Mu Nanjing, do you remember what you did after you got drunk? What did you do? Mu Nanjing saw that they looked unhappy and asked, did I hit you? What do you think? Gu Ming tilted his head slightly to let Mu Nanjing see his wound. Mu Nanjing. The location of this wound. She was puzzled. Aren't you a god? How could I, a cultivator, hurt you? Gu Ming sneered. You are very smart. You know how to use my real body to knock me out. Mu Nanjing. Huh? Why is it exactly the same as what I dreamed? Is it not a dream? But I really did it. Then it is true that after I knocked Gu Ming out, I touched his chest? Black dragonfly locust. Feng Si turned his head to look at Gu Ming. Wow. No wonder the dream was so real. It turns out I really did it. I have to say that Gu Ming has a great figure, a solid chest, a powerful abdominal muscles, and a perfect mermaid line. Hee. They say that alcohol can give courage. It is true. I did things that I dared not to do on weekdays after drinking. Hee. Black dragonfly. Feng Xinan. Gu Ming. Mu Nanjing suddenly thought of a certain scene, and his face suddenly turned ugly. By the way, Gu Ming's leg hair is too damaging to his image. Fortunately, I shaved his leg hair at that time, and shaved all the other hair on his body by the way, and finally cast a spell to prevent him from growing hair again. I don't have to worry about suddenly seeing his leg hair in the future. Hee. Black dragonfly. Feng Xinan. Gu Ming. Does she hate men with long leg hair so much? Smooth and white legs are pleasing to the eye. But I don't know if Gu Ming will be angry. He looks so dark now. He must be very angry. Black Locust sent a message to Gu Ming. Did you really shave it all? Gu Ming. Black Locust was really curious. Did you shave the area between your legs as well? Gu Ming replied coldly, no. If you didn't shave, why does your face look so bad? Gu Ming retorted, your face looks bad too. Did you shave it? If the other party dared to say that he shaved it, he would. No. Humph. Gu Ming turned around and asked Feng Xinan, did you shave it? Feng Xinan gave him a look that said, if you hadn't shaved it, you wouldn't be sitting here. Gu Ming narrowed his eyes. Did you shave the area between your legs? Feng Xinan lowered his face. What nonsense are you talking about? Gu Ming snorted coldly and asked Mu Nanjing, Mu Nanjing, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Mu Nanjing said, I'm drunk. I didn't expect that I would become so smart when I'm drunk. Hee. She then said, didn't we agree that you would knock me out if I got drunk? Why didn't you do it? Gu Ming. How come it's his fault? He Qinhuang asked Gu Ming, why didn't you knock her out? Gu Ming said calmly, she ran too fast, and I didn't have time to knock her out. Feng Xinan sighed silently. It's useless to blame anyone now. So let's think about how to make the people's hair grow. Mu Nanjing asked, what's wrong with the people's hair? He Qinhuang said, go to the gate and see for yourself. Mu Nanjing got up and came to the gate of the Duke's mansion. She saw that the men passing by were either bald or had cloth wrapped on their heads. From time to time, she heard them scolding the barber. She asked Gu Ming and the others who followed behind, I didn't shave their hair. Did I? What do you think? Mu Nanjing. I stopped fighting after getting drunk and fell in love with shaving. But you can't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, blame Gong Xiurong. If he hadn't said that all men in the world have leg hair, I wouldn't have done such a disgusting thing after getting drunk. Alas, I'd better drink less in the future. Mu Nanjing said to Feng Xinan, you are the national teacher, and everyone believes in your ability. You can make a heavy rain that grows hair, and people won't be surprised if hair grows in a short time. Gu Ming nodded, it's feasible. Feng Xinan. 2/4 of an hour later, hundreds of guards rode out of the palace on horseback, rushed to the streets and alleys of the inner and outer cities, and shouted loudly. Half an hour later, the national master will ask the sky for hair growth rain. People who have lost their hair, please prepare to get wet in the rain. Half an hour later, the national master will ask the sky for hair growth rain. People who have lost their hair, please prepare to get wet in the rain. The people were puzzled. Hair growth rain? What hair growth rain? The guards explained. It is heavy rain that can make hair grow quickly. The people were delighted. Really? The National Master really asked for hair growth rain? Thank you, Mr. National Master. You are an immortal who has descended to Earth. That's great. We don't have to be bald anymore. Half an hour later, the sky above the capital was covered with dark clouds and instantly shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, with a loud bang, it started to rain heavily. The people who had their hair shaved rushed into the rain to get wet. And some old people whose hair was about to fall out also rushed into the rain. Everyone cheered and laughed in the rain. Some people shouted that the national teacher was a great god, saying that it would rain in half an hour. Some children had a water fight in the rain, which was more fun than a festival. The rain lasted for an hour before it gradually stopped. The dark clouds dispersed, and the sun illuminated the whole earth. Chapter 417 I Pay. You Work. After the sun came out, everyone returned to the house, but did not dare to wipe off the rain on their bodies, until the rain dried up naturally. The people found fluffy hair growing on their heads. In a cup of tea, the fine hair was half an inch long. An hour later, everyone's hair grew to their shoulders. By nightfall, the hair had reached the heels. After that, the hair stopped growing. The happiest people now are those who used to be bald or had little hair. Originally, they would not have been able to grow hair again in the second half of their lives. But after being caught in the rain, they grew thick hair again like newborns. The second beneficiaries are those with white hair. Now their hair is more black and beautiful than ink, as if they were 10 years younger. The people were so excited to see their thick black hair that they did not sleep all night. The next day, the voices scolding the barber became smaller, but the voices praising the barber became louder. Everyone felt that this time it was thanks to the barber that their hair was reborn. The emperor was in tears and laughter when he heard the news. He never thought that a bad thing would turn into a good thing. After the celebration banquet of the Duke of Jinghua, the days of Dacian Kingdom were very peaceful. Although the people knew that there were other medium-sized countries outside Dacian Kingdom, they were not panicked. In their hearts, as long as the national teacher was there, no country could defeat Dacian Kingdom. Time flies, and half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. In the spring after the new year, everything grows and flowers. Plants and trees are vying to sprout and bloom. But Mu Nanjin's life is like a small salted fish. When he wants to go on duty, he goes on duty. If he doesn't want to go on duty, he stays at home for half a month without going out. Every day, he either chases dramas or reads gossip news. He lives a very free and easy life. On the other side, after both sides suffered losses, Jiuxian Kingdom and Jiuguang Kingdom finally reached an agreement to cease fire. Not long after, Mu Nanjing received a letter from Dong Minfang and a belated gift. The content of the letter was all to thank Mu Nanjing for her help. If it weren't for the fake seal she carved, Dong Minfang would not have had the opportunity to provoke the relationship between Jiuxian Kingdom, Jiuguang Kingdom, Zunbi Kingdom and Zunling Kingdom, so that the four countries would not have the opportunity to attack Xuanyang Kingdom. Secondly, Dong Minfang congratulated Mu Nanjing on becoming the Duke of Jinghua in the letter, and sent several carts of gifts, as well as several carts of Xuanyang Kingdom specialties and rare toys. Finally, Dong Minfang said that their emperor hoped to see her and welcomed her to visit Xuanyang Kingdom at any time, and said that if she needed help, she could just ask. After Mu Nanjing finished reading the letter, the guards carried boxes of gifts into the hall. Since the room couldn't hold all the items, they put the boxes outside, and then opened them together. The treasures appeared before their eyes, as well as various gold, silver, jewelry, and precious cloth. At this time, the guard at the gate walked in quickly and said, "Duke, a man named Su Bai wants to see you." "Su Bai? He's back? Let him in." Mu Nanjing ordered all the items to be moved to the warehouse, and then he sat back on the chair in the hall. Not long after, Su Bai walked in and said, "Master Mu, I didn't expect that you would become a duke after I went out. Congratulations." "Congratulations." Mu Nanjing asked him to sit down. "Did you have a smooth journey?" Su Bai drank a sip of tea and said, "It's going smoothly at the moment. But once someone knows that I'm helping Zuifang, Shintangqiu and Sufang to transport goods, it's hard to say." Mu Nanjing could understand. "Did you bring back any rare items from Jiyugang and Jiyuguo?" Or items that are unique to Jiueguo and Jiuguo? How could I forget the things you asked me to buy? I just don't know how you are going to deal with these things. Are you going to sell them? Yes. I want to open a store. The only store in Dakian Kingdom that sells goods from Jiuyue Kingdom and Jiuyu Kingdom. Oh! And there are goods from Zuinyang Kingdom, which will definitely make this store prosperous. We will split it 50-50. Subai looked at her in disbelief. I have a share too. You have gone through so much trouble to transport the goods back to Dakian Kingdom. So of course, I have to split it with you. I didn't say I wanted to do business with you casually before. Subai couldn't sit still. These are the goods bought with your money. I pay the money. You work hard. Is there a problem? After making money, excluding the principal, it is also possible to split it in half. It is settled. I will find someone to buy a shop. And you find someone you can trust to look after the shop. By the way, the man named Wei he is good. Let him come to the capital to look after the business of the shop. Mu Nanjing didn't want to say more. You should have a good rest for half a month. Next, you will have to deliver goods to Jiuyue Kingdom and Jiuyu Kingdom. Subai asked, where will the goods outside be stored first? Send them to Shatang Mansion for storage first. And then move them there when you find a shop. And you tell the housekeeper in the mansion about your expenses these days. And he will make up the silver to you. Okay. Subai took back the silver he spent in recent months from Subo before leaving the Duke's mansion. When the elder saw him coming out, he immediately stepped forward and asked, Palace Master, can the goods be moved in? Store them in Tangshan Mansion first. Subai patted the box on the car and asked, do you know what the Duke said to me after I entered the Duke's mansion? The elder thought for a moment and said, could it be that she wants to delay the payment of wages? Subai rolled his eyes. She is so rich and is the Duke of Jinghua. She would not do such a vulgar thing. What did she say? Subai said. She said that she would split the money earned from selling these goods with us. She would? She would split it with us? The elder almost dropped his jaw in shock. Palace Master, did you hear it wrong? Or did the Duke of Wei get beaten up and become stupid? Subai sneered. Even if you are stupid, she is not stupid. She treats people sincerely. So only then can we do our best for her. Imagine that we also get a share of the money from selling the goods. Wouldn't we be more dedicated to this matter? Even bring back more and better goods next time? Then she will only make more money. The elder nodded. The Duke is really good at winning people's hearts. No more talking. Send the goods to Shintang Mansion quickly to avoid any loss of the goods. Yes. When the elder thought that they would get a share of the money after the goods were sold, he immediately got motivated and hurriedly asked people to send the goods to Tangshan Mansion. If anyone's actions were rude or heavy, he would scold them. After they left, Mu Nanjing asked Subo to find a shop. The shop was not found. But the news spread. When the princes and nobles learned that Mu Nanjing was going to open a shop, they immediately sent the deeds of the major shops to Mu Nanjing for her to choose. And they were free of rent for many years, and did not charge her a penny. Even the emperor and the prince joined in the fun, sending the best and largest shops in the downtown area to her. Unfortunately, none of them suited her taste. And in the end, she chose a farm outside the city. Chapter 418, The Queen Mother has passed away. The villa outside the city is an abandoned royal compound, 40 miles away from the capital, covering about 10 acres of land, because no one has used it for a long time. The villa is very dilapidated. It needs to find a craftsman to repair it, and it needs to buy new furniture to use it normally. After more than a month of renovation, the villa finally reappeared in front of everyone. Mu Nanjing named the villa Kazenzwang. The front yard is used to sell foreign rare items, and the backyard is used as an inn. On the opening day, all the princes and nobles in the capital came to Kazenzwang. Even warriors and rich children came, and some people also came to join in the fun. The various rare things in the villa opened everyone's eyes, and made everyone linger, so that the inn in the villa played a role. Many people didn't want to leave after seeing the rare things, so they stayed in the inn and the store, to have a deeper understanding of the new things. Mu Nanjing could just put the wooden and pottery products made by the 3 elders, and 5 elders of the 7-handed monster in Kazenzwang, and then use the identity of the ancient country's famous craftsman to attract countless nobles to buy. When everyone heard that it was something from the ancient country, they rushed to buy it. As rich people, they were not short of money. With the official opening of Kazenzwang, Zuifang, Suyanfang and Tangshanfu opened in Jiuyue country, and Jiuyu country also spread to every corner of the 2 countries. Even Jiuguang country, Jiuxing country and Jiu country knew about it. And even the high-level countries had heard of the 3 stores. Therefore, the ambitious Jiuxing country, Jiuguang country and Jiu country set their sights on Zuifang and tried to rob the escort team of the Red Blood Hull. But they never thought that the materials they robbed were just ordinary materials. And the wine they brewed was just ordinary wine. Since they couldn't make the wine they wanted, they thought about forming an alliance with Dakian. However, they were ambitious, and the Emperor of Dakian would never form an alliance with them. Even if the Emperor was willing, Mu Nanjing would not cooperate with the 3 countries. The alliance failed, and the 3 countries thought of attacking Dakian. Of course, the Dakian country today is not as fragile as it was when it was just merged. Today's Dakian country not only has the Jiuyue country and Jiuyue country in alliance, but also has the high-level countries Zuinyang country, Beian ancient country, and Dongyao ancient country as its backers. As long as Jiuxing country, Jiuguang country and Jiu country have the idea of attacking Dakian country, Jiuyue country and Jiuyue country will definitely stand up. And Zuinyang country will also bring its allies to put pressure on Jiuxing country, Jiuguang country and Jiu country. Even the high-level countries that support them will be implicated and attacked by the ancient countries. Jiuxing country, Jiuguang country and Jiu country can only give up the idea. But they never thought that Dakian country will become stronger and stronger in just 5 years. Not only did many martial saints appear, but also martial gods appeared. And the people who did not know martial arts also began to learn martial arts. Now 80% of the people in Dakian Kingdom know martial arts. And the overall strength has been greatly improved. It has become the largest country among medium-sized countries. And even high-level countries are afraid of Dakian Kingdom. From then on, let alone attacking Dakian Kingdom, Jiuxing Kingdom, Jiuguang Kingdom and Jiu Kingdom had to shrink their heads and behave themselves. Otherwise Dakian Kingdom would expand the 3 countries into its own territory one day if it was unhappy. No one dared to attack Dakian Kingdom anymore. And the happiest person was Mu Nanjing, who could finally do her business with peace of mind. Of course, she did not do business by herself. She just waited to collect money. What made her depressed was that she was clearly called the richest person in all countries. But she was poorer than the employees of Zuifang, Suyunfang and Tang Shenfu. She only had tens of thousands of taels of silver. And she spent all the money she earned on buying food. Woo! Taofai eats too much. I can't afford to feed him. If this continues, I can only feed him the fasting pills. Mu Nanjing asked Bai Zai, does the fasting pill have any effect on Tao Tai? Bai Zai said, no. Mu Nanjing. Ding. Suddenly, a heavy bell rang from the direction of the palace, and the happy mood disappeared. Mu Nanjing raised his head and looked outside. Why is the bell ringing? Ding. Su Bo stumbled into the house. Duke. Duke. Mu Nanjing stood up and asked, what happened? It's a funeral knell. The palace's funeral knell. The palace's funeral knell? Mu Nanjing frowned. Do you mean someone died in the palace? Su Bo nodded. Who died? The person who can make the palace ring the death knell must be of noble status. But I haven't heard of any nobleman dying recently. Su Bo shook his head. The bell just sounded. And it is still impossible to determine who it is. Bai Zai said, it's the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother? Mu Nanjing was stunned. She didn't bother to ask Bai Zai about the situation. And then teleported away. Country. 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 Su Bo's eyes widened, and his shaking hands pointed to the place where Mu Nanjing disappeared. Bai Zai lied to him. This is a martial art that can quickly move to another place. So it's a martial art. Su Bo breathed a sigh of relief. I thought the Duke disappeared. She has entered the palace to see the Queen Mother. At this time, Mu Nanjing had arrived at the Queen Mother's Renshou Palace. Surrounded by crying, she walked quickly to the Queen Mother's bedroom and asked the eunuch Shou who was guarding the door of the hall, Queen Mother, what's wrong? Eunuch Shou's eyes were red, and he choked up and said, the Queen Mother has passed away. Why did she die suddenly? Was she assassinated? She was not assassinated. She was sleeping soundly, and suddenly died. The imperial physician tried his best to save her but failed. The Queen Mother should be? Eunuch Shou was so sad that he couldn't speak at the end. What should it be? Eunuch Shou took a breath. The Queen Mother should have reached the end of her life. Duke, do you still remember the jade face pill you gave the Queen Mother? Jade face pill. Mu Nanjing remembered this incident. The jade face pill can restore her appearance and health. and she will rarely get sick in the future. Therefore, she is no different from a normal person on weekdays, and will die naturally when her life is over. Eunuch Sho wiped his tears with his sleeves. Half a year ago, the Queen Mother realized that her life was coming to an end, and she would tell us about her affairs every few days. She said that if she didn't wake up one day, it would mean that her life was over, and no one should be blamed at that time. She also said that she was luckier than anyone else, and that dying peacefully, without being tortured, was what the people called a good death, and that everyone didn't need to be sad for her, otherwise she would not be at peace. Mu Nanjing walked into the hall silently without saying a word. The Emperor and the Queen knelt in front of the Queen Mother and cried bitterly with the princes. Grandmother Mu Nanjing walked to the Queen Mother and saw that she closed her eyes peacefully with a faint smile on her lips, which meant that the Queen Mother had expected such a day to come, and she had no worries when she left. And it could also be seen that her life was really over. Queen Mother, rest in peace. Huh? Chapter 419 Nonsense. The Emperor, Empress, Imperial Physician and Prince, who could hear Mu Nanjing's inner voice, raised their heads to look at her with red eyes, only to see her looking into the air. The Empress Dowager's spirit came out. Emperor, Empress, Prince and Imperial Physician. She saw the Empress Dowager's ghost. Mu Nanjing looked at the transparent spirit that came out of the Empress Dowager's body and asked with voice transmission, Empress Dowager, can you hear me? The Empress Dowager's spirit looked dazed, and after a long while, her expression brightened. She looked at Mu Nanjing. Mu girl, can you see me? Well, do you know that you are already dead? The Queen Mother smiled slightly. I know. I knew there would be such a day. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would probably have to suffer from illness before I could leave this world. Do you remember anything now? The Queen Mother smiled even more. I remember a lot of things. What surprised me was that Ziwei Xingjuan was my son and Tiandi became my grandson. I can use this thing to make fun of it in the future. Congratulations to the Queen Mother on returning to the throne. The Queen Mother said, I can only recall the things of my previous life now, and it is not considered a true return to the throne. If I return to the throne, I still need to wait for Tiandi and other gods to return to the heaven together. Mu Nanjing replied to her, that day will not be too long. In another 30 years at most. The old emperor and the queen will be able to reunite with the Queen Mother. After another 30 years, the prince will be able to reunite with the emperor and others. The others are almost dead. The emperor, empress, crown prince and imperial physician. Do you want them to die so badly? Otherwise, why are you laughing so happily? By the way, is the ghost of the Queen Mother really here? The emperor and the others could not cry anymore, because they were afraid. Of course, they were not afraid that the Queen Mother would harm them, but they were horrified at the thought of ghosts in this world. The Queen Mother said again, by the way, Mu girl, you seem to have known that I was a fairy in my previous life? Yes, I knew you were a fairy since I returned to the capital. How did you know? Senior Lei Dian Hammer told me. Lei Dian Hammer? The Queen Mother remembered who Lei Dian Hammer was. I know. He is the spirit of the Thunder God's artifact, and he recovers his power faster than us. Grandmother. At this time, Princess Xueyu rushed into the hall crying, Grandmother, how could you bear to leave Xueyu behind? You haven't seen your great-grandson grow up, and you haven't seen him get married and have children. The Queen Mother really couldn't bear to see Princess Xueyu crying. Please comfort Princess Xueyu, and tell her not to be too sad. She is still pregnant now. Be careful not to hurt herself. Comfort people. I don't know how to comfort people. Say my condolences to her? Just 4 words can't comfort her. Alas, it's so hard to comfort people. Mu Nanjing stepped forward and patted Princess Xueyu's shoulder. Don't cry. Your grandmother will be distressed. And you are pregnant. You will hurt him if you keep crying. If you don't want your baby in your belly to meet your grandmother in advance. Don't be sad. Everyone. Princess Xueyu cried and patted her chest. Is there anyone as comforting as you? Then, she hugged Mu Nanjing. Grandmother left so suddenly. How can I not be sad? Mu Nanjing agreed. It was indeed too sudden. I didn't even have time to see her for the last time. Woohoo! I can't talk to the Empress Dowager anymore. Mu Nanjing asked, do you want to see her? Yes. Of course I don't want to. But I can never see her again. Princess Xueyu felt sadder and sadder. I can let you see her. Mu Nanjing tapped her forehead gently. It was too late for the emperor and empress to stop him. Then, Princess Xueyu saw a transparent figure floating on the Queen Mother's body. She stopped crying immediately, then looked at the Queen Mother's body, and then at the Queen Mother floating in the air. Princess Xueyu blinked, and she raised her finger excitedly and pointed. She. Mu Nanjing said, "That's the Queen Mother's ghost." Princess Xueyu rolled her eyes and fainted. Mu Nanjing quickly caught her body. "Didn't you say you wanted to see the Queen Mother? Why did you faint after seeing the Queen Mother's ghost?" "Alas," the Queen Mother sighed. She shouldn't have let Mu Nanjing comfort Princess Xueyu. The more she comforted her, the worse it got. The Queen Mother urged, "Hurry up and ask the imperial doctor to see if Xueyu is okay and if the baby in her belly has been hurt." "I'm here. Nothing will happen." Mu Nanjing took out a pill and stuffed it into Princess Xueyu's mouth. "After taking my pill, even if someone stabs Princess Xueyu in the belly in the future, the baby in her belly will be fine." Hee. Although the emperor and others could hear Mu Nanjing's voice, they still had to pretend to care about Princess Xueyu. The emperor asked the imperial doctor, "Xueyu, is she okay?" The doctor said, "It's fine now. But you need to rest well." Eunuch Shou and others came over immediately to help Princess Xueyu to the side hall to rest. The doctor said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, please don't be too sad. You will still need to preside over the Queen Mother's funeral. You can't get tired." The prince stood up. "Father, let me arrange this matter." The emperor nodded. Mu Nanjing said, "The Queen Mother doesn't like extravagance. She said that as long as the royal family holds a funeral for her, there is no need to hold a national mourning." The prince nodded and asked, "Queen Mother, do you have any other instructions?" She said that she wanted to be buried in her favorite palace robe and burn 10 paper figures to serve her. There is also Shouyuan Palace for her, and the eunuchs and maids in the palace cannot be dismissed. The eldest prince frowned when he heard Mu Nanjing's words. "Duke Xinghua, did the royal grandmother really have such a last word?" Mu Nanjing glanced at him lightly. "Do I look like a liar? What good are these lies to me?" The eldest prince said, "I just wonder why the royal grandmother didn't tell Eunuch Shou and others, but told you these things instead? Because here I am the only one who can see her and hear her speak." What Mu Nanjing said just now was what the Queen Mother told her to convey. She didn't expect everyone to believe her, but the Queen Mother said that as long as she said it, the emperor and the prince would believe it. The eldest prince sneered, "It's nonsense." Mu Nanjing looked up and said to the Queen Mother floating in the sky, "Your grandson is not very smart. Do you want to show up and scare him?" "Queen Mother." The eldest prince felt a little scared for no reason. He bravely said, "Mu Nanjing, don't play tricks with the royal grandmother's affairs. Be careful that the father will punish you." The prince said, "Brother, the royal grandmother had a close relationship with the Duke of Xinghua when she was alive. It is normal for the royal grandmother to tell her last words in advance. This is no longer a question of whether there is a last word or not. But she is scaring people with the royal grandmother's affairs." She, without waiting for the eldest prince to finish, Mu Nanjing tapped his forehead. Chapter 420. I'm actually afraid of ghosts too. What are you doing? The eldest prince was frightened by Mu Nanjing's actions, thinking that she was against him, and hurried to slap her hand. Mu Nanjing moved quickly, and retracted his hand even faster. After lightly touching the eldest prince's forehead, he quickly retracted his hand to avoid his slap. The eldest prince rubbed his forehead in disdain, and then a familiar pale face appeared in front of him, swaying back and forth, and grinned at him. He widened his eyes in horror, and was so frightened that he couldn't speak incoherently. You, the great-grandfather. You die. The Queen Mother flew to the eldest prince. "Grandson, are you okay? Grandson, do you want to listen to my last words? Grandson, why don't you believe what Muyada said? Why do you go against her? Grandson." The second prince saw that the eldest prince was not in a good condition, stood up and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and asked, "Brother, are you feeling unwell?" The third prince also stood up. "Brother should be too sad and have convulsions. Doctor, brother seems to be not well. Come and take brother's pulse." The doctor looked at the emperor. The emperor nodded slightly. The doctor came to the eldest prince quickly and said, "Eldest prince, what's wrong with you?" This. The eldest prince trembled and looked at the Queen Mother's body, and then looked at the Queen Mother's soul. Yes. The Queen Mother asked him gently, "Are you trying to say there is a ghost?" The eldest prince nodded. The queen mother grinned. Yes. I am the ghost. Grandson, do you want to come down and accompany me? The eldest prince smiled, and could no longer hold back his fear and screamed, Ghost! There is a ghost! There is a ghost! All the princes were startled. Ghost! What ghost? The eldest prince pointed in the direction of the queen mother like crazy and shouted, There is a ghost! There is a ghost! The queen mother has turned into a ghost. She has turned into a ghost and is looking for us. She wants to take us to the underworld. The princes looked in the direction he pointed, but did not see the ghost he was talking about. The prince frowned. Brother, the royal grandmother is still alive. How can you say such chilling words? Besides, she loves us so much that she would never do what you said. If you dare to talk nonsense again and lose manners in front of the royal grandmother, don't blame my father for punishing you severely. I really saw it. I really saw the royal grandmother. The eldest prince felt very wronged, and pointed at the queen mother in front of him to defend himself. She is flying around in front of me now. Didn't you see her? The princes shook their heads. We didn't see anything. How could this happen? Why did this happen? The eldest prince stepped back in panic. Why can only I see it? He suddenly remembered that Moon Nanjing had tapped his forehead, and turned his head angrily to Moon Nanjing. It's you. Isn't it you? What did you do to me that made me see the royal grandmother? Isn't it? Moon Nanjing was silent. The queen mother flew to the eldest prince and said, Grandson, if you blame Muyatu again, I will really take you away with me. Don't come over. The eldest prince waved his arms in fear and accidentally passed through the queen mother's soul. A chill went straight into his body. He screamed in fear and turned to rush out of the hall. The princes looked at each other. Is the eldest brother crazy? The prince said calmly, It is against filial piety to be disrespectful in front of the royal grandmother. The princes saw that the emperor and the prince were both gloomy, and did not dare to speak for the eldest prince. The prince instructed Eunuch Shou, find all the palace clothes and jewelry that the royal grandmother loved most when she was alive, and let her wear them. Yes. Eunuch Shou took people to find the palace clothes of the queen mother. The queen mother flew to Moon Nanjing and shook her head. A man is too frightened. Moon Nanjing. Actually, I am afraid of ghosts too. The queen mother and the emperor looked at her in surprise. They didn't expect that she was afraid of something. Those evil ghosts who are no longer normal are really disgusting. If they dare to come out to scare me, don't blame me for chopping them with a sword. The queen mother, the emperor, the empress, the crown prince and the imperial physician. Are you sure you are afraid of ghosts? Not ghosts. When the maids dressed the queen mother's body in palace clothes and put on the jewelry that the queen mother liked, the royal family rushed to Yongshou Palace to see her off. According to the queen mother's wishes, the emperor did not hold a national funeral and did not order the whole country to mourn together. Therefore, the people ate as they should, drank as they should, and played as they should. The funeral was very simple. Only the royal family in Beijing attended the funeral. Other royal family members from other places did not have to come to Kyoto specially, and even officials did not have to enter the palace to see her off. Of course, Moon Nanjing was a special case. Although she was not a royal family, she still stayed in the palace to keep vigil. It's just that, alas, I can't cry. I can't even cry for such a sad thing. I wonder if the emperor and the princess will blame me for being heartless. But it's not entirely my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame the ghost of the queen mother for always making me laugh. Hee hee. Queen mother, please stop tickling me. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. The emperor and others who were crying bitterly. If they keep tickling, they won't be able to cry anymore. Moon Nanjing couldn't bear it anymore. So she sent a message to the queen mother. Queen mother, do you think it's appropriate for you to tickle me at your funeral? The queen mother looked innocent. I've never seen you laugh, but I want to see you laugh after I die. Just smile for me, so that I can die with my eyes closed. I've always wanted to see Moon Nanjing laugh, but I never saw it until I died. It's such a pity. Therefore, tickling Moon Nanjing became the thing she wanted to do most in her life. But she didn't do it because she was worried about her status as the queen mother. Now that she's dead, she doesn't have to worry about her status. Moon Nanjing was speechless. If I laugh at your funeral, the emperor will chop off my head. No. My son loves you very much, and treats you like a daughter. He will never blame you, let alone chop off your head. Ha. Keek. Hee hee. Queen mother, you tickle me. I won't be polite. The Emperor and others. The dignified Empress Dowager also has such a naughty side? Mu Nanjing remembered that the Empress Dowager couldn't hear what she said in her heart, and quickly sent a message, Queen Mother. If you tickle me again, I will kill your corpse. The Empress Dowager was not afraid of her, and asked, Are you ticklish? Mu Nanjing nodded slightly. I don't believe it. If you are ticklish, why don't you laugh? Mu Nanjing was embarrassed. It's really inappropriate to laugh at your funeral. The Queen Dowager patted her shoulder. Just laugh. I won't blame you. Mu Nanjing. If you don't blame me, the Emperor and others will blame me. At this time, Eunuch Yuan came over. Chapter 421. See you after you die. Eunuch Yuan whispered to Mu Nanjing, Duke. Mu Nanjing asked, What's the matter? Could it be that I can't cry and the Emperor is dissatisfied with me? Eunuch Yuan whispered, Duke. The Emperor asked me to tell you. If you are really tired, you can go back to the mansion to rest. The Queen Mother looked at the Emperor, who was about to stop crying, and couldn't help laughing. Mu Nanjing. Are you trying to drive me away? I'll go to the side hall to rest for a while. After Mu Nanjing left, the Emperor and others could finally mourn in peace. The funeral lasted for 7 days, and 7 nights before the Queen Mother was buried in the Imperial Mausoleum. After that, the Queen Mother's soul wandered in the capital. When she was really bored, she would go to places outside the capital to see the scenery. After the Queen Mother was buried in the Imperial Mausoleum, the old officials in the court also retired one after another. Mu Nanjing witnessed the replacement of old and new officials, the replacement of old officials with new ones, and then watched the old officials pass away one after another. The Emperor received news of the death of old officials one after another, and suddenly felt tired. He chose to abdicate when he was close to 70 years old, and took the Queen to travel around. In the 10th year of the Crown Prince's accession to the throne, the old Emperor and Queen also passed away suddenly like the Queen Mother. When they opened their eyes again, they were surrounded by people they knew. Among them were the Queen Mother, the left Prime Minister, the right Prime Minister and various old officials. They greeted the Emperor and Queen with a smile. Old Minister, I have seen the Emperor and the Queen. Long live the Emperor, and live the Queen 1,000 years, and 1,000 years. The Emperor and Queen looked at them blankly, and it took a long time before they remembered the memory of their previous life. The Emperor laughed heartily. Oh, no. I shouldn't call you I anymore. I thought I would never see you again. I didn't expect that we would be colleagues in the immortal world after death. The left Prime Minister joked. We didn't expect that we would be on the same level as the Emperor after death. The right Prime Minister said, Now we are waiting for the prince to pass away, and then we can rebuild the heaven. Mu Nanjing heard their conversation and said, I should go back to the world of cultivation. The Emperor finally noticed Mu Nanjing standing in the corner, and said with a smile, Mu girl, thank you for your care over the years. After you ascend to heaven, you can come to my Ziwei Palace to be a female official. How about it? If it weren't for Mu Nanjing, Dacian Kingdom would not be as prosperous as it is now. Mu Nanjing refused. The purpose of my cultivation is longevity, not to be an official. After ascending to heaven, I want to travel around the fairyland and visit every corner of the fairyland. Emperor Pucci, the right Prime Minister and others couldn't help laughing. Your Majesty, before you, we also invited her, but she refused. The Emperor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mu girl, you have been an official for so many years. Why are you still afraid of being an official? Mu Nanjing said frankly, after being an official, there are many things to do and heavy responsibilities. It's not suitable for me. I won't say anything more. I'm going to say goodbye to the Emperor and others. Once the Emperor of Heaven returns to the throne, I won't have time to get together with my mother and others. She didn't say much, and left quickly to find the former prince. Hey, this. The Emperor pointed at Mu Nanjing's leaving figure. I'm dead, but I can still hear her voice? The Queen Mother smiled and said, Yes. If you don't want to be angry with her in the future and come back to the world to experience tribulations, don't keep her around. Otherwise you will suffer. Emperor. On the other side, Mu Nanjing left the Emperor and went straight to the imperial study. The eunuchs and palace maids passing by her looked at Mu Nanjing with envy. After decades, the Duke of Jinghua is still as young as ever, and has never changed. Not only her, but also the national teacher and his senior brothers and sisters, as well as the governor and the commander of Tianyuan have not aged. It's really enviable. I heard that they are immortals and will not age. Are there really immortals in this world? Maybe. At this time, Mu Nanjing came to the imperial study and said to the former prince, I'm leaving. The new emperor was stunned. You are leaving? Where are you going? Home. Mu Nanjing thought for a while and added, I will never come back again. You are not coming back? The new emperor quickly stood up, with a trace of reluctance in his eyes. You really are not coming back? Mu Nanjing nodded slightly. Yes. And will never come back. Zui Fang, Su Yunfeng, Tang Shenfu and Kazin Zhuan will be handed over to the royal family to manage, and the income will belong to the royal family. The new emperor was not moved by the shop she left behind. Why do you want to leave suddenly? I have been away from home for a long time, and it is time to go back and reunite with my family. Mu Nanjing saw that he was reluctant. Although we are parting, we still have a day to reunite. The new emperor knew that she had made up her mind. When do you plan to leave? In 2 days. I will leave after arranging everything. The new emperor did not like to leave. I will not see you off. Mu Nanjing nodded. Take care. The new emperor watched him leave, and then asked Tian Yuan, who was hiding behind him, What about you? When are you leaving? Tian Yuan replied, When you die, I will leave. The new emperor nodded. That's good. Although death is terrible, it is the most painful to say goodbye to someone. Mu Nanjing left the palace and returned to the duke's mansion, where he saw a man standing at the door of the duke's mansion. Tang Jingrui? She got off her horse and asked, You came to see me? Tang Jingrui nodded. Over the years, except for celebrating for Mu Nanjing, he never took the initiative to enter the duke's mansion. So he stood at the door waiting for Mu Nanjing to come back. Something? Tang Jingrui said, The emperor appointed me as the deputy governor, and I will be in charge of the Due mansion in the north in the future. Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows. The north? The north is far away from the capital, and it can be said that the emperor is far away from the emperor. It is difficult for the emperor to see the situation there. Tang Jingrui is half an emperor in the north, and no one can control him no matter what he does. It can be seen that the emperor trusts him and will give him this matter. Tang Jingrui, how dare you say he is half an emperor? If the emperor hears it, he will die. Mu Nanjing asked, When are you leaving? Tomorrow morning. Tang Jingrui didn't know why he wanted to come and talk to her about this. Mu Nanjing nodded. I will also leave Dakian Kingdom and go home in 2 days, and I will never come back again. Tang Jingrui was stunned. You are not coming back? Well, see you after you die. Tang Jingrui, this farewell is too shocking. Can we really see each other again after he dies? Mu Nanjing still has a lot of things to arrange, so she didn't talk to him more. After returning to the mansion, she immediately asked someone to notify her good friends to get together with her in the evening, and then arrange various matters. At the hour of Yu, Lu Baihu, Qin Qian, Yang Bo, Su Cheng, Lu Qian, and hundreds of other friends came to the duke's mansion. When Lu Baihu, who was already in his 70s, saw Mu Nanjing, he asked with a smile, Why are there so many people here tonight? Is it a big wedding day? Although he was nearly 80 years old, he looked like he was in his early 40s. Mu Nanjing said after everyone arrived, I am saying goodbye to everyone. At that moment, the atmosphere became quiet. Chapter 422 The Big Devil is Back. Mu Nanjing saw that no one was talking, and said, I want to go home to reunite with my family, and I will never come back again. Everyone was even more silent. They didn't want to say goodbye to her, so they didn't know what to say. When I left Dakian Kingdom and returned to Kyoto decades ago, I planned to bury all of you before leaving. Everyone was even more speechless. This is really, but it's not necessary now, because our separation now doesn't mean we won't see each other in the future. Yang Bo asked hurriedly, Do you mean that although you won't come back, we can still see each other? Mu Nanjing nodded slightly. Yes. We will see each other again. Qin Qian asked, When will that be? After death. Everyone. Princess Xueyu said depressedly, How can we see each other after death? I said we can see each other. And when have I ever lied to you? Princess Xueyu recalled the decades of getting along, and the other party really didn't lie to her. That is, can we really see each other after death? Mu Nanjing picked up the wine glass. Since we can see each other again, let's be happy. Everyone still did not move. You must believe me. This time I leave will definitely not be a farewell. Besides, I have been here for decades, and it is time for me to go back and spend time with my family. Qin Qian and others finally relaxed when they heard this. Mu Nanjing has not seen her family for decades in order to stay here with them. They can't be so selfish to keep her here, and not let her go back to reunite with her family. Qin Xiaoyan picked up the wine glass and said, Mu girl said that we can see each other again. So don't be sad. We should send her off happily. Su Cheng also picked up the wine glass and stood up. Girl. You just said that we can meet after death. Then you must come to see us. Otherwise we will not let you go even if we become ghosts. Others followed suit. I keep my word and never break it. By then, we can get together however we want. And it won't be a problem if we want to stay together for 100 years. After everyone returns to their positions, they will live as long as the heavens. And by then, not to mention 100 years. Even tens of thousands of years will not be a problem. What does this mean? Qin Xiaoyan and the others looked at each other. Although they didn't know what she meant. They were sure that she didn't lie to them. And they would definitely be able to meet after death. In that case, why should they be sad? Everyone happily picked up their wine glasses to see her off. And they left drunkenly until the next morning. Before sending them out, Mu Nanjing said to Gu Ming and Feng Xinan, De Qian needs someone to guard it. So you stay and help the emperor. It will be good for you to leave when he returns to the throne. Yes. Feng Xinan knew that the emperor was the emperor of heaven. So in order to ascend to heaven smoothly in the future, he was willing to stay and guard De Qian. And Gu Ming stayed to see the others off for the last time. After saying goodbye to everyone, Mu Nanjing began to deal with other things. She first bought a new mansion for Shi Jin to live in, then handed over the shop to the emperor, and finally left a large severance paid to the servants and guards of the duke's mansion. After everything was settled, she took the adults Bai Hu, Bai Zhe, Han Dun, Xian Wu, Tao Tai and Wu Yuan, Xu Shi Yao and others away, and then returned to the world of cultivation. The moment she stepped into the world of cultivation, she immediately sent a message to the evil cultivators. Everyone, I'm back. The evil cultivators, who hadn't heard her voice for many years, were startled and almost fell from the sky. The big devil is back. Have you taught my child well? Mu Nanjing didn't hear any response. She hummed unhappily. The evil cultivators hurried back to her. Good. Good. They taught very well. Mu Nanjing said with satisfaction, leave them with you for the time being. And raid them when you have time. Evil cultivators. If you are coming, just tell me in advance. Why do you want to raid? They are afraid. Mu Nanjing is now busy rushing back to Gongbo Mansion, and has no time to care about the evil cultivators. When she entered Gongbo Mansion, a disciple in the outer courtyard saw her return, and quickly sent a message to the people in the courtyard. The young master is back. The young master is back. Everyone came out to greet her. Welcome the young master home. Welcome the young master home. The voice was loud and resounded through the sky. Xu Xia looked at the sky and the ground full of people, and couldn't help but click his tongue. Is this Gongbo's house? He looked at it, and saw at least tens of thousands of people. Guanlu smiled and said, yes. This is just the outer courtyard. There are also the middle courtyard and the inner courtyard. The inner courtyard is where the head of Gongbo's family lives. The outer courtyard alone is larger than the palace in the mortal world. He is worthy of being the emperor of the cultivation world. Both the people and the house are very magnificent. Xu Xia was even more surprised to see the mountain floating in the air, and his mouth was almost unable to close. Mu Nanjing took them back to the courtyard where she used to live. At this time, the courtyard was very quiet, and only Gongbo Jingfei and Mu Jingling were standing in the courtyard waiting for them to come back. Mu Nanjing called, Dad. Mom. Gongbo Jingfei snorted, you finally decided to come back. If you don't come back, you won't be able to see us anymore. Mu Jingling excitedly pulled Mu Nanjing's hand and said, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Mu Nanjing asked, why can't I see you guys if I don't come back? Mu Jingling smiled. Your father meant that we should travel around the world. Now that you are back, things can only be slowed down. Mu Nanjing glanced at Gongbo Jingfei. Dad doesn't care about Gongbo's family anymore? He has handed over the power to Gongbo Lu, and he will be the head of the family in the future. Now that your father is no longer the head of the family, he can no longer live in the head of the family courtyard. So we moved to your courtyard to live. Mu Nanjing asked again, where are the fierce beasts and the divine beasts? Why can't I see them? They have all grown up. And Xiao Yunduo let them go out to experience. Xiao Yunduo no longer cares about them. Don't worry about them. Are there any troubles outside? Mu Jingling couldn't bear to leave the children. and sighed, the children have grown up. How can I take care of them? I can only let them go. Where are Xiao Yuduo and Xiao Chunhua? They are practicing in the room. Just then, a white shadow came out from the backyard and pounced on Bai Zai. Bai Zai, you are finally back. Bai Zai quickly hugged the other party, Xiao Yuduo. Xiao Yuduo slapped his chest in exasperation. You still know how to come back. You still know how to come back. You didn't even tell us when you ran away. Do you know how worried we are? You were so young at the time. What if you were caught by the bad guys? And you? He glared at Mu Nanjing. You said you would come back after tearing up the talisman. But I tore hundreds of them, and you didn't come back. You are a big liar. Mu Nanjing. Gu Ming intercepted the message. You can't blame me. Bai Zai said, I left a letter for you. Speaking of letters is even more infuriating. Xiao Yunduo took out the letter from that year. Please explain what it means. Chapter 423 Genuine. Bai Zai was stunned. It's been decades. And the letter is still preserved? Of course, I have to find out what you meant by the painting. If I don't, my heart will feel uncomfortable as if it's tickled. Little Cloud slapped the letter on Bai Zai's chest. Bai Zai pointed at the little man and said, This is me when I was a child. The adult pointed by the arrow is my mother. Which means I'm going to find my mother. Mu Jingling. Little White Cloud. Hee hee. People without strong comprehension ability can't guess what he meant by the painting. Little White Cloud went berserk. Are you going to find your mother? We thought you suddenly grew up and left. Bai Zai. Mu Jingling stepped forward to comfort Little Cloud. As long as the person is fine. Don't be angry. Little Cloud crossed her arms. Humph. Grandma Jingling. Tao Tai greeted Mu Jingling. Mu Jingling looked at Tao Tai and the others. You have grown up so much. Have you not been bullied outside? No one dares to bully us. Han Dun and Bai Hu said in unison. Bai Zai looked at Mu Jingling and said, Congratulations. Grandma Jingling. Mu Jingling was stunned. Why are you so happy? Grandma Jingling has been taking care of the cubs of fierce beasts and divine beasts with all her heart and soul. Now she has finally been rewarded and has accumulated a lot of merits. When you die, it will be your time to ascend to heaven. Ascend to heaven? Mu Jingling and Gongbo Jingfei looked at Bai Zai in disbelief. Little Yunduo giggled. I said that Grandma Jingling is beautiful and kind-hearted and will be blessed. Gongbo Jingfei excitedly stepped forward and grabbed Bai Zai's arms. Can Jingling really ascend to heaven? Bai Zai nodded. Yes. You can only become a fairy after death. But the prerequisite is that the gods return to their positions. You can't die before that. Nor can you commit suicide after the immortals return to their positions. You must wait until your lifespan is over. Great. We don't have to separate anymore. Gongbo Jingfei turned around and hugged Mu Jingling tightly. Mu Nanjing suddenly poured cold water on him. If you fail to pass the tribulation, you will still be separated. Gongbo Jingfei, who was still excited, said unhappily, Can you not spoil the fun? I'm kindly reminding you. Don't let it be just me and my mother who ascend to immortality. Gongbo Jingfei let go of Mu Jingling. Are you so sure that you can pass the tribulation successfully? Didn't I tell you? I don't need to pass the tribulation to become an immortal. Gongbo Jingfei was furious. Mu Jingling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Can you too? Father and daughter. Quarrel as soon as you meet? Humph. Gongbo Jingfei and Mu Nanjing turned their heads away. I don't know how to get along with Gongbo Jingfei. So I can only communicate with him this way. Gongbo Jingfei. He is no different. Gongbo Jingfei said to Mu Jingling, Now that the gods have not returned, we should be careful. From now on, we will not go anywhere, but just walk around Gongbo's city. Mu Jingling knew that he was worried about accidents, and nodded in agreement. Gongbo Jingfei said to Mu Nanjing and the others, I have just asked the servants to clean the room. It should be ready for check-in now. You should go and rest first, and we will have dinner together in the evening. Guanliu stood up. I will be the chef today. Mu Jingling remembered Guanliu. Don't you know how to cook? I know that the girl likes to eat mortal food. So I learned cooking skills for decades in the mortal world. I also brought many mortal dishes to the cultivation world. So it is not a problem to eat for 100 years. It's just that the food in the mortal world has no spiritual energy. So please bear with me. Guanliu didn't know how to repay Mu Nanjing's kindness. So he went to learn cooking skills, and worshipped the sixth of the 7 old monsters as his teacher. And learned all of the skills of the sixth. Now he can cook food from any country. And he is very proficient and skilled. And the taste is particularly good. Mu Nanjing has long been accustomed to eating his dishes. His wife also supports his approach very much. After all, this is all they can do for Mu Nanjing. Mu Jingling also heard Mu Qini say that the food in the mortal world is much more delicious than that in the cultivation world. So she is particularly interested. Then we are blessed. Guang Lu thought for a while, and said, the 100 years I mentioned refers to the exception of Tao Tai. With his appetite, he will eat it all in less than 2 days. Everyone was amused by his words. After laughing, Gongba Jingfei took Mu Jingling back to the room to digest what Bai Zai said. Xu Shiyu finally came to his senses and asked Wu Yuan beside him, is the beauty just now really Mu Nanjing's mother? Absolutely true. Wu Yuan patted his shoulder. Don't worry about it. Be careful that Gongba's master will twist your head off. I'm not worried about it. I just haven't seen such a beautiful woman. What a pity. What a pity. Wu Yuan was puzzled. What a pity. Xu Shiyu sighed. It's a pity that Mu Nanjing didn't inherit her beauty. Not only you think so, but others think so too. Especially Gongba's master, who can't wait to put her back into her mother's belly and give birth again. Xu Shiyu chuckled. Not to mention Gongba's master. Even I want to put her back and give birth again. Suddenly, Mu Nanjing's voice interrupted. Do you think I'm ugly? Xu Shiyu quickly said, I don't think you're ugly. It's just that your mother is more beautiful. If you were as beautiful as your mother, I guess all the cultivators in the entire cultivation world would propose marriage to you. My mother is indeed beautiful. Mu Nanjing remembered that she brought back many beautiful clothes for Mu Jingling in the mortal world. So she stopped talking to them, and went to find Mu Jingling to try on the dresses to make her mother more beautiful. You are wrong. Wu Yuan patted Xu Shiyu on the shoulder. Xu Shiyu was puzzled. How am I wrong? Even if the girl is a fairy from heaven, no one dares to marry her. Why? Do you need to ask? Xu Shiyu remembered Mu Nanjing's thoughts. And with her skills, few people dared to marry her. Everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Only Guangliu went to the kitchen to prepare dinner tonight. His wife Ran Yu and his children also went to the kitchen to help. Not long after, the elders and the hall masters of the mansion came to visit Mu Nanjing and told her about the situation in the cultivation world. Now the Gongba family is the largest family in the cultivation world. Not only are there many people, but there are also many things to do. So many that the elders are too busy to handle it. Therefore, they asked Mu Nanjing to select another 20 elders and 100 hall masters to manage the Gongba family. After listening to this, Mu Nanjing was very puzzled. Isn't Gong Bolu the head of the Gongba family now? Why don't you let him make the decision, but come to me instead? The eldest elder said seriously, you have a good eye for choosing people, and this matter must be decided by you. Mu Nanjing knows a lot of things, and he must know who can be competent for the position of elder and hall master. Then they can rest assured to hand over the important tasks of the Gongba family to others. The second elder continued. The head of the family also said that you will decide this matter. The third elder assured Mu Nanjing, I'll ask you to do this one thing, and I promise there won't be a next time. Mu Nanjing. But why do I feel like there will be a next time? The elders and hall masters glanced away guiltily. Chapter 424 You are not a human. Sure enough, a woman's intuition is not wrong. Mu Nanjing has been busy for as many days as she has been back. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and left Gongba Mansion to look for the beasts and sons. The first beast Mu Nanjing went to find was the bash that was given to the leader of the Tianmo sect. The bash has become a giant snake 5 meters long under the nourishment of evil thoughts for many years. But under the guidance of the leader of the Tianmo sect, it likes to change into a human form and blend into the crowd to make friends with people. As long as it meets someone with strong greed, it will devour the other person. When Mu Nanjing found him, he was doing good deeds on the territory of the Tianmo sect. Yes, you read it right. The ferocious beast was actually doing good deeds. Whether someone's purse fell or was stolen, he would help the person find the purse and return it to the original owner. If someone fell, he would kindly help the person up. Or if someone was too poor to eat, he would give the other person spiritual stones to fill the stomach of the other person and his family. Therefore, people born in the territory of the heavenly demon sect call Bash Shan Gongzi. Shan Gongzi, you are here to do good deeds again? The monks who did not know Bash's identity greeted Bash. Bash smiled at everyone and helped the vendors nearby to set up their stalls. The vendors expressed their gratitude and took out spiritual fruits for Bash to eat. But Bash refused. Hey, Shan Gongzi is here to do good deeds again. The people who just came out of the gambling house stopped Bash's way. Sean Gongzi, I heard that you are very kind and generous. So can you lend me some spiritual stones to pay off my gambling debts? Okay. Bash took out a bag of spiritual stones without saying a word. The vendors hurriedly said, Sean Gongzi, he is just a gambler, and he will not leave the gambling house until he loses all the spiritual stones on his body every day. Mr. Sean, you gave it to him this time, but he will ask you for it again next time. Mr. Sean, you can't spoil this kind of person. Mr. Sean smiled gently. I will give it to him this time. There won't be a next time. I hope he won't gamble again after he pays off his gambling debt. No more gambling. No more gambling. The gambler snatched the storage bag from his hand and turned back to the gambling house. The vendors were very angry. This kind of person is a dog that can't change its eating habits. He is a shameless person who bullies Mr. Sean for being easy to talk to. Mr. Sean, don't bother with him anymore. Bash smiled but didn't say anything, and continued to help people set up stalls. At noon, the gambler found Bash again. Mr. Sean, I wanted to win some spirit stones to return to you, but I lost them all. Can you lend me some more spirit stones so that I can return the previous ones? Bash still did not refuse, of course. But I don't have any spirit stones on me, so I need to go home to get them. The gambler immediately said, I will accompany you home to get them. Don't be so fussy. Just tell me where your home is. Bash pointed to the empty alley next to him and said, my home is inside. Let's go to your home. The gambler had no doubts and walked into the alley first. Bash followed behind him, and in a place where no one could see, his gentle expression became cold and fierce. The gambler looked at the fork in the road ahead and asked, do you turn left, turn right, or go straight? Bash said coldly, turn left and you'll be there. Okay. The gambler happily turned to the alley on the left. Then, he was grabbed by the back of the neck and pressed to the ground. No matter how he resisted, he could not break free from the other person's grasp. Mr. Sean, help me. Help me. The gambler turned his head and saw that the person holding him was the Bash. Mr. Sean, what are you going to do? I don't want your spirit stones anymore. Please let me go. I don't want your spirit stones. I will return the spirit stones you lent me before. Please let me go. The gambler looked at the cold eyes of the Bash and couldn't stop shaking all over. The Bash said coldly, do you know what kind of people I like? The gambler asked in a trembling voice. What? What kind of people? I like people like you who are greedy and never satisfied. The Bash opened its mouth, and a thin and forked tongue stretched out of its mouth and licked the gambler's face. The gambler widened his eyes in horror. You are not a human. You are not a human. Yes, I am not a human. The Bash's eyes were full of excitement, as if he was happy to catch his favorite food. The gambler knew that he was not his opponent, and hurriedly begged for mercy. Sean Gongzi, I was wrong. I will quit gambling in the future. Too late. The Bahian opened his mouth wide at him, and his gentle image disappeared immediately. The gambler was scared to death, and he screamed in fear, help! Someone! Come and save me! Sean Gongzi is going to kill someone. However, they were surrounded by the Bashan's enchantment, and people outside the alley could not hear his voice at all. Just as the Bashan's snake tongue wrapped around the gambler's body, an urgent and deep voice shouted, Ba Hao! Stop it! The Bahian heard the voice and looked up in front of him, and the leader of the Tianma sect appeared in front of him. The leader of the Tianma sect hurriedly dissuaded him. Ba Hao, although he is wrong, it is not enough for you to have the intention to kill and commit murder for yourself. The gambler hurriedly shouted, Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, please save me. The Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect frowned. Shut up. The gambler dared not speak again. The Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect persuaded him kindly. Ba Hao, listen to me. Let him go, and then go back with me. The Bahian did not let go of the gambler. You have been less and less greedy recently, which makes me unable to like you anymore, and it is impossible for me to go back with you in the future. The tone of his voice was a little childish, like a rebellious son who ran away from home and was angry with his father. The Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect was choked by his words. If he became more and more greedy, he would be eaten. The Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect asked in a softer tone, Then how can you let him go and leave with me? If the Bahian eats the gambler, there will be no turning back. The snake stared at the gambler and said, He took my spirit stone. I want to eat him. The gambler hurriedly said. I will return your spirit stone. Double the spirit stone. I will not gamble again in the future. I will be a good person. Just give me a chance to start a new life. The snake said. You don't have spirit stones. As long as I gamble again. Oh! No. I mean I will go to someone to borrow spirit stones. And I will return them to you if I borrow them. Then you still owe others spirit stones. The snake tightened its tongue. Ah! The gambler screamed in pain. The leader of the Tianma sect sank his face and said angrily, Ba Hao, if you don't let him go, I will be angry. The snake looked at him, used its tongue to draw out the desire from the gambler, and then slammed the gambler to the ground. Although the gambler was in pain, it was not fatal. He hurriedly got up and shrank into the barrier in the corner. The leader of the Tianma sect breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, a cold and crisp female voice interrupted, Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect. You have taught well over the years. Chapter 425 Unrepentant. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect heard the other party's voice, and his face changed slightly. Young Master Gonghua. Then, Mu Nanjing appeared beside him, standing outside the barrier and looking at the snake in the barrier. Yes, it's me. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect said with a dark face. Did you really raid and inspect? Mu Nanjing said in a calm voice. Since I said it, I will not break my promise. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. I would rather you break your promise. Mother! Although the snake had only seen Mu Nanjing once, her face and breath were engraved in his mind. He sent a message to the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Mother is back. Why didn't you tell me? The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect replied angrily. I wanted to tell you, but you didn't give me a chance. But it's not easy to tell you this. After all, she knows too many things. If she knew that I told you, she would be angry. And then both of us would suffer. If I had eaten people just now, I would be the only one who suffered. That's what you asked for. After all, I've already advised you. You advised me. But you didn't do it for her to see. Did you? The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect asked him back. I don't know when she will come back. How can I do it for her to see? Besides, didn't I advise you before? Bash, Mu Nanjing asked. Do you still want to eat people? I don't know if it was because of the oath of heaven. But Bash couldn't help but admit his mistake. I just wanted to scare him, and didn't think of eating people. My godfather also saw it. In the end, I just took away his desire. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect didn't want Bash to be punished either. In recent years, Baheo has not only never done anything bad, but also helped people every day. People in the city call him a kind man. Please forgive him for not killing anyone. Mu Nanjing glanced at him calmly. I didn't say to punish him. Bash and the leader of Tiananmen breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Nanjing asked, Is Baheo the name of Bash? The leader of Tiananmen said, Yes. I hope he will always develop in a good direction. So I named him Baheo. He lived up to expectations, and did many good things. Do you still want to keep Bash by your side? The leader of Tiananmen asked hurriedly. Young Master Gonghua, are you going to take him back? Bash clenched his fists. I don't want to go back. A trace of reluctance flashed in the eyes of the leader of Tiananmen. Although decades of time are not long for cultivators, he has been teaching Bash carefully for decades. He personally fed Bash every sip of water, and took him with him every day. It can be said that he was closer than his own son. Bash also didn't want to leave. Although he was a fierce beast, he also had feelings. He knew that the leader of Tiananmen treated him sincerely, and let him experience the feeling of being loved as a son. Mu Nanjing said, I want to take him back. After all, you are beginning to lose control of him. Maybe one day, he will stop listening to you, and do something irreversible. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Bash hurriedly defended, I didn't disobey him. I just made some moves to attract his attention, because he ignored me recently. Mu Nanjing. Is this the rebellious period? The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect looked at Bash in surprise. I've been a little busy recently, and haven't taken care of you for a while. I really didn't expect that Bash would absorb other people's desires for this reason. Huh? Bash turned his head away awkwardly. You are more than a little busy. I haven't seen you for almost half a year. You are really busy. Does Bash have an Oedipus complex? Or is it that she lacks love? The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect said helplessly, I will accompany you after I am done with this matter. Bash bowed to Mu Nanjing and said, Mother, if one day I really cannot control myself, I will come back to you. If you don't believe me, You can monitor my every move at any time. If I have any evil thoughts, you can beat me to death or stab me to death. Mu Nanjing came here just to check, not to really take Bash away. I can trust you once, but you can't absorb other people's desires in the future. Otherwise you will be doomed. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect also said, young Master Gonghua is right. These desires will affect you. I know. Bash spread his heart, condensed a ball of black air in his palm, and then hit the gambler with this ball of air. The gambler screamed, don't kill me. Don't kill me. The snake snorted coldly, don't worry. I won't kill you. I'm just returning the desire I just absorbed to you. The gambler hurriedly thanked, thank you for not killing me. Thank you for not killing me. Although I won't kill you, I will erase your memory of today and leave a mark on you. From now on, as long as you have the idea of gambling, you will be in great pain and make you live a life worse than death. As long as he is not killed, everything is fine, okay? I promise not to gamble in the future. The snake stepped forward and put his hand on the gambler's head, erasing his memory of today. A trace of confusion flashed across the gambler's eyes, not knowing why he was standing here. Then, he saw the snake, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Shan Gongzi, why are you here? Bash glanced at him coldly. Mr. Shan, I heard that you were very kind. Can you lend me some spiritual stones? Ah. The gambler felt a splitting headache. Ah. My head hurts so much. It hurts so much. Bash and Mu Nanjing looked at him coldly. Why does my head hurt so much? Mr. Shan, please save me. The gambler rolled on the ground in pain. The pain made him give up the idea of gambling. And he was stunned. It doesn't hurt anymore. The gambler got up. Why did my head hurt so much just now? Am I sick? He looked at Bash. Mr. Shan, look at what I just said. Ah. The gambler's head began to hurt again. And this time, it was more uncomfortable than before. The leader of the Tianma sect snorted coldly. You will never repent. Look at him. I'm afraid he will die. Otherwise, he wouldn't have raised Bash so well. Mu Nanjing had to visit other fierce beasts, so he didn't stay here any longer. She said to Bash, remember what you said? If you dare to do bad things, I will not show mercy. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect said hurriedly, I will definitely keep an eye on him. Mu Nanjing snorted, you won't even be able to take care of yourself by then. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Bash promised her, Mother, I will take care of myself. It's better to do so. Otherwise, I will ask Chaos to deal with you. Mu Nanjing teleported away. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect and Bash breathed a sigh of relief. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect asked, aren't you a fierce beast? Why are you afraid of a cultivator? Is it just because she made you reborn that you respect her so much? More than that. Bash shook his head slightly. She made me swear to the Heavenly Tao that I would not hurt her hair in the future. And I had to respect and protect her. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Oh! How could he be so stupid? Why didn't he think of asking Bash to swear the Heavenly Tao oath when Bash was still ignorant? He was so stupid. Chapter 426 Recultivation? After leaving the territory of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Mu Nanjing went to the Luosha Palace immediately. This time, she did not observe secretly, but appeared directly in the palace of the Luosha Palace Master. The Luosha Palace Master, who was sitting down to meditate and practice, noticed someone and suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he saw Mu Nanjing, he was almost frightened and injured. Mr. Gonghua, young master, why are you here? The Luosha Palace Master quickly stood up to greet him. Mu Nanjing sat on the chair he usually sat on. The Luosha Palace Master quickly poured her a cup of tea. Enjoy it slowly. Mu Nanjing drank a sip of tea and asked, call Jiuying over. The Luosha Palace Master asked carefully, young Master Gonghua, are you here to take Jiuying back? Mu Nanjing did not say anything. The Luosha Palace Master did not dare to delay, and quickly sent a message to Jiuying. Jiuying, who was playing outside, learned that Mu Nanjing had come, and hurriedly left his companions, and returned to Luosha Palace. Seeing Mu Nanjing sitting on the chair, he saluted respectfully. Jiuying greets mother, the palace master of Luosha Palace. After raising Jiuying for many years, this is the first time I see him being respectful. If it were in the past, he would be the boss and only do things of love. Otherwise he could not be called. The palace master of Luosha Palace had to please him in various ways to ask him to do a few things. Mu Nanjing nodded slightly. The palace master of Lusha Palace rushed over to hug Jiuying with a reluctant look on his face. Son, your mother is going to take you back. Jiuying pushed him away with a stern face. The palace master of Lusha Palace blinked. Are you the eldest brother? Jiuying has 9 heads. And the eldest brother likes to have a stern face the most. As if others owe him a life debt and never smile. Yeah. The palace master of Lusha Palace asked cautiously. Can you call out the 9th brother? Jiuying looked at Mu Nanjing. And seeing that he had no objection, he let the old 9 out of his body. The Lusha Palace master saw that his serious face had turned innocent, and hugged him again and said, Son, your mother is going to take you back. Jiuying stared at Mu Nanjing for a moment, then cried out, and hugged the Lusha Palace master back. Adoptive father, I don't want to go. I can't bear to leave you. I can't bear to leave you either. Old 9 is still cute, and he is also relatively close to him. Mu Nanjing. Really deep father-son love. The Lusha Palace master said with a voice transmission. Hurry up and tell your mother that you are not going back. He really couldn't bear to let Jiuying go. Because Jiuying is useful. Let's not talk about other things. Just talk about going to the secret realm. Jiuying is still brave enough to go to places that others dare not go, and can come out unscathed. Others only bring out 1 or 2 treasures from the secret realm, while Jiuying almost plunders the secret realm. If he hadn't repeatedly told us to keep the roots when picking flowers, plants and trees, we could come back and pick them again in the future. Otherwise, we would have uprooted them and brought him some mixed soil. Jiuying looked at Mu Nanjing. The other party's cold face made him shrink his neck. Godfather, I'm afraid. Lusha Palace master, why is Lao Jiu still so timid? Don't be afraid. She won't eat you. Then, Lusha Palace master heard a gloomy voice. She won't eat me. But I will eat you. Will you still keep me? Lusha Palace master suddenly raised his head and looked at Jiuying. You are Lao San. Lao San is vicious and seldom comes out on weekdays. Whenever he comes out, he will think about doing bad things. Jiuying looked at Mu Nanjing and smiled grimly. Mother, we meet again. Mu Nanjing raised her eyebrows. The Lord of Lusha Palace quickly pushed Jiuying in front of Mu Nanjing. Son, I give it back to you. Mu Nanjing. Jiuying stuck out his tongue to Mu Nanjing. Mother, you look so delicious. Mu Nanjing said coldly. Kneel down. With a plop, Jiuying knelt on the ground. He was stunned for a moment, and was very angry that he knelt down at her words. He was angry with himself and the other party. You stinky girl. If you hadn't asked us to swear the heavenly Tao oath when I was a child, we wouldn't be controlled by you. The Lord of Lusha Palace was surprised. Young Master Gonghua, did you really ask them to swear the heavenly Tao oath? Why didn't he think of this? However, he had no relationship with Jiuying at that time. And even if he thought of it, Jiuying would not cooperate with him to swear the heavenly Tao oath. Yeah. Mu Nanjing responded calmly and asked Jiuying, You are very dissatisfied. Of course I am dissatisfied. Jiuying said angrily. If it weren't for the heavenly Tao oath that constrained us, could you beat me? If it weren't for the heavenly Tao oath, you would die in my hands now. I'll give you a chance. Jiuying's face paused. What chance? I'll give you a chance to cancel the heavenly Tao oath. How to cancel it? I've given you the chance, and you have to figure out how to solve it yourself. Jiuying was angry. What's the difference between giving or not giving a chance? Of course there is. I'll give you a chance. And if you can cancel the oath, you can leave at any time. If I don't give you a chance, it's useless. Even if you cancel the oath, you still have my blood in your body. If I take the blood back, do you think you will turn back into a painting? Or turn directly into ashes? Jiuying, if you have the ability, cancel the oath immediately. If you don't have the ability, shut up. Mu Nanjing's eyes suddenly turned cold, and Jiuying couldn't help but take a step back. Then, Jiuying shed tears of grievance. Adoptive father, my mother is so scary. The Lord of Lusha Palace said quickly. Young Master Gonghua, this is Lao Jiu. He won't do anything to hurt others. I didn't come here to take him away today. As for whether you want him to return to Gonghua Mansion, it's up to you to decide. Mu Nanjing stood up and left. The Lord of Lusha Palace helped Jiuying stand up. Jiuying's face suddenly changed. That bad girl. I want to eat her. The Lord of Lusha Palace. After leaving Lusha Palace, Mu Nanjing went to other evil sects to visit other fierce beasts, and returned to Gonghua's house half a year later. Then, the evil cultivators, who had adopted fierce beasts, brought the fierce beasts to Gongbwa Mansion and returned them to Mu Nanjing one by one. My son, I really don't want to leave you. The Lord of Luosha Palace really didn't want to leave Jiuying. But Jiuying has 9 heads, each with a different personality, and they don't come out at a fixed time. He wanted to cultivate feelings with all 9 heads, but he was not strong enough. So only a few heads had feelings for him, and the other heads didn't by his account. So they had to be sent back to Mu Nanjing for training. Little Yuduo checked the number of fierce beasts and made sure it matched before saying to Mu Nanjing, "They are all back." Although they were sent back by evil cultivators. If it weren't for Mu Nanjing's bloodline suppression, most of the fierce beasts would not consciously return to Mu Nanjing's side. Mu Nanjing looked at the unruly and fierce faces without saying a word. But the fierce beasts were terrified by her stare. They showed their fangs and stared at her defensively. Little Yunduo asked her, "They have all grown up and their temperaments have long been determined. How are you going to discipline them next? Retrain them?" Chapter 427 The Return of the Gods. When the beasts heard that Little Cloud was going to retrain them, they immediately jumped up and pounced on it. Roar. Little Cloud roared at them, and the powerful sound waves forced them back 10 feet away. It snorted, "If it was 1,000,000 years ago, I couldn't do anything to you. But now you dare to shout at me before your hair grows out. Do you want to die?" The beasts. Mu Nanjing asked Little Cloud, "You said retrain? How to retrain?" Little Cloud stared at the beasts fiercely. "Just kill them and draw a new painting to train them. I have a lot of beast ashes. Retraining is not a problem." It didn't lie to them. After all, the beasts are huge, and the ashes used for painting are very few. The beasts turned around and ran away in fear. "Come back." Mu Nanjing's voice was full of pressure. The beasts were immediately unable to move. Mu Nanjing said to the beasts, "You will practice in the back mountain of Gongbwa Mansion in the future, and come out after the gods return to their positions. Otherwise you will really have to go back to the furnace and be remade." Little Cloud looked at her in disbelief. "That's it?" Mu Nanjing replied, "What else? Shouldn't you educate them well? Straighten them out of their crookedness? They are beasts, and their nature is like this. Why do you want to correct them? Do you want them to become divine beasts?" Little Cloud was embarrassed. "Of course not. I just don't understand why you gave their paintings to the evil cultivators and warned them not to lead them to do bad things. Isn't this because you want them to become good?" Mu Nanjing shook his head slightly. "No. I just want to taste the taste of doing good things before they become bad. But it is impossible to make them become good beasts. There are no absolutely good people in this world. Nor are there absolutely bad people. Just like the divine beasts. You cannot guarantee that the divine beasts will not do bad things. For example, you are the child of a fierce beast. You belong to a fierce beast. But your heart is towards the divine beast. Then should you say you are bad or good?" Little Yunduo was confused by the question. "Then are you afraid that they will do bad things?" "Afraid? So let them go to the back mountain to practice. And wait for the gods to return to their positions before coming out. And then let the gods take care of them." Mu Nanjing said to the fierce beasts, "You go to the back mountain on your own." A fierce beast looked at her with a vigilant face. "Who knows if you have set a trap in the back mountain?" Mu Nanjing said, "Mother will not kill her son. How can these beasts be so timid? They dare not go to the back mountain after hearing what Xiao Yunduo said." Hearing this, the beasts looked at each other with sullen faces, and then teleported to the back mountain of Gongbwa's house together. Although it is the back mountain, it is well maintained like a back garden with beautiful scenery, colorful flowers, and rich spiritual energy. It is an excellent place for cultivation. Mu Nanjing, who followed, said, "Although I am not qualified to be your real mother, I will do my duty as a son to take care of you. I have arranged an ancient spirit gathering array here, which can speed up your cultivation. If you need anything, you can tell the servants in the back mountain, and they will deliver it to you." She pointed to the cave in front and said, "That is where you practice. I will not trap you with the barrier. You are still free. But I hope you can consciously stay in the back mountain and don't do anything wrong outside. After all, as your mother, I don't want the day when the gods return to their positions to be the day you die." Evil beasts. Mu Nanjing said nothing more and teleported back to his yard. Little Cloud said, "Are you sure you don't want to set up a barrier? You can stop them for a while, but not for a lifetime. So why should they think that I'm locking them up like animals? You don't have to worry. The re-establishment of heaven will not be far away, and the gods will return in about 30 years. 30 years will pass in the blink of an eye for cultivators, especially for evil beasts and divine beasts, who practice in seclusion for hundreds of years. So how can they care about a mere 30 years? Little Cloud was surprised. Will the gods return in 30 years? It thought it would take hundreds or thousands of years. Yes. When Senior Thunderhammer and I went to the mortal world, we met many reincarnated gods, including the Emperor of Heaven, who is approaching his 60th birthday this year, and will return to his position when he dies. Little Cloud said excitedly, Really? Yeah. Then I will go into seclusion and come out in 30 years. Moon Nanjing. 30 years is a very long time for mortals. But it is just a blink of an eye for cultivators. It feels like nothing has been done and 30 years have passed. During this period, some people were practicing. Some were exploring secret realms. And some were looking for materials for their own equipment and advancement. Moon Nanjing stayed indoors every day, in addition to guiding Guang Lu and others in their practice. He was hiding in his room watching TV series. As for Gongwa's family affairs, he only came out occasionally to help. In this way, time passed unknowingly, until one day, colorful clouds appeared in the sky. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and birds sang together, as if welcoming the gods home. And the birds sang very happily. All the people in Gongwa's family walked out of the house and looked at the sky. Gongwa Lu exclaimed, Auspicious signs fell from the sky. The clouds were bright, just like a fairyland on earth. This is a good omen. The guard next to him asked, Does the head of the family know the reason for the sudden appearance of the strange sight? Gongwa Lu shook his head. I don't know. But you can ask the young master. Maybe she knows. Although he is the head of the family, everyone is still used to calling Moon Nanjing the young master to show respect. The elders next to him immediately teleported to the outside of Moon Nanjing's yard. The barrier set up outside has been opened, and everyone can enter the barrier smoothly. They saw Moon Nanjing standing in the yard and immediately called out, Young master. Moon Nanjing looked at the sky and said, I know you want to ask about the auspicious signs. Now I can tell you that the Emperor of Heaven has brought all the immortals back to their positions. The elders were very excited. The immortals have returned to their positions? Can the cultivators in the tribulation period ascend to heaven? Soon, when the Emperor of Heaven leads all the immortals to rebuild the heaven, the cultivators in the tribulation period can ascend to heaven. Before that, everyone should prepare for the ascension. The second elder asked again, Young master, do you know how long it will take the Emperor of Heaven to rebuild the heaven? It will take about 3 days. This is the time in heaven. But it will take 3 years on earth. The immortals reunited, and there were many things to say and many things to do. How could they have time to care about the ascension? Everyone. At this time, all the artifacts enshrined in the ancestral hall flew out of the ancestral hall and rushed into the sky. Everyone. Look! The artifacts have left. Not only the people of Gongwa's family saw this scene, but even the people outside Gongwa's mansion saw it. Half an hour later, the Gongwa family announced that the gods had returned and would be able to ascend in 3 years. At the same time, the people of the Gongwa family received a message from Moon Nanjing. Everyone. I will ascend first, and then wait for you in the heaven. Here, I wish you all a successful ascension. Chapter 428 Ascension. The people of Gongwa's family received the message and rushed out of the house as fast as possible. A thick golden light fell from the sky and landed in the direction of Moon Nanjing's courtyard. This. Gongwa's disciples pointed at the big golden pillar in the sky in shock. Is this the passage to ascension? It's the young master. The young master really ascended. Everyone saw Moon Nanjing's figure slowly rising, and the golden light hitting her cold face was both majestic and sacred. The elders of Gongwa's family were surprised and puzzled. Didn't they say that it would take 3 years to ascend? How could she ascend immediately? Gongwa Jingfei appeared beside the elders with Mu Jingling. She said she didn't need to go through the tribulation to ascend. The eldest husband was surprised. Is there such a good thing? Not having to experience the pain of thunder tribulation, nor facing death, is really a blessing for 10 lifetimes. Gongwa Jingfei guessed. Maybe it's because she helped the divine beasts and the fierce beasts to revive, and helped the artifacts to restore their spirits that she had this honor. And she was recognized by the gods, so that she didn't need to go through the tribulation to ascend. The disciples of Gongwa's family were very excited and congratulated in unison. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations on your ascension to immortality. The citizens outside Gongwa's mansion also saw the ascension pillar. Everyone. Look! What is that golden pillar? I saw a person in the golden pillar. It seems to be the young master of Gongbwa. What is the young master of Gongbwa doing? Is he practicing martial arts? The disciples guarding the shop of Gongbwa's family shouted excitedly. We received news that our young master has ascended. Our young master has ascended to immortality. The whole Gongbwa city was in an uproar. The young master of Gongbwa has ascended? Didn't the heavenly palace just get rebuilt? It takes 3 years to ascend? Are you kidding me? There is no thunder tribulation for ascension. The disciples of Gongbwa's family said, Our young master is favored by the gods. He can become an immortal without going through the thunder tribulation. After the words fell, the voice of shock became louder. You can become an immortal without going through the thunder tribulation? Is it true? Going through the thunder tribulation for ascension is a life-threatening experience. But young Master Gongbwa didn't have to go through the tribulation. She is so lucky. How old was young Master Gongbwa when he became an immortal? After receiving the news, the powerful people from all continents teleported to Gongbwa's mansion. This time, he should really ascend to become an immortal. Mu Nanjing looked at the increasing number of cultivators, and said in a voice transmission that everyone could hear, looking forward to meeting you in the immortal world. I wonder who will be the second person to ascend after me. Hee. Everyone. Mu Nanjing looked at the beasts in the back mountain of Gongbwa Mansion. You come with me. The beasts who were watching her ascending looked at each other, then jumped into the sky and entered the ascension channel, and ascended to the heaven with her. At this time, the sky began to rotate, and slowly formed a vortex. Then, the artifact that had flown back to the heaven came back and rotated around the ascension channel, as if welcoming Mu Nanjing, and took Mu Nanjing and the beasts into the heaven together, disappearing from everyone's sight. Everyone was reluctant to look away. Is this ascension? Why do I feel like a great god returning to his position? I feel the same way. The great powers in the world of immortal cultivation looked at each other, and someone said, Everyone. In 3 years. Let's see who can become the second person to ascend. That must be me. The other great men said in unison, and then snorted in unison and teleported away. At the same time, Mu Nanjing finally saw the real fairyland. The clouds and mists were shrouded, and the magnificent palaces were dotted in between, which was magnificent and fascinating. The ascending golden light and the artifacts brought Mu Nanjing to the outside of Jiuxiu Palace. But the fierce beasts that ascended with her were sent to other places. The moment she landed, the golden light and the artifacts flew into the hall. Mu Nanjing also followed into the hall. And then a series of faces that felt both familiar and unfamiliar came into her eyes. These people were very similar to the friends she met in Dakian Kingdom. But they didn't seem like people she knew. Maybe it was because they had restored their status as immortals, and their temperament and demeanor had changed. The immortals all smiled widely. Ha. Mu Nanjing. We meet again. Mu girl. You kept your promise. Mu Nanjing. I'm so happy to see you. As if I'm still in the Taijing Palace of Dakian Kingdom. Mu Nanjing walked into the hall in small steps, and called out the names of the gods, who lined the aisles to greet them. Captain Lu. Lord Kan. Lord Ding. Minister of Rights. Captain Lu corrected her, TSK. Mu Nanjing. Why are you still calling me Captain? Have you forgotten that I was later promoted to the Commander-in-Chief? It's just that Mu Nanjing is no longer working under him. So Mu Nanjing is still used to calling him Captain Lu, and occasionally Lord Lu. Mu Nanjing asked him, You are not Lord Lu now. So how should I call you? Captain Lu smiled and said, My surname is also Lu. And now I am a general. You can call me the Immortal Lord. Mu Nanjing called out, Lu Xianjun. Hey Lu Qian, who laughed even more happily. Other gods teased him. Lu Xianjun laughed like a child. Lu Qian, who said, I am happy. After all, from today on, Mu Nanjing's status will be lower than mine, and he can obey my orders again in the future. Mu Nanjing. No way. After I ascend, I will become his subordinate again? Why do I feel like I didn't ascend? But instead, I was reborn and returned to the first time I met Lu Baihu decades ago. I must have faked my ascension. Or I should go back to the world of cultivation and ascend again. Ha. The gods and immortals laughed at her inner voice. Mu Nanjing. Listen to the seal. A deep voice came from the throne. The gods and immortals quickly put away their smiles, and put on a majestic look. Immortal Lu pushed Mu Nanjing. The Emperor of Heaven is calling you. Hurry up. Mu Nanjing sent him a message. I just heard the Emperor of Heaven say to listen to the title. Is he going to confer me the title of an immortal? Immortal Lu replied to her, yes. Hurry up. Can I refuse the title of an immortal? I just want to be an ordinary immortal. You? Why are you so afraid of being an official? Immortal Lu glared at Mu Nanjing unhappily. You need to have an immortal title in the immortal world. Otherwise you can't take a single step in the immortal world. The patrolling heavenly soldiers in the immortal world will arrest you as a criminal immortal who has been removed from the immortal list or expel you from the heavenly court. Seeing that Mu Nanjing didn't seem to want to go forward, he said again, don't worry. You just ascended. The Emperor of Heaven will not confer you a high official title. You are at most a little fairy. And a little fairy doesn't have to worry about anything. Mu Nanjing frowned. Are little fairies as lowly as the palace maids? Of course not. Although little fairies have to listen to the immortals who are higher than her. They are not so humble. Immortals will not treat them as slaves, but will take good care of them and help them to improve their cultivation. Don't waste time. Go and receive the order. Oh! Mu Nanjing walked quickly to the front of the Emperor of Heaven. Chapter 429. The final reward of the system. Mu Nanjing saluted. Mu Nanjing greets the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven sat on the golden throne. The throne was so dazzlingly golden that the Emperor of Heaven's face was also covered. Mu Nanjing took a look and gave up looking at the Emperor of Heaven's face again. Mu Nanjing. Listen to the seal. The Emperor of Heaven's voice was steady and majestic. Just give me an immortal title. Don't seal me. If you really want to seal me as a free immortal. I can go wherever I want. Hee. The gods and immortals. Alas. Mu Nanjing seemed to hear the Emperor of Heaven sighing, raised his head slightly, saw the dazzling golden light, and then retracted his gaze. The Emperor of Heaven's throne is so dazzling. Why didn't any immortal suggest that he change his seat? Alas. The person I least want to see now is him. Emperor of Heaven. All the gods. By the way, didn't you ask me to listen to the title? Why haven't you said anything? Emperor of Heaven was not in the mood to read the previous words again, and said directly, Mu Nanjing, I will name you as Fairy Qing Ting, and you can walk around in all palaces and courtyards from now on. Today's meeting is over. All the gods and immortals return to their positions and perform their duties. Yes. All the gods and immortals bowed and agreed. Then, Emperor of Heaven disappeared in the hall. Congratulations to Fairy Qing Ting. Congratulations to Fairy Qing Ting. All the gods and immortals came forward to congratulate. Mu Nanjing was puzzled. Why did the Emperor of Heaven name me Fairy Qing Ting? Do I look like a dragonfly? Or is my body like a dragonfly? By the way, is Fairy Qing Ting's immortal status high? Immortal Lu explained, Qing Ting means Qing and Qing Jing. And Ting means Ting and Tian Ting. Qing Ting? What is the meaning? Or is it just a random name? Immortal Lu coughed lightly. Qing Ting is the abbreviation of cleaning the heavenly court, which means a fairy who cleans the heavenly court. Mu Nanjing. Immortal Lu said to other immortals through voice transmission, look at her. She is so stupid. Can Chaoyan laughed. She is so stupid that her voice disappeared. Deng Xingqiao couldn't help laughing. If she hadn't resisted being an official, she would have been able to get a real immortal. Mu Nanjing asked, is the Fairy Qing Ting the lowest level? Immortal Lu nodded. Mu Nanjing asked again, just now the Emperor of Heaven said that I can walk around the palaces and courtyards. Right? Does that mean I can go anywhere? Does that mean I can visit every corner of the fairy world in the name of cleaning? If that's the case, that would be great. Hee. Immortal Lu nodded again, and then said to Can Chaoyan and others through voice transmission, this little girl is quite smart. She can actually understand what the Emperor of Heaven means. Can Chaoyan said, she is not stupid to begin with. Princess Xueyu came over and said to Mu Nanjing, Mu Nanjing, I will take you to see where you live. Mu Nanjing nodded. Princess Xueyu took Mu Nanjing to the second floor of Jiuxia Palace. From now on, you will live here. Mu Nanjing was puzzled. Isn't this where the Emperor of Heaven lives? No. The Emperor of Heaven lives in the backyard. Mu Nanjing was puzzled. Can a little fairy like me live in Jiuxia Palace? Princess Xueyu explained, there is no vacant room for you to live in the rebuilt heaven. And no one expected you to ascend so quickly. So you can only live here temporarily. In fact, in order to allow Mu Nanjing, who was not qualified, to attend the morning meeting, everyone took great pains to arrange her upstairs in Jiuxia Palace. I see. Princess Xueyu said, my current identity is the Jade Girl beside the Holy Mother of Nine Heavens. Everyone calls me the Fairy of Heavenly Spirit. And I am in the position of a true immortal. Mu Nanjing asked, how many ranks are there among immortals? Earthly immortals, heavenly immortals, flying immortals, great immortals, true immortals, golden immortals, immortals and Dalyu immortals, and then the Emperor of Heaven. In addition, there is also the realm of gods. But unfortunately, they disappeared millions of years ago. And I don't know if they have a chance to be reborn. Then what kind of immortal am I? You belong to the heavenly immortal. Then I don't count. The lowest level. There is no difference between heavenly immortals and earthly immortals. Except that earthly immortals manage everything in the mortal world, while heavenly immortals are responsible for all the small things in the immortal world, such as cleaning, guarding the orchard, etc. By the way, Emperor Wenchang, Fairy Baiwa, and Fairy Furong said that they would come to meet you after they are done with their work. I have a lot of things to do now, so I will come to see you after I am done with my work. Princess Xueyu conjured up a white broom out of thin air and gave it to Mu Nanjing. This is the broom given to you by the Emperor of Heaven, which can also be regarded as a fairy weapon. Mu Nanjing took the broom and said nothing. This fairy weapon is too ugly. Not majestic at all. Since there were really many things to do. Princess Xueyu stopped chatting with Mu Nanjing and left the Jiushi Palace. Mu Nanjing looked at the broom. It was not only a fairy weapon, but also a fairy weapon of a high grade. As for how high it was, she didn't know. She put away the broom and planned to go out for a walk. However, when she walked to the stairs, she suddenly remembered something. So she went back to the room to cast a barrier. System, come out. There was no sound around. So she said again, come out. System. As soon as she finished speaking, the system's voice sounded above her head. Congratulations. You have completed the task. Mu Nanjing was sweating. What task did I complete? System, help the gods return to their positions. Mu Nanjing. I didn't expect this was also a task. Since it is also a task. Then, Mu Nanjing said to him, you said before that you would tell me your identity after I ascended. So who are you? The system was silent for a moment and asked, who do you think I am? The person who can let me ascend without going through the thunder tribulation is either a god or... Mu Nanjing paused. It is the way of heaven. Since you have guessed it, why are you asking? So are you a god or the way of heaven? The system did not answer her. You should tell me what task reward you want. Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows. Any reward is fine? Well, as long as it is not excessive. Mu Nanjing immediately made a request. I want to become the god with the highest divine power. And give me a divine weapon that everyone fears. Is this request not excessive? With these two things, I am not afraid to go anywhere. And it is not a problem to travel through the 6 realms. Hee. The system said, not excessive. Mu Nanjing. This is not excessive? I would have made a bigger request earlier. Hee. However, I don't have a bigger request. So let's leave it at that. He agreed so readily. There won't be any problem. Right? Then how can you make me the most powerful god? The system said, you can just take a nap and wake up. Mu Nanjing frowned. You mean I should dream? As soon as she finished speaking, she felt extremely sleepy. So sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes no matter how hard she tried. System. You? Before she finished speaking, she fell into darkness. And finally heard the system say, when you wake up, you will have everything you want. Chapter 430. You are so lucky. Mu Nanjing opened her eyes and saw that it was still bright outside. She blinked, and it took her a long time to remember what happened before. Mu Nanjing quickly sat up and looked around. She was still in the room on the 2nd floor of Jiushi Palace. System? She called for half a cup of tea. But there was no response from the system. Not here? Is it completely gone? If it is really a god or the way of heaven, it should not leave. Mu Nanjing called a few more times, but still gave up without getting a response. By the way, my reward? She looked down at her body. Did it make me the most powerful god? Mu Nanjing closed her eyes and felt the changes in her body. The spiritual power in her body had been replaced by the divine power. The tendons, bones, blood, etc. turned golden, and the divine power was very powerful. It would take experiments to know how powerful it was. When she opened her eyes, there was a flash of surprise in her eyes. When the system asked her what reward she wanted, she just said it casually. She didn't expect the system to really agree to it. But she didn't expect the system to agree and really give her divine power. In this way, the identity of the system is not a god. And gods can't do this. That's good. I don't have to worry about being bullied by others in the future. She has long been accustomed to her own strength. She will not be willing to be inferior to others, and will practice hard in the future. Now she can save this step. Mu Nanjing stood up and looked around. Where is the artifact? Didn't you say that I will have everything I want after I wake up? Where is the artifact? She carefully looked at every piece of furniture in the room, but didn't see the artifact she wanted. Could it be that the system forgot to give me the artifact? Well, even if I don't have the artifact, other people can't do anything to me. Mu Nanjing looked outside. It's time to visit the fairyland. She put away the barrier she had set up before and walked down to the second floor, only to see all the gods gathered in the 9 halls. Immortal Lu greeted her. Mu Nanjing. It's only been 3 days. You came out of seclusion so soon? Your cultivation is too fast. Mu Nanjing was puzzled. Seclusion? Didn't you say you wanted to retreat and not let us disturb you? Aren't you in seclusion? Mu Nanjing remembered that the system told them that they were in seclusion, and nodded. Yes. I am in seclusion. Wait. You just said that 3 days have passed? 3 days have passed in my sleep? Then wouldn't it be 3 years in the lower world? The cultivators in the lower world should have passed the tribulation and ascended to heaven. Right? Yes. 3 days in heaven. 3 years underground. Many cultivators in the cultivation world are ready to begin to pass the tribulation. We are discussing how to arrange for the cultivators who have successfully passed the tribulation. Mu Nanjing. Originally, I was thinking that I would first familiarize myself with the environment of the fairyland, and then take those who have successfully ascended to visit the fairyland. But I didn't expect that 3 days would pass in a flash. Lu Xianjun said again, there is something I need to tell you. What is it? We heard that you had the highest level of cultivation in the world of cultivation, and cultivators of the same level were no match for you. However, once they successfully ascended, their magic power might be equal to yours, or even higher than yours. After all, they have been baptized by heavenly thunder, and all aspects will be improved. If you have enemies in the world of cultivation, you must be careful. If the heavenly emperor grants you a higher rank than you, you may still have to listen to their arrangements. Of course, we can protect you, but we can't be by your side all the time. Fortunately, the heavenly emperor gave you a fairy weapon, so you won't be bullied badly. By the way, what fairy weapon did the heavenly emperor give you? Take it out and show it to everyone. Qin Chaoyan said with voice transmission. You said so much just to make her take out the broom and make fun of her magic weapon being a broom. You are so mean. Lu Xianju retorted. You taught me to be mean when I was in the mortal world. Qin Qian. Actually, I am not mean. I just want to tease her. This little girl has exposed our ugly deeds many times in the mortal world. It is not too much for me to make fun of her now. Right? Qin Chaoyan nodded slightly, although most of the time it is unintentional. But sometimes it is intentional. Seeing that Mu Nanjing was indifferent, Lu Xianjun said again, the magic weapon given by the Emperor of Heaven must be extraordinary. Take it out quickly, and let everyone help you identify how good it is. The other gods disagreed, but also looked forward to Mu Nanjing taking out the broom. The Queen Mother felt that these gods were just a bunch of children who never grew up, and she couldn't help but shook her head with a smile. As long as they didn't play too much, she would turn a blind eye. Besides, Mu Girl was not one to suffer losses. If these gods dared to make fun of her, she would definitely find a chance to retaliate in the future. Mu Nanjing, who also wanted to know the grade of the immortal weapon, hesitated for a moment and took out the broom. Ha. You? Lu Xianjun laughed out loud. However, he couldn't laugh the moment he saw the broom when he was ready to make fun of it. The other gods also froze their smiles instantly. Immortal Lu quickly put away his smile and looked at the white broom emitting colorful light, and said with wide eyes, Is this a fairy weapon? Yes. Mu Nanjing nodded. This is a fairy weapon given by the Emperor of Heaven. Is it really a fairy weapon given to you by the Emperor of Heaven? Is there a problem? Mu Nanjing also felt that the broom was different from the one given by Princess Xueyu. The material was better than before, and the spiritual energy it exuded was richer. It seemed to have a little more spirituality, and it also had colorful light. It didn't look like an ordinary fairy weapon at all. Can this fairy weapon grow by itself? Let me see. The Queen Mother spoke. and the other gods quickly stepped aside. She walked to Mu Nanjing and looked at it carefully, then gently touched it with her fingers. The broom quickly retreated, except the master. No one else is allowed to touch me. The Queen Mother was surprised. It has awakened its spiritual wisdom. She knew that the broom that the Emperor of Heaven gave to Mu Nanjing was of good quality, but it had not awakened its spiritual wisdom. But now it has awakened its spiritual wisdom in just 3 days. Lu Xianjun said, "It is not surprising that the immortal weapon has awakened its spiritual wisdom. I am not a low-level immortal weapon." The broom proudly raised his broom head. "I am an invincible divine weapon." Divine weapon? The gods were shocked. It does look like a divine weapon. The Emperor of Heaven is too generous to give a divine weapon. The Emperor of Heaven is too good to Mu Nanjing. Why doesn't the Emperor of Heaven treat me so well? Then, the Emperor of Heaven appeared in front of Mu Nanjing and denied, "I did not give her a divine weapon." Mu Nanjing, why did the immortal weapon given to you become a divine weapon? What did you do to it? Mu Nanjing said, "I didn't do anything. It's so strange. How did the immortal weapon become a divine weapon? Could it be? What is it? Tell me quickly." The immortals pricked up their ears. No way. The divine weapon they promised to give me was only used to process a broom for me? Woo. My heroic image will be ruined by the broom in the future. Everyone, why don't you tell me who helped her process the broom? It really whetted their appetite. Immortal Lu was depressed. Mu Nanjing, you are so lucky that you can turn the immortal weapon into a divine weapon. I wanted to make fun of her, but in the end my immortal weapon was not as high as her divine weapon. I didn't make a joke yet. Otherwise, I would be slapped in the face. At this time, thunder sounded outside. Everyone looked outside the hall. Someone is going to ascend. Chapter 431, A Sweeping Immortal. Mu Nanjing learned that someone was going to ascend, and quickly teleported away from Jiushu Palace. The Emperor of Heaven narrowed his eyes as he looked at the direction she left. "I can't see through her cultivation level." The Queen Mother said, "I can't see through it either. Maybe the artifact helped her conceal her identity." "It doesn't seem like it." The Emperor of Heaven was puzzled. Who is helping her? The gods and immortals said, "It's definitely not us. We don't have such great ability." The Emperor of Heaven also knew it wasn't them. The Queen Mother smiled and said, "As long as the other party has no ill will towards her and the heaven, why should we insist on knowing who is helping her? Mu Girl is not a stupid person. She will not be foolishly used by others." The gods nodded in agreement. At the same time, Mu Nanjing came to the gate of the heaven. The heavenly soldiers guarding the gate were the former centurions of the Jinui. They joked, "Lord Mu, you just became an immortal. You don't want to come down to earth again, do you? That's not possible. You need approval to come down to earth." Mu Nanjing said, "I'm waiting for someone to ascend." The heavenly soldiers guarding the gate said, "The people who ascended this time are from the Gongbua family in the cultivation world." And more than one person ascended. "Gongbua family? One of them may be my father." "Your father?" The heavenly soldiers guarding the gate immediately became interested. "Is your father from the Gongbua family?" "No. His surname is Gongbua. And your surname is Mu. By the way, aren't you an orphan?" "You?" "Ahem." A cough interrupted the curiosity of the heavenly soldiers guarding the gate. The heavenly soldiers guarding the gate saw 2 heavenly generals coming over and quickly put away their smiles, straightened their backs, and stood up straight. The heavenly generals who came over were none other than Yang Bo and Su Cheng. Yang Bo frowned and said, "You are not allowed to talk casually during your duty hours." The gatekeepers, yes. Yang Bo looked at Mu Nanjing, and he and Su Qingli immediately smiled. "Girl, we meet again. Congratulations on your successful ascension." They had heard that Mu Nanjing had ascended to become an immortal, but unfortunately, they were not on duty that day. And later Mu Nanjing was in seclusion, so they didn't have time to greet her. Mu Nanjing looked at their clothes and said, "Are you heavenly generals?" Su Cheng and Yang Bo nodded. "Yes. Our level is relatively low, and we are mainly responsible for guarding the gate. Even if the level is relatively low, the immortal level is still higher than mine." Yang Bo said, "We have been immortals for millions of years, but the girl is different. You have just ascended, and you will definitely surpass us in the future. When that time comes, we will still rely on the girl to take care of us." Yang Bo is good at talking. Hee. Su Cheng followed and said, "If you get promoted, don't forget us. The future can only be discussed later. Now you are higher than me. You should take care of me more." Su Cheng patted his chest and said, "There is absolutely no problem. Not long after, the thunder stopped. Then, 3 golden pillars descended to the world of cultivation. Yang Bo said, "Don't be nervous. Your father will be able to ascend successfully." Mu Nanjing said calmly, "I'm not nervous. If he fails to ascend, let my mother remarry in the future. With my mother's beauty, it is not a problem to remarry other gods." He, Yang Bo, Su Chung. Mu Nanjing waited for a while before seeing 3 figures appear outside the gate. One of them was Gongbo Jingfei, and the other 2 were the ancestors of Gongbo's family. They were both happy and sad. They were happy that they ascended successfully, but sad that the other ancestors, who had survived the tribulation with them, all died under the thunder tribulation. "Dad." Mu Nanjing walked forward to greet him. Gongbo Jingfei saw Mu Nanjing and smiled. "Nan. Congratulations to Dad for his successful ascension. And congratulations to the 2 ancestors for their successful ascension." The 2 ancestors nodded. Gongbo Jingfei sighed. "I almost couldn't see you and your mother." Mu Nanjing asked, "Where's mother? When will she come up?" Gongbo Jingfei was angry and distressed when he talked about this. She was worried that I would fail and couldn't see me in the fairyland. She didn't want me to see her old appearance and get angry with me. She insisted on waiting for me to ascend successfully before coming up. I had to come up first to wait for her. The 2 ancestors waited until they had almost finished talking before speaking. "Nanjing, this is the fairyland, right? What do we need to do after we ascend?" Mu Nanjing said, "Come with me." Gongbo Jingfei followed her and asked in a voice transmission that only 4 people could hear. "Nan. You have been ascending for several years. Why are you still wearing the dress you wore when you ascended? Do you have to wear your own clothes if the heavenly court doesn't give you new clothes?" Mu Nanjing said, "It's only been the 3rd day since I ascended, and I just happened to see the gods reorganizing the heavenly court. They didn't care about me." "Are you a fairy now?" "Currently named Fairy Qingting." Gongbo Jingfei smiled. "Sounds good. A sweeping fairy." Gongbo Jingfei. 2 ancestors. "Sweeping fairy?" Gongbo Jingfei couldn't believe his ears. "You are just a sweeping fairy now. Such a low position?" He thought that with his daughter's ability, she would be able to work under some immortal. But in the end, she became a little fairy who cleaned the house. It would be better for her to be a young master in Gongbo's house and enjoy happiness. Gongbo Jingfei and the 2 ancestors found it difficult to accept this. Mu Nanjing was a sweeping fairy, so their positions were probably not much better. Gongbo Jingfei patted Mu Nanjing on the shoulder and said sadly, "You are not living well in the fairy world." Without waiting for Mu Nanjing to reply, Yang Bo and Su Chung came over. Gongbo Jingfei and the 2 ancestors hurriedly saluted. "Hello, 2 immortals." Mu Nanjing introduced them. "My father and my ancestors." Su Chung and Yang Bo smiled widely. Yang Bo said, "Girl, you look exactly like your father. You can tell at a glance that you are father and daughter." Gongbo Jingfei and the 2 ancestors looked at each other. Is it their illusion? The 2 immortals were very polite to Mu Nanjing, and even gave them the impression that they were good friends who had known each other for many years. Su Chung said, "3 of you. We will take you in." Gongbo Jingfei and the 2 ancestors were flattered. "Thank you." 2 immortals. Yang Bo said, "Don't be polite to us. You can come to us if you have any problems in the future." Gongbo Jingfei and the others hurriedly said, "Thank you." Immortals. "Please." Yang Bo made a gesture of invitation. One of the ancestors said to Gongbo Jingfei, and the others through voice transmission, "Are all immortals so polite?" Before they ascended, they were worried that the immortals were too arrogant and would not pay attention to them. Another ancestor said, "Did you see it? The heavenly soldiers have been peeking at us. Is there something on our faces? Or are we not dressed properly?" Gongbo Jingfei replied to them, "As long as we don't do anything wrong, the immortals won't blame us." At this time, 3 immortals flew over and landed above their heads. One of them asked, "Master Mu, are these your friends?" Mu Nanjing briefly introduced, "My father and my ancestor." "So it's Father Mu and the ancestor of the Mu family." Mu Nanjing corrected them. "Their surname is Gongbo." Next, many immortals greeted Mu Nanjing. Gongbo Jingfei. 2 ancestors. "Didn't you say she was just a sweeping fairy? Why did so many immortals greet her and call her Master Mu? Is it really just a sweeping fairy?" Chapter 432 Finale. Mu Nanjing brought Gongbo Jingfei and the others to Jiushi Palace. The gods in the palace had already returned to their respective palaces to busy themselves with their own affairs, leaving only Lu Xianjun waiting. Mu Nanjing introduced him. Lucy and June. This is my father, and the two ancestors of my family. Gongwu Jingfei and the others saluted Lucy and June. Hello. Lucy and June. Lucy and June nodded. Spread out his right palm. And then a golden book appeared in his palm. I am now temporarily taking over the position of the guiding immortals. And I am specifically responsible for the ascension. Not only will I register you, but I will also be responsible for your affairs before finding you a position. Mu Nanjing asked, aren't the positions assigned to you immediately? No. The immortals will also examine them, and then choose which palace to go to based on their abilities. Mu Nanjing was puzzled. Why don't I have to examine them? Lucy and June asked her back. Do you still need to examine them? Beyond the meaning. They have been together for so many years. And they know her inside out. And they also know who she is. And they are very clear about the position, and work to be arranged for her. Mu Nanjing. After Gongwu Jingfei and the others have made records, Lucy and June took them to the Ascension Court. The Ascension Court is just a temporary place to stay. Other places will be arranged after a period of time. Today you should have a good rest. Get familiar with the surrounding environment, and have a good chat with Mu Nanjing. I will not disturb you. Lucy and June made arrangements and left. Gongwu Jingfei quickly asked Mu Nanjing, Nan, are you really just a sweeping fairy? Mu Nanjing nodded faintly. How can a small fairy like you know so many great fairies? I met them before I ascended. Mu Nanjing briefly recounted the affairs of Daqian Kingdom. Gongwu Jingfei and the others looked at her in surprise. Are officials of Daqian Kingdom almost the reincarnations of immortals? Yes. Gongwu Jingfei. No wonder they talk to immortals so casually. Mu Nanjing didn't want to talk about the past anymore, so she took them around. After that, the task of welcoming the newly ascended cultivators to the immortal world was handed over to Gongwu Jingfei and the others. And she went to other palaces to hang out in the name of cleaning, and even picked fruits from the palace to eat. The immortals turned a blind eye and pretended not to see her existence. After that, more and more people ascended to the immortal world. In addition to the powerful people of Gongwu's family, Feng Xinan and powerful people from other sects also came to the immortal world. In just 100 days, 20 cultivators successfully ascended. Seeing that all the cultivators who ascended were upright cultivators, and there was no evil cultivator, Mu Nanjing went to Feng Xinan to ask, don't the powerful evil cultivators plan to ascend? Feng Xinan said, they may still be preparing to ascend. Mu Nanjing was speechless. It has been 100 years since they came to the lower world. And they are still preparing? They have done so many bad things that their chances of successfully ascending are less than 1/10 of ours. So they must be cautious. And even if they succeed in ascending, they will not be sent to the fairyland, but may be sent to the demon world, the monster world, or the ghost world. Mu Nanjing asked again, can you calculate whose success rate is higher? No. Feng Xinan shook his head, but the evil cultivators, who have carefully taught the evil beasts to be good people, will have a higher success rate. So I was helping them by sending the evil beasts to them before. Feng Xinan was puzzled. Why are you asking these questions? Do you want them to ascend successfully? I'm just asking casually. I just want to have an old acquaintance to lead the way when I go to the demon world, monster world, or ghost world. Hee. Feng Xinan. Mu Nanjing thought for a moment and said, where is Gu Ming? Why don't you see him? Hasn't he come to the fairyland yet? He went to the God Realm. God Realm? Isn't there no God in God Realm? Why go to God Realm? He said that the gods hate Jieli for what he did. And he looks exactly like Jieli. If he comes to the fairyland, he may become an enemy. But I don't think so. After all, he got along well with the reincarnations of the gods in the mortal world. The gods should not confuse him with Jieli. Mu Nanjing asked again, can he go to the God Realm? He is a demigod, so he can stay in the God Realm. By the way, he also said that he will wait for you to find him in the God Realm. To find him in the God Realm, you have to become a god to find him. Is he so sure that I can become a god and go to the God Realm to find him? He said that others may not be able to do it, but you can definitely do it. Feng Xinan didn't know why Gu Ming believed that Mu Nanjing could become a god. Let's not talk about him. I came here to say goodbye to you, and I won't be back in the short term. Feng Xinan was puzzled. Where are you going? I'm going to sweep the floor in other realms. Mu Nanjing disappeared in front of Feng Xinan after saying this. Feng Xinan frowned. Other realms? Could it be the demon realm, ghost realm, and monster realm? She was too bold. She was just a little fairy who dared to go to such a dangerous place. However, there were barriers between the 6 realms, and she couldn't get through it all. Then his worry was unnecessary. Not long after, Lu Xianjun came to Shangxianyuan in a hurry. Gongbo Daddy. Gongbo Jingfei was Mu Nanjin's father. Because of the relationship between the gods and Mu Nanjin, he affectionately called him Gongbo Daddy. Gongbo Jingfei came out and saw Lu Xianjun's face full of anger, and asked hurriedly, Lu Xianjun, what happened? Others heard that Lu Xianjun's tone was wrong, and followed him out to see the situation. Do you know that Mu Nanjin went to the demon world? After Lu Xianjun said this, he began to feel heartache again. Can't this little girl be quiet for a while? Demon world. Gongbo Jingfei widened his eyes. She ran to the demon world, seeing that he was more shocked than himself. Lu Xianjun asked, you don't know either? He thought Gongbo Jingfei knew, and wanted to say why he didn't stop her. Gongbo Jingfei said unhappily, she has big ideas and never told me what she wants to do. Lu Xianjun. Feng Xinan asked, did she really go to the demon world? Isn't there a barrier between the demon world and the fairy world? How did a little fairy like her get through? Lu Xianjun said, the heavenly soldiers guarding the entrance to the demon world said that she passed through in a flash. As easy as breathing air. I thought Mu Nanjin was just a little fairy now, and she could no longer do whatever she wanted in the mortal world. So I paid less attention to her. Who knew that if I didn't watch her for a while, she would be so powerful that she ran to the demon world? Gongbo Jingfei said anxiously, will she be okay? If she just met some small soldiers and crabs, she could still deal with it. After all, she has a magic weapon in her hand, and it is not easy to bully her. But if she meets a big demon, she will die without knowing how. Damn! Which bastard forged her immortal weapon into a divine weapon? Otherwise she would not have the confidence to run to the demon world. Boom! The sky exploded, and all the immortals were shocked. Lu Xianjun said to Gongbo Jingfei and others, don't worry. I will go to the Emperor of Heaven to talk about this matter. The Emperor of Heaven and others were silent after knowing this. Ziwei Xingjuan was angry and anxious. Such a big immortal world can't keep this little girl. The Queen Mother couldn't help laughing. I guess she has visited every immortal palace and ran to the demon world after losing the novelty. She is really a worrying little girl. Princess Xueyu was very anxious. What should we do now? Should we send someone to bring her back? Everyone looked at the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven rubbed his eyebrows. She has hands and feet. She will still run away after being brought back. We can't lock her up for life. Let her suffer a little there, and then bring her back. Zuoxiang agreed with the Emperor of Heaven's approach. She only knows how insignificant she is when she suffers a loss. She will practice hard in the future, and dare not go to other places again. Lu Xianjun said, then we should send someone to protect her secretly. Right? The Emperor of Heaven murmured. She is protected by a magic weapon, so she will be fine for the time being. If she really encounters someone she can't beat, she will definitely not be stupid enough to die. Send a message to the heavenly soldiers guarding the entrance to the demon realm. Keep an eye on the movements of the demon realm at all times, and report immediately if there is any news that Mu Nanjin is being hunted down. And then we will send someone to rescue her. Yes. Lu Xianjun left the Jiuxia Palace. Then, he hurried back and said to all the gods with a shocked face, Emperor of Heaven, I just received news that the demon king of the demon realm was beaten. One of the gods laughed and said, you don't want to say that it was Mu Nanjin who beat him, right? Yes. It was her. She beat the demon king of the demon realm. The gods and gods. The heavenly soldiers guarding the entrance to the demon realm received news that a fairy holding a broom had injured the demon king, and then helped clean up the demon palace and went to the demon world. Lu Xianjun didn't dare to believe the news he heard, and thought that the heavenly soldiers had done it. This was absolutely true, and the news had spread throughout the entire demon realm in a short time. Princess Xueyu didn't believe it. It took several days for the Emperor of Heaven and the Demon King to fight to decide the winner. How long did she go there to injure the Demon King? It is said that the Demon King had no ability to resist, and couldn't even take one of her moves. Ziwei Xianjun was depressed. Where did she get the ability? The gods and gods. The Queen Mother laughed. The little girl is still as hard to deal with as always. She had just ascended to become an immortal, but she had the ability to beat the Demon King. Qin Chaoyan burst out laughing. The Demon King never thought that he would be beaten by a small sweeping fairy in the fairy world. The other gods also found it very funny when he heard what he said. Not long after, The news that the Demon King and the Ghost King were beaten by Mu Nanjing also spread to the fairy world. The gods were numb. Finally, Princess Xueyu couldn't help asking, why did she beat the Ghost King? The Demon King and the Demon King? Did she dislike them? The gods also wanted to know this question. Little did she know that Mu Nanjing just wanted to test the power of her divine power. But she never thought that her divine power was ridiculously high. The Ghost King, the Demon King and the Demon King couldn't even take her one move. Fortunately, she didn't use the Emperor of Heaven for the experiment. Otherwise the Emperor of Heaven would lose face. Soon, the gods received news that Mu Nanjing had gone to the God realm again. The gods were shocked again. Isn't that a barrier that only gods can open? How did she get up there? No one could answer this question. The one who could answer them was Mu Nanjing, who stood on the highest mountain in the God realm, looking at the scenery that was more beautiful than the immortal realm, and the familiar face that was so handsome that it was breathtaking. A smile flashed in his eyes. Gu Ming, I'm here to pick you up.